I am the young master of the Wangu family, possessing the cultivation of a great emperor. However, on the day of my grand wedding, I was robbed of my marriage by a mere ant-like boy, and I couldn't just slap him to death. It's because I awakened the system and became the ultimate villain of this world, while he is the son of destiny protected by the heavens. Although I cannot directly kill him, fortunately, I have other methods. On the day of the grand wedding, the entire continent was adorned with festive red lanterns to express respect for my family. Look! Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky, looking shocked, a real dragon pulling the carriage, a phoenix carrying the sedan, with great cultivators of the emperor's realm as attendants. Is this the grandeur of the June family's wedding procession? As one of the top families in the 9 heavens and 10 earths rankings, the June family's wedding procession is indeed magnificent. In contrast, the Dantai family, although also in the 9 heavens and 10 earths rankings, is at the bottom, with such a huge difference in strength. It is rumored that the Dantai family's ancestor has little life left, and in order to stabilize the family's position, he had no choice but to marry the family's eldest daughter, Dantai Ruowei, to the young master of the June family as a concubine. At this moment, I sat bored in the golden war chariot. Hearing these words, I couldn't help but smile slightly. Yes, as a concubine, the Dantai family's eldest daughter is not worthy of becoming my legal wife. It wasn't until Dantai Ruowei appeared covered in red veil that I realized this woman was actually surrounded by purple aura. Interesting, is the concubine who is about to enter my door the main character of the Air Luck? Then the son of Air Luck should also appear, right? I am a little surprised and looking forward to it. I came in front of Dantai Ruowei, gentlemanly extending my right hand, and Dantai Ruowei, seeing a fair and slender palm reaching out, hesitated slightly, but eventually reached out and placed her hand in mine. Seeing this, I gently held the other party's soft palm, and then directly embraced Dantai Ruowei in a princess carry posture. Dantai Ruowei exclaimed in surprise, completely unexpected that I would do this, subconsciously hugging my neck. A strong and pleasant male scent rushed over, instantly making her heart chaotic, wanting to loosen the hand holding me, but not knowing where to put it after loosening it. Young Master June, this is not in accordance with the rules. I smiled slightly and said, what's not in accordance with the rules? Can't June Lingtian hug his own concubines? Dantai Ruowei had no choice but to let me hug her, and she even felt that this embrace was warm and comfortable, making her feel like she didn't want to let go. I'm sorry, Yi Chen. Dantai Ruowei felt a strong sense of guilt surging in her heart. Clearly, she liked Yi Chen, but at this moment, she was being hugged by another man. Perhaps this is fate. Sometimes people just have to accept it. I didn't know what Dantai Ruowei was thinking, so I directly carried her onto the octagonal Lingxian sedan chair and gently put her down. Then, without any reluctance, I turned and got on my own golden war chariot, as if carrying Dantai Ruowei onto the sedan chair just now was just a matter of courtesy, without any intention of being frivolous. Perhaps he is not as unbearable as he imagined, Dantai Ruowei thought to herself, unable to help but look at the figure standing on the golden war chariot, like a god of war descending to earth, and was momentarily stunned. Perhaps marrying such a husband wouldn't be bad. Dantai Ruowei blushed for a moment, and just as Dantai Ruowei was lost in her thoughts, the system prompted her to have a change of heart towards me. She has a change of heart now? This woman is really naive and sweet. I shook my head with a smile in my heart. After the welcoming ceremony, crossing the 9 heavens gate, the MC presiding over the wedding in the main hall spoke. The auspicious time has arrived. Please welcome the groom and bride. Holding hands with Dantai Ruowei, we slowly stepped into the main hall from outside the door. Ding! The son of Qi Luck, Yi Chen, the daughter of Qi Luck, Ning Hongchen, and Gu Xianer are found. Hearing the system prompt, a smile curled up at the corner of my mouth, and I felt excited inside. I didn't expect to encounter the son and daughter of Qi Luck so soon. I hope the first Qi Luck son to appear, Yi Chen, won't disappoint me too much. On the other side, Yi Chen had already successfully sneaked into the wedding hall. At this moment, he was sitting nonchalantly in a corner at the bottom of the high platform, drinking the spiritual tea in his hand. This noble family truly deserved to be the ancient family governing a domain. Even the tea served to guests had enlightening effects. Come, pour me another cup. Yi Chen placed the teacup on the table, and the nearby maid frowned upon hearing Yi Chen's call, as she had never seen such a rude person. The tea was poured cup after cup, and in a short time, he had already drunk over 100 cups, like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Yi Chen didn't care about what the maid thought. Instead, he stared at the maid pouring tea for him, looking at her several times in a row. The maid of this noble family is also so beautiful, but all of this will eventually belong to me. Yi Chen, he thought to himself, then started gulping down the spiritual tea in his hand. When he wanted to refill his cup again, He looked up and saw the two main characters of this wedding. When he saw his beloved woman, who was now wearing a wedding dress and preparing to marry someone else, Yi Chen felt very uncomfortable. At this moment, he tightly held the teacup in his hand, but no matter how hard he tried, the teacup did not budge. It turned out that this teacup was made of Earth Mother's glass essence, with a hardness comparable to a sacred object, something he could not crush now. Just as Yi Chen was pondering how to smooth away the teacup in his hand, Junling Tian had already led Tantai Ruowei's jade hand to the high platform in the main hall, and sitting at the center of the top of the platform were Junling Tian's parents. Around them were seated the top forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, like the Swift God race, the Swift Immortal race, the Red Dust Dao Palace, the Eternal Life family, the Eternal God dynasty, the Alchemist Guild, and so on. The next level of immortal great religions, the Inheritance Ancient race, and the Emperor race were located on the second rung of the platform, and so on. At the bottom are some holy places with a longer heritage, great families, royal dynasties, and so on. A newly promoted Holy Land like the Red Dust Holy Land was not even qualified to be invited. Crown and tea. As the chief master of ceremonies of the Jun family opened his mouth loudly, Junling Tian and Tantai Ruowei were also close to each other, straightening up each other's clothing and accessories, before receiving the teacups brought by the maidservants and began to offer tea. Drink the FM radio. As the chief master of ceremonies spoke, the FM radio wine that had already been prepared was handed over by the maid. Just as the two of them received that FM radio wine and prepared to drink together, a loud shout suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Wait, Ruowei, I don't agree with you marrying. Chapter 6, Gu Xianer of the Taiku Immortal Race. Hearing this voice, Tantai Ruowei violently turned her head and looked over. Then his face was covered with shock and surprise. Sure enough, the figure that she had longed for caught her eye. Yi Chen, he, surprisingly, really came. At this moment, Tantai Ruowei's inner emotions were refuted, as she had once fantasized that Yi Chen would come and take her away. But reason told him again that Yi Chen wouldn't come, and couldn't come, either. And she didn't want Yi Chen to come. After all, she was married to the Jun family, a 10,000-year-old family that had survived for ages. Come to steal the wedding? Wouldn't that be a rat licking a cat's batch, looking for death? Oh, how dare someone cause trouble on top of the Jun family's wedding? I'd like to see how. There were big powerful melon-eating youths who grabbed the spirit anemone seeds on the tabletop and watched while getting high. TSK. This youngster really doesn't know the heights of heaven, and isn't afraid that the Jun family will dig up his family's ancestral tomb. A young man similarly grabbed the spirit melon on the tabletop and took a big bite of it to watch the show. Is the bride snatching scene actually going to be staged? And it's still in the Jun family. The major top powers on the scene all watched this farce with smiles on their faces. That's right, it was a farce. Because as the top family powers of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, they all inwardly understood how deep the Jun family's depths were. It was no exaggeration to say that there were only a few dozen forces that dared to offend the Jun family, and there were still some of these dozens of forces that hadn't come. This includes forces in a series of forbidden lands such as the Weird Forbidden Zone, the Land of Burial, the Tomb of the Ominous God, the Sea of the Undead, the Blood Demon's Earth, and the Forest of Mysteries. But obviously this young man sitting at the bottom, like a clown, couldn't be any of these dozens of forces. Who are you? I don't know you. Go away. Now. Get out of here right now. Get out. Tantai Ruowei looked at the figures on the stage regarding the red carpet, picking up the steps, and couldn't help but yell. However, looking at her appearance, all of the eaters at the scene knew inwardly, these two had an adulterous relationship. Bold. Where did the little come from? The chief master of ceremonies of the Jun family was just about to open his mouth to take Yi Chen down, but was stopped by Junling Tian waving his hand, because he had just utilized the Eye of Qi, and found that this suddenly emerged kid even had a golden aura emanating from the top of his head, and his Qi value was as high as 10,000 or more, a proper son of Qi. A few moments later, Yi Chen came to the top platform with a calm and arrogant face and stood not far from Tantai Ruowei and opened his mouth. If Vivi, I know you're pretending not to recognize me because you're worried about my well-being, but this time, will you please trust me? I'm ready for anything. After saying that, he turned his head and scanned the crowd on the top platform. At the sight of Gu Xianer and Gu Xinghe, the president of the Alchemist Guild, his heart settled down quite a bit, and after he shifted his gaze slightly, he unexpectedly saw a red-robed woman with a thin veil on top of the seats of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Even though the other party was wearing a thin veil, he could tell at a glance that it was his master teacher. The current him was finally convinced inwardly that his master was indeed inextricably linked to the Red Dust Dao Palace. Seeing that his bottom cards were all in place, Yi Chen was also full of energy inside. If Wei, trust me. When have I, Yi Chen, ever lied to you? Yi Chen waved his big hand, and a highly confident smile blossomed on his face. Come with me, okay? Yi Chen looked at Tantai Ruowei, who was not far away, with an affectionate expression. Bold, where did the arrogant little child come from too? The chief steward of the Jun family was just about to make a move to teach him a lesson, but was once again stopped by a look from Jun Ling Tian. He wanted to see what kind of choice this Tantai Ruowei would make. The opposite party, Tantai Ruowei, also fell into hesitation after hearing these words. On the one hand, there is the happy life that one has always desired, and on the other hand, there is the possibility that one's choices could lead to a monstrous disaster for the family. She was really torn, so she didn't know what to choose for a while. Wakefield, you don't have to think about anything else, you just have to answer yes or no. The confidence on Yi Chen's face had not diminished in the slightest, and his tone was all about taking. Today, he was going to make this Jun family lose face. I would like to. Looking at Yi Chen's sincere and confident eyes, Tantai Ruowei finally decided to trust the other party for once. Oh, Tantai Ruowei, you want to run away from the marriage? Have you ever thought about the consequences? Jun Ling Tian's face was playful. Tantai Ruowei instantly fell back into hesitation and struggle when she heard this. It was obvious that she knew more about the monstrous might of the Jun family than Yi Chen did. Yi Chen, who was on the side, was inwardly shocked at the sight, fearing that Tantai Ruowei would change her mind and once again turn around and throw herself into Jun Ling Tian's embrace. So he spoke up in a hurry. Jun Ling Tian, if you have anything come at me? What kind of skill is it to threaten a weak woman? Oh, coming at you? And what are you? Jun Ling Tian looked down at that Yi Chen with a teasing smile on his face. Yi Chen wanted to retort, but realized that he was powerless to open his mouth. In terms of appearance, Jun Ling Tian was even more handsome and dusty looking than him. In terms of cultivation, he was only at the Yuanshan realm now, while the other party had already arrived at the King realm. On background, yes, one can talk about background. He himself is now backed by two mountains, the Alchemist Guild and the Taiku immortal race. Moreover, if he expected it correctly, his master was also inextricably linked to the Red Dust Dao Palace. Therefore, right now, his background was not the slightest bit inferior to that of Jun Ling Tian across the street. Thinking of this, Yi Chen also straightened his back, just waiting for his backdrop to come out and back him up. And his Siener sister and the president of the Alchemist's Guild did not disappoint. Just in the next second when Yi Chen was speechless, a dainty cry resounded through the hall. Brother Yi Chen is the honored guest of my Swire Immortal clan. To look down on Brother Yi Chen is to look down on me. Gu Siener is to look down on my entire Swire Immortal clan. And this sudden statement from Gu Siener directly startled the Taiku Immortal race elder who had come with her. He wanted to open his mouth to stop it, but Gu Siener was the first to open her mouth to block the words that came to her lips. I alone will bear the burden of anything. Is my swift immortal race still afraid of a Jun family? Gu Siener's domineering speech directly disliked that accompanying elder for a while. My little auntie, that's the Jun clan, and you're taking it on alone? In the end, it's still going to be the swift immortal race that wipes your ass. That elder of the swift immortal race also shook his head helplessly and ultimately said nothing. After all, Gu Siener was the daughter of the family head, and still the only daughter. With a respected status and extremely high natural talent, he has gained the favor of many saint emperors and saint ancestors of the swift immortal race. Moreover, Gu Siener had said her words to that extent. If she were to refute the other party, not only would it make others look at him funny, it would also make them think that he, the swift immortal race, was really afraid of the Jun family. Chapter 7 Alchemy Master Gu Xinghe. What? The Taiku immortal race have all gone down? As Gu Siener spoke these words, the major powers present to watch the farce were also stunned. Each and every one of them looked in the direction of the swift immortal race with disbelief. Even some of the bigwigs who were still drinking fine wine directly sprayed it out of their mouths. Who is that little girl doll? How could she represent the swift immortal race? Some of the representatives of the major powers on the scene who didn't know Gu Siener's identity opened their mouths in whispers. After all, Gu Siener had traveled to the Red Dust domain to train for many years, and it was normal for there to be those who didn't know her identity. That's the precious daughter of Gu family master Gu Changqing, named Gu Siener. I heard that her qualifications are superb, and she's already been set to be groomed as the next Gu family master. At this time, a representative of a great power who knew the inside story opened his mouth in a low voice and explained. So it's that old boy Gu Changqing's pearl in the palm of his hand. No wonder he has such a bottom line. A big man shook the wineglass in his hand and spoke with a light smile. This is going to be a good show. The swift immortal race is supporting this kid called Yi Chen. There's really a slight chance that he'll succeed in stealing the marriage. There's a fart possibility. This is in the Jun family's base camp. He wants to snatch the bride here and then leave peacefully? I'm afraid he wants to eat. Some people felt that this Yi Chen could be considered a character for being able to do this. while others felt that even if this Yi Chen dragged the swift immortal race down, he was still a clown. The other major power eaters nodded in agreement as they heard this. A single swift immortal race was not enough to make the Jun family give in. After all, the relationship between the Jun family and the swift god race was not an ordinary one. The truth is just as the crowd thought. Although Gu Xianer came out to stand up for Yi Chen, Jun Ling Tian and the crowd of the Jun family still did not place this Yi Chen in their eyes. And after Jun Ling Tian's father, Jun, and mother, Ji Yao, looked at each other, they all tacitly agreed not to say anything, wanting to leave this matter entirely in Jun Ling Tian's hands. After all, Jun Ling Tian was the future helmsman of the Jun family. If he couldn't even handle this little matter well, it would be hard to convince others. Swift immortal race? Is this your bottom line? Jun Ling Tian laughed coldly, not hiding the mockery on his face. However, just when the crowd thought that Yi Chen wouldn't have any more backhanders, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Gu Xinghe, however, stood out. I am the president of the Alchemist Guild, Gu Xinghe. Yi Chen has become a close disciple of the old man, and will inherit the mantle of the old man in the future. I still hope that the Jun family can give the old man face and not make things difficult for him. As Gu Xinghe opened his mouth, the eaters from the major forces on the scene once again exploded. What's the situation? How come this old fellow Gu Xinghe also sided with that kid called Yi Chen? Haven't you heard? That Yi Chen has already thrown himself under Master Gu's door and become his close disciple. But I've heard that the ancient head is very picky and couldn't find a suitable successor for thousands of years. And now that he's found one, he's definitely going to try to protect this Yi Chen. The melon eaters under the stage were talking. They completely did not expect that the president of this alchemist guild would side with Yi Chen. In that case, both sides are quite literally backed by the two top powers. And the end of the story is starting to get confusing. Even Jun Xianye's husband and wife above the main seat were frowning slightly at the moment. They also didn't expect this alchemist guild to intervene as well. But in the end, they still didn't choose to make a move, intending to see how Jun Ling Tian would deal with an old fart like Gu Xinghe who relied on his old age. Alchemist guild? I didn't realize that this kid Yi Chen had even invited this old thing to take a stand. No wonder he has the nerve to come to my Jun family to steal the marriage. Jun Ling Tian was also a bit surprised at this time. He did not think that this Yi Chen's fortune was so good. He truly deserved to be the son of fortune. But so what if there was an alchemist's guild standing up? Other people would give this old thing Gu Xinghe face, but he himself would not, because he was still above him in terms of the way of alchemy, and there was simply no way that there would be a time when he would beg him. Old thing, who are you? The Alchemist Guild? Is it very powerful? Believe it or not, I'll send someone to destroy your Alchemist Guild tomorrow. Jun Ling Tian rolled his eyes, not giving Gu Xinghe the slightest bit of face at all. This Jun family's young lord is truly brave. The eating crowd at the scene let out a slurping sound after hearing this. Destroy the Alchemist Guild? There really weren't many people who dared to say such words. You, Jun Xianyi, look at the good son you raised. Gu Xinghe's gaze flickered when he heard this. Although he, the alchemist, had recruited many powerful cultivators as guest ministers, he still couldn't compare to the Jun family if they were really comparing their heritage. However, when Jun Xianyi heard this, he nonchalantly picked up his teacup and blew on it. After taking a sip of the hot tea, it was only then that he raised his eyes and spoke. How Mr. Jun raises his son does not yet require instruction from others. You guys? Well, if you're capable, you brats will bring someone to destroy my alchemist guild. Gu Xinghe's face flushed red as he opened his mouth. Did this kid really think that he, the alchemist guild, was a soft target? He had quite a few favors from Saint King powerhouses in his hands, and he didn't believe that this Jun family would really dare to do anything to him. Don't worry, I'll make a personal appearance, and I hope you won't be too surprised when I do. After Jun Ling Tian finished saying this, he once again looked at Yi Chen. I can't believe that you were able to get the support of two top forces. No wonder you dared to come and steal the marriage. But if it's just based on these, you're afraid you won't even be able to walk out of the front door of my Jun family. It wasn't that Jun Ling Tian was talking big. The teaming up of the Swift God race and the Jun family was not something that the Swift Immortal race and the Alchemist Guild could compare to. Moreover, it was still because of a small person like Yi Chen. If the Taiku Immortal clan's clan chief knew about it, he would definitely abandon Yi Chen without hesitation. A clown is a clown. How can one shake the Jun family? A heavenly pride disciple of the Red Dust Dao Palace spoke contemptuously. The others all nodded in agreement at the words. The relationship between the Jun family and the Swift God race was a state of one loss, so the Swift God race would certainly not hesitate to side with the Jun family. This was not necessarily the case with the Swift Immortal race and the Alchemist Guild. Yi Chen's talent is not something you guys can imagine. Even this Jun family's young lord is not necessarily comparable. Ning Hongduan spoke faintly. As Yi Chen's master, she knew how demonic Yi Chen was. His enlightenment above the sword path was simply perverse. At such a young age, he had already comprehended the sword intent fledgling, and now it was estimated that he had even fully comprehended a higher level of sword intent than the sword intent fledgling. Even she, Ning Hongduan, was unable to compare her talent above the Tao of the sword with Yi Chen. Lord Goddess is overstating things a bit, aren't you? A nameless junior is worthy of being compared to the Jun family's young lord? Some of the Red Dust Tao Palace's celestial pride opened their mouths to retort that being able to attend the Jun family's young lord's wedding, their status within the sect was not much lower than Ning Hongduan's. Ning Hongduan did not refute what he heard, because in the future, Yi Chen would respond to these voices of doubt with his own actions. Chapter 8 Ning Hongduan of the Red Dust Tao Palace. The people from the other forces all couldn't help but shake their heads after seeing the scene in the field. Those who know what's good for them are the ones who know what's good for them. If I were this kid, I'd definitely take advantage of the situation. Yeah, that little princess of the swift immortal race likes this Yi Chen kid at first glance. And I don't know why. Obviously I'm much more handsome than that Yi Chen. There was a look of depression on the faces of some of the eaters. If they were to make a choice, they would definitely choose Goose Siener of the swift immortal race. Instead, they risked so much to steal the marriage, and they did so from an ancient clan that had already begun to fall. If you offend the Jun family, will you still have a life? Seeing the contemptuous look on Jun Ling Tian's face, Yi Chen's heart was also irritated and stifled. However, he knew that what Jun Ling Tian had said was the truth. And with the swift immortal race and the alchemist guild, it was not enough to make the Jun family give in. But what if we add a Red Dust Taoist palace? Come to think of it, Yi Chen's face instantly revealed an aggrieved and hopelessly pitiful look, and he unintentionally glanced at the location where the Red Dust Tao Palace was located. This glance happened to be noticed by Ning Hongduan of the Red Dust Tao Palace. She knew that if she didn't step down, this beloved disciple of hers was afraid that he would be directly killed by the Jun family and have his ashes raised for him. So before the Red Dust Tao Palace and the others could react, Ning Hongduan suddenly stood up. Why would the young lord of the Jun family want to take someone else's love? Oh, another one has come? Looks like it's that daughter of Qi named Ning Hongduan. Jun Ling Tian turned his head to look at Ning Hongchen, who had stood up, and then used his eye of Qi to look over. One could only see a purple aura shrouding his head, and his Qi luck value was up to more than 8,000. Goddess Sama, what are you doing? An elder of the Red Dust Tao Palace sitting beside him eagerly transmitted his voice. He had completely not expected that their goddess would also be involved in this bride-snatching fiasco. The other people of the Red Dust Tao Palace were similarly stunned and unbelievable. Why don't you sit down and eat? Why stand up for a clown? At this moment, the crowd of the Red Dust Tao Palace did not know that this Yi Chen was Ning Hongduan's disciple. Shut up, you guys. This time it is me who will lead the team, and I alone will bear the consequences of everything that happens. At this moment, Ning Hongchen's domineering aura was revealed. Like a haughty queen, the Red Dust Tao Palace and the others were somewhat speechless for a moment, as Ning Hongduan was indeed leading the group this time. So in the end, they kept their mouths shut and let Ning Hongduan speak on her own. What? The Red Dust Tao Palace has also come down? Where exactly is this kid Yi Chen? Surprisingly, he has such energy? Yeah. How come we've never heard of this Yi Chen character before? It seems that not only is this Yi Chen not a clown, but he's also a golden scale in the pool. After the man from the Red Dust Tao Palace spoke for Yi Chen's downfall, the attitudes of many of the forces present shifted at that moment. After all, to be able to make the three major superpowers, the swift immortal race, the Red Dust Tao Palace, and the Alchemist Guild, come out and support them, that in itself was a symbol of strength. After today, this Yi Chen is afraid that he is going to be famous throughout the continent. Some of the eaters lamented. Many of the people present had no way to deny that at this moment, Yi Chen was already in existence, that many of them at the scene could not afford to provoke. Red Dust Tao Palace? So there's still an undercard. No wonder it has the nerve to stand up to my Jun family and act recklessly. Jun Ling Tian was slightly so surprised inwardly when he saw Ning Hongduan stand up and speak for Yi Chen. But thinking about the fact that this Yi Chen was a son of Qi who possessed golden Qi, it all seemed reasonable. And after Ning Hongchen finished saying this, Jun Qianling, who had originally been watching from the sidelines, could no longer look on. As Jun Ling Tian's own sister, she knew her brother's excellence better than anyone else. Letting this Tantai Ruowei marry as a concubine was clearly an honor that the Tantai family could not wait for. What a joke! Is it my Jun family that wants to marry her Tantai family? It's clearly their Tantai family kneeling down to lick my Jun family. Jun Qianling spoke nonchalantly. The faces of these people were truly disgusting to her. However, just as she wanted to continue, she was stopped by Jun Ling Tian. You're right. They are indeed lovers. And for the sake of your three forces I can fulfill them as well. Jun Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Yi Chen's face instantly surged with joy and complacency after hearing these words. Gives off a small, petty face. What the hell is the Jun family? It's nothing more than that. Yi Chen thought inwardly with contempt. It looks like the Jun family is going to make concessions here. The major powers on the scene also seem to have heard the signals of Jun Lingtian's compromise within those words. There's no way around it. The situation was here, and compromise was certainly the wisest. It was obviously not wise to cross swords with the three top powers for the sake of a woman. However, for the sake of reputation, the Jun family would surely take other measures. So it was not yet known if this Yi Chen would be able to walk out of the Jun heavenly domain. Brother, you, shut up, Chiliang, come over here to mother. Before Jun Xianling could say anything, she was called over by Ji Yao. This was because they intended to let Jun Lingtian handle this matter on his own, and this was also a test for him. Sure enough, the next moment, Jun Lingtian then spoke. But you have so blatantly come to my Jun family to steal the marriage. If I were to let you go so easily, wouldn't that be a slap in the face of my Jun family? When Yi Chen heard this, the smug expression on his face froze, but thinking that he had someone behind him, he quickly regained his composure. But this momentary change of expression on his face was all seen by Ning Hongduan. Although Chenner has excellent talent, his heart still needs to be improved. Making a comparison with Jun Lingtian's calm and unruffled stance, Ning Hongduan could not help but shake his head inwardly. Although Yi Chen's talent was demonic, his heart was far worse compared to Jun Lingtian. What do you want? Yi Chen opened his mouth in a bottomless voice. Mr. Yi Chen, right? The corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth rose slightly. Some of those who were familiar with Jun Lingtian's nature instantly knew that someone was going to be out of luck when they saw the scene. However, Yi Chen was very flattered by this call of Prince Yi Chen and had a somewhat arrogant expression on his face. In this moment, he waved his hand, and it didn't seem too much of a stretch to be called a male. This is the bride price I gave to the Tantai family, so as long as you are able to compensate me tenfold for it, I will let you go. With that said, Jun Lingtian waved his hand and listed the list of bride price that the Jun family had given to the Tantai family in the void. Rows and rows of precious and incomparable heavenly materials, divine gold and immortal liquids, and spiritual weapons and feats. It instantly filled the entire sky. The people of the top powers present were still quite calm, but they were still more or less astonished in their hearts. They hadn't expected the Jun family's young lord to give such a large bride price just for taking a concubine. And those people from the small forces even stared their eyes directly out of their sockets at this moment. Chapter 9, Yi Chen is numb. What? The purple dragon emperor gold was actually given directly as a bride price? The expression on the face of a representative of the Refiners Guild became brilliant after seeing the name of the purple dragon emperor gold. It was because this purple dragon emperor gold was a rare divine gold capable of refining supreme artifacts. They didn't even have a few pieces in the Refiners Guild. Several Saint King artifacts were given. Seeing the name and labeling of a Saint King artifact, most of the forces present were once again numb. The Saint King's artifacts that were equivalent to the existence of a base in their clan were not expected to be mere cabbages in the eyes of the Jun family, who casually gave away several of them. The Empyrean Fall Spring water was even sent as a bride price? That's an important auxiliary material capable of refining the Emperor's heart pill. Even the Alchemist Guild's Gu Xinghe was a little misty-eyed in his heart when he saw the various divine materials of imperial gold arrayed in this sky. To take a concubine. This Jun family is even willing to lay down such a heavy gift. What can my disciple compare to others? Ning Hongduan sighed softly inwardly at the moment, while already feeling vaguely uneasy inside. As for Yi Chen, after seeing the rows and rows of immortal liquid divine gold listed in the sky, his entire body was also directly frozen. Fake. It must be fake. Yi Chen inwardly cried out incredulously, because any of these are so precious. Their own storage ring in the collection compared to it is simply inferior to dog. How is it possible to place such a large bride price for a concubine? Yi Chen, look like a little cutie. Yi Chen shouted loudly with a somewhat hideous expression, as if he was asking the crowd present to judge him. But when they heard this shout from him, the gazes of the people of the major powers looking at him were like they were looking at a little cutie. General, how could Jun Lingtian, as the young master of the Jun family of the 10,000 ancient family, possibly lie about this? Yi Chen saw that the crowd didn't believe him. So he turned his head to look at Tantai Ruowei on the side. Ruowei, you are aware of the bride price that the Jun family has offered. Right, so you will make the exact amount public now. As the female lead in the marriage event at the moment, he didn't believe that Tantai Ruowei could be unaware of how much of a bride price the Jun family had placed. Yi Chen, the numbers he listed are true. At this moment, Tantai Ruowei's face went a few shades of white. Apparently she hadn't thought of this before either, and was only concerned with her own happiness, not her family's. If she were to run away from the marriage, these bride price would surely be claimed back by the Jun family, and by that time, the Jun family would still be offended. It was estimated that the Jun family didn't even need the Jun family to do anything on their own. Those ancient clans that wanted to climb up the Jun family would join forces to exterminate her Tantai family. The foundation of the Tantai family that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years was about to be destroyed in her hands. What? All of this is actually true? Yichen couldn't help but roll his throat when he heard this and unconsciously gulped. He still underestimated the Jun family's energy. It can't be? Prince Yichen wouldn't even be able to take 10 times these supplies. Would he? Then were all those promises you made earlier to give others happiness a lie? A young girl stood out and opened her mouth to mock the position of the Ji clan of the ancient divine race. He was Jun Ling Tian's cousin, Ji Shuaikite, who possessed a playful and cute look with a blown-out face. A proper rich white loli. Even now it is an angry dislike of others that makes it impossible to be offended. Yichen, who heard this, didn't know what to do for a moment. This girl, Shuaikite, is just like Qian Ling. She doesn't let people worry about her. Ji Yao shook her head helplessly, but she didn't stop it. What? Can't get it out? Jun Ling Tian glanced faintly at Yichen, then spoke in an unceremonious cold voice. If you can't take the appropriate compensation today, I, Jun Ling Tian, as the Jun family's young master, am here to guarantee that you, Yichen, will absolutely not be able to take half a step out of my Jun family's door. After saying this, Jun Ling Tian raised his eyes and swept a glance at the people of the three top powers around him, as if he was swearing an oath of sovereignty. At this moment, it was impossible for his Jun family to lose face and prestige even if he gambled on the lives of his entire clan. And in the next instant after Jun Ling Tian finished saying this, the entire Jun family entered a state of alert as the gazes of quite a few sacred King Realm ancestors swept in. Many of the Jun family clansmen were also eyeing each other intently, ready to fight at any time. It was obvious that the current Jun Ling Tian, as the Jun family's young master, was already able to represent the Jun family with his words and actions. Even the people of the Swift God race were looking at Yi Chen and his group with cold gazes. How come? Feeling the solemn atmosphere of the scene, Yi Chen became a little unsettled inside. Originally, he had thought that he only had to move the Swift Immortal race, the Red Dust Dao Palace, and the Alchemist Guild out, and the Jun family would more or less sell their face and back down a bit. I didn't expect this Jun Ling Tian to be so rigid that he would not hesitate to gamble on the lives of the entire clan. Looking at the various heavenly materials listed in the air and then glancing at Tantai Ruowei, at this moment, he actually had the intention of giving up. Even Ning Hongwan of the Red Dust Dao Palace's eyebrows furrowed slightly when she saw such a battle. She likewise did not anticipate that Jun Ling Tian's attitude would be so tough. But to 10 times the bride price compensation words, even their Red Dust Palace are not inevitably some pain. After all, the things listed in the air are not ordinary goods. Seeing that Ji Chen was being disliked and the scene was not quite right, so Gu Xinghe, who was heartbroken for his disciple, stepped forward. I didn't expect the young master of the Tang Tang ancient family to be so petty. Some supplies are just that, given and given, and he even has the face to open his mouth to ask for them. As Gu Xinghe opened his mouth with these words, many of the people at the scene had unspeakable looks on their faces. They had heard before that this Gu Xinghe only knew alchemy and rarely contacted the outside world, so his emotional intelligence was very low. But it didn't occur to me that his emotional intelligence was so low. In fact, the reason why Gu Xinghe was like this was only because of the influence formed by being too biased towards Yi Chen and desiring to take him as a disciple early, as well as Yi Chen's title of son of Qi. Oh, since you old thing don't think these things are much, how about you give them for Yi Chen? Jun Ling Tian looked at Gu Xinghe indifferently and directly referred to him as an old thing. This kind of leaning on the old is not just an old thing. He will not give the other side a little bit of mercy. As the young master of the Jun family, his words are so vulgar. Gu Xinghe's face flushed red as he was scolded by Jun Ling Tian's mouthful of old things. At the same time, there was also some regret inside. Just now, he didn't know how. His head was jerked, and he stood out and said something like that. Now that I think about it, those comments I just made seem like foolishness, and now he also had to carry this huge amount of compensation for Yi Chen. What was this not stupid behavior? Yi Chen, on the other hand, had a sudden flush of joy on his face when he heard Jun Ling Tian's words. Although he couldn't take out these heavenly treasures, the alchemist president Gu Xinghe, who was about to become his master, could certainly take them out, right? After all, alchemists were a rich and prosperous profession. Chapter 10 to Tianji Pavilion Meng Tiangue. Besides, he was going to worship the master anyway, so in his mind the master's was his. Master, thank you so much. You are the best master under the sky. Yi Chen looked at Gu Xinghe with a grateful face, the meaning of which was self-evident, that he wanted him to be the wrongdoer to help compensate. But Gu Xinghe wasn't a cutie either. Now that he was awake, how could he not see Yi Chen's intentions? Ahem, Yi Chen, we haven't formally become master and disciple yet, so you might as well call me Master Gu first. Gu Xinghe looked around. That meaning couldn't be more obvious. Obviously don't want to be the ingrate. Don't look at his previous statement that it was a small amount, but if he was bent on choosing to compensate for Yi Chen, he was afraid that he would have to give up his position as president. However, the joy on Yi Chen's face that heard this instantly disappeared. This old thing can't be relied upon at all. What Jun Ling Tian scolded is really right. Seeing that things were at an impasse, Yi Chen turned his gaze back to Gu Xianer and Ning Hongguan. These two families, being ceiling-level forces in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, were definitely able to come up with these compensations. It just depends on willingness. While Gu Xianer unconsciously lowered her head when she saw Yi Chen's hopeful eyes, couldn't bear to see the disappointed eyes of his own brother Yi Chen. Although she as a swift immortal clan wanted to help Yi Chen very much, she had just returned to the clan not long ago now. There isn't much power in the Gu family, just an honorable status, so she couldn't even get them with her access. And Ning Hongguan was pretty much the same. Her relationship with the Red Dust Dao Palace wasn't very good either. This time, for Yi Chen to lead a team to attend the Jun family's wedding, it was already considered bowing down to the Red Dust Dao Palace. If she were to compensate for Yi Chen again, it was estimated that she would only be able to obediently accept the arrangements of the Red Dust Dao Palace. And even if she was willing to accept the Red Dust Dao Palace's arrangement, she wouldn't necessarily be able to get so much compensation. Ha 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 ha. This old thing Gu Xinghe had earlier said that he was this Yi Chen's master, but now he has denied it. Some people from the top powers couldn't help but laugh lightly at this comical scene. Yes, that little girl child of the Taiku immortal race spoke with such vigor earlier. Why is she wilting now? Someone looked in Gu Xianer's direction, their tone carrying obvious mockery. And that Red Dust Dao Palace, the female child wearing a light veil seems to be Ning Qianqiu's daughter, right? TSK, Tisk, I've heard that this Ning Qianqiu's daughter is very arrogant. I didn't expect that she would come out to speak for this Yi Chen now. The voices on the scene were constantly talking. Almost all of them were one-sided. And all of them were people from the top forces talking. After all, these three powers were not something that ordinary people could afford to mess with. However, the other people all had smiles on their faces as well, obviously thinking the same thing in their hearts. In stark contrast to the other forces were the Red Dust Dao Palace, the Taiku immortal race, and the Alchemist Guild's people. Damn it, what is this Ning Hongguan doing this? I'll be sure to tell the palace master when we get back and revoke her status as a divine maiden. A great Saint Realm Elder from the Red Dust Dao Palace spoke in dissatisfaction. Otherwise it's better to let the family head put his daughter out for another experience. Who can stand this when she comes back this time? The great sage Realm Elder of the Swire immortal race was similarly disgruntled inwardly. Wasn't this letting the other major top-tier forces come to see their swift immortal race's jokes? Ouch. Chairman Sama is a disgrace. The people from the Alchemist Guild all couldn't help but shake their heads, a constipated look on their faces. Yi Chen, Yi Chen, if you can't take compensation today, I'm afraid you won't be able to walk out of my Jun family today. Jun Ling Tian glanced faintly at Yi Chen, contempt in his eyes. Then he looked at Tantai Ruowei again. I've already notified the Tantai family of your escape from the wedding, so you can think about the consequences yourself. Just now he had already instructed his butler to summon the situation here to the Tantai family, and he believed that it wouldn't take long for the Tantai family to receive the news. What? Tantai Ruowei's heart panicked when she heard this. She understood the Tantai family's predicament better than anyone else, and if news of this place were to spread, it was estimated that the entire Tantai family would be headed for extinction. Now she could only place all her hopes on Yi Chen, hoping that he would be able to handle it properly. Otherwise, her Tantai family would only serve as fish on the chopping board for others to share. Seeing Tantai Ruowei look at herself, Yi Chen took a deep breath. Don't worry Ruowei, I'll take care of it. Although at this moment, he already had the intention of giving up. He knew that even if he did, the Jun family would not let himself go, so it would be better to snatch Tanyu. In fact, he still had one more card, and that was an Imperial-grade teleportation scroll, but he didn't want to use it until it was a life-threatening moment. Just as Yi Chen was thinking about what he could do to escape from the Jun family, another top power of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, Tianji Pavilion's pavilion master, a crane-haired old man suddenly looked at Yi Chen with an excited face. Just now, he was curious as to why Yi Chen was able to gain the support of the three major powers. That's why he utilized the Heavenly Chi Pavilion's inherited secret art, the Great Divine Diffraction Art. This was a secret art that was able to see other people's chi. When he used his secret art to look at Yi Chen, he realized that Yi Chen's head was actually enveloped by a sea of golden dragons of chi, and his body shone with a golden aura, properly the protagonist of heaven and earth, the son of chi, heaven's destiny. Surprisingly, it's the fate of heaven. Tianji Pavilion Master Meng Tianji suppressed his inner excitement. He then looked over towards Jun Ling Tian. HM? How dare you try to spy on my chi? Junling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he sensed the prying gaze of the pavilion master of the Tianji pavilion. He didn't stop it, though, but let the other man snoop around. Black clouds over the sky? Chi failure? After spying on Junling Tian's chi, the Heavens Mechanism Pavilion Master already had a plan in his mind. Why make such a big deal out of it if you have something to say? And the eating crowds at the scene all quieted down after hearing these words, their gazes looking towards the person who spoke. What's going on? How come the Tianji Pavilion Master is also involved? This old thing is profitless. He definitely sees something in Yi Chen's body. The eyes of a helmsman of a major power narrowed, unable to resist sizing up Yi Chen. This closer look really revealed that Yi Chen's face carried nobility, and that he would definitely have considerable achievements in the future. However, as bigwigs of the top powers, their own achievements had already reached the absolute top, so they didn't care much about what this Yi Chen's future would be like. Just as the crowd was in a state of shock and uncertainty in their minds, wondering what this Meng Tianjie was up to, he spoke again once more. I'll pay half of this compensation for little friend Yi today. How about the remaining 3 of you share it equally? The scene exploded with these words. The melon eaters who were drinking tea were all choked by the tea, and the expressions on their faces became complicated. What the hell? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? This old kid, Meng Tianjie, is actually planning to compensate for Yi Chen? Chapter 11, Successful Marriage Stealer? It seems that this Yi Chen's life is worry-free this time. After seeing that the top forces, Tianji Pavilion, had all gone down, the crowd had already guessed the outcome. With the help of the 4 top forces, this Yi Chen was afraid that no one would dare to mess with him in the future. Alas! I didn't expect Tianer to encounter such a thing the first time he took power. I hope I won't be struck down for good. Jun Xianyi sighed slightly in his heart as the 4 top powers supported them and also promised to compensate the bride price tenfold. Today this called Yi Chen boy's kiss is afraid to rob successfully. Even he, in the face of such a situation, would probably not be able to avoid taking a step back. After all, being able to receive 10 times the amount of compensation was already considered saving face for his Jun family. Seeing that Yi Chen was still a bit stunned, Ning Hongduan hurriedly gave him a wink. Yi Chen, why don't you hurry up and thank Senior Dream? As for Yi Chen, after being reminded by Ning Hongduan, he slowly woke up from his daze, and couldn't help but rejoice in his heart, and a smile couldn't help but spread on his face. Many thanks for Senior Dream's assistance. Today's favor will be remembered by my junior. Yi Chen clasped his fists and saluted. Montagnard smiled at the sight and nodded. Seeing Yi Chen nodding his head to Meng Tianjie, Gu Xiener was a bit unhappy. How could she, Gu Xiener's favorite person, beg for someone else's head? Thinking about the remaining 50% of the compensation, Gu Xiener gritted her teeth. I, the swift immortal race, am willing to compensate 20%. Following closely behind was Ning Hongduan's voice. I, Red Dust Dao Palace, am willing to compensate 20%. As the 2 women's words fell, the surprise in Yi Chen's heart grew even greater. It's now 90% compensated. Steady, thanks to the 2 fairies for their help. As Yi Chen said this, he even winked at Gu Xiener, teasing the latter into shyness. And after hearing that both the Swift Immortal Race and the Red Dust Dao Palace were willing to pay compensation, Gu Xinghe felt that he couldn't do nothing, so spoke immediately afterward. I, the Alchemist Guild, am willing to compensate 10%. So far the 10% of the bride price had all come together, and Yi Chen's face was already smiling. Although the behavior of this Alchemist Guild's president had made himself a bit unhappy earlier, he had more or less made up for it now. When the time comes, he will begrudgingly pass on the mantle of this old thing. Don't worry, gentlemen, I'll take note of your kindness in helping me. Yi Chen, this time, these heavenly materials and treasures are considered to be borrowed by me Yi Chen, and I will definitely return them as much as I can when I am developed in the future. Yi Chen swept across the room with a great deal of bravado. Today, he actually did it. Did it by slapping the Jun family in the face? Although he had paid a huge amount of exotic treasures as a price, but those things were not his, he was merely moving his lips. He didn't plan on actually paying it back. If Ivy, see, I told you everything had been arranged. Now do you believe me? At this moment, Yi Chen's face was so forced that he didn't seem to remember his earlier appearance of almost being scared to pee. Well, brother Yi Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a big backstage. At this moment, Tantai Ruowei was overjoyed in her heart. After this incident, the news that Yi Chen was backed up by the 4 top powers was believed to spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands very soon. In the future, Yi Chen would stand at the pinnacle, becoming the leader of the younger generation, the mover of the times, and she, Tantai Ruowei, didn't have to worry about her family's crisis anymore, because from now on, the Tantai family had Yi Chen to cover them. That is, they had the 4 top powers to cover them. Who would dare to trouble their Tantai family? This Gu Xianer is really a silly white sweetie, surprisingly helping her favorite man tease other women. Junling Tian did not have much of an expression on his face after seeing Yi Chen's pretentious display. In fact, he knew that no matter how much he suppressed this Yi Chen now, it would eventually be dissolved by him. So it was within his expectation that Tianji Pavilion would come forward now. Damn it, what kind of evil has this girl Xianer been possessed by? Surprisingly, she's planning to compensate 20% for that Yi Chen? The great sage realm supreme elder of the Taiku immortal race who had followed them frowned slightly. In fact, he quite wanted to open his mouth to stop Gu Xianer, but there seemed to be a force in the underworld that forbade him to intervene. Moreover, that Tianji Pavilion was definitely not placing bets on Yi Chen for no reason. The same was true for the Red Dust Dao Palace and the others, who hadn't thought that their own goddess would be willing to pay off a debt for a kid she didn't know. However, that great sage realm supreme elder of the Red Dust Dao Palace didn't stop Ning Hongduan. On the contrary, it was still the result he wanted to see. Because of this, Ning Hongduan would be held by them. Damn it, these shameless ones have even joined forces to bully brother. Mother, help your brother. Is it good, mother? Jun Shenling pouted in front of Ji Yao. She really couldn't swallow this breath in her heart. Today was supposed to be my brother's big day, but I didn't expect the bride to be snatched away from him in public, which was a strange shame. This matter we have fully handed over to your brother to deal with. The resources in the family are at his disposal. How to do it all depends on your brother's meaning. Ji Yao opened her mouth to explain, meaning that it was not that they were not helping, but that they were letting Junling Tian act. Oops, why hasn't brother ordered the death of that Yi Chen? Jun Shenling looked into the arena and saw that Junling Tian had no intention of making a move. The entire person was like an ant on a hot pan, being rushed around. How? Junling Tian, can I leave now? Yi Chen smirked as he looked towards Junling Tian, complacency written all over his face. As long as you can bring out 10 times the compensation, you can leave any time. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. At this moment he was not prepared to make things difficult for Yi Chen and the others, as the development of things today were all under his control. Afterwards, he would let this Yi Chen know what it means to be a traitor to his family. Junling Tian, we'll have a long time to come. Yi Chen's gaze swept over the bodies of Ji Zukite as well as Jun Shenling's and the others. Only then did she take Tantai Ruowei's hand and head towards the main gate of the Jun family. Seeing this, Ji Zukite immediately stood up and opened her mouth in a chorus. Cousin, we can't let them go. Yi Chen, who heard these words, tightened his heart and his footsteps slightly paused, fearing that Junling Tian would back out. However, the next moment Junling Tian's unquestionable voice spread throughout the hall. Let them go. When Yi Chen heard this, he inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, and then let out a light laugh as he left in large strides. Ji Shuai-Kite stomped her foot in anger at the sight. She didn't understand why Junling Tian wanted to let the Yi Chen go. This was clearly the main camp of the Jun family, and along with Yi Chen, there were also the Taiku immortal race, the Red Dust Dao Palace, and the Alchemist Guild. As for the Tianji Pavilion, it did not leave with Yi Chen. I'm sorry, old brother Xian Yi, I have my reasons. Meng Tianjie opened her mouth to Jun Xianyi and apologized. No harm done. Jun Xianyi waved his hand and responded with a leathery smile. Everyone, today's banquet will continue, and after the banquet is over, I will have the butler return your congratulatory gifts as they are. Junling Tian opened his mouth and said so, then came to Jun Xianye's side. Father, I'll trouble you to preside next. Well, there you go. Jun Xianyi nodded. Chapter 12, What offense have I, the Tantai family, committed? With that, Junling Tian left the grand hall. Seeing this, Jun Shenling and Ji Zukai hurriedly followed. It was only after leaving the main hall that Jun Shenling asked about the doubts in her heart. Brother, why are you letting that Yi Chen go? This is my Jun family's base camp. Are you still afraid of him? A Yi Chen? Qianling, do you really think that I, your brother, will just let that Yi Chen leave so easily? Junling Tian opened his mouth with a smirk. Could it be that cousin wants to wait for that Yi Chen to leave the Jun family before intercepting him? Not only will this be able to remove the Jun family from the picture, but it will also get that Yi Chen killed. This is a wonderful plan. Ji Zukite brainstormed, only feeling that her cousin was worthy of being the young master of the Jun family, doing things that were practically watertight. I see, brother, how about letting me lead this interception? Jun Shenling also spoke at this time with an excited expression on her face, clearly also feeling that Junling Tian would be so. What's going on in those little heads of yours? You too? Junling Tian gently tapped on the top of the two women's heads. Do not act without my orders. I have my own arrangements for this matter. If you disrupt my plans, you will be thrown into the God Refining Tower when the time comes. What? The Alchemy Tower? Brother, don't you handle it yourself. We don't care. Hearing that they were going to be thrown into the God Refining Tower, The two women pulled their legs out and ran away as their faces turned white. When Junling Tian saw the figure of the two women fleeing in a sorry state, the corners of his mouth rose slightly in a light smile. Meanwhile, a few days later in the Tantai family, the Tantai family head, Tantai Divine Wind, who had just finished entertaining his guests, suddenly received a message from the Jun family's butler. What? Ruowei ran away from the wedding? Tantai Divine Wind could only feel his eyes darkening. This opportunity to climb the Jun family was still using a favor that the Jun family's oldest ancestor owed to the Tantai family back then. Otherwise, with the current Tantai family, there was no way that they would have had the opportunity to marry their own first daughter to the Jun family's young master as a concubine. Now that Tantai Ruowei had run away from the wedding, not only had they not succeeded in climbing up to the Jun family, they had instead offended each other. Ruined. All ruined. Tantai Divine Wind was already able to foresee that in a matter of days, his Tantai family would disappear into the dust of history. Sins. Sins. Tantai Divine Wind was furious and his face was hideous. Husband, what's going on? Tantai Ruowei's birth mother, the Tantai clan, happened to walk in at the moment. What's wrong? You might as well see what the sins you've given birth to have done. Tantai Divine Wind snorted coldly and directly flung the jade slip containing the message into Tantai's arms. Seeing this, Tantai hurriedly probed her mind into the jade slip and checked the information inside. After she saw what Tantai Ruowei had done in the jade slip, her face also instantly turned white, revealing a horrified expression. Husband, you know how Ruowei's character is. She would never do such a deviant thing. It must be that sinner named Yichen who compelled Ruowei. Tantai's tone of voice spoke indignantly. Her heart hated that little Yichen who compelled her daughter. It's all because you're spoiled. Tantai Kamikaze let out an angry cry, then proceeded to speak. Now that I'm personally going to the Jun family to make amends, you immediately bring someone to bring that sinner back to me. Tantai Kamikaze flung his sleeve away, only hoping that things could still be mended. Soon after, he was ready to go to the Jun family to make amends with a group of elders from the Tantai family and a bunch of compensated heaven and earth wonders, including the bride price given by the Jun family before. All of them were also packed without a single mistake, ready to be sent back to the Jun family. But not before he stepped out of his own house. Another message was hurriedly delivered to him by the family's chief steward. Family head, this is the latest news from the Jun family's wedding banquet. What's the latest news? Tantai Divine Wind, who originally did not intend to look at it, stopped in his tracks when he heard these words, and then received the transmission jade slip. After he finished reading the information in that jade slip, the expression on his face changed several times, which could be called a master of face changing. In the end, a loud, refreshing and free-flowing laugh spread throughout half of the family, as it was precisely Yichen's subsequent drama of successfully snatching the bride. Ha ha ha, good. This daughter of mine has found me a good son-in-law. To be able to snatch Tantai Ruowei away from the Jun family's home base in one piece, and to have the backing of the 4 top-tier powers. This Yichen was simply the perfect son-in-law that heaven had rewarded his Tantai family with. With this Yichen as a backer, his Tantai family would never have to live the kind of fearful days they had before. Family master, what has made you so happy? An elder opened his mouth to inquire. See for yourself. Tantai Divine Wind handed the jade slip in his hand to the elders behind him. Shortly afterward, the sound of loud laughter rose and fell amongst the crowd. I didn't think that the Jun family of the 10,000 ancient family would also have a time when they were slapped in the face. Then, family master, do we still need to go to the Jun family to make amends? Hearing this inquiry, everyone present all looked toward Tantai Divine Wind. Reparations? What offense? What offense has my Tantai family committed? Tantai Divine Wind had a proud smile on his face. His Tantai family now had Yichen as their son-in-law, with the backing of the 4 top powers. You want to make amends? I don't have to make amends for my sins. However, in order to avoid a long night's sleep, Tantai Divine Wind opened his mouth and commanded, immediately draft a letter to Ruowei, asking her to bring Yichen back early to consummate the marriage. In addition, the 9 heavens and 10 earths have been notified that Yichen will be the son-in-law of the Tantai family from now on. Yes, master of the house. The butler was just about to leave when Tantai Kamikaze suddenly thought of something. Slow down. Now immediately send a message to tell the lady not to go get Ruowei. Now that he knew that Yichen had such a powerful background, he couldn't afford to screw it up again. Yes, master of the house. The butler led the way. The message was directly transmitted to the Tantai clan who had taken the young Saint Realm Elder away. What the hell? Why don't you arrest them again? Although Tantai was puzzled, he returned to the clan with the crowd. Looking at Yichen's side again, after leaving the Jun family, Yichen then prepared to take Tantai Ruowei back to the Red Dust Domain. On the other hand, the 2 girls, Gu Xiener and Ning Hongwan, returned to their respective clans, as they still needed to go home to account for everything they had done earlier, and the compensation was given to the Jun family. On the other hand, the president of the Alchemist Guild, Gu Xinghe, was heading towards one of the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild in the Jun Tian domain. Because the divine gold immortal liquid that was compensated to the Jun family still needed to be mobilized from here, he didn't have that much himself. At night, Gu Xinghe was cultivating his divine soul power. The most important thing about their position as alchemists was their spiritual power. However, just as he was oblivious and devoted to his cultivation, he did not realize that a slender figure had suddenly appeared in the middle of his room. Who? Gu Xinghe looked over with a grave expression on his face. Although he was an alchemist, his cultivation was not weak and had already reached the realm of the lesser saints. His spiritual power had even reached the great saint realm, otherwise he wouldn't have the ability to become the president of the Alchemist Guild. Chapter 13, Go! Kill Yi Chen. What? It's only been a few days since I've seen you, old thing, and you don't recognize me? Junling Tian turned his back to Gu Xinghe and played with the treasures in his room. It's you, that little brat from the Jun family? How did you get in here? Didn't I already have someone send the compensation for your Jun family? Gu Xinghe asked with a frown. The headquarters of their Alchemist Guild was manned by Saint Emperor cultivators, and his own spiritual power had reached the great saint realm. This Junling Tian was able to feel his way in silently. How was this possible? Did the Jun family really intend to destroy his Alchemist Guild? How did I get in here? Walked in. Of course. Junling Tian casually threw the collection in his hands, then turned to look over. With just one glance, that Gu Xinghe felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, and his entire divine soul was about to explode. An extreme pain instantly spread throughout his entire divine soul, causing his entire body to tremble. Facing this look from Junling Tian, it was as if he was facing the entire heaven and earth, the entire heavenly Tao. After Junling Tian averted his gaze, he was drenched to the skin, his lips were shivering, and his face was white. The whole thing looked as if it had been underwater for months. Fear, helplessness, despair, and other emotions came over him like a tidal wave. How is it possible? How is this possible? The great emperor. Surprisingly, it's a great emperor. Guessing this result in his heart, every hair of Gu Xinghe's sweat stood on end. The Jun family's young lord was actually a great emperor? Such an absurd fact was laid out so nakedly in front of him, leaving him no choice but to believe it. Gu Xinghe wanted to raise his head to take a look at Junling Tian's true appearance, but as soon as that thought appeared in his mind, he felt a crisis of certain death. The true face of a great emperor was not something he could peer into, including his previous memories of his face with Junling Tian on top of the Jun family's wedding. They also gradually disappeared at this moment, and were completely erased after a few moments. Why are you keeping your head down and not daring to look at me? Earlier you weren't in this posture in my Jun family. Junling Tian lazily leaned back on a chair, his right hand propped up against his cheek. Your Imperial Excellency, it was my fault for being reckless in the Jun family earlier. I hope your Imperial Excellency will bear with me. Gu Xinghe's mind was racing at the moment, thinking about what he should say and do. It was only then that this great god could be sent away. However, when Junling Tian heard this, he picked up a spirit fruit on the table for himself and took a bite. I heard that you're Yi Chen's master? No. That Yi Chen and I haven't formally paid our respects. We're not masters yet. Gu Xinghe, who heard these words, finally found a silver lining in things. Oh, you mean you're going to take that Yi Chen as your disciple soon? No, your Imperial Excellency. You've misunderstood. I have nothing to do with that Yi Chen, and I don't intend to take him on as a disciple again. Gu Xinghe hurriedly opened his mouth to explain, the cold sweat on his body soaking the floor. At the same time he understood. It turned out that the culprit of all this was that Yi Chen. That's not true. Even if you robbed a bride, you robbed the ancient family, the Jun family. It's fine to rob the Jun family's kiss, but now you're telling me that the one you're robbing is actually the kiss of a great emperor? Are you crazy? At the same time, he cursed Yi Chen's ancestors in his heart. Damned Yi Chen. If it wasn't for you, how would I have offended a great emperor and suffered this crisis of certain death? Feeling the hint of killing intent in Junling Tian's eyes earlier, Gu Xinghe decided that from now on, he would set aside his relationship with that Yi Chen, and he swore in his heart that he would never accept Yi Chen as his disciple again in this life. And just as Gu Xinghe swore in his heart that he would no longer accept Yi Chen as his disciple, a system beep sounded in Junling Tian's ears. Ding! The host caused ancient Star River to loathe and hate Yi Chen, and vowed not to take him as a disciple again, causing the Qi luck value of the son of Qi, Yi Chen, to be damaged, and plundering his Qi luck value of 1,000 points. As Junling Tian plundered 1,000 points of Yi Chen's Qi luck value, the black mass of Qi luck above his head finally slowly transformed into white. Not bad. Just by scaring this old thing, we can harvest 1,000 points of Yi Chen's Qi value. It seems like this old thing plays a crucial role in Yi Chen's cultivation career. Junling Tian had a smile on his face, but Gu Xinghe did not dare to raise his head. Thinking that he would need to use this old thing next, he planned to take it in for the time being. Junling Tian then lifted his finger and pointed it in the direction of the ancient Star River, and a ray of light instantly disappeared into the other party's brow. And this light was clearly a top-level divine ability of the Devil Dao that he had cultivated, Dao Heart-Seeding Devil. This divine principle does not change anything about the enchanted person, including behavior, memories, personality, and physical cultivation. It could be said that the current Gu Xinghe was still the original Gu Xinghe, but in his heart he had willingly recognized Junling Tian as his master. Master! Ancient Xinghe knelt on the ground with a respectful look on his face. Get up! Junling Tian said in a faint voice. Then a legacy jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand and casually threw it to Gu Xinghe. This is the Imperial Grade Alchemy secret art, which has all sorts of Dan formulas and refining techniques. I hope you won't let me down and break through to the Imperial Grade Alchemist at an early date. My subordinate kneels to thank my lord for the law. Although Gu Xinghe knelt down with all 5 bodies, his heart was unusually happy and excited. This was the equivalent of an Emperor Grade Alchemist's legacy. Its value was incalculable. One must know that even if he was the president of the Alchemist Guild, what he cultivated was only an alchemy inheritance that had arrived at the Saint Exalted Realm. Yi Chen is a person I dislike very much, so you can see to it. Understood, master. Subordinate knows what to do. Kneeling on the ground, Gu Xinghe had already thought of some plans to deal with Yi Chen in his mind. Oh, by the way, those few old men of the Saint Emperor Realm and Saint Zun Realm have already been controlled by me, so in the future, you can rest assured that you will be able to control the entire Alchemist Guild. After saying this, Junling Tian threw the spirit fruit in his hand. With that, the entire person instantly disappeared in place, and there was no fluctuation in space, as if they hadn't come. It was only after a long time that Gu Xinghe realized that Junling Tian was gone. Then he once again bowed. Greetings, master. After another period of time, Gu Xinghe calmed his mind, and only then did he remember that he still had important things left to do. Come on, man. As Gu Xinghe opened his mouth, Gu Xinghe's personal guard, a Grand Saint Realm expert, appeared in Gu Xinghe's room. President, what are your orders? Go, kill that Yi Chen for me. With a wave of his big hand, Gu Xinghe directly wanted Yi Chen's dog's life. No, President, isn't that Yi Chen your shut-in disciple that you've been searching for thousands of years? That personal guard was a bit dumbfounded. Normally he wouldn't ask more questions, but this mission was too unexpected. A while ago, he even stood up for his beloved disciple and helped compensate for the divine gold immortal liquid. You're going to kill each other in the next little while? What's wrong with you? Chapter 14, Swire God Clan Jishu Eloa. Oh, it used to be, but it isn't anymore, so get on with it. Gu Xinghe spoke faintly, his eyes narrowing. Yes, President. That great sage realm personal guard just wanted to leave, but was once again called out by Gu Xinghe. Wait. First, notify the 9 heavens and 10 earths that Yi Chen is restricted to repay the divine gold immortal liquid owed to the Alchemist Guild within half a year, and then slaughter it after that. At this moment, Gu Xinghe only felt that his mind had become intelligent after recognizing Junling Tian as his master. He also knew to let Yi Chen pay back the divine gold immortal liquid owed to their Alchemist Guild before slaughtering. Got it, President. That great sage realm cultivator led the way. On the other hand, Yi Chen, who was currently rushing back to the Red Dust Domain with Tantai Ruowei, suddenly experienced a tremor in his body. Just now, he suddenly felt as if he had lost something in the underworld. But again, I don't know what was lost. Brother Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, let's go. We'll be back to the Red Dust Domain in another 3 months. Yi Chen put away the doubts in his heart and opened his mouth. Meanwhile, Junling Tian had already returned to his chambers. Even if the Jun family and the Alchemist Guild's headquarters were separated by billions of miles, it wouldn't take the great Emperor Realm cultivator much time to make the round trip. When there are fewer. Uncle Fu, the butler who had previously communicated the information to the Tantai family, came behind Junling Tian and bowed slightly. Young lord, I heard that after the Tantai family received the news that Tantai Ruowei had run away from the wedding, not only did they not come to apologize, but they also made a big deal out of proclaiming that Yi Chen was their son-in-law. Oh, interesting. Hearing this, Junling Tian's expression was somewhat playful. Young lord, do you think you want the old slave to personally go and exterminate the Tantai family? Uncle Fu spoke in a flat tone and offered. It was as if destroying a large ancient race was as simple as waving his hand. And that was exactly what happened. Because this Uncle Fu was not only the butler of the Jun family, but also Junling Tian's personal guard, an absolute powerhouse whose cultivation was as high as the Saint Emperor Realm. If not for the fact that Junling Tian was at the Great Emperor Realm cultivation level, it would have been impossible to think that such a weak old man's cultivation would be so strong. As for the Tantai family, As an ancient clan with an inheritance of hundreds of thousands of years, the highest cultivated old ancestor nowadays was a saint emperor, but it was a dying saint emperor. No, don't move the Tantai family for now. I'll keep it for another use. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. Just then, Ji Yao's voice came from outside the door. Tianer, are you in there, Tianer? Mother, what brings you here? Junling Tian greeted him with a smile. Seeing this, Uncle Fu bowed and opened his mouth with great eyesight. Madam, young master, the old slave will take his leave first. After saying that, he slowly retreated. What? You don't welcome your mother when I come over? Ji Yao spoke in a feigned tone. She had been busy with family matters and hadn't properly spent time with her own child for several years. Why yes, mother. I'm more than happy to have you here. Come, see if the child has changed. Junling Tian held Ji Yao's hand on top of his cheek. You've got a knack for coaxing me, kid. Ji Yao pinched Junling Tian's cheeks, a pout in her tone, and the latter's face showed an ingratiating look. I have come today to tell you that your mother and I have rearranged another marriage for you. Who is it? The expression on Junling Tian's face that heard these words slightly tightened. Speaking of which, it's that girl Shiro. What? Surprisingly, it's that Shueluo girl? Hearing the name Shueluo, an extremely sweet and lovely face surfaced in Junling Tian's mind. It was a little girl that his own mother had brought to Jun's house for a visit when he was little. All day long, he followed Junling Tian's buttocks and shouted nonstop, Ling Tian brother. And it's been 20 or 30 years since we've seen each other. Yes, that's the little girl. Ji Yao nodded. But don't underestimate her. She's now the goddess of the Swire God clan, and her natural talent is even more powerful in suppressing the prides of her generation, so she can be called invincible at the same level. Oh, is that little girl all that powerful now? A smile appeared on Junling Tian's face while in his heart, he was thinking, what kind of expression would have become on the face of the little kid who followed him before if he knew that he was now about to become my fiancé? So you don't have a problem with it? It's all up to mother. Junling Tian responded with a smile. He did not have too high a demand for marriage as his cultivation level today was already that of a great emperor. If there were requirements, I'm afraid that there aren't many in the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands that could match him. And Ji Shueluo, that girl, he didn't count as particularly fond of. But he didn't hate her either. In that case, it's settled. Right now, that girl Shueluo is still in seclusion. Half a year from now, when the Taigushan clan organizes the clan competition, I'll take you to have a proper meeting with that girl. Ji Yao had a smile on her face. Originally she had thought that Junling Tian would receive some blowback for this bride snatching, but now it seemed as if she had overthought it. After reconfirming Junling Tian's marriage, Ji Yao chatted with Junling Tian some more about family matters. It was only after a long time that they left Junling Tian's chambers with a great deal of fondness. 2 months later, Gu Xiener and her group finally returned to the Gu clan of the Swift Immortal race, and Gu Xiener also found her father, the contemporary Taiku Immortal clan's clan chief Gu Changqing, and informed him of what had happened at the banquet. Cough cough for a wild boy. You're actually going to help compensate him with so much divine gold immortal liquid? What do you say you figure him for? Gu Changqing, who was originally drinking tea, sprayed out a mouthful of tea violently after hearing Gu Xiener's words, choking several times. He had actually heard about it before Gu Xiener said it, but after hearing Gu Xiener say it herself, his heart still hated him a little. When Gu Xiener requested to lead the team to the Jun family for the banquet, he felt that something was fishy. After all, it's always been disliked these social occasions. It turned out that it was all for this wild boy called Jichen. I don't care. Father, you love Xiener the most. You will definitely help me, right? Okay, father, you're the best. Gu Xiener couldn't help but pout. This was a trick she used often. Every time she did something wrong she would do so, and every time she pouted, Gu Changqing would help her solve the mess she had broken into, which could be said to be tried and true. You ah. Although Gu Changqing was furious inwardly, he couldn't hold back his precious daughter's petulant octogenarian. Finally decided to spoil his daughter for once. Who let this girl be born to his white moon and died in childbirth to give birth to her? Moreover, Gu Xiener was also the most gifted of this generation of the Swire Immortal race, and was expected to ask for the Emperor realm. So, father is saying yes? Gu Xiener, who heard these words, was elated. Chapter 15, Risk of Extermination? Alright, I'll have someone send the Jun family's compensation. Although the doubling of that bride price was quite a lot, the Taiku Immortal clan, as the top power of the Taiku Immortal domain in charge of one of the 9 heavens, that's not even on the radar. However, just as the father-daughter duo were discussing further about how to compensate the Jun family, the Taiku Immortal clan's warning imperial bell, the Taiku Immortal bell. Suddenly there was an unmistakable sound of urgency. 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9. That Swire Immortal race's imperial weapon. The Swire Immortal bell. is still ringing non-stop, and the expressions on the faces of the clansmen of the swift immortal race changed again and again under the sound of this swift immortal race. What? 9 rings of the bell? The danger of extinction? The Taiku Immortal Clan's Emperor-level clan protection formation automatically opened, wrapping the entire Taiku Immortal Clan in it. The Sacred Realm absolute powerhouses in the various Immortal Temple Divine Islands were all awakened by the sound of the bell. All of them came to the outside world at this moment, and stood in mid-air. And after Gu Changqing had instructed Gu Xianer, he also hurried over at this moment. What has happened? Why did the ancient immortal bell, which hasn't rung for millions of years, actually ring at this moment? And it still rings 9 times. The crowd looked at each other with a grave look on their faces. Don't be in a hurry. Let me ask the bell spirit of the Swire Immortal Bell. After Gu Changqing finished saying this, his hands quickly pinched a raw and arcane spell, trying to communicate with the bell spirit of the Swire Immortal Bell. A moment later, Gu Changqing's face was ugly to the extreme as he looked over his head. A great Emperor Realm absolute powerhouse has come, and he's also hostile to my Taigu Immortal race. What? Great Emperor Realm? And holding hostile intentions? Patriarch? Are you kidding? The people of the Swift Immortal race who were present all changed color at those words. As high-ranking personnel of the Swift Immortal race, although they knew that living great emperors existed in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, they hadn't seen a great emperor appear for millions and millions of years. And now Gu Changqing was telling them that a great emperor was coming to trouble their Swift Immortal race with hostile intentions? Who's in trouble? The question on everyone's mind at the moment is who messed with it. It was impossible for a great emperor to come to seek trouble from a top family with deep roots like theirs for good reason. Unless someone provoked it. Check. Go and investigate for me right away. Find out who in the clan has actually invited a great emperor to the clan. Gu Changqing almost roared out in anger. He secretly vowed in his heart that as long as he uncovered the person who had provoked the great emperor, he would definitely kill him on the spot, no matter who it was. Otherwise, it was simply impossible to extinguish the fury of a great emperor. And it was in the gap between Gu Changqing finishing his sentence. A figure suddenly appeared above their heads without warning. It was a figure that exuded the divine radiance of the Tao. It was millions of feet tall, and the entire person was wrapped in a 9-colored mist, so the outline could only be vaguely seen. In the void, because a great emperor had descended, true spirit shadows constantly appeared and knelt down. The dense imperial might unreservedly swept towards the entire Taiku Immortal Realm. Some sleeping saint emperors, saint Zuns, and even old monsters of the Supreme Realm were awakened as a result. Surprisingly, an Emperor Realm has entered the world. Who is it? The lords of the Forbidden Lands such as the Land of Burial, the Tomb of the Unknown God, and the Blood Demon's Earth felt this imperial might. With divine light in their eyes, they all used their great magical powers to look over in the direction of the Taiku Immortal region across the endless void. Dare to spy on this emperor? Who gave you the guts? With a flash of divine light from Junling Tian's eyes, all of these veteran lords of the Emperor Realm who had attempted to pry were shaken backward. The first time, a small punishment. If there is a next time, this emperor will definitely come to the door. These words were clearly imprinted in the minds of these great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. For a moment, it caused waves of shock to rise in the hearts of this group of veteran great emperors. What? Surprisingly, it's an Emperor Realm consummate. How is this possible? Although they were both at the great Emperor Realm, facing Junling Tian caused a sense of powerlessness to arise in them. This feeling of powerlessness allowed them to clearly recognize the gap between themselves and Junling Tian, this newly promoted great emperor who had never appeared before. They were not to be outmatched. Alas! I'm afraid this Taiku Immortal Realm is about to change. Shaking their heads, all the great Emperor Realm powerhouses of the 9 heavens and 10 lands all tacitly proceeded to do their own things at this moment. It was as if they had not seen Junling Tian enter the world. In the meantime, after seeing the godly body that covered the sky above their heads, everyone in the Taiku Immortal race was dumbfounded. As for Junling Tian, he did not beat much after arriving and directly lifted his own foot and stomped down hard towards the Taiku Immortal Clan's clan protection formation. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, Your Imperial Highness. Gu Changqing, the patriarch of the Taiku Immortal race, hid behind an emperor-level formation and spoke to the mysterious great emperor who had suddenly arrived in the sky. He really didn't know how the Taiku Immortal race had offended the other party, and although he had gone to investigate now, he hadn't found out anything yet, so now he just wants to stabilize his opponent first. However, after Junling Tian heard his words, he snorted. Misunderstanding? This emperor lets you misunderstand. This emperor lets you misunderstand. As Junling Tian spoke, he directly lifted his big foot that was as huge as the heavens and emanated a strange Tao rhythm. Rapidly trampling down, he explosively kicked up the emperor-level formation of the Swift Immortal Clan's clanland. 1 foot, 2 feet, 3 feet. Soon, the Taiku immortal race's clan protection formation dimmed. If it wasn't for the fact that Junling Tian hadn't exerted much strength at all, with just one kick, this clan protection formation would have fallen apart. Your Imperial Excellency, don't bully people too much. Gu Changqing didn't know the other party's exact cultivation level, and thought it was just a newly promoted Great Emperor who had just entered the Great Emperor realm. Seeing that the other party's softness was not eaten, he was then inwardly a bit annoyed. He, the swift immortal race, was at least the top hegemon of this 9 heavens and 10 lands, an existence in charge of a domain, and as the patriarch of the swift immortal race, he was even more scenic. When had he ever received such birdish anger? You who? You want to be tough? You also have to have that ability. Today this emperor will bully you. What can you do to this emperor? Junling Tian said and again seemed to be out of breath as he once again stomped several feet violently towards the imperial formation of the swift immortal race. It caused the entire Taiku immortal race's clan land to shake as if it were an earthquake. Gu Changqing's face was ugly as hell as he looked at the mysterious emperor outside the imperial formation who had gone soft. Although their swift immortal clan's clan protection formation was an emperor formation, it was still somewhat insufficient to face a party of truly great emperors. If the other party moved for real, then it wouldn't take long for his swift immortal race's emperor formation to fall apart and shatter and dissipate. And there must be a reason for a great emperor to come to find trouble with his swire immortal race. It was impossible to find trouble with them for no reason. So now he just wanted to know where the cause of this lay, and only then could he prescribe the right remedy. Patriarch, should we awaken the sleeping saint ancestor? At this time, a clan elder suddenly spoke tentatively to Gu Changqing. Awakening my ass. Can a sacred ancestor over a great emperor? Gu Changqing didn't speak in a good mood. Chapter 16, Visiting the Taiku Immortal Race. In fact, his swift immortal race still had sleeping paramount emperor ancestors in existence, and there was more than one. But even if a quasi-emperor ancestor awakened, he wouldn't be able to do the slightest thing in the face of a great emperor, and if he were to upset the other party, a slap would likely turn all of his swift immortal race's quasi-emperor ancestors into flying dust. When the time comes, his swift immortal race won't even have a place to cry. What the people present didn't know was that the saint ancestors located in the ancestral land of the swire immortal race that were originally sleeping had all awakened at this moment. Outside, the emperor's might was monstrous, and the ground was still shaking like an earthquake from time to time like a crazy tremor. Who could still sleep? Ahem. 50. There's a bit of a commotion outside. Go see what's going on. In the middle of the ancestral land of the swire immortal race, that oldest saint ancestor suddenly opened his mouth. What? Why me? That 50th rank sacred ancestor was directly dumbfounded at the words. The one coming from outside was a genuine great emperor. Moreover, with the vigor of chi and blood and the majesty of life force, one could see that they were great emperors at the peak of their prime. Who knew what kind of character this great emperor had? What if he slapped him to death at the drop of a hat? Because you're the youngest. The other saint ancestors answered his question in unison when they heard this. Isuzu. In the end, the 50 ancestors still stepped in, but when he came to the outside world from within the ancestral land, looking at the monstrous imperial might that permeated outside the grand formation, even if he was a saint exalt, he couldn't help but shiver. It's 50 ancestors. The 50 ancestors have come out, so they should be able to teach that madman from the outside world a lesson, right? A young son of the swift immortal race who couldn't see the situation clearly opened his mouth. They didn't know that the one outside was an exalted great emperor. After all, they couldn't reach great emperors with their rank and level. However, they were aware of how powerful the saint ancestor of the slumbering ancestral land was. That was already considered an invincible existence in their eyes. However, the ideal is very rich, the reality is very bony. Your Imperial Excellency, welcome to my swift immortal race as a guest. That sacred ancestor accompanied him with a smile and a flattering look. Directly, those children of the Taiku immortal race who were expecting the saint ancestor to show off his divine power were dumbfounded. All of them looked at the current situation with a confused look on their faces. Since the holy ancestors were all here, shouldn't they have asked them to open the great formation and go outside to slap that madman into flying dust in 3 or 2 swipes? What's with the smiley face? Right. It's still you old fools who know what's good for you. I'm just here as a guest, so hurry up and remove this turtle shell of yours. Junling Tian also spoke with great approval when he heard this, and there was a smile in his tone. As the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. In fact, he is now almost out of anger, and his purpose has almost been achieved, so he does not intend to do it again. Although those old living quasi-emperors of the swift immortal race were not his opponents, however, he knew that a living great emperor existed in this Taiku immortal race as well. However, this great emperor's chi and blood had decayed and his lifespan was few, but he still had to give some face more or less. Besides, in the end, The Swire immortal race siding with Yi Chen was only something that the little girl called Gu Xian'er had decided on her own. At that time, the Taiku immortal clan's clan chief, Gu Changcheng, should not have known about this matter. However, when 50 ancestors heard this, they instantly wanted to slap themselves twice on the mouth. What's wrong with saying that the other party is here as a guest, and now the other party wants to come in? So is it to be released or not to be released? He did not know what was in the current Jun Ling Tian's mind, so he asked again, tentatively, "Dare I ask your Imperial Excellency, has my swift immortal race ever offended you?" "Oh, no, this emperor is just in a bad mood. Looking at your Taiku immortal race is unpleasant. Want to step on your Taiku immortal race twice, can I?" Jun Ling Tian casually waved his hand and spoke. Upon hearing this, the corners of that saint ancestor's mouth couldn't help but twitch. A great emperor, stepping on his Swire immortal race just because he's in a bad mood? Are all the great emperors so idle now? You're lying. But what the other man said was what he said, and he wasn't going to be stupid enough to refute it again. Stomp. Feel free to step on it, as long as His Imperial Highness is happy. The sacred ancestor nodded his head and said. However, they then had the good sense to revoke the clan protection formation and respectfully welcomed Jun Ling Tian in. The family ancestor doesn't have much longevity left, so I guess he won't be able to come out to greet your Imperial Excellency. So I hope your Imperial Excellency will bear with me. The Gu clan saint ancestor had placed his stance very low. After all, that great emperor of their swift immortal clan had a short lifespan. There's no harm in that. That old man doesn't interest this emperor. This emperor is here for only two things. First, the swift immortal race submits to me, or else, perish. Jun Ling Tian spoke indifferently, his tone overbearing to the extreme. What? That saint ancestor's face was shocked and suspicious when he heard this. Just then, an old sigh reached his ears. Ugh, promise him. The voice was clearly that of that great emperor ancestor of the swift immortal race. Yes, old ancestor. That sacred mirror old ancestor responded with some reluctance. With that, he agreed to Jun Ling Tian's first condition. Second, call that little girl named Gu Xian'er from your swift immortal clan. What? Xian'er, that girl? Hearing this, the 50 ancestors were once again shocked inwardly. Gu Xian'er, he really did know who it was. Being the person with the strongest talent in this generation of the swift immortal race, it was just unknown why this great emperor was looking for Gu Xian'er. But in the end, 50 ancestors still ordered someone to go and bring Gu Xian'er over. Right. This emperor remembers that Watsatol swift immortal liquid from your swift immortal race is quite good. Give this emperor some. And don't give too much. Just 100 or 80 pounds. Jun Ling Tian picked up his teacup and took a sip. After a moment's reflection, he couldn't help but nod. Well, not bad. Pack me 10 or 8 pounds of this tea as well. However, upon hearing these words, that saint ancestor's entire body instantly stiffened in place. He hadn't transitioned from his original identity yet, hence the demeanor. This eating and taking, he had never seen such a shameless great emperor. That was a Taiku immortal liquid. All of his Taiku immortal clan stock combined was only like 100 pounds. And in order to entertain Jun Ling Tian, the tea brewed is the enlightenment tea leaves that can sense the great Tao. His Swire immortal clan only has 10 or so pounds of this. 2 words from this great emperor directly emptied the entire swift immortal race of 2 divine items. However, he didn't dare not to give it, and could only order his clan to go fetch these 2 divine items once again. After all, the entire swift immortal race was now at the mercy of the other party. A little while later, Gu Xian'er was found by Gu Changcheng and then brought towards the great hall of the swift immortal race. Xian'er, remember, when the time comes, you'll answer whatever His Imperial Highness asks, and whatever His Imperial Highness says. You mustn't be able to be as capricious as usual. Gu Changcheng admonished Gu Xian'er, fearing that she would once again cause any trouble. Don't worry, father. I will absolutely do what father says. Gu Xian'er was also restraining her usual capricious temper at the moment, with a look of nervous excitement on her face. It was because the figure of Jun Ling Tian's divine might that covered the world earlier was still imprinted in her mind. Moreover, she had never seen what a great emperor looked like in her life, and after this time, she would have something to blow on. When Gu Xian'er arrived at the main hall, Jun Ling Tian was sitting at the top seat sipping tea. Late Gu Changcheng, late Gu Xian'er, I pay my respects to His Imperial Excellency. Gu Changcheng and Gu Xian'er directly bowed their heads in worship. This was a sign of respect for a great emperor powerhouse. No matter if you are the head of a top-tier power or the head of an immortal Dao system, all of them must be like this. Chapter 17, Accepting Gu Xian'er as an apprentice. Seeing Gu Xian'er arrive, Jun Ling Tian slowly put down the teacup in his hand and used his eye of scrying to look over. Name, Gu Xian'er. Identity, young master of the Swire immortal race. Cultivation, early avatar realm. Physique, Xianluan glazed body, unawakened. Destiny, red face, purple, daughter of fortune, purple. Luck value, 99.99. Surprisingly, it's the immortal Wan Lioli body, and the chi value is surprisingly high at 9,999. After looking at Gu Xiener's information, Junling Tian's heart was a little strange and astonished. Earlier when he was in the Jun family, he had only cursorily swept a glance at this Gu Xiener. What I didn't expect was that the other party was actually in an immortal Wan Lioli body. This type of physique was an absolutely rare physique, because if one were to dual cultivate with it, one's cultivation progress would be increased by several times. The main thing was that the speed of divine soul power enhancement was even more terrifying, and it could also help others cast a glazed indestructible body. It could be said that this Gu Xiener was simply the topmost cauldron in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It was also fortunate that her immortal Wan Lioli body had not awakened, or else even the Swire immortal race would not necessarily be able to protect her. I guess the current her is afraid that she's mistakenly thought to be in the Red Luan sacred body. The Red Luan sacred body was also a special physique that could be ranked in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but compared to the immortal Luan glazed body it was far worse. Not awakening the value of chi are 9,999. If this immortal Luan glazed body awakened, that is not a proper golden legend. Thinking of this, Junling Tian intended to change his previous plan. Gu Changqing, right? I heard that you, the swift immortal race, sided with Yi Chen and wanted to make enemies of the Jun family? Junling Tian's eyes lifted slightly as he gazed at Gu Changqing below. What? Siding with Yi Chen? Against the Jun family? It's something he didn't even do. At this moment, Gu Changqing was a bit confused. He really didn't remember doing such a thing. The current him finally knew the origin of this great emperor, and it turned out that he was actually related to the Jun family. Could it be that this great emperor is from the Jun family? Is this here to take it out on that Jun family young lord? Gu Xiener lowered her head, and in her heart, she had roughly guessed the other party's intentions. This is coming to get her. Evergreen, say, what exactly have you done? Offended His Imperial Excellency. Quickly confess. The saint ancestor of the Swire immortal race also scolded in a stern voice. Injustice, old ancestor. Gu Changqing was truly in a daze at the moment, and he swore that if he found the clan member who had offended the great emperor powerhouse, he would definitely break him into pieces. Not a bit of fellowship will remain. If you don't speak up again, you will be dismissed from your position as patriarch today. That sacred ancestor directly gave a harsh word. This caused the father-daughter duo kneeling on the ground to all look startled. Damn, what the hell is going on here? At this moment, Gu Changqing gritted his teeth, his heart hating the clan member who had angered the great emperor. However, right at this moment, Gu Xiener, who had been kneeling, spoke up. One man does what one man does, and since His Imperial Excellency has come to look for my daughter, why should he make things difficult for my father? Gu Xiener suddenly spoke at this time. Although he did not dare to look directly at Junling Tian, there was a stubborn look on his face. What? Could it be that you caused all this trouble? Xiener? Gu Changqing, who heard this, was incredulous. The clan member who put him in such a bad situation was his daughter? And at this time, one of the elders of the Swift Immortal race suddenly hurriedly arrived in the Great Hall of the Swift Immortal race. Your Imperial Excellency, Elder Ancestor, Family Head, it's clear. That elder fell to his knees, his head buried low. Seeing that Junling Tian had no intention of speaking, the saint ancestor of the Swire immortal race directly rebuked loudly. What the hell happened? Come on. Reporting back to the old ancestor. Some time ago when the young matriarch traveled to the Jun family to attend the Jun family's young lord's wedding, he even sided with a nameless kid named Yi Chen in front of everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, causing my Swire immortal race to be completely on the opposite side of the Jun family. That elder briefly described the incident. What? Fairy, is this true? Gu Changqing looked at his precious daughter with a somewhat grimace on his face. Pitiful. If today's matter was not handled well, then he would definitely be jerked off this patriarch position. Father, indeed, Gu Xiener graciously admitted it. Your Imperial Excellency, today's matter is all the work of me, Gu Xiener, and I alone will bear any consequences. Gu Xiener raised her head in chest. Even if she fell today, she had no regrets because it was her own brother Yi Chen. Sinner, shut up. Gu Changqing directly slapped Gu Xiener's face. Bright red and incomparable slap marks instantly surfaced, contrasting sharply with the white face. Father, you hit me? Gu Xiener's eyes glittered with tears, her face wearing an unbelievable expression. She had stood up and taken the fall for her father. So why did the other guy hit her? What kind of backstabbing is it when you don't realize that she caused this whole thing? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Gu Changqing had beaten her in order to save her little life. Otherwise, in the event of the emperor's wrath, both his father and daughter's little lives would be in jeopardy. Pa, it's you I'm hitting. Gu Changqing once again fiercely threw out a slap, directly knocking Gu Xiener to the ground and drawing blood from the corners of her mouth. At a certain moment, he really hated this daughter of his. To say that these 2 slaps of Gusianer did not have personal emotions in it, that was absolutely false. From today onwards, you will be punished with a closed door, and you will not be allowed to have the slightest dealings with that Yi Chen again. After saying these words, Gu Changqing spoke again facing Jun Lingtian. Your Imperial Excellency, the latecomer has failed to teach his daughter properly and is willing to cut off 1,000 years of his lifespan by himself. So I hope that your Imperial Excellency will forgive me, Gu Changqing said, and directly chopped off his 1,000 years of longevity. In the next moment, his originally dark hair was instantly colored with a few strands of white. The face was also much older in an instant. Get up! Jun Lingtian's palm rested slightly, and Gu Changqing's father and daughter were helped up. Seeing that Jun Lingtian did not seem to have any malicious intent anymore, all the people present could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although Gu Xiener stood up, her image was extremely wretched. In the next instant, with a direct wave of his hand, Jun Lingtian restored the injuries on Gu Xiener's body as good as new. This made Gu Xiener's heart not feel much worse about Jun Lingtian. After all, since she had entered the middle of the Great Hall, Jun Lingtian had said a word, and it was Gu Changqing who had just hit her. It wasn't like it was Jun Lingtian. Gu Xiener, would you like to worship this emperor as your teacher? Jun Lingtian spoke indifferently. What? The Saint Exalted Realm ancestor of the Swire immortal race and the Gu Changqing duo all froze slightly when they heard this. Even Gu Xiener was dumbfounded at the moment, not reacting. However, a moment later, Gu Changqing and that Saint Exalted Realm 50 ancestor were inwardly ecstatic. Xiener, what are you still waiting for? Why don't you kneel down and worship your master? Seeing that Gu Xiener was still frozen in place, not knowing what she was thinking, Gu Changqing hurriedly urged. Xiener pays her respects to her master. Gu Xiener fell to her knees in some bewilderment and performed the great salute of worship 3 times. Well, not bad. This is a gift of worship for you from your master. With a wave of his hand, Jun Lingtian gave Gu Xiener the hundreds of pounds of swift immortal liquid that he had just obtained, as well as the enlightenment tea leaves. Thank you, master. Gu Xiener put the things into her storage ring, and her original not-so-good mood instantly turned a lot better. For Jun Lingtian was no longer so repulsive. After all, having a great emperor as a teacher was something that how many people could only come across. While that Saint Exalted Realm 50 ancestors saw this, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Old ancestor, what's wrong with you? Gu Changqing saw that his own old ancestor looked a bit strange, so he opened his mouth in a low voice and inquired. No, nothing. Although that Saint Exalted Realm old ancestor was a little heartbroken about his clan's divine objects, his heart was relieved when he thought that all of these had been given to Gu Xiener, and shortly after Gu Xiener paid her respects, the system's beep suddenly rang in Jun Lingtian's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for causing Gu Xiener to develop a favorable impression, and plundering Yi Chen's chi value by 100 points. Hearing the voice coming from his ears, the corners of Jun Lingtian's mouth rose slightly. It looks like this temporary change in one's plans is working. Let's go, apprentice. Master will give you one more gift. After Jun Lingtian had said this, he waved his hand and instantly left the swift immortal race with Gu Xiener in tow. After arriving in an unoccupied void, he laid down a boundary restriction. Master, why are we here? As Gu Xiener spoke, her eyes sneaked towards Jun Lingtian. Earlier, he didn't dare to look in the middle of the great hall of the swift immortal race, but now there was no one in the 4 corners of the room. Intense curiosity drove her to see what her master looked like, but to her disappointment, Jun Lingtian's entire face was shrouded in the 9-colored mist and could not be seen at all. I brought you here to tell you the secret about your physique. Jun Lingtian glanced at Gu Xiener, who immediately retracted her prying gaze in a vain manner. But how could this little trick be hidden from Jun Lingtian? The secret of my physique? Isn't my physique the Red Luan's sacred body? Gu Xiener was a bit confused as to what it meant when she heard this. No, your true physique is the immortal Luan Lioli body, which is ranked in the top 20 of the Physique 100 rankings. Ranked in the top 20 of the 100 power ranking? Immortal Luan glazed body? Hearing her master teacher say so, Gu Xiener was first a bit confused, but then it was replaced by excitement. Since her physique is so powerful, won't she take off? Seeing the excited look on Gu Xiener's face, how could Jun Lingtian not know what she was thinking? Don't be too happy for now. It's better to listen to me explain the characteristics of the immortal Luan Lioli body to you first. Immediately after, Jun Lingtian informed Gu Xiener of all the characteristics of the immortal Luan glazed body. What? A top-tier tripod furnace? Hearing this characteristic, Gu Xiener's entire little face couldn't help but turn a few shades of pale. As a cultivator, she still knew the meaning of a cauldron. And since her master teacher knew these words, could it be? As if she had thought of something, Gu Xiener suddenly felt a hint of wariness towards Jun Lingtian. What? Afraid I'll covet your divine body? Jun Lingtian let out a light laugh. If I coveted your body, I would not have to inform you of this. Gu Xianer also felt justified in hearing this, so she couldn't help but drop her guard. This is the inheritance left behind by Emperor Hongwon. It has been improved by me, and it carries the method of hiding the physique, which is just right for you to cultivate. Junling Tian pointed out with a single finger and imparted the improved version of the Red Luan Emperor's inheritance technique to Gu Xianer. The reason why the Red Luan Emperor's inheritance was given to Gu Xianer was because the Red Luan Emperor's physique at the time was also the immortal Luan glazed body. After checking out the powerful inheritance in her sea of consciousness, Gu Xianer's entire body was immersed. Junling Tian did not interrupt when he saw this. It was only after a few days that Gu Xianer woke up from her initiation. The feats before the Saint Realm alone have reached the level of the Emperor rank. Wouldn't a complete one be able to reach the very top of the Emperor rank? Thinking of this, Gu Xianer's gratitude towards Junling Tian overflowed. Master, why are you so kind to me? To be honest, Gu Xianer was somewhat touched by this. You are my only disciple. If I don't treat you well, who will? Seeing this, Junling Tian replied in a gentle tone. Ding! Gu Xianer's favorability towards the host has increased, plundering 50 points of Yi Chen's chi value. Hearing the system's beep, Junling Tian's expression did not change much. After all, he had directly plundered 1,000 points earlier. However, he knew that Gu Xianer's relationship with Yi Chen was not ordinary, so the matter could not be rushed. Come on, Master will help you awaken the immortal Luan Liuli body in your body, Junling Tian said and pinched his spell. He directly unsealed the immortal Luan Liuli body in Gu Xianer's body through the air. Feat level, mortal rank, Xian rank, earth rank, heaven rank, spirit rank, king rank, emperor rank, holy rank, supreme rank, imperial rank, immortal rank. Chapter 18 Goodbye Ning Hongwon. With Gu Xianer's immortal Luan Liuli body unsealed, although her looks hadn't changed much, but the whole aura of the person has changed dramatically. The whole person added a noble, sultry and seductive temperament, while the heaven and earth anomaly created by the unsealing was suppressed by Junling Tian. When Junling Tian once again used his eye of insight to look at Gu Xianer, the attributes found can only be described in 2 words, trenchant. Name, Gu Xianer. Identity, young master of the Swire immortal race. Cultivation level, middle of the Avatar realm. Physique, Xianluan glazed body. Numerology, redhead, gold, daughter of fortune, gold. Luck value, 20,000. Even Junling Tian's heart couldn't help but feel that this Gu Xianer was simply the favored child of the heavenly Tao when he saw this attribute panel. He then instructed it to cultivate the Red Luan Emperor's inheritance, allowing it to be formally initiated in place of the quasi-emperor rank techniques it had previously cultivated. Before leaving, Junling Tian did not forget to cast a means on Gu Xianer's body to prevent others from seeing her true physique. After all, it was a flower he'd raised, and he could have left it unpicked, but there was no way he was going to let anyone else pick it. By the time Junling Tian left, Gu Xianer's cultivation had already arrived at the early stage of the king's realm. During this period, Junling Tian effortlessly harvested another 100 points of chi luck value once again. It's also time to go to the Red Dust domain to see Yi Chen. Junling Tian, who had left the Taiku immortal domain, turned his head back towards the Red Dust domain, one of the 10 lands, and with Junling Tian's departure, following Yi Chen's bride snatching, another piece of news spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. That was the young master of the swift immortal race, Gu Xianer, who had actually worshipped a great emperor as her teacher. For a time, the swift immortal race was in the limelight, and their status in the 9 heavens and 10 lands was elevated by quite a bit. In the meantime, after months of trekking, Yi Chen had already successfully returned to the Red Dust Holy Land in the Red Dust domain with Tantai Ruowei. Ning Hongduan, on the other hand, had returned 2 months ago. After all, she was following the team of the top-tier power, the Red Dust Dao Palace. But she's been a little distracted since she's been back. Because of what happened to Yi Chen this time, it forced her to agree to the conditions put forth by the Red Dust Dao Palace. Night, dressed in a colorful red gauze palace dress, Ning Hongduan sat uneasily on top of the bed couch in her chambers. The mind pondered how to deal with what came next. Then right at that moment, a slender figure suddenly and silently appeared in her chambers. The figure was dressed in luxurious clothes and had a handsome face. It was clearly Junling Tian. Who? Ning Hongduan violently opened his eyes and slapped his palm over. The terrifying palm imprint with a terrifying palm intent instantly suppressed towards Junling Tian. However, before that palm print could reach Junling Tian, it had already dissolved into nothingness. How is that possible? Ning Hongduan's pupils shrunk at the sight, but after seeing Junling Tian's looks, a look of surprise appeared on his face again. Why you? She had thought of countless possibilities, but hadn't thought that the person coming was actually Junling Tian. What? Can't it be me? Junling Tian nonchalantly lay down on top of an alabaster recliner beside the bed. He took another bunch of spirit fruits similar to grapes from among the fruit plate and ate it. Seeing this, Ning Hongduan frowned slightly, his expression slightly odd, because that white jade recliner was usually the one she lay on. Seeing Junling Tian laying on it now would more or less create a bit of a strange feeling within her. But she couldn't open her mouth to kick someone out, because wouldn't that be even more embarrassing? What is your business here? Ning Hongchen frowned her eyebrows. She didn't understand that she had clearly sent Yi Chen's compensation over. Why is this Jun family's young master still chasing after them? Moreover, she had refreshed some perceptions in her mind about this Jun family's young lord. To be able to enter her chambers without her noticing, the other party's cultivation was at least at the Zunshi realm. It was because her cultivation level was the imperial realm perfection. Isn't it rumored in the outside world that this Jun family's young lord is only at the king's realm? It seems that the information from the outside world is false. This Jun family young lord is hiding very deeply. Glancing at the cynical Junling Tian, Ning Hongduan frowned and thought, me, came here to help you. Of course. Throwing the last spirit fruit into his mouth, Junling Tian turned his head towards Ning Hongchen. Help me? Help me with what? Ning Hongduan spoke tentatively. Don't pretend. You're about to become your own ancestor's cauldron. What do you say to help you? Junling Tian directly punctured the Red Dust Dao Palace's hidden secrets. It caused Ning Hongduan, who had heard this, to change his face again and again. How do you know? Ning Hongduan was inwardly shocked, and this matter was only known to a few top-tier ancestors of the Red Dust Dao Palace, and it was by chance that she learned of her destiny. So that's why she left the Red Dust Dao Palace and came out to found the Red Dust Holy Land. And to prove her talent, she made a bet with the Red Dust Dao Palace. As long as he was able to advance to the Great Sage Realm by himself within 100 years, he would be able to escape this calamity and take over the position of Palace Master of the Red Dust Dao Palace. There are only a handful of people who know the content of what is happening. Even the higher-ups of the Red Dust Dao Palace only knew that the old ancestor had made a bet with her, but they didn't know the specifics. I didn't expect that this Jun family's young master would know in such detail. He really had his hands full. Seeing the shocked look on Ning Hongchen's face, Junling Tian was not the least bit surprised. This time you helped Yi Chen, so I'm afraid you've already lost your qualifications to negotiate, right? When Ning Hongduan heard this, his pupils shrunk once more, because Junling Tian had guessed correctly. This time she had already broken the rules by misappropriating the resources of the Red Dust Dao Palace without authorization. That's why she's been so worried. Becoming a cauldron for others to cultivate in. She, Ning Hongdan, was not willing to do so. If Junling Tian did not come, she would most likely hand herself over to Yi Chen. However, Junling Tian's arrival allowed her to see another possibility. After thinking about it again and again, Ning Hongduan heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. How can you help me? This way. Is that enough? Junling Tian directly released a trace of imperial might. Ning Hongduan, who had originally stood up, was instantly pressed down to his knees, his entire person set on the ground and unable to move. If it wasn't for Junling Tian's quick retraction, this Ning Hongchen was afraid that she would have already perished. What? You're actually in the great imperial realm? It can't be. It can't be. Ning Hongduan couldn't stop himself from speaking excitedly, unbelief written all over his face, because the news was so powerful that it was hard to take in for a while. Now do you see why I was able to help you? Junling Tian, who had collected his breath, had a playful look on his face, but the latter did not respond to him in time. Since this Junling Tian's cultivation is as high as the great emperor realm, then why would he let Yi Chen snatch his concubine away? Could it be that this Junling Tian is trying to get me? At the moment, Ning Hongchen did not hear Junling Tian's words and was ruminating in her mind. Hey, what are you thinking? Junling Tian was somewhat speechless. This woman was truly not afraid of death, and she was able to go off on a tangent when her own great emperor was personally present. Chapter 19. What are you doing here? Ha? Oh. The reactive Ning Hongchen just wanted to call Junling Tian's name, but realized that she couldn't. It seemed that after he knew of Junling Tian's cultivation, the other party along with his name had become taboo. Your Imperial Excellency, what do you want from me? Well, recognize me as Lord. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. He had already thought of the next plan to harvest Yi Chen's chi luck value. As for Ning Hongduan, after hearing Junling Tian's words, an unspeakable look appeared on her face. Sure enough, I guessed it. This Jun family young lord is here to get me. Stealing a glance at Junling Tian, she however realized that now she had actually been unable to even see the other party's face. Don't be delusional. There's no way I'm going to submit to you. Ning Hongduan's heart crossed and he directly led his neck to death. It's so tiring to live. It's better to just die and get it over with. Don't be in such a hurry to answer. I can give you time to think about it. Think about your big brother's only daughter. Think about the sect you took great pains to create. and then think about your good disciple Yi-chen. If my guess is right, you like that disciple named Yi-chen, right? Junling Tian spoke to himself, his language filled with threats. He knew everything there was to know about Ning Hongwan, and Ning Hongwan's face was unsightly to the extreme after hearing what Junling Tian had said. His elder brother had fallen in order to save her in the first place, and had entrusted his only daughter to her before he died. If he died, he was afraid that it would not end well. After thinking about it for a while, Ning Hongwan had no choice but to give in. This was because so many years of hard work and pressure had long since exhausted Ning Hongsuan physically and mentally, and she had just thought about it for a moment. There was actually nothing wrong with hugging a great emperor's thigh. Ding! Successfully allowed Ning Hongwan to recognize his master, damaging Yi-Chen's chances and plundering 500 points of fortune value. Upon hearing the system's beep, Junling Tian inwardly pondered in his mind for a moment. Last time, he had harvested 1,000 points of chi luck value from subjugating ancient Star River. Now that he had subdued this, Ning Hongwan even gave only 500 points. It was obvious that this Ning Hongwan was still thinking about Yi-Chen in his heart. Looking again at Yi-Chen at this moment, is having a fit in the compound where he lives. Marred. That old thing Guxinga even went back on his word. Just now, the people from the Red Dust Domain Alchemist Guild had come to press him to repay his debt again. And there's just over a month left until the debt payment date. Said that if he didn't pay it back, he was going to get a carload of breadwinners from the Great Sage Realm to get him. Brother Yi-Chen, don't be angry. There's always a way. Tantai Ruowei opened her mouth in a persuasive manner from the side. Ways? What way? There's a ing way. And it's all because of you. At this moment, Yi-Chen's face was hideous as he roared out at Tantai Ruowei. But after roaring, he saw the look of fear, disappointment, and sadness on Tantai Ruowei's face. Yi-Chen had some regrets in his heart again, watching Tantai Ruowei cover her face and run towards the middle of her room. How could the macho man put his face down and apologize? Anyway, she'll be fine on her own in a few days. It's still imperative that we go to the master to get the Alchemist Guild's troubles out of the way. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen took a step towards Ning Hongwan's chambers. Ding! Tantai Ruowei's favorability towards Yi-Chen has decreased, plundering 50 points of his chi luck value. Hearing the system beeps coming from his ears, Junling Tian, who was currently lying on his bed, couldn't help but laugh a little. Ning Hongwan saw the corners of Junling Tian's mouth curling slightly, so she opened her mouth to ask, "What's the matter, Your Imperial Excellency? Call me Master." Junling Tian glanced at Ning Hongwan and spoke indifferently. "Yes, Master." Ning Hongwan's tone had a twinge in it, and her face flushed a bit, because it was the first time she had ever called another person Master. "Let's go. Your good disciple is here. Let's go meet him." As Junling Tian spoke, he directly picked up Ning Hongchen in his arms and appeared above the main seat in the front hall, and just laid it on his lap. "Master, you, don't move or I can't guarantee that anything will happen." Junling Tian's domineering voice caused Ning Hongchen to obediently shut her mouth. Right here and now, outside, a thunderclap suddenly rang out, and pouring rain fell from the sky. Damn this damn weather. Why is it raining at this hour? Yi-Chen inwardly cursed. Then he externalized his aura and cloaked himself in an invisible raincoat, and hurried towards his master's palace. Although his master's father wore a veil when he was in the Jun family before, he knew that it was his master's father. So now he not only planned to ask for his master's help, but he also went forward to thank his master so that his master would not be jealous. After all, he's pretty good at this aspect of relationships. Not long after, Yi-Chen stood in front of his master's chambers, still holding a bouquet of good-looking spirit flowers in his hands. Lightly touching the prohibition, he said, "Master, disciple Yi-Chen seeks an audience." Inside the temple, Ning Hongduan, who had heard his disciple's voice, finally realized what Junling Tian wanted. Seemingly thinking of something, her face had been covered with a haze of red, and a little panicked and overwhelmed at the same time. Why is this Yi-Chen coming over at this hour? Ning Hongchen had just wanted to let him leave when Junling Tian waved his hand to open that prohibition. When Yi-Chen saw this, he walked in with a smile on his face. "Master, this bouquet of flowers." Before the words were finished, Yi-Chen saw the two people above the main seat who were moving extremely closely. The entire head instantly went down, and the spirit flower held in his hand unconsciously fell to the ground. "It's you, Yi-Chen. Why are you here?" Junling Tian's hand around Ning Hongchen's waist tightened as he took the lead and spoke. Ning Hongduan, on the other hand, buried her head in Junling Tian's chest, too bashful to look up at her apprentice. "Why am I here? I was going to ask you what you're doing here." Yi-Chen, who had reacted, broke into a fit of rage. His face twisted abnormally. The anger was already on the verge of losing its mind. What did he see? The master teacher, who had long been regarded as one of his harem, had actually fallen into someone else's arms at this moment. And what the hell is that shy look on his face? Yi Chen! Shut up! Ning Hongduan shouted out angrily. This Junling Tian was a great emperor. How could Yi Chen dare to speak with such a tone and attitude? Do you hear me? Your master's father is telling you to shut up. What's your status? Whoa with me here. After Junling Tian finished speaking, he directly kissed Ning Hongchen on the cheek. The latter only moved his body slightly and did not resist. And that, in Yi Chen's opinion, was a refusal to welcome Master Yu. Yi Chen, who was furious and anxious, violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and his entire aura instantly withered. Ding! Yi Chen's Dao heart is damaged, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Hearing the familiar voice in his ears, Junling Tian's face could not help but reveal a smile. Chapter 20, Teacher and Disciple Breakup. Seeing that Yi Chen's Dao heart was damaged, although Ning Hongduan felt bad inside, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, it's better to have your moral heart damaged than to lose your life, right? Sinner! What are you doing here? Why don't you get lost? This angry cry completely drove Yi Chen insane. Ha 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 ha. Well. Good nah. Wanting me to leave so badly. Are you so impatient to climb into his Junling Tian's bed, Master Teacher? Yi Chen's eyes were covered in blood as he reached out and pointed his hand at Junling Tian, speaking without fear anymore. Ding! Yi Chen's master and disciple have a grudge against each other, plundering 200 points of chi luck value. Hearing the system's beeps coming from his ears once again, Junling Tian was practically smiling inside. Sins! Seek death! Hearing Yi Chen's insulting words, Ning Hongduan was enraged and fiercely slapped out a palm. The huge aura palm imprint slapped at Yi Chen's chest like lightning, instantly sending him spitting blood and flying backwards. It was only after a while that Yi Chen staggered up, and his entire body was already like a beggar. When Ning Hongduan saw this, a flash of regret and heartache flashed within her. Ha ha, for another man, you, Ning Hongduan, actually shot and injured me for another man. Yi Chen's mouth was constantly spilling blood, but he didn't care. Today, you and I will break our master-disciple bond once and for all, and cut our hair as proof. After saying this, Yi Chen directly pulled out a spirit sword and instantly shaved off a strand of hair from his forehead. Then like an injured hyena, he limped away from Ning Hongduan's chambers. Ning Hongduan wanted to open her mouth to stop it, but in the end, she did not make a sound and allowed Yi Chen to leave. Alas! Yi Chen, why don't you understand the painstaking efforts of your master? At this moment, Ning Hongduan was a bit frustrated inside. Ding! Yi Chen's master and disciple have broken up, plundering 500 points of fortune value. Junling Tian, who had watched a good show, was in a very good mood at the moment. Are you trying to get on top of Master Me and not get off? Seeing that Ning Hongchen was somewhat lost in thought at the moment, Junling Tian opened his mouth to remind him. I'm sorry, Master. Returning to her senses, Ning Hongduan slowly got up and retreated to the side. Let's go. The fun isn't over yet. With a wave of his hand, Junling Tian disappeared into thin air again with Ning Hongduan in tow. In the meantime, Yi Chen was walking back on the road with a lost soul. Facing the pouring rain in the sky, he just let it rain on himself. Like a fallen chicken, the aura that he had previously wielded in the Jun family was lost. Junling Tian, you wait for me. Thinking of Junling Tian, Yi Chen thought of Tantai Ruowei again. It's all because of that woman causing trouble. Since you, Junling Tian, got my woman, then I, Yi Chen, will get your woman. Yi Chen thought viciously, then accelerated his steps back. When he returned to his compound, his gaze looked ferociously towards the room where Tantai Ruowei resided. Today, he was going to get Tantai Ruowei completely. Bang! The door to Tantai Ruowei's room was kicked by Yi Chen, sending wood shavings flying in all directions. Tantai Ruowei, who was originally lying down in front of the dresser and lost in thought, jerked her head around when she heard the commotion. Then the four eyes met, and what met his eyes was Yi Chen's eyes that were mixed with bloodlust, anger, and madness. Tantai Ruowei had never seen such a Yi Chen before, and she couldn't help but feel a little scared inside. Brother Yi Chen, what's wrong with you? Tantai Ruowei's tone was tinged with a tremor as she stood up, her figure slowly backing up, and when Yi Chen saw this, the anger within him increased. Good. Even you dislike me. After saying this, Yi Chen arrived at Tantai Ruowei's side in a flash. Straight away, he choked her and then threw her onto the bed as soon as he could. Brother Yi Chen, what do you want? Wake up! At this moment, Tantai Ruowei was inwardly terrified, and her entire body shrank to the corner of the bed. What do I want? You'll find out later. Yi Chen opened his mouth sinisterly, and his entire body violently pounced towards Tantai Ruowei. Stop! Brother Yi Chen, wake up! Looking at Yi Chen's scarlet eyes, Tantai Ruowei thought that the other party was possessed and desperately resisted. Bitch, how dare you resist? Is it still thinking of Junling Tian in your heart? Yichen said and slapped Tantai Ruowei's face. 5 bright red slap marks instantly surfaced. And the slap confused Tantai Ruowei. 2 lines of tears involuntarily flowed from the corners of his eyes. When Yichen saw this, instead of feeling pity, he felt some dark pleasure in his heart. Junling Tian, today, I will your woman. Thinking of this, Yichen began to roughly tear Tantai Ruowei's clothes. Looking at Yichen's perverted expression, Tantai Ruowei's heart completely died inside. At this moment, she could not help but think of Junling Tian. Compared to Yichen, Junling Tian was so gentle, gentlemanly and cultured. Even his looks were much better looking than Yichen. If I had known that, it would have been better to marry Junling Tian in the first place. Tantai Ruowei regretted it at the moment and had delusions in her mind that Junling Tian would come over to save her. What she didn't know was that Junling Tian had long ago brought Ning Hongguan to lurk in the void to watch Yichen. And the scene was also recorded with a stay-put stone. Ding! Tantai Ruowei's favoritism towards Yichen has dropped to freezing point. The host loots 800 points of chi value. Just as Yichen stripped off his clothes and wanted to perform a beastly act, Ning Hongguan, who had received Junling Tian's will, stepped in. Sinner, what are you doing? As the words came out, Yichen was directly slapped away by Ning Hongguan. And Junling Tian obediently unclothed himself and covered Tantai Ruowei's body. Don't be afraid. I'm coming. Junling Tian gently soothed Tantai Ruowei. The latter raised his eyes to see Junling Tian's face, and it was as if the long-suppressed emotions within him had found a vent. The entire person directly leaned into Junling Tian's arms and sobbed loudly. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. To think that on the wedding day, he had left Junling Tian behind and followed Yichen, causing him to lose face. Now that the other party had rushed to her rescue regardless of her former enmity, a strong feeling of guilt welled up inside her, and at this moment, as she fell into Junling Tian's arms, her heart was surprisingly unusually at ease, and she could be described as full of security. Junling Tian, it's you again. Why is it you everywhere? Why? Seeing Tantai Ruowei who had collapsed in Junling Tian's arms, Yichen completely broke his defenses. With that, he drew his long sword in his hand and stabbed violently towards Junling Tian. Look out! Tantai Ruowei opened her mouth to remind her, but Junling Tian signaled for him to feel at ease, because even if he didn't make a move, Yichen couldn't even get close to him. As expected, Ning Hongguan was shocked inwardly when she saw Yichen trying to strike at Junling Tian. Directly extending his jade palm, he once again slapped him away. After slapping Yichen away, she still glanced at Junling Tian with palpitations. He was afraid that Junling Tian would sense the provocation and destroy Yichen with a single palm. Chapter 21 Red Dust Taoist Palace. And when she saw that there was no emotional fluctuation happening on Junling Tian's face, only then did Ning Hongguan breathe a sigh of relief. However, this action appeared to Yichen to be a fear of Junling Tian being injured. This caused his heart to be stormed once again. After spending so much time together, he, Yichen, hadn't been defended like this by Ning Hongchen. Junling Tian, die for me. Red Dust Sword Technique. Yichen had just pulled out his spirit sword and was about to perform a martial skill when the spirit sword in his hand was picked off by Ning Hongchen. Enough Yichen, why are you so ungrateful? Prince Jun is already magnanimous enough. Don't leave quickly. At this moment, Ning Hongguan was extremely disappointed in Yichen. How could this Yichen not see himself? That's a great emperor. Putting herself in her shoes, if she were a great emperor and was provoked 3 times, she would probably have already slapped that person to death. Her master, however, did not make a move against Yichen, so it could be seen that he was already looking at her face. Ding! Ning Hongguan's impression of you has changed, plundering Yichen's chi value by 100 points. Ding! Tantai Ruowei has fallen in love with you and has plundered Yichen's fortune value of 300 points. Not bad, not bad. Today's harvest is quite fruitful. It's not worth my personal trip over here. Junling Tian imperceptibly smiled at Yichen. The latter's back teeth were on the verge of crunching at the sight. Fine. I'll go. After saying this, Yichen dragged his broken body like a bereaved dog and left step by step towards the door. Seeing this, Junling Tian opened his own eyes of scrying and looked towards Yichen. Name, Yichen. Identity, Red Dust Sacred Ground Progenitor. Cultivation level, Mid-Yuan Shin Realm. Physique, Red Yang Supreme Sword Body. Destiny, Son of Luck, Gold, Gifted, Gold. Companion of the Red Color, Purple. Luck value, 10001. There are surprisingly still 10,000 points in the Chi Luck value. It seems that the greatest chance is in himself. Seeing Yichen's Chi Luck value, Junling Tian had a plan in his heart. He then turned his own gaze back to Ning Hongguan. Name, Ning Hongguan. Status, Divine Lady of the Red Dust Dao Palace, Holy Lord of the Red Dust Holy Land. Cultivation, Emperor Realm Perfection. Physique, Red Dust Immortal Way Body. Destiny, rebirth of the Empress, gold, prosperity of the way, purple, luck value, 99.99. What the hell? This Ning Hongwan is actually a female emperor reborn? After reading Ning Hongwan's message, Junling Tian pondered for a while and revised the plan in his mind for treating Ning Hongwan. Sister Ruowei, otherwise you'd better freshen up first. At this time, Ning Hongwan spoke to Tantai Ruowei. Somehow, seeing Tantai Ruowei fall into Junling Tian's arms, her heart always felt a little strange. Oh, good. Tantai Ruowei blushed. In fact, if it wasn't for Ning Hongwan's words, she wouldn't have wanted to leave Junling Tian's embrace. After Tantai Ruowei washed up, Ning Hongwan relocated a compound for her. Come on, it's time to get your problems sorted out. After Junling Tian finished speaking, he directly led Ning Hongwan in the direction of the Red Dust Dao Palace. The Red Dust Dao Palace was situated on top of 4 immense floating immortal islands in the clouds. And around these 4 floating immortal islands, countless small floating islands also existed. Immortal mist lingered above the immortal island, and all kinds of cranes and luan birds flew together. They say it's a floating island, but the real area is actually ridiculously large. The 4 floating islands had a combined area of tens of millions of miles of territory, completely unlike land. The gaps between the islands are an endless sea of clouds. A sea of clouds divided the entire Red Dust Dao Palace into 18 heavens. Each layer of heaven symbolizes a layer of status. The higher the tier, the higher the status. And the top few heavens were where the entire Red Dust Dao Palace ancestors were located. Today, the old ancestor descended to the 6th heaven to preach a sermon. Senior brother, quickly follow me forward to listen to the sermon. The inner and outer disciples all hurriedly rushed to the 6th heaven. It was because they didn't have the chance to go to the 6th heaven on weekdays. Permission is only open on days when the old man is preaching. At this moment, the 6th heaven's largest square was already crowded with people. On the ground and in the sky, there were disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace everywhere. Senior brother, I heard that a sacred Emperor Realm ancestor is coming to preach for us today. Is that true? A disciple opened his mouth to the senior brother beside him and inquired. Of course it's true. Today it's a sermon delivered by Ancestor White Cloud himself. What? Surprisingly, it's Old Man White Cloud? The disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace who did not know what was going on were all excited and surprised after hearing these words. It was because Old Man White Cloud was in existence at the consummation of the Saint Emperor Realm. As time passed, after the space above the square was completely filled, a tall, thin old man dressed in white cloudy Taoist robes silently appeared on top of the podium. The crowd in the arena held their breath when they saw this. Today, the old man lectures on the ways of the King's Realm and the Honorable Realm. The King Realm being the 9th major realm of cultivation. It's already capable of communicating with heaven and earth and comprehending potential. The so-called momentum is. Just as Old Man White Cloud was speaking, suddenly the entire immortal mountain began to tremble. The Red Dust Dao Palace's protector formation also instantly opened automatically, protecting the entire Red Dust Dao Palace. What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Feeling the tremors beneath their feet, some disciples couldn't help but open their mouths and spit. Earthquake, my ass, earthquake. We're in the sky. A disciple of the Red Dust Dao Palace said breathlessly. Their Red Dust Dao Palace had never had anything like this happen since they moved into the air. Moreover, their clan protection array was the famous Stars of the Heavens array, and its grade was even an emperor-level mid-grade existence. The 360 small floating islands spread all around were the refined array bases. Just as the crowd was uncertain, the Red Dust Dao Palace's warning imperial weapon, the Red Dust Imperial Bell, suddenly resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. One voice, 2 voices, 3 voices. As with the previous swift immortal race, urgent warning bells rang out continuously. It's like eating turbomile and you just can't stop. How is that possible? The danger of exterminating the clan? Could it be that the Red Dust Emperor clock is broken? Old Ancestor Bayun, who was giving a lecture, frowned and thought so inwardly. And just as the crowd was wondering within themselves, suddenly a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the bottom of the island. What's that? Why does it look like hair? A disciple looked at the black shadow that suddenly appeared and opened his mouth. Are you stepping on a horse, stupid? Who is a good man with hair thicker than a pole? A disciple sniffed out a rebuttal. However, over time, when the crowd saw the pair of eyes that were wrapped in 9-colored mists, the size of a large lake, with divine light emanating from them, everyone froze in place. Even Old Ancestor Bayun, whose cultivation was as high as the Saint Emperor Realm, was dumbfounded, and it was obvious that he had never met a humanoid creature of such a large size either. What kind of alien creature is this? How come it's so big? A disciple swallowed his saliva and murmured while holding back the fear within him. Chapter 22, Itching for a Fight. The next instant, a pure, domineering, imperial might with an extreme sense of oppression instantly swept through the entire Red Dust Dao Palace. All the disciples above the square were instantly crushed to the ground. How could it be? Such an oppressive feeling. A great emperor. It's actually a great emperor. At this moment, although the White Cloud old ancestor's heart was extremely unwilling, he obediently bowed his head and prostrated himself, because only with 5 bodies on the ground would that imperial might not crush them to death. Looking around, the only thing above the entire square was a conspicuous bag that was still clinging on with its teeth clenched in death. Want me to kneel? Xiao Jian, don't even kneel to heaven and earth? So how will I submit to you? Master, quickly help me. Xiao Jian contacted the bone ring in his hand because it was none other than his master teacher inside. However, no matter how he called out, the existence within the bone ring did not respond in the slightest. How could this happen? I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Xiao Jian roared inwardly, but in the end, he was unable to hold on and was directly pressed down to the ground, his knees shattering. Ding! Detected Xiao Jian, the son of Qi Luck. Xiao Jian? Junling Tian used his eye of scrying to scan above the entire square. He then saw a golden mass of Qi Luck golden dragon. Name, Xiao Jian. Status, inner disciple of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Cultivation level, late Yuan Shen realm. Physique, great desolate war body. Destiny, son of luck, gold, turning misfortune into good fortune, gold. The more you fight, the more courageous you become, purple. Luck value, 19,000. After glancing at Xiao Jian's information, Junling Tian sensed another not-so-weak soul aura above the bone ring in his hand. So it's a strand of the remnant soul of a paragon emperor. Junling Tian spared a glance at the bone ring in Xiao Jian's hand and then moved his gaze away. It seems that I've been discovered after all, but this great emperor doesn't seem to be interested in me. Within the inner space of the bone ring, the stunningly beautiful woman in a palace veil dress couldn't help but sigh. She then exerted her means to ease the pain on Xiao Jian's knee. That was all she could do at the moment, not daring to overstep her bounds. Master, you're obviously there, but why are you ignoring me? Xiao Jian's tone carried blame. Just now if his master had helped him, he wouldn't have become in such a sorry state. Hearing Xiao Jian's reproachful tone, Bai Susu frowned slightly and was somewhat displeased inwardly. However, when she thought of Xiao Jian's kindness in saving her life, she endured it again. Jianer, do you know what cultivation level the other party is? What cultivation? No matter how high the cultivation is, can it still be as high as your cultivation as a quasi-imperial realm master? Xiao Jian opened his mouth in disbelief. In his opinion, his master teacher just didn't want to help him. Seeing this, how could Bai Susu not know what was going on inside Xiao Jian's mind? So she sighed and opened her mouth to explain. This one in front of you is the great emperor of the world? The existence of the ceiling of cultivation in the entire continent. Blowing a breath can destroy me. How can I help you? What? He's a great emperor? Xiao Jian, who heard this, was inwardly shocked and knew that he had misjudged Bai Susu. Yet he wasn't going to apologize to Bai Susu. Instead, he blamed it. Senior, why didn't you say he was a great emperor earlier? What if I was slapped to death just now because I offended the great emperor? Bai Su didn't say anything when she heard that. However, inwardly, she was a bit disappointed. Apparently this Xiao Jian was only thinking about himself and didn't care about her life or death. Ding! Bai Susu's favorability towards Xiao Jian has decreased, plundering 50 points of chi value. Hearing the system beep in his ears, Junling Tian did not care. After all, the current him was someone who had seen the world before, and it was during this time that Junling Tian's entire body had been revealed for the most part. All of the senior staff of the Red Dust Dao Palace were also startled. Surprisingly, it's a great emperor. What's going on? When did my Red Dust Dao Palace offend a great emperor? Upon sensing Junling Tian's aura, the palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace, Ning Qianqiu, as well as a group of old ancestors were all terrified. They felt that emperor's might just now, even though it was just a trace, it was pure emperor's might that couldn't be pure. They hadn't seen such pure imperial might since they were born. Moreover, this great emperor looked like he was here to find trouble. After all, who's a good person to have as a guest would be in this position? Who has torn up the treaty again and showed up without authorization? The lords of the major forbidden lands and the remaining great emperors of the immortal forces suddenly cast their gazes over once again when they sensed that another great emperor had gone down. Because there was an agreement between them, the great emperors, not to show themselves without authorization. Get out! Junling Tian's might was overwhelming, and those great emperors instantly shrank back after sensing the familiar aura. It's the Red Dust Domain, and it's still the location of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Old Man Ning is going to be in deep trouble. The lords of the various forbidden zones and the great emperors of the immortal forces all couldn't help but feel this way in their hearts. Your Imperial Excellency, what is the reason for your visit today? Ning Qianqiu opened her mouth with a hard smile, flattery written all over her face. It couldn't be helped. Who made him the palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace? Shut up! Call out your steward. You're not qualified to speak to this emperor. Junling Tian didn't even raise his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was Ning Hongchen's father, he would have directly slapped him to death. When Ning Qianqiu heard this, the corners of her mouth froze in a smile, but it returned to normal in the next second. At the same time he obediently kept his mouth shut. It really wasn't something he could fix anymore. Junling Tian raised his eyes and looked upwards. That's right. Don't hide. It's you that's being looked for. If you don't come down, this emperor will be going up. The great emperor realm elder of the Red Dust Dao Palace who heard the voice couldn't help but let out a sigh. Then a slim figure with an immortal style slowly surfaced in front of Junling Tian. It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has appeared. The disciples above the square all exploded after seeing Ning Daoduan. A look of excitement flashed across his face. Didn't I hear a long time ago that old ancestor had flown the coop? How come he's still alive? Do you want to die? Dare to criticize the old ancestor in such a way. May I ask what is the purpose of your visit to my Red Dust Dao Palace? Ning Daoduan opened his mouth to inquire. Today's skill itch. This emperor came to find a fight. Junling Tian looked towards that great emperor realm elder ancestor of the Red Dust Dao Palace. His tone light. I'm old. I'd better not fight. Ning Daochen did not want to fight. To be precise, he had a clear self-cognizance that he simply could not beat Junling Tian. Hearing Ning Daochen's refusal to spar, Junling Tian had yet to open his mouth. The disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace, however, were anxious. All of their faces showed a stifled expression. But Junling Tian was a great emperor, so they dared to be angry but did not dare to speak. Only the conspicuous Pak Xiaojian summoned up the courage to speak. Why don't we fight? Old ancestor, we've already been bullied over our heads. Aren't we going to fight back? In the ancestral pavilion, are the old ancestor's words about using the other's way to return the favor all a lie? Chapter 23, From now on, you're my little brother. As Xiaojian opened his mouth, the others above the square could not sit still. As disciples of the top forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, they were usually used to being high and mighty. How could they be subjected to such bullying? Even if the other party was a great emperor, it wouldn't work because they had a great emperor in the Red Dust Dao Palace as well. Moreover, this is the Red Dust Dao Palace, their home turf, so they can use any array formation imperial weapon or whatever they want. And how could they not beat it? At least that's what they thought. Old ancestor, go for it, old ancestor. Even Ning Qianqiu and the group of executives from the Red Dust Dao Palace were infected by the atmosphere of the scene. After all, they didn't know how deep the waters of the great imperial realm were. Old ancestor, I've come to beat the drum for you. Ning Qianqiu came to a leather drum in the square, picked up the drum, let down and struck it. The crowd above the square also shouted vociferously under Xiaojian's leadership. However, what they didn't realize was that Ning Daochen's face was darkened into a potbelly. Shut up, all of you. Stay honest with me. If he was truly able to beat Junling Tian just now, he would have made his move. Where was the need for this group of sins to shout for support? Come on, the hospitality is too much to pass up, so you can help your disciples and grandchildren fulfill their wishes. Junling Tian spoke with a light smile. No dog. Ning Daoduan once again opened his mouth and refused. Since that's the case, then it's only this emperor who will come first. As Junling Tian spoke, his hands carried divine might as he directly grabbed towards Ning Daochen, who was in the middle of the great formation of the stars of the heavens. And right at this moment, the Red Dust Dao Palace's protector formation suddenly lit up, radiating a glittering starlight. What crap? Still want to stop this emperor? Junling Tian said as he changed his claw into a palm and instantly slapped it on top of that great formation of the stars of the heavens. Ka! With a crunching sound, the originally starry protector formation dimmed in an instant, and a few tiny cracks appeared. Just as Junling Tian was about to slap out his second palm, the formation spirit of that patriarchal grand formation had actually taken the initiative to remove the grand formation, because it just can't hurt. What? A single slap wiped out my sex protective formation? The crowd above the square all closed their mouths in fear after seeing this scene. They hadn't realized it until now. It turned out that it wasn't that their old ancestor didn't want to fight, but that this great emperor on the opposite side was simply too strong. It's over. This great formation that even the old ancestor can't easily slap apart can't even withstand a single blow? Ning Qianqiu and a group of Red Dust Dao Palace executives were all numb. Even some of the Supreme Realm as well as Quasi-Emperor Realm bigwigs who had just not appeared could not help but secretly rejoice. Fortunately, this great emperor was not looking for them, and when Junling Tian saw this, he directly grabbed towards Ning Daochen. Won't even take a fight, squirming like a pussy. Seeing Junling Tian's palm that was like a pillar in the sky grabbing towards the top of the square, Ning Daoduan could no longer sit still. Stop, I will fight with you. A battle outside the sky. After saying this, Ning Daochen directly shattered the void and disappeared in place. Seeing this, Junling Tian smiled knowingly. The figure then faded away. after it left completely. The crowd above the square couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Do you guys think old ancestor will be able to beat the other side? That should do it. A disciple opened his mouth uncertainly. This was because after feeling the might of Junling Tian just now, they really had little confidence that their old ancestor would be able to win. Even Ning Daochen was like that. Inwardly, damn it, Xiao Jian, will keep this account for today. At this moment, Xiao Jian thought so inwardly. He inwardly vowed that as soon as he ascended to the imperial throne, he would definitely slaughter this great emperor. Meanwhile, in a place of nothingness outside the heavens, the astral winds of space were rampant, and even chaotic creatures whose figures covered the sky could occasionally be seen. These chaotic creatures were born in the Saint Realm, and when they reached adulthood, they were comparable to the Supreme Realm. Some of these races with strong talent were even able to reach the Quasi-Emperor or Emperor Realm. Even Ning Daochen had at this moment enlarged his figure to the point where he was about the same size as Junling Tian, but he knows that this is as far as he can go. This fellow Daoist, it seems that my red dust Dao Palace has not offended your excellency, right? Cut the crap and fight first. Before Junling Tian's words even fell, the fist in his hand that carried the extreme heaven-opening divine might smashed towards Ning Daozhen. How is it possible? This power. The moment Junling Tian struck out, Ning Daoduan sensed that something was wrong. This was because his realm was only at the early stage of the Great Empress realm, whereas Junling Tian's punch was surprisingly close to the power of the middle stage of the Great Empress realm, and it seemed to be just a casual strike from the other side. 3,000 red dust palms. Ning Daochen mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy and formed a giant palm handprint in front of his body, which barely managed to withstand Junling Tian's incoming strike. The surrounding space, on the other hand, was instantly collapsed by the aftershocks of the two of them exchanging blows. The terrifying might directly caused the meteorites as well as the stars in a 10 million mile radius to burst into pieces. Even chaos creatures were scared away or shocked to death by the aftermath. How is this possible? What exactly is your excellency's cultivation level? Ning Daoduan gritted his teeth and reluctantly opened his mouth to inquire. Old thing, if that's all the strength you have, then prepare to get it next. After saying these words, Junling Tian's entire person instantly disappeared in place. One could only see foot shadows constantly kicking towards Ning Daozhen in the void, but Junling Tian's figure was nowhere to be seen. This was because at this moment, Junling Tian's speed had already surpassed the speed of light by an unknown number of times, and was simply not visible to the human eye. Even if Ning Daochen possessed a pair of refined emperor's pupils, he was only barely able to capture some figures. Unsurprisingly, Ning Daoxian was only getting beaten, and in the early stages, he could barely pawn off so many kicks. In the later stages, you can only hold your head in your hands and be kicked passively. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an imperial body and that Junling Tian had not dealt a deadly blow, it was estimated that he would have fallen today. In fact, they also tacitly didn't utilize means such as the avatar physique. Otherwise, Ning Daoduan was afraid that he would be directly seconded. It was only after 7 days and 7 nights of fighting that Junling Tian stopped, and at this moment, Ning Daochen had already been beaten to death. However, this was all trivial to a great emperor who was able to be reborn with a drop of blood, but he did not dare to restore his original image in front of Junling Tian, for fear of another beating. From now on you're my little brother. Any comments? Junling Tian looked towards Ning Daoduan and spoke indifferently. The great emperor cannot be insulted. I am Ning Daoduan. Oh yeah, just now I've healed the great Dao wound on your body. I believe I'll be able to break the boundary soon. Junling Tian spoke to himself. Then he pulled out his ears again and looked at Ning Daochen. What did you just say? Ha? Nope. It's nothing. From now on I'll be Big Brother's little brother. I will never shoot chickens when Big Brother tells me to beat the dog, and I will never go west when Big Brother tells me to go east. Chapter 24, Change of Palace Master? Ning Daoduan was so, partly because Junling Tian was really strong, and it also healed the wound of the great Dao that he had suffered from breaking through to the Emperor realm, giving him the possibility to advance even further. Come out and meet this new little brother of mine. Junling Tian then called Ning Hongduan out from within the carrying space. Ning Daochen felt a bit familiar when he saw this female child that suddenly appeared, and a familiar Gongfu aura was also felt from its body. He knew that this girl child was a disciple of their Red Dust Dao Palace. At the moment he seemed to understand something. As for Ning Hongduan, who had just appeared in the outside world, after sensing Ning Daoduan's aura and the clothing on his body, it was also guessing the identity of the other party, and inwardly, he couldn't help but be shocked beyond words. Disciple Ning Hongduan refers to old ancestor. Get up! Ning Daoduan hurriedly helped Ning Hongduan up and raised his eyes to take a look. This survey, I really found that it is a bit extraordinary, really worthy of being his big brother's woman. I heard that you, the Red Dust Dao Palace, wanted to use this slave girl of mine as a cauldron. Is that you? A hint of murderous intent emanated from Jun Ling Tian's tone. After sensing this killing chance, Ning Daochen was like falling into an ice cave. There was a new perception of Jun Ling Tian's strength. It's not me. It's definitely not me. Ning Daochen hurriedly shook his head. In fact, he had also heard about this matter. He just didn't care about it. Now since the other party had offended his big brother, it was embarrassing. It better not be you. Or else there's no need for your Red Dust Dao Palace to exist. Let her be the palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace in the future. Do you have any opinions? Jun Ling Tian spoke faintly, his tone unquestionable. No comment, no comment. Whatever big brother says is right. Ning Daoxian put his stance very low. Well, this cultivation level of yours is too low. Take this Emperor Grade Mirror Breaking Pill and break through to the middle stage of the Emperor Realm at an early date. Jun Ling Tian casually threw a storage ring to the other party, which was full of Emperor Grade pills that he had idly refined. Seeing this, Ning Daoduan smiled and took it. Many thanks to Big Brother for the medicine. In fact, his heart was somewhat unimpressed because he was a great Emperor ancestor of the Red Dust Dao Palace. There was no shortage of Emperor Grade cultivation pills. Well, you take him back. This Emperor won't see you off. By the way, there is a Xiao Jian amongst your clan. This Emperor looks a bit upset. Help me mess with his mindset, but don't let him leave the clan. After Jun Ling Tian finished saying this, he nodded towards Ning Hongduan and then disappeared into thin air. He had already told Ning Hongduan about the plan he had improvised against Xiao Jian. All that was needed next was for Ning Hongduan to operate. Seeing Jun Ling Tian leave, somehow, Ning Hongduan had a feeling of disappointment. Got it, big brother? Big brother, take care. Ning Daoduan sent him off with a smile on his face, and then he looked at Ning Hongduan. Come on, it's time to go back. In the middle of his words, he shattered the void and brought Ning Hongduan back to the Red Dust Dao Palace. At this moment, the disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace all stayed above the square without leaving, waiting for the final result of the great battle. Just then, the space above the square suddenly cracked open, and Ning Daoduan and Ning Hongduan successively stepped out of it. It's back. It's old ancestor. Old ancestor definitely won. I told you that old ancestor would definitely not lose. What the hell are you talking about? Just now you clearly said that old ancestor couldn't win. Who is that fairy following behind the old ancestor? It's so beautiful looking. You don't even know about her? She's the goddess of my Red Dust Dao Palace. A famous existence on the list of goddesses of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. What? So she's the goddess of his Red Dust Dao Palace. The disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace above the square murmured after seeing Ning Hongduan's appearance. Even Xiao Jian was like that, eyes sizzling with heat. He looked towards Ning Hongduan. 9 heavens and 10 earths goddess list? It's just my harem list. When Bai Susu and the Bone Ring saw Xiao Jian's demented look, she couldn't help but sigh inwardly and flash a hint of disappointment. However, she was able to understand that since ancient times, heroes were hard to get over, and besides, Xiao Jian was still at the age of blood and vigor. It's really great that old ancestor has returned safely. Ning Daochen and the group of Red Dust Dao Palace executives all breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. The reason why the top powers were able to sit tight was because of the existence of living great emperors. If their Red Dust Dao Palace's great emperor realm fell, the consequences would be unimaginable. And Ning Daochen, who had just been beaten by Jun Ling Tian, was having a bellyful of fire, and at this moment, he saw the chattering above the square. Inside, the anger grew even more. All shut up. As Ning Daoduan's words came out of his mouth, the people present except for Ning Hongduan, everyone had an extra force of sealing on their mouths. Damn it, I must break through to a great emperor soon. Xiao Jian, who realized that he couldn't move his mouth, thought so. This feeling of being dominated by others is just too stifling. I have an announcement to make next. Starting today, Ning Hongduan, the former divine maiden of the Red Dust Dao Palace, officially takes over as the palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace. As Ning Daochen spoke these words, everyone on the scene was directly dumbfounded. What? There's going to be a change of palace master? Is old ancestor joking? How is it that this palace master was given a change just by saying so? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wouldn't the gift given to the palace master a while ago be in vain? I also don't know if I can still get it back. The crowd at the scene had different thoughts, from those who gloated to those who felt bad. Still, the one in the worst mood had to be Ning Qianxiu. Although Ning Hongqian was his daughter, he didn't have much affection for the other party, because it was Ning Hongduan's mother who had given birth to him in the first place, after seducing him in order to get to the top. And Ning Hongduan's mother ended up depressed because she couldn't get love from Ning Qianxiu. Since then there has been a divide between the two. Woo woo woo. The band Ning Qianxiu kept drumming her mouth to speak. What are you trying to say? Ning Daochen lifted the seal on his mouth and opened his mouth to inquire. Seeing Ning Daoduan look over, Ning Qianxiu couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Eventually, though, he worked up the courage to speak. Old ancestor, red dust. She's become the palace master. So what am I going to be? You can be whatever you like. Just give up the palace master. Ning Daochen spoke indifferently, then turned his head away. Ning Xianxiu wanted to say something else when she saw this, but she realized that her mouth was actually sealed once again. What are you all waiting for? Haven't you met the new palace master yet? As Ning Daoduan opened his mouth, the vast majority of the people on the scene bowed and saluted Ning Hongduan. Greetings, palace master. Even Ning Xianxiu could only bow obediently with a stifled expression at the moment. Only a small number of the old ancestor-level characters had little movement, and it was only after all of this was done that Ning Daochen lifted the ban above the square. Chapter 25. Who is Xiao Jian? By the way, which one of you is Xiao Jian? Ning Daoduan smiled and opened his mouth to ask. What's going on? The old ancestor is actually looking for that Xiao Jian kid? And with a smile on his face? I'm afraid this Xiao Jian has been spotted by the old ancestor and is going to be elevated like a goddess. Right? I reckon so. AI. This Xiao Jian is truly blessed. The Red Dust Dao Palace disciples at the scene speculated inwardly when they heard that Ning Daoduan was looking for Xiao Jian. At the same time, their eyes reddened immensely, secretly hating why the person chosen by the old ancestor was not them. Even Xiao Jian himself basically thought so. Only some old ancestor-level figures who knew Ning Daoduan couldn't help but shiver inwardly after seeing that smile of Ning Daoduan's. It was because they knew that this Xiao Jian was afraid to be miserable. Greetings, old ancestor. I am Xiao Jian. At this time, Xiao Jian stood out with a proud face, raising his head and chest. His stance was erect, and his temperament was extraordinary, wanting to present himself well in front of the great Emperor Realm ancestors. However, what he didn't know was that the moment Ning Daoduan saw Xiao Jian, he recognized the little rascal who had led the ruckus in the first place. No wonder Big Brother looks at this kid with displeasure. I'm damned if I look at him with displeasure too. Ning Daochen's face didn't move, but in his heart, there was a wave of dislike and disgust. Xiao Jian, right? Today, I will test you, and if you are able to pass with flying colors, you may be elected as a divine son of my Red Dust Dao Palace. As soon as these words ended, the crowd above the square suddenly exploded once again. The son of God? Surprisingly, it's the son of God? If this Xiao Jian is able to withstand the old ancestor's test, I'm afraid he'll soar to the heavens. Why isn't it me that the old ancestor has his eye on? The disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace above the square all beat their chests and hearts. Xiao Jian, who was the person involved, was extremely excited in his heart. This old ancestor is very discerning. As long as I can be elected as a divine son, the rest of my cultivation will surely be a straight path. At this moment, Xiao Jian was beautiful inside. Senior, if I can't hold on later, you must help me. Xiao Jian spoke to Bai Susu in the bone ring again at this time. Bai Susu frowned slightly when she heard this. Xiao Jian, with your current qualifications and strength you won't be able to sit in the position of God's son. You'd better be an inner disciple honestly. What's wrong with me? I, Xiao Jian, have a great desolate battle body, so why can't I sit in that divine son seat? Xiao Jian's tone was tinged with indignation as he felt that his master teacher was just looking down on him. Ugh, okay. In the end, Bai Susu agreed to Xiao Jian's request. Come on old man. I'm ready. Xiao Jian opened his mouth with a confident expression, and the instant he finished saying this, an incomparably powerful imperial might instantly press down on his body with a mountainous momentum. Bang! Xiao Jian's newly healed knees fell to the ground once again, crushing them. The bones of the entire body similarly received a squeeze at this moment, emitting a cackling sound. Just as his entire body was about to prostrate on the ground, he had to open his mouth and ask for help from Bai Susu. Master, help me quickly. Bai Susu sighed in her heart after hearing this. In the end, he used his few divine soul powers to start repairing Xiao Jian's injuries. However, the moment she struck out, Ning Daochen realized it. I can't believe there's a mouse hiding. Ning Daochen sneered, then increased the power of the Emperor's might, and it reached a balance with the power of divine soul repair that Bai Susu had inputted. This would allow Xiao Jian to remain in the extreme agony of pain to the bone marrow. Master, what are you doing? I'm about to die from the pain. Xiao Jian's tone trembled as he transmitted his voice to Bai Susu, and there was still blame in his tone. However, what he didn't know was that at this moment, Bai Susu was extremely weak and her divine soul had become more transparent. If she continued to help Xiao Jian in this way, she herself was probably going to have her soul scattered. Xiao Jian, Master can't help you anymore. You can solve this on your own. Bai Susu spoke in a somewhat weak tone. Then he slowly withdrew his divine soul power. What? Xiao Jian felt an extremely terrifying mighty energy acting directly on top of his body before he could even finish speaking, crushing all the bones in his entire body. This indescribable pain directly caused Xiao Jian's complexion to distort and his face to wear a pain mask. Damn. At this moment, Xiao Jian's mouth was constantly overflowing with blood, and he hated Bai Jingjing inwardly. Put the blame for everything on her head. If I can't become a divine son, I'll even help you remake your fart body. Xiao Jian secretly hated inwardly, while his entire body was already like a puddle of mud, falling limply to the ground. Ha ha ha. Luckily this Xiao Jian didn't pass the old ancestors test. That's how it should be. How does he, Xiao Jian, deserve the position of God's son? Which of the Red Dust Dao Palace disciples present was not a rare heavenly pride? And how could they be willing for an inner disciple to climb over their heads? Ha 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 ha. Do you see that Xiao Jian looks like a dead dog? Don't say it. You don't say it. The people present all laughed playfully, not avoiding the rotten Xiao Jian in the slightest. Aha, how did this happen? How did this happen? At this moment, Xiao Jian's emotions were a bit broken. The position of God's son that was clearly within his reach was just lost to him? Not bad. To be able to hold out in my hands for such a long period of time. You are considered qualified today. From today onwards, you, Xiao Jian, are my Red Dust Dao Palace's divine son. Ning Daochen had a smile on his face, as if he was really doing it for Xiao Jian's good. However, the disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace who heard these words froze in their smiles. People are straight up stupid. What? This Xiao Jian actually passed the old ancestors test? In the future, this Xiao Jian will be my Red Dust Dao Palace's divine son? A clown from the inner sect jumped on my personal disciple's head? Red-eyed, jealous, stifled. Several negative emotions all arose in the crowd of disciples present. Each one of them looked as if they had red eyes, their eyes covered with blood. What kind of thing is this Xiao Jian to be able to obtain the favor of an old ancestor? That's right, a small inner disciple, not even worthy of lifting my shoes. On what grounds can he be elected as a divine son? I'm not convinced. In terms of qualification and enlightenment, I, Long Ao Tian, have thrown off his Xiao Jian by a street. Why does the Son of God have to be a Xiao Jian? As the skepticism from the scene grew louder and louder, Ning Daoduan spoke once again. Since the disciples present have objections, Xiao Jian will be given the title of honorary divine son for the time being. Within a year, all of you can challenge him, but your cultivation must not be 2 great realms higher than Xiao Jian. If Xiao Jian can manage to stay alive, he will be sufficient for the position of God's son. Ning Daoduan spoke indifferently. Chapter 26 Honorable God's Son Xiao Jian. Challengeable? As long as it's not 2 great realms higher? When the Red Dust Dao Palace disciples on the scene heard this, they all looked at Xiao Jian with an unsympathetic expression. Which of those present were not the pride of heaven? Not to mention 2 great realms higher. Even at the same level, they also had the confidence to fight. Jianer, otherwise you might as well give up this divine son position. Baisu kindly reminded. This was because she always felt that this Red Dust Dao Palace's old ancestor was toying with Xiao Jian. Master, stop saying that. If you hadn't just withdrawn your divine soul power, how would I have been questioned by others? Now that the old ancestor has given me another chance, you're telling me to give up? At this moment, Xiao Jian already had a hint of suspicion towards Bai Susu within his heart. Earlier, he had suddenly withdrawn his divine soul, and now he was preventing him from being elected as the son of God. What were his intentions? And hearing the skepticism in Xiao Jian's tone, Bai Susu felt a bit sad inside. Ding! Bai Susu was disappointed in Xiao Jian. The host has plundered 300 points of chi value. In fact, Junling Tian did not really leave, but rather observed in the shadows. Upon seeing the situation in the square, inwardly, he was still very much recognized for Ning Daoduan as a lapdog, little brother, because he's playing this cudgel quite well. Red dust. Reward that Xiao Jian with an immortal pill that can nourish the divine soul. Junling Tian's words instantly appeared in Ning Hongchen's mind. Master. It's the master's voice. Hearing Junling Tian's words, Ning Hongduan was surprisingly a little surprised inside. The word master in his mouth was also called more and more smoothly. Got it, master. Although she did not know what Junling Tian meant, Ning Hongduan did as she was told. Since everyone is fine with it, let's leave the matter at that. Ning Daochen's figure disappeared into thin air after saying this. With Ning Daochen's departure, the people on the scene all looked at Ning Daochen and Xiao Jian with complicated expressions. Since Xiao Jian has completed the old ancestors test, he is hereby bestowed with the title of honorary divine son. Grant a set of 8 heavens cultivation cave mansions, an immortal pill, a set of honorary divine son costumes, and a token. As Ning Hongduan's words fell, the scene instantly resounded with an uproar once more. What? An 8 heavens cultivation cave? 1 immortal pill? Young honorable divine son costume and token? Hearing that Xiao Jian had gotten so many good things, once again, the crowd in attendance got a red eye. However, Xiao Jian's own heart was extremely excited and thrilled at the moment. A smile had spread across his face. Thank you, Lord Palace Master. Xiao Jian originally wanted to salute, but thought that he was now an honorary divine son. Then he raised his head in chest. For one of the privileges of the Son of God was to see the palace master without paying homage. In addition, this palace announces that all disciples' monthly salaries will be increased by 30%. As Ning Hongduan opened his mouth with these words, all the disciples present had joy on their faces. Long live the palace master! Long live the palace master! Thunderous shouts resounded throughout the square. This dead girl knows how to buy people's hearts. The corners of Ning Qianqiu's mouth twitched. His heart both lost and stifled. That's right, Elder Ning. Remember to move out of the palace master's hall in the 9 heavens earlier. Ning Hongduan looked towards Ning Qianqiu and spoke in a light tone. Ning Qianqiu sniffed and spoke through clenched teeth. Yes, palace master. Call a meeting of the elders immediately. I have something to say today. After Ning Hongduan finished saying this, he directly headed towards the sect's main hall. Soon after, basically all the elders within the entire sect had arrived. After all, Ning Hongchen was the palace master handpicked by a great emperor realm ancestor, so they wouldn't dare to cause any stumbling. In the meantime, Ning Daochen called over that Red Dust Dao Palace elder ancestor who intended to use Ning Hongduan as a cauldron as soon as he returned to his residence. It was an old man who was obese and had a lewd face. The cultivation level was as high as the Saint Exalted Realm. Old ancestor, what do you want to see me about? The obese old man was a little nervous inside, as if he had guessed something. You're the one who wanted to give the red dust girl to you as a cauldron? Ning Daochen's tone was indifferent. Don't look at him being well behaved like a kitten in front of Junling Tian, but in this Red Dust Dao Palace, none of them were not afraid of him. Old ancestor me. The obese old man's tone trembled, and for a moment he didn't know how to open his mouth, for he knew he could not help himself by being so defensive. These things simply couldn't be hidden from an old ancestor whose cultivation had reached the great emperor realm. Hand over your life soul and the death penalty will be waived. Destiny soul? Old ancestor The obese old man wanted to say something else, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. Honestly, he handed over his life soul. From now on, you are the slave of the Red Dust Maiden. From now on, honestly guard the Red Dust Maiden's side. Ning Daochen put away the obese old man's life soul and spoke in a light tone. Yes, old ancestor. The obese old man who heard these words was a bit thankful inside. Just now he had thought that the old ancestor was going to destroy him. In fact, Ning Daochen knew all the things he did, even though he would use the cauldron to cultivate. However, it would not harm the female cultivator's cultivation roots or her life. If not, Ning Daoduan would have slapped him to death long ago. After the obese old man left, Ning Daochen decided to go into seclusion. He then took out the storage ring that Junling Tian had given him. He then pulled out a bottle of elixir from it without thinking. It then slowly opened. Right at the moment that the mouth of that bottle was opened, a fragrance of elixir that was so rich to the extreme instantly rushed straight to his head. The entire sky rose with countless visions as a result, with 9 5-clawed golden dragons hovering in the void, and 9 lifelike 5-clawed golden dragons similarly hovered around the elixir in Ning Daochen's hand. This, surprisingly, is the long-lost Imperial Grade Pill, the 9 Revolutions Dragon-marked mirror-breaking pill? Ning Daoduan was directly somewhat dumbfounded by the situation, and after reacting, he hastily cast a divine ability to erase the vision. How is that possible? How could Big Brother have this kind of elixir that has long been lost for countless eons in his hands? Seemingly thinking of something, Ning Daochen pulled out various other bottles and jars from within the ring. Great Phoenix Nirvana Dan, Kirin Life Soul Pill, Tontian Enlightenment Pill, Raise the Dead Pill, Thunder Marrow Creation Pill. Looking at the various kinds of lost Imperial pills, Ning Daochen's entire body went numb. Until now, he didn't understand. Not only was Junling Tian's strength too much stronger than him, even this alchemy skill was the most top-notch existence in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Convinced, he was truly bowled over at the moment. Big Brother who was so generous to his little brother. What more bike does he need? He inwardly vowed that from today onwards, he was Big Brother's loyal little fan. In the meantime, the Shaojian Cave of the 8 Heavens. Looking at the superb cultivation environment in front of him, as well as the luxurious and incomparable cave layout, Shaojian's entire body was about to burst into laughter. Master, tell me, why did you suddenly withdraw your divine soul power earlier? Shaojian headed to a reclining chair and his divine soul communicated with the bone ring. Chapter 27, The Ancient Divine Race. There's nothing to say. Bai Susu spoke in a faint tone. She now realized that Shaojian really didn't care about her death at all. The only person in her mind was herself, so she didn't want to have to explain the cause. Hearing this flat tone from Bai Susu, Shaojian could not help but feel anger welling up within him. Good. Don't even bother to explain now. Just as Shaojian's blood was rising, a deacon elder from the Red Dust Dao Palace arrived in front of his cave. Lord Godson, This is the immortal pill given to you by the palace master, as well as the costume and token. This immortal medicine was born on the banks of the river of forgetfulness and is called the 9 turns green lotus, with the effects of enhancing the strength of the divine soul, stabilizing the divine soul, and nourishing the soul. As that deacon elder opened his mouth to explain, Xiao Jian could not help but feel happy inside. Previously, because of Bai Susu's presence, he had given the other party all the precious medicines in the divine soul area. The current situation was that his cultivation realm was higher than his divine soul realm, and the arrival of this immortal great elixir had just solved his urgent problem. Not bad. Here's your reward. Xiao Jian casually rewarded the deacon elder with a few medium-grade spirit stones. Thank you, Lord Godson. The latter's face, however, did not look surprised, because he normally used top-grade spirit stones for cultivation. He really couldn't look at this middle-grade spirit stone. Within the bone ring, Bai Susu had similarly heard the words of that deacon elder and had some expectations within her heart. How could she, who was a quasi-empire in her fallen predecessor, not know about the immortal spirit medicine 9 turns green lotus? This elixir was extremely useful for the stabilization and enhancement of the divine soul. If she was able to absorb this 9 turns green lotus, her crippled divine soul would basically be able to recover most of it. Lord Godson, if there are no orders, I will leave. Well, go. Xiao Jian waved his hand without lifting his head. This was because all of his attention was on the immortal pill in his hand at the moment. This immortal medicine is really good. Just inhaling 2 puffs is able to refresh one's mind. Xiao Jian opened his mouth intentionally, and every now and then, he even moved closer to take a sniff. How could he not know that his master needed this immortal medicine to nourish his divine soul? But it was something he had traded his life for, so why should he share it with Bai Susu? And he's not happy right now and doesn't want to give it unless Bai Susu begs him. A paragon emperor begging for help. He had never really seen it before, and he wouldn't give much even if he begged. Give some sides at most. Seeing that Xiao Jian had no intention of giving it to herself, Bai Susu could not help but feel a little lost and disappointed inside. However, for the sake of her future ability to kill her enemy handily, Bai Susu took a deep breath. In a hesitant tone, he transmitted his voice to Xiao Jian. Jianer, this 9 turns green lotus. What's wrong? What's wrong with this 9 turns green lotus that I plan to use to increase my divine soul cultivation? Xiao Jian directly interrupted Bai Susu's words and then put away that 9 turn green lotus. Nope, nothing. Bai Susu was inwardly disappointed to the extreme at the moment, and at the same time, she gradually saw Xiao Jian's character. The other party was such a person who held favors in return. In vain that she had not seen it earlier. Ding! Bai Susu was extremely disappointed in Xiao Jian, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Seeing this, Jun Ling Tian, who was secretly observing, left in satisfaction. The seeds have been planted and are just waiting to sprout. In the middle of an inn in a small town, Yi Chen was currently drinking tea in the hall. After exiting the Red Dust Dao Palace, he planned to head to the White Clan, a fallen ancient clan under his command. However, just as he was about to depart, he overheard a conversation in the middle of the hall. Have you heard? The young master of the swift immortal race has actually worshipped a great emperor as his teacher. Really? Then there's still a lie. My 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts are all from the Swire Immortal region, and this matter has already spread in the Swire Immortal region. What? Sister Sienna has actually worshipped a great emperor as her teacher? Great! Yi Chen, who had heard this news, immediately decided to change his route, intending to walk up to the Taiku immortal race and strike up a good relationship with Gu Xiener. In the future, as long as he was able to marry Gu Xiener, then wouldn't Gu Xiener's master be his master? Thinking of this, Yi Chen did not hesitate to head towards the swift immortal race. Jun Ling Tian, on the other hand, returned to the Jun family. It was only after he went back that a beep sounded from his system every now and then, because the Red Dust Dao Palace was putting on a big show from time to time. Just you stepping on a horse as an honorary son of God. Ha! Get up for me. Ding! Xiao Jian was beaten up by Long Ao Tian and plundered 100 points of chi luck value. Ding! Xiao Jian was beaten up by pro-disciple Cheng Chuan and doubted his life, plundering 200 points of chi luck value. Ding! Xiao Jian was beaten half to death by quasi-divine son Su Changsheng, plundering 300 points of fortune value. Ding! Xiao Jian was beaten to death by sequential disciple Ao Jian, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Ding! Xiao Jian has become estranged from Bai Susu, and has plundered 500 points of chi luck value. Ding! Xiao Jian's Taoist heart is unstable, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. If he didn't still have a fate that turned misfortune into good fortune, he would probably have been played to death by the heavenly pride disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace. 1 month later, Ji Yao once again found her baby boy, Tian Er. In a few months it will be the clan competition of my Swire God clan. and that girl Shui Luo is almost out of the gate, so why don't you go over with your mother to take a look? Got it, mother. Junling Tian smiled and opened his mouth to respond. Subsequently, after a slight preparation, Junling Tian accompanied Ji Yao and set out on the road to the swift god race. Brother, mother, take me one. Jun Qianling came running wildly with an excited face, intending to accompany Junling Tian to the swift god race to see his future sister-in-law. You, just like to get along. Ji Yao glared at Jun Qianling, who spat out her tongue mischievously. Because of the extremely close relationship between the two families, multiple cross-domain level teleportation arrays were purposely constructed. Thus it only took a dozen days for Junling Tian, Jun Qianling, mother and son to arrive in the middle of the swift god race, the ancient gods, an innate race that had existed since the desolate ancient era, rooted in the swift god realm. The clan's ancestral land was located on the Taiko Shen mountain, and this ancient sacred mountain is legendary as the spine of heaven. It's the centerpiece of the entire Taiku divine realm. The entire divine mountain topped the sky and could not see its top. The ancient divine text is engraved on it. The innate divine pattern shines, and the divine spring flowing between the mountains is the precious treasure of heaven and earth, the Taiku divine liquid. Immortal medicines and divine liquids were everywhere, and there were as many cavernous places as there were stars. Even the mountain protector formation of the Taiku divine mountain was born from the containment of heaven and earth, and that's where the swift god race was born. Although the people of the swift god race looked similar to the human race, they had their own unique marks. That was the one located at the center of the brow, similar to the divine pattern of the shining sun. The higher the bloodline concentration and the better the qualification, the shinier the color of the divine pattern mark. In fact, Junling Tian also had a Flareon divine ripple in the center of his eyebrows, but it was slightly different from that of the swift god race, so it was hidden from him. As Ji Yao and Junling Tian stepped out from within the teleportation formation, the clansmen of the swift god race who were guarding the formation immediately bowed their heads and saluted. Greetings, matriarch. Greetings, young patriarch. Greetings, Miss Cousin. That's right. In addition to being the Jun family's young lord, Junling Tian was also designated as the young patriarch of the Swami clan, and the ancient god skill that he cultivated was the inheritance technique of the swift god race. Chapter 28 Mo Fan, the Son of Luck. Just as Junling Tian had stepped out of the teleportation array, the system's beep sounded. Ding! Daughter of Qi Luck Ji Shuelua detected. Ding! Detected the son of Qi Fortune, Ji Bo Chang, Mo Fan. Hearing the system's beep, Junling Tian was not the least bit surprised. It was normal for a race as powerful as the Swire God race to have one or two sons of Qi. Only the name of this son of Qi made him a bit surprised, because all the people of the Swift God race had the surname Ji, and this son of Qi, Mo Fong, has the surname Mo, which is a bit unusual. Ding! Detected that the son of Qi, Ji Bo Chang, Mo Fan, possesses a low-level system called the Goddess Raider system. System? I didn't expect to run into one that had the same system as myself. But luckily it's a low-level system that can't be compared to my own god-level system. Junling Tian, who heard this news, was a bit surprised but quickly accepted it. And maybe the other guy even came from the same place as him. Goddess Raider system, issue a raider mission. After the mission is completed, increase the raider's favorability and reward intimacy value. Once favorability rises to 100%, the target of the raid will obey the raider, and favorability can be exchanged for items. 3 current raider targets. First raid target, Ji Yao, raid progress 30%. Second raider target, Ji Shuelua, raid progress 40%. Third raid target, Ji Suikis, raid progress 60%. What? Who's the first raider target? Junling Tian thought that he had heard wrong. Wasn't the name Ji Yao her mother? How did he even become the target of this son of Qi's raid? This son of fortune wants to be his stepfather? Yes, host, you heard correctly. This son of Qi wants to be your stepfather. Well, I wasn't going to deal with you yet, and you're climbing all over me. Junling Tian had already begun to think about how he would toy with this son of Qi, Ji Bo Chang, Mo Fan, afterward at this moment. Auntie, cousin Ling Tian, cousin Qian Ling, you're back. The long-awaited Ji Zukite, Ji Shuelua, and a large group of Swift God race clansmen were all waiting outside the teleportation array for a long time. In the middle of the crowd, standing there was a stunningly beautiful fairy with a cool and elegant temperament, fair skin that was better than snow, and a concave and convex figure that was like a fairy that did not eat earthly fire. And this woman was Ji Shuelua, the contemporary goddess of the Swire God clan. Seeing Ji Yao and Junling Tian arrive, originally as cold and noble as an iceberg, Ji Shuelua unexpectedly revealed a rare and overwhelming smile. Auntie, brother Ling Tian, cousin Qianling. Ji Shuelua similarly stepped forward to greet him and then looked at Junling Tian with a big smile on her face. there was also a different look in his eyes. It was because the engagement to Junling Tian was also with her consent. This was because she knew the purpose of Junling Tian's trip and had some interesting stories from her childhood in her mind. Sister Shui Luo really is getting prettier and prettier. Junling Tian opened his mouth and complimented, having to say that if it was just about looks alone, the current Ji Shuelua was the most beautiful looking of all the female cultivators he had seen. Even his mother, Ji Yao, was slightly inferior. But if you add the temperament, you can only say that each has its own flavor. Thank you brother Ling Tian for the compliment. Hearing Junling Tian's praise, Ji Shuelua was inwardly delighted. The corners of his mouth also involuntarily rose slightly. Humph, brother Ling Tian is biased. If my sister is pretty, am I, my younger sister, not pretty? Ji Zukite feigned anger as she opened her mouth, but that look was more like pouting. Who said that? Sister Snow Iris is beautiful. Junling Tian rubbed Ji Shuekite's head. When Jun Qianling saw this, she was immediately overcome with jealousy. Humph, you've never even complimented me. Brother, you're pretty too. All of you. Junling Tian was somewhat helpless and reached out to rub Jun Qianling's head again. Seeing such a scene, the people of the Swift God race present all laughed out loud. Only at this moment stood in the crowd Mo Fan. His face did not have the slightest smile. His heart was even more furious. Damn, Cheryl hasn't even smiled at me like that. Who is that man? There's also that girl, Shui Kite, who previously had a mouthful of brother Bo Chang, but now she's pouting at others. Just wait, when I, Mo Fan, have brushed up your goodwill, I will definitely make you moan at my crotch. Your mother, your sister, I won't let go. Mo Fan snorted coldly in his heart, his eyes flickering with a strange light as he looked at Ji Yao and Jun Qianling. He was a traveler, and by chance he had also traveled to a clan member of the Swire God clan named Ji Bo Chang, and he also had the Goddess Raider system, so as long as he completed the system's tasks, he would be able to hold a beautiful woman. When the goodwill is full, they will even obey him and never betray him. System, make that kid's sister my fourth raid target. The corners of Mo Fan's mouth flashed grimly, and some unpleasant scenes were already coming to mind. Chief Kibo, what's wrong with you? A son of the Ji surname beside him saw that there was something wrong with the expression of the Ji Bo Chang beside him, so he opened his mouth to inquire. Nothing. Mo Fan collected his facial expression and then revealed a stiff smile. And just as Mo Fan designated Jun Qianling as the fourth raider target, another system beep flashed through Junling Tian's mind. Ding! The son of Qi, Mo Fan, has designated Jun Qianling as the fourth raider target. What the hell? This kid is really making a fool of himself. Hearing the system's voice, Junling Tian did not move on the surface, but in his heart, he had already memorized this Mo Fan. Shui Luo, take Tianer to familiarize himself with the Swift God race. Yes, Auntie. Ji Shuelua's forehead nodded slightly, indicating that she understood. I'm going. Jun Qianling saw this and hugged her brother's arm without letting go. I'm going to go too. Ji Zukite hugged Junling Tian's other arm, her softness pressing directly onto it. Junling Tian and Ji Shuelua had no choice but to agree to bring the duo along, and the way Junling Tian was embracing the left and the right immediately caused Mo Fan in the crowd to blush for a moment. He'd been waiting for years to get that tiny bit of a boost in favor. So what made this kid come up with the right and left? So when Junling Tian and the others passed by Mo Fan's side, Mo Fan cheekily opened his mouth. Chief Ji Bo, meet the young patriarch. Hello, brother Bo Jangles. Ji Zukite also opened her mouth to greet Ji Bo Chang when she saw him. Well, hello sister Snow Iris. Hello sister Shiro. Mo Fan said and nodded at Ji Zukite and Ji Shuelua with a gentle smile on his face. You're Ji Bo Chang? Junling Tian looked Mo Fan up and down with a playful expression, memorizing his scent and looks all in his mind. The young patriarch knows me? Mo Fan was a bit surprised. Could it be that his name had already reached this kid's ears? Although he was jealous of Junling Tian, if he could strike a good relationship with him, it would be very beneficial to his future missions. Chapter 29, Snow Dragon Spirit Cult. I don't know. Junling Tian spoke indifferently before turning his head to leave. Seeing this, Ji Shuelua and Jun Qianling hurriedly followed. Only Ji Zukite looked at Mo Fan with a hint of apology in her eyes. Damn it! Just wait for me. Sooner or later I'm going to those women in front of your boy. Mo Fan felt a little twisted inside as he felt insulted. Let's go Ji Bo Chang. We still have to go feed the spirit beasts. The Taigushan clan's son who stood beside Mo Fan earlier shouted out. Yeah, my ability to tame beasts is unrivaled. Thinking of this, Mo Fan directly put his finger in his mouth and with a strong effort, whistled loudly. In an instant, a group of snow-white spirit beasts with dragon heads and horse bodies and wings on their backs came running wildly from the sky, like the Milky Way pouring down. It's the snow dragon spirit pony. Ji Zukite. who was fighting in mid-air, instantly lit up when she saw this. The snow dragon spirit pony has a true dragon bloodline. Its body is snow white and its head shines with 7-colored divine light. It's a great mode of transportation, as it has an incredible face value and is incredibly fast. However, it was extremely difficult to domesticate it, as the snow dragon spirit colt appeared to be gentle, but actually had an extremely violent personality. Previously, Emofan had managed to raise Ji Zukite's favorability to 60% by virtue of his ability to tame beasts. Brother, I also want to sit on that snow dragon spirit colt. Jun Xianling blinked her big watery eyes at Junling Tian. Want to ride? That's not easy? After Junling Tian's words, he whistled just as loudly as Emofan. The next instant, that snow dragon spirit colt that was originally heading towards Emofan heard the sound and instantly changed direction, running wildly towards the location of Junling Tian and the others. What's going on? Chief Kibo, that gag doesn't seem to be working too well. That Taiku god race's son from earlier flirted with a smile on his face. The other children of the swift god race also showed mocking colors when they heard this. This Jibo, along with the ability to tame the beast, usually no less popular, did not expect today is planted. Damn it! Emofan didn't answer the mockery around him, but instead placed his finger in his mouth once again. Blow a loud whistle. However, the snow dragon spirit colt that was originally controlled by the imperial beast skill that he had practiced turned out to be as if it did not hear him as it continued to head towards the location of Junling Tian and the others. Jibo Chang, can you do it? Chief Kibo, a little louder. Haven't you eaten? Looking at the group of snow dragon spirit colt beasts that didn't react in the slightest, the children of the swift god race mercilessly mocked from the sidelines. Everyone had an unimpeded smile on their face, because usually many of these spirit beast groups were controlled by Jibo Chang. They had to look at each other's face if they wanted to ride them a bit. How could this not create resentment in their hearts? However, when Emofan saw this, he was still undeterred and continued to whistle, his face being reddened. Ha ha ha. Look guys, does that Jibo Chang's face look like a pig's liver? When the surrounding children of the swift god race saw this, they all laughed out loud. In the end, the Snow White and with 7-colored divine light snow dragon spirit colt came to a peaceful stop in front of the 4 Junling Tian people, and snorted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Against all odds, let's see how I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. Emofan was furious inside and his face looked unsightly. System, didn't you say that no one can instruct the spirit beasts tamed by this great imperial beast skill? What's going on here? Please give me a reasonable explanation. The divine soul communicated with the system, and Emofan let out a questioning voice. Enlighten the host. I don't know. The system's cold mechanical voice came through. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Go step on the horse's great pin imperial beast skill. Emofan's figure flickered and directly stepped on his body to leave this place. What he did not know was that the reason why Junling Tian was able to command the snow dragon spirit colt was because it had cultivated the divine great imperial beast skill. It was able to easily seize control of the spirit beasts that Emofan had tamed. Where are you going, Ji Bo Chang? The 7-colored spirit pigs are still waiting for us to feed them. One of the sons of one of the swift god race shouted out at Emofan's back, but the latter paid no attention and soon disappeared. Really? How dare you leave your post without authorization? Let's see if I don't go back and report to the clan elder and deduct your monthly salary. That swift god clan son opened his mouth with a smile. Brother, the back of the snow dragon spirit colt is so soft. Jun Qianling, who was seated on the snow dragon spirit colt, looked incredibly excited, and from time to time, she even used her hand to fish for the 7-colored halo on top of the snow dragon spirit colt's head. That's for sure. You can sit tight later. The speed of the snow dragon spirit colt is ranked among the top 100 above the 10,000 beast spectrum. Ji Zukite found a dragon colt she liked and rode it, tugging on 2 dragon whiskers in her hands. Seeing this, Jun Qianling followed suit and similarly reached out to grab the 2 dragon whiskers. And right at this moment, the leader of the snow dragon spirit colt's colony arrived in front of Junling Tian and rubbed against his arm, then half-kneeled. Junling Tian was not ambiguous when he saw this and directly rode on. Then he extended his hand to Ji Shuelua. Ji Shuelua looked at that white palm and blushed slightly, but she did not refuse Junling Tian's invitation. After all, they had often shared a spirit beast when they were children, with Ji Shuelua taking a seat in front of Junling Tian. As soon as Junling Tian clipped his belly, the leader of the snow dragon colt was instantly commanded. The front hooves lifted slightly and hissed, the snow white wings fluttering slightly. In the next instant, the snow dragon spirit colt tribe shot straight into the clouds like lightning, traveling several times faster than they came. The lightning speed caused the 2 Jun Qianling girls to constantly shout, "Wow, that was fast and exciting. Woohoo charge!" Even the corners of Ji Shuelua's mouth, who had a cool temperament, rose slightly. At the same time, She felt the firm chest at her back and couldn't help but blush on her face. Ding! Ji Shuelua's favorability towards you has increased, plundering 100 points of Mo Fan's chi luck value. The departing Mo Fan looked at the group of snow dragon spirit colts that were constantly weaving in and out of the clouds, and the duo of Jun Ling Tian who were sitting together cuddling. The gods were twisted with anger. Reaching out directly, he grabbed a spirit chicken and quickly plucked the hairs off its body one by one. No matter how much that spirit chicken struggled and fluttered its wings, it was to no avail. The ultimate fate is to be stripped naked and thrown into a pot of chicken feathers. Brother, why don't we go to the top of the Taiku Divine Mountain and take a look? At this time, Jun Qianling proposed. It was said that this Taikushan mountain did not see its top. She wanted to see if it was true today. When Ji Zukai heard this, she similarly looked at Jun Ling Tian with a look of anticipation. Even though she had been born here since she was a child, she had not seen where the summit of the Swire God Mountain was. Yeah cousin, I'd like to check it out too. However, Ji Shuelua who heard this was frowning slightly. A soft chortle. Nonsense. Schwackite. Cousin, there exists a very powerful restriction on the summit of the Swire God Mountain, which we can actually peek into. Upon hearing the reprimand, the two Jun Qianling girls instantly lost their animation. The face was tinged with resignation above it. They really wanted to go and see the top of this Taiku Divine Mountain and unveil that mysterious veil. No harm done. Today, cousin will take you to see the summit of this Swift God Mountain. After Jun Ling Tian said this, he directly communicated with the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult and reversed the direction of travel. Yay! Brother is so nice. Long live cousin. Ding! Ji Zukite's favoritism towards you has increased, plundering 200 points of chi luck value. Chapter 30, The Bright Starry Sky. The loss and unwillingness on the faces of the two Jun Qianling girls disappeared as much as they could, and an excited smile reappeared on their faces. Cousin, this Taigushan mountain doesn't know how high it is. It's impossible to reach the top with the Snow Dragon Spirit Pony. Ji Shuelua opened her mouth to remind her. For once she had wanted to get a glimpse of it, but nay, she had flown for months without reaching the top. That's an easy one. Watch me. Jun Ling Tian said as he directly pulled out an Emperor-grade spatial teleportation scroll. The ensuing surge of fire was thrown forward. In an instant, a teleportation space channel appeared right in front of them. An Emperor-grade teleportation scroll? Cousin, this is your bottom card to save your life. How can you use it at will? There was a hint of blame in Ji Shuelua's tone, clearly looking out for Jun Ling Tian. Don't worry, I still have it. Jun Ling Tian smiled and comforted. In fact, he had a whole bunch of this kind of teleportation scrolls just for use in this kind of scenario where it wasn't suitable to expose his cultivation. In the next moment, the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult's entire herd passed through the teleportation channel that carried the Great Emperor's Tao rhythm under the lead cult's leadership. A short while later, the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult clan scurried out from the other end of the teleportation channel with Jun Ling Tian and the others. As far as the eye could see, the sky was dotted with rivers of stars, and colorful unknown galaxies hung in the sky. They also had some fluorescent substances like willow flakes spread around them. The shocking and incomparable starry sky view was reflected in everyone's pupils. Not far away, a celestial pillar plunged into the void in an unknown direction. That was none other than the Swire God Mountain. Wow! Is this the summit of the Swire God Mountain? Jun Qianling and Ji Zukite were at the moment already engrossed in the shocking sight before them and were unable to extricate themselves. They had never seen such a night scene in their lives. To be precise, this isn't the summit of the Swire God Mountain yet, but I can't undo the prohibitions at the summit, so the highest I can reach is here. Jun Ling Tian opened his mouth to explain. In fact, with his cultivation, he could basically go to all the 9 heavens and 10 earths, but if he brought Ji Shuelua and the others along, he would have to display his great emperor's cultivation. It's okay cousin, we're content to see such a view. Ji Shuelua's body leaned back slightly, leaning against Jun Ling Tian's body. Ding! Ji Shuelua's favorability towards you has increased, plundering 100 points of Mo Fan's chi luck value. Ding! Ji Zukite's favoritism towards you has increased, plundering 100 points of chi luck value. As these two system beeps sounded again, the corners of Jun Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly. And the reason why Jun Qianling's favorability didn't increase was because her favorability towards her own brother had already been drawn out. Just like that, Jun Ling Tian brought the 3 girls here to look at the starry sky for a long time. The detachment from Ji Shuelua's years of separation faded. It wasn't until after the aesthetic fatigue that he once again took the 3 women on the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult and began to return. Upon returning to the clan lands of the Swift God Clan once more, Jun Ling Tian, who had gotten down from the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult, casually fed the other party a few mild Emperor-grade pills. By the way, it also destroyed the spiritual brand that Mo Fan had left in his body. The Snow Dragon Spirit Cult that was free from its restraints immediately snorted cheerfully and rubbed against Jun Ling Tian's hand. Then at Junling Tian's gesture, he led the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult pack to flap their wings towards the sky. During the march, the leader of that Snow Dragon Spirit Cult broke through several great realms one after another. The shape became more divinely handsome. Ding! Destroy the layout of the Sun of Fortune, Mo Fan, and plunder 100 points of fortune value. In the meantime, a trace of blood suddenly and violently spilled out from the corner of Mo Fan's mouth. That was the backlash from the mental brand being forcibly erased. What's going on? Why is the spirit imprint I laid inside the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult gone? Warning! Warning! The favorability of the second raider target and the third raider target has dropped drastically. Please ask the host to recover as soon as possible. What? Hearing the system's beep, Mo Fan hastily called up his system panel. It then slid it to the raid target screen. What the hell? Ji Shuelua's favorability is actually only 10%? Ji Zukite's favorability has actually dropped to 30% as well? Looking at the data in front of him, Mo Fan's heart went numb. He's been working hard for years, and now he's back to his old ways? The only thing that gave him some comfort in his heart was that Junling Tian's mother, Ji Yao, had not changed her favorability towards him. It's him! It's him! It must be him! At this moment, Mo Fan thought of the cause of the problem. All of this happened after Junling Tian appeared. Just as Mo Fan was pondering in his mind how to solve the problem, a loud hissing sound resounded in the sky. It turned out that it was the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult that had returned towards the Spirit Beast Garden after carrying Junling Tian and the others. Back just in time. Damn you! Let's see me teach you a lesson. At this moment, Mo Fan was angry. And this Snow Dragon Spirit Cult colony was considered to have hit the bullseye by coming back now. Great Imperial Beast skill! Mo Fan shouted, his hands continuously forming seals. In the next instant, a complex Imperial Beast seal appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Mo Fan controlled that Imperial Beast seal to violently shoot towards that leading Snow Dragon Spirit Cult explosively. However, the moment that Imperial Beast seal disappeared into the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult's body, Mo Fan suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood violently, and his entire aura instantly withered. How come? Mo Fan stared at the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult with wide eyes and an astonished expression. The latter unexpectedly revealed a humanized smile and had a provocative look in his eyes. Aha! Piss me off. System, what the hell is going on here? Didn't you say that this Great Pin Imperial Beast skill can control spirit beasts that are 2 great realms higher than one's own cultivation level? Why is it that I've cultivated so skillfully yet I still fail? Mo Fan's tone contained a reproach, and his face had been angered like a pig's liver. Enlightened host, that Snow Dragon Spirit Cult's cultivation has reached the Lesser Saint realm, 4 great realms above you. So it makes sense that your contract would fail. What? The Lesser Saint realm? Why didn't you say so earlier? Mo Fan was furious, completely not expecting that just being ridden out for a spin, he was able to continuously break the realm. At this moment, when he fixed his eyes on it, the 7-colored halo above the head of the leading Snow Dragon Spirit Cult was indeed much more eye-catching than before. The white as snow fur on his body also became more shiny. Seeing that Mo Fan couldn't do anything about it, that Snow Dragon Spirit Cult condescendingly led the Snow Dragon Spirit Cult's colony around Mo Fan several times. The fluttering wings rolled up the dust in the sky, making Mo Fan dusty and then this floated away. Damn it, wait for me. Looking at the proudly departing Snow Dragon Spirit Cult colony, Mo Fan gritted his teeth. System, I'm going to close my eyes. Remember to remind me when the clan competition is about to start. After Mo Fan finished saying this, he flashed back into his cave, and then began to close his mind. Chapter 31 Let Mo Fan go to Black Coal Mountain to dig coal. And Junling Tian and the others who were still planning to go around suddenly received a voice transmission from Ji Yao. Tian quickly bring Shui Luo to Mother's chambers. I've prepared delicious food for you. Got it, Mother. After responding to Ji Yao's sentence, Junling Tian looked towards Jun Xinling and the others. Come on. Mother has prepared a meal for us. Let's go and try it. Yeah, let's have some good food. It should be that Brother Bo Chang has prepared a new dish. Let's go. Ji Zukite couldn't wait to speak. The corners of her mouth had already left some crystals. At this moment, she was finally thinking of some of Ji Bo Chang's strengths. For example, the gourmet snacks were very well made, so the favor for Ji Bo Chang reluctantly rose a little more. Oh, Chief Kibo? Hearing this name again did not surprise Junling Tian. After all, if the boy didn't have a couple of tricks up his sleeve, there was no way he could get his mother to have a favorable opinion of him. A few moments later, Junling Tian and the others then arrived at the entrance of Ji Yao's chambers, and before he even entered, he smelled an extremely tantalizing aroma of food. Can't help but work up an appetite. It's like the smell of fondue. The corner of Junling Tian's eyes slightly smiled after his question to the flavor. Obviously he had probably guessed where this Mo Fan came from. Cousin, The name of this dish is hot pot. The flavor is extremely spicy and fresh. It's a rare delicacy. Ji Shuekui spoke eloquently, obviously not eating this hot pot in her usual time. Jun Xianling instantly sat up a bit after hearing this. Really? Then go. Then in a hurry, he pulled the crowd up to a faster pace. Young matriarch, Lord Goddess, Miss Cousin, Miss. The palace maids greeted the four in succession upon seeing them. However, the two girls, Jun Xianling and Ji Zukite, only cared about eating. After coming to the Great Hall, at a glance, Junling Tian and the others saw a large cauldron placed on top of the central table, in which the spicy oil rolled over and was still steaming. Various kinds of spirit beast meat were processed in one slice and placed on a plate, and there are quite a few delicious spiritual vegetables and fruits. Cousin, this hot pot does taste good, so you can eat more later. Ji Shuelua looked towards Junling Tian and spoke with a smile. Got it, Cheryl. Junling Tian had a smile on his face, and the two Jun Xianling girls were already drooling at the dishes on the table at the moment. Tianer, Shuelua, you're here. Ji Yao walked out from the back hall and came in front of the crowd. Auntie. Hello auntie. The two of them, Ji Shuelua, greeted Ji Yao. We're all family. No need to care about all this red tape. Sit down all of you. As Ji Yao took her seat, Junling Tian and the others also took their seats in turn. Tianer. This is a dish invented by a child of the clan named Ji Bo Chang. Deliciously tight. Try it. Ji Yao picked up a piece of spirit beast meat and placed it in the pot and swished it around before placing it in Junling Tian's bowl. Thank you, mother. Junling Tian placed that spirit beast meat into his mouth. Not to mention, the spirit beast meat shabu shabu hot pot in this metaphysical world was really delicious. It has a sweet aftertaste, a lingering flavor in the mouth, and an aura that flows through it. You child, why are you still so polite with me? Ji Yao said as she once again shucked a few slices of spirit beast meat for Junling Tian. Mother, you are biased. Why don't you give me shabu shabu? Only for my brother? Jun Xianling was puffing up, her appearance somewhat adorable. You've got your own hands and feet, and you're asking me to shag you? Ji Yao blankly glanced at Jun Xianling. What about brother? Jun Xianling was somewhat unconvinced. Your brother is the Jun family's young lord, the future young patriarch of the Swire God clan, and you're comparing yourself to him? Jun Xianling. Seeing Jun Xianling suffer defeat, Ji Zukite and the others burst into open laughter. Even Ji Shuelua, who had always disliked smiling faces, had the corners of her mouth slightly curled, and so the meal ended between the joy of the crowd. Patriarch, the dessert is here. At that moment the waitress came to the table with a grass cake. What? There's dessert? Why didn't you say so, mother? Jun Xianling touched her belly and glanced at the delicious grass cake, wanting to cry. Who let you eat so much? Now you're blaming me? Ji Yao coldly grunted, and the latter was instantly silent. In the end, Jun Xianling hardened herself and dazzled a large piece of the grass cake once again before she wiped her mouth with satisfaction and burped. And at the moment the food on the table had been swept away. The two girls, Ji Zukite and Jun Xianling, both had a satisfied look on their faces. Cherub, take the girls out for refreshment. I have some things to say to mother. Junling Tian spoke to Ji Shuelua. Got it, cousin. Ji Shuelua answered. Then led Jun Xianling and the others out of the main hall. What's wrong, Sky? Ji Yao turned her head to look at Junling Tian. Mother, I suspect that there is something wrong with this Ji Bo Chang. Problem? What problem? Ji Yao frowned slightly when she heard this. In fact, she had probed the other party's bottom when Ji Bo Chang produced a strange appearance in the first place, but she hadn't found anything. It's just that this person seems to have suddenly gotten the hang of it. Not only is he a good cook, but he's also extremely good at feeding spirit beasts. Even Ji Yao would occasionally ask the other party for advice on cooking, which was why she had grown a bit fond of him. Actually, the fondue child had eaten it a long time ago, as well as the grass cake. Not only that, but the child was able to do it on the spot. Just in case Ji Yao didn't believe it, Junling Tian was about to make his move right away. No need, Tianer. Mother trusts you. Where did you eat these? It was among a drifting foreign world that the child stumbled into by accident, where aura was scarce and life expectancy was only 100 years. There is actually this matter? It seems that this Ji Bo Chang does have some problems. After listening to Junling Tian's words, Ji Yao had no good feelings towards Ji Bo Chang, and in his heart, he pondered how the other party had mixed into the swift god race. And for what purpose did you blend in? Ding! Ji Yao has no favor with Mo Fan, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Warning! Warning! The first raid target's favorability towards the host has dropped to freezing point. Please remedy the situation in time. What? Mo Fan, who had just closed his eyes to cultivate, hastily snapped his eyes open after hearing the system's beep. The system panel that recorded the favorability of his raid target was then opened, At the entrance of his eyes, Ji Yao's favorability towards him had indeed been cleared. This proved that at this moment, Ji Yao no longer had the slightest goodwill towards him, and the fruits of his efforts for so long instantly went down the drain. Damn it! It's him! It must be him! Originally, when he saw Junling Tian's miserably handsome face, Mo Fan went crazy inside with jealousy. Now the other party had destroyed all of his plans, which made him hate the other party even more in the bottom of his heart. Dog! If I don't kill you, Mo Fan, swear not to be a human being. Mo Fan looked up to the sky and his face twisted to the extreme. Mother, I suggest that we exile that Mo Fan and observe him again in secret to see what his purpose is. Junling Tian in the middle of the grand hall opened his mouth to Ji Yao and suggested, okay, let's do as you say and have him supervise the digging of coal at the Black Coal Mountain in the outside world. Ji Yao nodded at his words and immediately gave an order. Chapter 32, Sunflower Divine Code. The moment Ji Yao's order was given, the elder who managed this aspect of affairs rushed towards Mo Fan's cave at a fiery speed. Soon after, he was standing outside Mo Fan's cave. Chief Kibo, clan elder, what do you want with me? Mo Fan, who had just entered a state of seclusion not long ago, heard the sound and opened his eyes again. Chief Ji Bo, the clan leader's word of mouth. After the clan competition specially asked you to head to Black Coal Mountain to take up the position of Deacon Elder. What? Black Coal Mountain? Doesn't that go to mine that bunch of orcs digging for coal? Mo Fan who heard this was stunned. This Black Coal Mountain had always been a place where clansmen who had committed great crimes were exiled. He had clearly done nothing previously, so why was he suddenly to be exiled? Chief Kibo, do you hear me? That summoning elder looked at Mo Fan out of his mind and a trace of displeasure flashed across his face. Mo Fan came back to his senses and took a deep breath. The eyes burned into the opposite elder. Elder, I would like to ask why I was exiled. Is it because I did something wrong? Where's the why? Just do it. That elder snorted coldly, without the slightest intention of trying to explain, and walked away without looking back. What's going on? What the hell is going on here? Mo Fan was frantic inside. If he was exiled from Black Coal Mountain, then what about the 4 raider targets? What's the point of talking about the raiders when you can't even meet them by then? Should we change our goal and raid the Black Blood-drinking orcs? System, what should I do now? Mo Fan placed his only hope on the system. Ding! Given that the host encountered a more sinister crisis, you are now rewarded with a Great Chance search card. The Great Opportunity search card? Mo Fan who heard this brightened up. If he was able to obtain a great chance before the clan competition, then it would definitely shine above the clan competition of the Swire God clan. At that time, he would then propose to refuse to go to Black Coal Mountain, and he could definitely succeed. Thinking of this, Mo Fan used that great chance search card without hesitation. In the next instant, a radar-like panel of technology appeared in front of him. A special energy fluctuation, centered on Mo Fan, spread out continuously towards the surroundings. As time passed, a huge red dot finally appeared above Mo Fan's technology panel. System, does this red dot mean? Mo Fan's face was unusually agitated. Yes, host, you guessed correctly. This big red dot is at least a supreme-level divine hidden inheritance. After the system's affirmative voice came, Mo Fan's inner emotions became even more excited. What is this Mo Fan up to? Junling Tian, who had been keeping an eye on Mo Fan's movements, frowned after realizing that he was heading out of the clanland. Then a flash followed. After advancing at breakneck speed for some time, Mo Fan finally stopped on top of a small hill on the outskirts of the Swift God clan's clanland. This is it. Seeing that his position overlapped with the location of the red dot on the diagram, Mo Fan began to look for the entrance to the Great Opportunity. And when Junling Tian, who had followed, saw this, he immediately utilized his emperor's pupil to scan towards the small hill below. In an instant, the view below the hill was unobstructed. Surprisingly, it's an inheritance graveyard of a Supreme Realm Perfection cultivator. After knowing Mo Fan's purpose, the corners of Junling Tian's mouth rose slightly. With a flash, he appeared in that Supreme Realm Inheritance graveyard. To the eye, there was a golden skeleton. It was covered in flashing runes and emitted a golden light that did not decay after 10,000 years. And in that skeleton's hand was an inheritance jade slip. The name is Wuji Sword Codex. There were also quite a few bottles, jars, and some weapons in the space ring on that skeleton's hand. But most of them were useless. Only one supreme grade spirit sword still retained some spirituality. After sensing Junling Tian's aura, a humanoid silhouette slowly coalesced on top of the skeleton that originally did not move much. Kid, since you were able to pass the test I set to come here, you are destined to be with me. Would you like to inherit my mantle? If you are willing, why don't you kneel and kowtow? That humanoid silhouette had a majestic look on its face, and it also carried a hint of the divine might of the supreme realm. If it was an ordinary person, I'm afraid that they would really be bluffed by the other party and obediently kneel down with their heads bowed. A mere projection without consciousness. Even if your true self were here you wouldn't dare to speak to me like that. Junling Tian snorted coldly and did not bother with the other party. Instead, he pulled out a gongfu jade slip in his hand and switched places with the gongfu in that skeleton's hand. After doing this, he waved his hand again and restored all the scenes to their original state, including the humanoid silhouette that sprang up. It was also restored by him in an instant. Look at Mofan again. At this moment, he had only just found the entrance to the inheritance graveyard. After that, they went through the enlightenment test, the heart test, and the talent root and bone test. It ended up taking several days before he finally entered the middle of the inheritance graveyard. After entering the main chamber, Mofan instantly closed his eyes as he was illuminated by the blinding golden light in front of him. After a few moments of acclimatization, he fixed his eyes on the scene before him, and was immediately irritated by the sight before him, and his breath caught in his throat. Supreme Realm. Surprisingly, it's a corpse of the Supreme Realm. Feeling the abyss-like pressure coming from the sea, Mofan's expression became excited. This was because he saw at a glance that the corpse was holding an inheritance jade slip with a powerful Dao rhythm in its hand. Ha ha ha, I, Mofan, am indeed the son of luck sheltered by the heavenly Dao. Wait for it little. When I accept the inheritance, the first one above the clan competition will challenge you. When he thought of Junling Tian's appearance, Mofan could not help but gnash his teeth. It was simply hard to resolve his heart's hatred without giving the other party a hard beating. Just as Mofan was fantasizing within himself, a humanoid silhouette once again condensed above that skeleton's head. Kid, since you were able to pass the test I set to come here, you are destined to be with me. Would you like to inherit my mantle? Willing. Of course I will. Mofan nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. If you are willing, why don't you kneel and kowtow? Hearing this, Mofan without hesitation then knelt down and worshipped again and again. Disciple Jibo Chang pays his respects to master. Since you have already worshipped the master, then you can take this technique and cultivate it. After saying this, the humanoid silhouette on top of that skeleton's head slowly dissipated. The inheritance jade slip in his hand also slowly floated to Mofan. When Mofan saw this, he had a look of delight. Then he picked it up with an expectant face and fixed his eyes on it. Sunflower Divine Code? Seeing the name above the inheritance jade slip, Mofan's smile froze. As a blue star traveler, how could he not know the meaning of the word sunflower? I hope it's not what I think it is. Mofan silently prayed in his heart and just thought it was a coincidence. Then, inwardly apprehensive, he threw his mind into it. However, in the next instant, 8 large words surfaced in his mind. If you want to practice this skill, you must first self-cannibalize. Chapter 33 Mofan's Choice. Screw this. Mofan directly threw out the inheritance jade slip in his hand. System, you're playing me, aren't you? What's wrong, host? Is it that the inheritance jade slip can't be used? The system's cold mechanical voice came again. You'd better take a look at what the contents of that jade slip are a thing first. Mofan was furious. If he had followed the gongfu, then he would still be raiding a goddess. Even if the raiders succeed then, what's the point? And after hearing this, Mofan's goddess raider system instantly scanned towards that inheritance jade slip. Ding! Scanning complete. This inheritance technique is graded as an emperor grade upper grade technique. Cultivating this technique has a great probability of achieving a great emperor. Achievement of the great emperor? Hearing this, Mofan's complexion was cloudy. On the one hand, there was the temptation of a peak cultivation that pushed across the ages. On the other hand, there was the red dust and lust. So he really had to think about what to choose. Host, this technique is the most peculiar technique I've ever encountered. It's practically tailor-made for you. Host, Morvan, cultivating this technique does not affect your functioning? Mofan inquired doubtfully, and to be honest, he did have a bit of a heartbeat. That was a technique that could be cultivated to the great emperor realm. Such a great opportunity. He didn't know when he would encounter it again, and by then his cultivation would have reached the great emperor realm. Isn't physical recovery just a thought away? Back to the host. It doesn't affect. This system is a goddess rating system. As long as the rating is successful. Well, in that case, a long pain is better than a short one. Mofan was also a ruthless man. And after making up his mind, he even directly raised his hand. Ding! The host has successfully caused the son of Qi to become crippled, plundering the value of Qi for 3,000 points. Junling Tian, who was in the void, looked at the caterpillar that had fallen to the ground, and an unspeakable disgust appeared at the corners of his mouth. And after doing this, Mofan hurriedly ran his body's aura to stop the bleeding. Then he picked up that Sunflower Divine Cannon's inheritance jade slip, cultivated according to the way the aura operated in it. And it also enters into the realm of entering the unity of heaven and man. It could be said that this MO fan was indeed a generation with demonic qualifications. At a young age, he had an avatar realm cultivation. Seeing this, Junling Tian in the void did not stop it, but instead used his eye of scrying to look at MO fan below. Name, MO fan, Ji Bo Chang. Identity, a descendant of the Swire God clan. Cultivation level, middle of the avatar realm. Physique, 9 suns supreme body, mutilated. Fate, Son of Fortune, gold. Chrysanthemums, gold. Chrysanthemums, purple. Luck value, 23,000 points. Chi Velvet Tong Tian Chrysanthemum? What kind of fate is this? Junling Tian inwardly wondered. It was also the first time he had heard of this kind of destiny, even though he was familiar with destinies. Back to the host. This Chi Antler Tong Tian Ju fate is an extremely rare fate, because it doesn't bring any help to the person himself, but it is able to improve the cultivation qualifications of those with low cultivation qualifications. As long as it merges with it, its cultivation qualifications will continue to rise, and it can even achieve greatness, but the number of times it can be used is only 10. What the hell? There's even this kind of physical destiny? After listening to the system's explanation, Junling Tian looked at Mo Fan below with an odd expression on his face. There were already some plans in mind. It's getting late and it's time to go back. Junling Tian thought so in his heart, and his figure slowly disappeared into the void. 3 months later, the eve of the Taiku Divine Clan competition, Mo Fan, who was originally in seclusion in the inheritance graveyard, suddenly opened his eyes violently. A ray of scarlet divine light flickered in its eyes. Ha ha ha, King's Realm consummation. I actually broke through a large realm to reach King's Realm consummation in just 3 months' time. Mo Fan's shrill voice echoed continuously in the middle of the chamber, but he himself was immersed in joy and didn't realize it in the slightest. Little. Wait for it. You'll have a good time when the time comes. At this moment, Mo Fan thought that Junling Tian seems to be only in the King's Realm, so he's not just taking it as he pleases? Host, your voice. What's wrong with my voice? Mo Fan frowned and spoke again. Instead, he realized that his voice had become thin and shrill, similar to that of a eunuch. He then pulled out a mirror and took a look at himself, realizing that the knot in his throat was surprisingly largely gone as well, and his beard had shed quite a bit. Damn it! Mo Fan unconsciously crossed his orchid fingers, then took a deep breath. All of this was actually expected of him. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. He had thought it was nothing, but when actually confronted with it, he couldn't help but feel a little inferior. After many unsuccessful attempts to mimic the previous voice, Mo Fan had no choice but to call it quits. He then turned his gaze to the storage ring in the hands of the Supreme Realm Skeleton. Master, don't be offended. You don't need these things anymore anyway, so let my disciple laugh it off. After saying this, Mo Fan removed the storage ring from the skeleton's hand. With that, he probed his mind into it to check it out. After organizing all the items, it was found that apart from the 2 spirit swords and some martial arts techniques and feats were still able to be used. All other items have not carried the greatness of time. This supreme sword is okay. The spirit still exists quite a bit. It's enough. Mo Fan put that storage ring on his hand. Then his gaze went to the skeleton. I was thinking of taking this skeleton away and selling it for some spirit stones as well, but I was stopped by the system. Host, this person laid a means on top of his own skeleton during his lifetime, which you are unable to break with your current cultivation level. Phew. Good thing I didn't do it. Hearing this reminder, Mo Fan broke out in a cold sweat. A secret pity. Let's go. The great competition is approaching, and it's time to go back. After Mo Fan said this, he returned to his residence following the same path. In the meantime, the entire Taiku Divine race was also in full swing preparing the venue and decorations for the grand competition. A special ring with an isolation formation was erected. The clan competition served as an important means of testing the battle prowess of the younger generation of cultivators of the Swift God clan. Each time it is treated with caution. That was why Ji Yao would personally supervise every clan competition. Make sure you do understand the talent qualifications and cultivation of the young lifetime disciples in your clan. In the sky, the 4 of them, Junling Tian, riding the Snow Dragon Spirit Colt, were heading towards the venue for the clan competition. Ever since Junling Tian had domesticated the Snow Dragon Spirit ponies, the entire group of Snow Dragon Spirit ponies were incomparably gentle in their presence. Brother, will you participate in this clan competition? Jun Shenling looked towards Junling Tian by her side and asked with a curious opening. When the 2 girls, Ji Shuelua and Ji Zukite, heard this, their gazes also looked over. Originally I wasn't going to play, but I guess this one won't go the way I wanted to. As Junling Tian finished saying this, his gaze swept over to where Mo Fan was. Chapter 34, The Clan Competition. At this moment, the square above the center location of the Taiku Divine clan was already crowded with people. The younger generation of the clan had basically all arrived. Even some of the demonic prides in seclusion woke up from their seclusion. This was because this clan competition was not only about their ranking and status in the clan, but the top-ranked person could also receive a generous reward. The top 1,000 rankings were also able to obtain a quota to enter the soon-to-be-opened Quasi-Emperor's secret realm. Imperial realm? Break it for me! The shrill voice of Mo Fan in the cave exploded out. In an instant, the aura of dozens of miles around was drained by him in an instant. At the same time, his realm had also stepped into the ranks of the Emperor realm at this moment. In this clan competition, I, Mo Fan, will definitely win first place. At this moment, Mo Fan's confidence doubled. And then he directly exited the cave and rushed over towards the square above the clan's grand competition. Just above the square were 100 huge rings. Each ring was equipped with a deacon elder of the lesser saint realm on top of it. Around it was a circle of raised platforms, reserved for others to watch. Look, it's Cousin Pathfinder. I heard that Cousin Pathfinder has already stepped into the king's realm a few months ago, and he's bound to be one of the names in this chance ranking. Because the age for the clan competition was between 18 and 30 years old, the children of the Swift God clan whose ages didn't match could only watch the battle from above the high platform. That's Lord Godson. I heard that Lord Godson's cultivation had already reached the late stage of the king's realm as early as a month ago. I don't know if he's broken through yet. At this time, a young man with a head of horns and a divine appearance walked not far away. He was Ji Sangxion, the divine son of the Swift God race that everyone was talking about. Lord Goddess and the young matriarch are here. At this time, the crowd present saw the figures of the 4 Junling Tian people. Rumor has it that the young patriarch's cultivation reached the king's realm 2 years ago, and I don't know what realm he's at now. That goes without saying. It's definitely already at the imperial realm. A child of the clan opened his mouth with an affirmative face, and at this moment, Ji Sangxiong also saw Zhu Ling Tian and the others, his face hurriedly putting on a smile as he trotted over. Cousin Ling Tian, Cousin Shui Luo, Cousin Shui Kite. After greeting Jun Ling Tian and the others, Ji Sangxiong turned his gaze back to Jun Shenling. The smile on his face has grown wider. And Cousin Chiling, when did you come? We've been here a long time. Cousin Cthulhu. Seeing Ji Sangxiong look over, Jun Shenling gave a salty response, obviously not too keen on him. However, the latter scratched his head with a shy face after hearing Jun Shenling call him cousin. Jun Ling Tian, who was on the side, was somewhat speechless at the sight, because he saw at a glance that this kid was an emotional little white, the legendary innate dog-licking holy body. With that, he used his probing eye to look over. After all, if you wanted to be his Jun Ling Tian's brother-in-law, how could you be a great emperor in the future? Name, Ji Sangxiong. Identity, divine son of the Swift God race. Cultivation, early imperial realm. Physique, ancient god body. Destiny, trapped by love, purple. Luck value, 9,000 points. Surprisingly, it's an ancient god body. Not bad at all. After reading Ji Sangxiong's information, Jun Ling Tian was still relatively cognizant of it. The ancient god physique was also a physique that ranked relatively high among the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Moreover, this physique is born in every era in the ancient god race. Moreover, the Swire god race had researched this physique quite deeply, which was one of the reasons why the Swire god race was able to rank among the top powers. Look, who's that guy in the mask? At this time suddenly, a child of the Swift god race saw a person who had wrapped his entire face in a mask. The figure in dress seemed a bit like Kibo Chang to me. Some of the more familiar disciples probably guessed who was under that mask. Ji Bo Chang? The pig farmer? Hearing this, a well-informed disciple immediately spoke with a mocking face. He won't be able to raise pigs in the future. You may not know, this Ji Bo Chang has been exiled by the Patriarch to dig coal in the Black Coal Mountain. What? Ha ha ha, Patriarch wise. The people present all looked at each other and laughed, because the voice was not restrained in the slightest. All of their conversation was heard by Mo Fan. Damn it, when I achieve greatness, I will definitely destroy all of you. Mo Fan took a deep breath and then came to stand in the middle of the field. The match is about to start. Cousin Ling Tian, let's go take our positions as well. Ji Shuelua spoke at this time. As a divine daughter of the Swift God race, she was not required to go through these previous competitions. The top 10, including those in the grand competition, were not required to participate and had their exclusive places. Well, go. Jun Ling Tian nodded and then settled into his seat. Shortly after waiting until Ji Yao arrived to announce the start of the clan competition, the Taiku Divine Clan's triennial clan competition had officially begun. Now this elder groups you into groups. See the number plates in front of you? 1 to 200th place will compete first, with 2 adjacent number plates as opponents. As that great sage realm elder opened his mouth, a number plate slowly surfaced in front of each person. My number plate is actually 1. Very good. It seems that the first place in this grand competition is not mine. Fan looked at his number plate and came above the ring labeled number 1. At the same time, another clansman of the Swift God race came across to Fan with the number 2 number plate. After the deacon elders had confirmed that the identities of the two sides were unchanged, they immediately announced the start of the match. Look, that Jibo Chang has taken the stage. How many moves do you guys think that Jibo Chang will be able to last? Some of the clan's children noticed Fan on the field and smiled as they opened their mouths to inquire. 3 moves? No more. 3 moves? I'm guessing 1 move. Since it's my cousin he's fighting. Ha ha ha, so 1 move is enough. Indeed it is me who lifted up that Jibo Chang. The children of the Swift God race on the high platform laughed and discussed playfully. Jibo Chang, why are you wearing a mask? Is it an unattractive look? That child of the Swift God race looked at Fan and frowned. Cut the crap. Will you admit defeat or will I send you down? Fan mimicked his original voice and spoke. This was a voice-changing technique he had learned from the system, and it had been cultivated to the point of initiation. You can simply simulate familiar sounds. Arrogant. You want to defeat me with just you? That child of the Swift God race snorted coldly when he heard this. The face became visibly huffy. 1 punch. Just 1 punch. You, ready? Fan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of his face. What? Jibo Chang. You seek death. Seeing that the other party was so contemptuous of himself, that Swift God clan's son no longer stayed his hand. The spirit sword in his hand instantly came out of his body. The mountains are raining. With this loud shout, a tornado suddenly blew up in the field. That Swift God clan's son was located in the center of the tornado and stabbed fiercely towards Fan. Chapter 35 Fan advances to the top 100. Little Doyle, how dare you show off in front of me? Fist intent. Mountain breaking style. As Fan said that, a layer of fist intent was actually wrapped around his fist, directly sweeping across the entire ring. In the next instant, he utilized the basic fist martial skill of the Swift God race and fiercely blasted towards the attacking tornado. The moment the two came into contact, the dragon scroll that originally carried a vast amount of might violently stagnated. Afterwards, it even slowly shattered and disappeared. And that child of the Swift God race also flew backwards under the violent shock of Fan's fist. A mere mountain rain sword technique. How dare you show off in front of me? Fan unconsciously curled his orchid finger and flicked it toward the Taiku Divine Clan's son who flew out backwards. How? How could this happen? You actually comprehended the fist intent. Blood spilled from the corners of the mouth of that child of the Swift God race and tried to get up again, but tried several times without success. He was really defeated by that Fan with a single punch, and from then on, he was afraid that he would become the laughingstock of the entire clan. Ring 1, Jibo Chang wins. As that deacon elder spoke, Fan walked down the ring with his head held high. When did Chief Jibo become so powerful? Fist intent? He actually comprehended fist intent? 1 punch? He actually defeated my cousin with 1 punch. The children of the Swift God race who were watching this scene above the stands all had a look of shock on their faces. Tian'er, you're right. There really is something wrong with this Jibo Chang. After Ji Yao, who was seated on the high platform, saw this scene, she became even more convinced of Junling Tian's suspicions. Although Jibo Chang was a person he hadn't paid much attention to, he had been mediocre throughout the years. It's in the last few years that huge changes have occurred. Mother, this Jibo Chang's current cultivation isn't simple, so I guess your plan to exile him is going to go down the drain. Junling Tian, who was sitting on Ji Yao's side, spoke with a light smile. I didn't think you could tell. Ji Yao was a bit surprised, but thinking about it, she felt it was normal. Although she didn't know to what cultivation level this son of hers was at now. It was definitely not the king's realm as rumored by the outside world. It wasn't even the emperor realm. The cultivation she estimated in her mind should be at the exalted realm or the lesser saint realm like this. Brother, what are you talking about? What exile or not? Jun Xianling could not understand the conversation between her elder brother and her mother, so she asked curiously. What's your game? What's with the blind questions? Ji Yao glared at Jun Xianling, who shrank in fear. With the passage of time, the 100 matches in the arena finally came to an end. Because there were more than 100,000 people who participated in this clan competition. It took several days before they could line up Fan again. Look, Chief Kibble is on again. The originally bored spectators in the stands were suddenly energized at the sight of Jibo Chang taking the stage again. Draw your sword. The Swift God clan's son opposite Fan opened his mouth. Draw your sword? No, no, no. You alone are not worthy of me drawing my sword. Fan cocked his head and provocatively hooked his finger towards the opposite side. Jibo Chang, you will pay for your arrogance. The opposite side of that Swift God clan's son held back his anger and opened his mouth, then directly pulled out the spirit sword in his hand. Draw the sword and chop. That child of the Swift God race shouted loudly. and a huge light green colored sword aura burst out from above his spirit sword. It slashed towards Mo Fan lightning fast. Fist intent. Shun you. As Mo Fan opened his mouth, not only was there fist intent wrapped around his fist, but there was also a mountain peak silhouette added to it. Against the incoming sword light from the opposite side, that Jinyu's virtual shadow carried a destructive momentum, instantly blasting the sword light into pieces. What? The opposite Taigu God clan's children wanted to make a move to resist, but it was already too late. One could only manage to hold the spirit sword across his chest. In the next instant, unsurprisingly, a silhouette flew backwards from above the ring, unable to rise again. A punch, surprisingly another punch. Has this Ji Bo Chang eaten pig feed? Why is he so brave? Those who knew Mo Fan in the stands were all surprised by his performance this time. The one just now is my cousin, who is at the early stage of the Avatar realm. I didn't expect that he couldn't even block a punch. What exactly is this Ji Bo Chang's cultivation? What? Your cousin can't even block a punch in the Avatar realm? The crowd at the scene finally stopped belittling Mo Fan after hearing this. Just like that, Mo Fan went all the way through the ranks and quickly broke through the top 100. And each time, he only threw one punch. So far, no one had made him throw a second punch, much less a sword. How is it possible that this Ji Bo Chang has rushed into the top 100, when there were only 100 left in the field? They were surprised to see Ji Bo Chang's figure among them. Every opponent he only needs one punch to solve. How can he be so strong? It turns out that this Ji Bo Chang had been holding back before, presumably because he wanted to wait until the clan competition when he unexpectedly exploded to get the clan leader's attention. A child of the Swift God race opened his mouth to speculate. What? To have such a heart? This Ji Bo Chang's hiding is really deep. Others were in deep agreement. If it wasn't for the patriarch's intention to exile him to Black Coal Mountain, I guess he wouldn't have intended to expose himself. Thinking about this, a chill ran through the hearts of all those in the stands who knew Ji Bo Chang. After all, they usually didn't taunt Ji Bo Chang much. Occasionally, they will give each other a hard time. I didn't realize that the other party had been pretending to be a pig in a poke all along. Interesting. This year's clan competition is much more interesting than before. On the seats below Ji Yao and the others, there were 10 people sitting at the moment. They were the top 10 from the last clan competition. In the very center was Ji Shuelua, who had become a divine maiden after winning first place in the last clan competition. Next to her was Ji Tsangxion, who had lost a move to Ji Shuelua in the last clan competition, so he was in second place. On the other side of Ji Yao was a demonic man with a pair of Danfeng eyes, the third place winner of the last grand competition, named Ji Wushuang. The words just came from him. At this moment, the 100 Swift God race demons standing under the stage all had proud faces. To be able to be in the top 100 of the young generation of the entire Swift God race, they did have the capital to be proud. The following is the top 100 to top 50 matchup. The number plates that now appear before you are the sequence of rings in which you will face each other. The top 50 promotion tournament will now officially begin. As that great Saint Realm Elder spoke, the 100 children of the Swift God race present mounted their corresponding rings in turn. Look! This time Ji Bo Chang's opponent is actually cousin Ji Lei. Those above the stands who were familiar with Mo Fan cast their eyes over it the first opportunity. Even most of those clansmen who hadn't heard much about Mo Fan before cast their eyes toward Mo Fan's ring. After all, his previous record was just too bright, and had become the biggest dark horse of this clan competition. Chapter 36 Ring Mode. This Ji Bo Chang's winning streak is afraid to come to an end. Brother Ji Lei is a 3,000 thunder body, and his hand of thunder law is out of this world. Yeah, Brother Ji Lei can definitely beat him up violently. That's right, but I've heard that Brother Ji Lei's cultivation has already reached the King Realm, and he'll definitely be able to hang that Ji Bo Chang. Some of the clan's children opened their mouths to discuss, and at this moment, Mo Fan on the stage, after seeing Ji Lei on the opposite side, his fingers unconsciously pinched an orchid and made a slight point toward the opposite side. Finally a decent one. With the cultivation of the King's Realm, he could barely take 2 more moves from him. Ji Bo Chang, I admit that you are very strong, but when you meet me, your winning streak will only end here. Although Ji Lei said so, he had a serious face. Come on, show me what you've got, Ji Lei shouted. A powerful late King Realm aura directly pressed towards Mo Fan on the opposite side. However, that aura didn't have the slightest effect after pressing on Mo Fan's body. Hurry up and make your move, or you won't have a chance. Mo Fan opened his mouth blandly, his entire body revealing a calm and unhurried aura. 3,000 thunder bodies, open, Ji Lei bellowed, and his entire body slowly rose up into the air. His hair stood on end and his pupils glowed with thunder. A light blue thunder snake roamed its body, flashing with a lurid light. Special physique? Mo Fan looked at Ji Lei, who was condescendingly looking at him from across the room, with a hint of disdain on his face. Sword intent. The sword technique of resisting evil. Evil intent to cover the sky. Fan spoke in a soft voice. In the next moment, a black sword chi wrapped around his body. An invisible force of the sword Dao also spread towards the entire ring. What? That's actually sword intent? This Ji Bo Chang has not only comprehended fist intent, but also sword intent? When the crowd above the stands heard this, a trace of shock unconsciously appeared on all of their faces. Even those clan elders of the Swift God clan couldn't help but nod their heads, rising in love with their talents. This son is good. Do you know who this son is? I've heard that it's called Ji Bo Chang, but it seems that the matriarch doesn't treat him very well and plans to exile him to Black Coal Mountain. An elder who knew the inside story opened his mouth and explained. What? Why would such a demonically gifted matriarch want to be exiled? Wouldn't this be a waste? An older elder opened his mouth and said. At the same time, he had already planned to have a good talk with Ji Yao after the clan competition was over. Such a talented clan's children had to be exiled. If this went on, Itai Gushin clan would inevitably go into decline. And at this moment Ji Lei and Mo Fan above the ring were already exchanging blows. 3,000 thunders. As Ji Lei shouted, the power of thunder around him became even more radiant, and the entire person was like a god in charge of the thunder and lightning penal code. Thunder continued to fall from mid-air, slashing toward Mo Fan on the stage. However, Mo Fan in the ring was unhurriedly dodging. To be able to make me strike my sword. You are proud enough. Chop. The moment the word chop fell, all the sword chi and sword intent around Mo Fan's body all came together. The defense formations above the ring actually produced a hint of shaking. How can this Ji Bo Chang be so strong? Ji Lei's body was trembling at the moment. That was his sixth sense warning him. He couldn't catch the sword. 3,000 thunder movements. 3,000 thunder movements. Ji Lei continuously roared out. His complexion was hideous, just thinking about carrying this sword. Otherwise, if he was defeated by a sword, wouldn't he become the laughingstock of the entire clan? Under Ji Lei's full force, the thunder power around him became even more brilliant and sparkling. In the next instant, sword light and thunder collided together. Terrifying battle fluctuations swept across the entire ring in an instant, impacting the ring's protective formations with creaking sounds. But this only lasted an instant. Just a thud. The thunder power that Ji Lei had condensed directly exploded, and then his entire body directly flew backwards. Like a puddle of mud, it hit on top of the protective array, and then gradually slid down, and even directly fainted to death. Winner of this ring, Gibber Chief. As the deacon elder above the ring opened his mouth, the crowd in the stands came back to their senses. A move. Surprisingly, another move. Even brother Ji Lei of the late King Realm couldn't defeat him. What exactly is his cultivation level? This Ji Bo Chang is afraid that he will be subject to the clan's key cultivation. The expressions of the clansmen of the Swift God race above the stands varied. There was envy, jealousy, and even admiration and love. Tianer, what do you think of this Ji Bo Chang? Ji Yao, who was on the high platform, asked in a voice with a bland expression. Good talent, average heart. Junling Tian opened his mouth without thinking. When it came to understanding, it was estimated that no one on the scene knew Mo Fan better than him. You're right. This son's face is complacent and not calm enough. His heart is indeed not good. Ji Yao nodded and spoke approvingly. After the end of the top 50 advancement tournament, all the children of the Swift God race rested for a while. Prepare for the later 25 advancement rounds. There was no doubt that Mo Fan had once again advanced by a landslide. The top 25 after that are the individual qualifying battles, which are based on a point system. The so-called point system is a 2-on-2 battle, where the winner gets 1 point and the loser gets 1 point off. The rest at Mo Fan's first match was against a King's Realm Perfection Swift God race disciple. Come on, Ji Bo Chang. Let the two of us fight with all our might. That child of the Swift God race opened his mouth with a serious expression on his face. There was no longer anyone present who was still underestimating Mo Fan. After all, a person who was able to advance into the top 25. Which one was not in existence at the level of a Swift God race demon? Want to fight with me at full strength? With you you're not qualified enough. Mo Fan opened his mouth indifferently, and then directly struck out like lightning. It was only after 100 moves that child of the Swift God race was defeated in his hands. After the deacon elder in the ring announced the winner of the match, Mo Fan unexpectedly stood directly on the stage without going down. Too much trouble. Elder, Ji Bo Chang. Apply for ring mode. What? You actually want to apply for ring mode? The deacon elder who heard this had a shocked look on his face. This was because the so-called ring mode was that the person defending the ring was constantly being challenged by the challenger and could not rest. In layman's terms, it's a wheelbarrow fight. I will need to apply to the clan elders on this matter. That deacon elder had just finished saying this when that great sacred realm elder from earlier rushed over. What happened? Enlighten elder. Ji Bo Chang, he said he wants to apply for the ring mode. What? Ring mode? Hearing this, the great sage realm elder frowned slightly, then looked at Mo Fan. Do you know what the rules of this ring mode are? I know. Mo Fan replied lightly, his voice filled with confidence. Chapter 37 I want to challenge Junling Tian. Now that you know that, you're still going to apply for ring mode? That great sacred realm elder was a bit surprised. Exactly. One by one is too much ink against the other. Mo Fan spoke thus, while his gaze could not help but glance towards Junling Tian. It was because at this moment, he could not wait to trample Junling Tian under his feet. Today, he would show the entire people of the Swift God clan that Junling Tian was a straw man, unworthy of being the Swift God clan's young patriarch. And after that great sage realm elder heard Mo Fan reply in such a manner, he glanced at Ji Yao on top of the high platform. After receiving a nod of agreement from the other, he spoke again. In that case, let's open the ring mode for you. Thank you, elder. Mo Fan spoke indifferently, seemingly unsurprised that the other party would agree. That great Saint Realm Elder then faced everyone once again. Since Chief Ji Bo has applied for the ring mode, please prepare your clan sons and daughters to come up to the stage and challenge them at any time. The moment these words came out, the people at the scene once again exploded. What the hell? Did I hear you right? This Ji Bo Chang even applied for the ring mode? Many people above the stands were a bit disbelieving after hearing this. That's ring mode. It hasn't been seen in how many years? Even the many elders of the Swift God race watching from the elder's seat couldn't help but be intrigued after hearing these words. Not only is this son's qualifications demonic, his guts are also too much. An elder stroked his beard and looked at Mo Fan above the ring with a face of admiration. But there were also elders with different opinions. Whether it's overly bold or proud and conceited, that'll have to be seen. And at this moment, Jeet Sangdo and the other previous top 10, at this moment, looked at Mo Fan with similarly different expressions. Some frowned, some were disdainful, and some had curious faces. Sister Shui Luo, do you think this Ji Bo Chang can defend the ring successfully? Ji Wushuang spoke with interest. Whether it will work or not, we'll see later. Ji Shueluo replied in a cold tone. The latter sniffed. Still so cold. Surely gentleness is only for the young clan chief. Why does brother Bo Chang look like a different person? At this time Ji Zukite, who was sitting behind Junling Tian, frowned and spoke. The corners of Junling Tian's mouth curled slightly as he heard this. But it's not just a different person. Now it's a rootless person. And then look above the ring at the moment. Mo Fan, who had been waiting for a few moments, was already a bit impatient. Then with a beaten tone, he looked towards the remaining 23 children of the Swift God race and opened his mouth. Gentlemen, hurry up. Ji Bo Chang, don't you dare to go wild. Let me meet you for a while. A demonic pride of the Swift God race appeared on the stage in a flash. It was only seen to be as strong as an ox. His body is gnarled with muscle and power. It's cousin Ji Ruwan. Someone on the stage recognized the person who was on the stage. What? Ji Ruwan? That's the Ji Ruwan who crossed a great realm to kill the evil-eyed black tiger? Yes, that's right. It's him. Hearing Ji Ruwan's name, the crowd in the stands finally came to a moment of interest. After all, the other party was a fierce person who could physically fight the evil-eyed black tiger. It's just a reckless man. Watch me suppress it with one hand. Sword. Mo Fan's nostrils turned to the sky, and the whole thing was forced. A spirit sword also instantly flew from the originally empty palm. Ji Bo Chang, you seek death. Hearing the other party say that he could suppress him with one hand, Ji Ruwan was furious. The whole thing went into a rampage. Barbarian King charge. Only to see it shouting loudly. All of its body was entwined with a layer of red energy at this moment. This was a mutated energy he cultivated. Similar to anger. This kind of energy, the more angry a person is, the more powerful he is, but it is easy to make people become clumsy and unable to think seriously. Sword intent. The sword technique of warding off evil. Heaven and earth have no light. As Mo Fan opened his mouth, his body unexpectedly continued to diverge into a black sword shadow around him. In an instant, it covered the entire sky, seeming to really do away with the light in heaven and earth. Then the black sword shadows around Mo Fan all pointed at Ji Ruwan. Under his sword pointing, all the black sword shadows exploded toward Ji Ruwan, forming a long black dragon of sword shadows. Barbarian King shield. Seeing this, Ji Ruwan hastily supported a hemispherical shield above her head. But the power of the black sword shadow that kept falling was really powerful, and Mo Fan was still continuously condensing it. Thus just after carrying it for a while, Ji Ruwan felt unable to hold on. The anger inside couldn't help but be a little less. At this moment, he realized that he was not a match for this Mo Fan at all. In the end, his body was chopped all over by that black sword shadow, and he regretfully lost. How come? Surprisingly, even cousin Ruwan couldn't suppress this berserker? Ji Bo Chang, this kid is afraid that he's going to take off in the future. After seeing Ji Ruwan lose so easily, the perception of Ji Bo-chang's strength was once again refreshed in the hearts of the crowd in the stands. This kid Ji Bo-chang won't really be able to finish the ring mode, right? The people at the scene were all marveling at Ji Bo-chang's anticlimax. There was only one Swift God race descendant who had an unsightly expression, because he often taunted and bullied Ji Bo-chang every other day. Now it looks like the other guy just doesn't want to get into it with him. Still calling Ji Bo-chang? From now on that's my Bo-chang brother. All of you are called Brother Bo-chang. That Swift God clan's son gave his little brother a few slaps. Yes, Brother Bo-chang. Brother Bo-chang. The group of juniors all called up Brother Bo-chang with a smile on their faces. In fact, the reason why Mo-fan didn't trouble him in the first place was because he couldn't beat him. His cultivation and battle power had only been raised in the last few months. Seeing Ji Ruwan's defeat, some of the other Swift God race's demonic prides also went up to the stage to challenge them in turn. Ji Xuecheng, defeated. Ji Lu Yao, defeated. Ji Mubai, defeated. In the end, Mo-fan surprisingly did pass this ring mode with a record of all wins. Won first place in the clan competition auditions. Who else? After the last battle ended, Mo-fan shouted out freely. The crowd above the stands were all silent at this. They hadn't expected Mo-fan to actually succeed in challenging the ring mode at all. At this time, the presiding officer of the grand competition, that great sage Realm Elder, appeared to Mo-fan's side. Mo-fan, since you have managed to win first place, there is now an opportunity to challenge the top 10 people from the last grand competition. Do you challenge them? Of course. I've been waiting for this moment for I don't know how long. Mo-fan's chest rose and fell as his gaze swept around the seats of the previous top 10 ranked people. Then surprisingly, he raised his head to look at Junling Tian, who was on top of the high platform, and then took a deep breath. The person I want to challenge today is him, the young patriarch of the Swift God clan, Junling Tian. Mo-fan raised his hand and pointed in Junling Tian's direction, his gaze burning. Chapter 38, Challenging Junling Tian. What? He's actually planning to challenge the young patriarch? Are you kidding? What qualifications does he have to challenge the young patriarch? What is the status of the young patriarch? Is it not for you, a pig farmer, to challenge? Upon hearing that Mo-fan had even unself-consciously tried to challenge the young patriarch, the conclusions of the crowd at the scene were almost one-sided. Even the top 10 of the clan competition's people's expressions became subtle at this moment after hearing Mo-fan's words. Hey, this kid really doesn't know the heights of heaven. Ji Wuxuan's evil Danfang eyes flashed with inexplicable splendor. It seemed to recall some bad memories, and these bad memories were clearly the memories of when he was a teenager and he was fatally beaten by Junling Tian. It was because when he was in his teens, Junling Tian spent some time in the Swift God clan, practicing the ancient god skill, and during that period of time, he had displayed an amazing talent qualification that perfectly matched 100% with the ancient god technique, the inherited technique of the Swift God race. That's what made him the young patriarch. How could the younger generation of the Swire God clan be convinced in their hearts when they heard that they had actually allowed a person with a foreign surname to be the young clan head? All of them came to trouble Junling Tian at once. The result is needless to say. Each and every one of them was beaten obediently. Since then, the entire young generation of demonic prides of the Swift God race were all convinced. I think this kid is just an old man eating arsenic, too long to live. When they thought of the fear they had been subjected to by Junling Tian back then, those present could not help but shiver. However, all of this happened before Mo-fan crossed over, and at that time, Ji Bo-chang was still just a small person raising pigs, and he didn't even have the chance to come into contact with Junling Tian. It was only by hearsay that Junling Tian was very powerful. Ji Bo-chang, you're bold. How can you challenge Brother Ling Tian? Ji Zukite stood up from her seat in a repulsive and delicate voice, and in her mouth, she didn't even call her brother Bo-chang anymore. Hearing Ji Zukite defend Junling Tian, Mo-fan's expression underneath his mask instantly turned twisted. That's right, Ji Bo-chang. Give up. You're no match for cousin Ling Tian, and we're doing this for your own good. Ji Xuelua also faintly spoke out at this time. She did give a word of advice on the basis of Mo-fan pleasing her in the past. Brother Ling Tian, Brother Ling Tian. What a Brother Ling Tian. Today, I will make your Brother Ling Tian turn into a dead dog and lie down in front of you. Mo-fan took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his heart. Have you two said enough? Shut up if you've said enough. Mo-fan spoke in a cold tone, then looked straight at Junling Tian on top of the high platform. Junling Tian, you can't be afraid and want to be a shrunken head turtle, right? Daring, with just you? Not worthy enough to challenge the young clan chief. Get past me first. Ji Tsangqiong snorted coldly and was about to go down to teach Mo-fan a lesson, but was stopped by Junling Tian waving his hand. Because Ji Tsangqiong and this Mo-fan had comparable cultivation levels, there was not much difference in battle power. It would be a waste of time even if he fought. It would be better for him to come in person. This would also allow him to harvest a wave of chi value. Since you want to challenge me so much, then I will do as you wish. Junling Tian spoke indifferently, instantly disappearing from above the high platform. And then his figure appeared above Mo Fan's head, looking down at the other party. Go brother, bust him. Go cousin, go brother Ling Tian. Seeing this, Jun Qianling, Ji Shueluo and Ji Zukite all shouted and cheered for Junling Tian with excited faces. Even Ji Yao saw this, and even her vermilion lips lightly opened. Go Tianer. Hearing that all 4 of his raider targets were actually cheering for Junling Tian, the jealous rage in Mo Fan's heart rose once again. And when the children of the swift god race above the stand saw this, they all turned towards Junling Tian as well. Go young patriarch. The young patriarch smashed the Ji Bo Chang. Just as the crowd was cheering for Junling Tian, a few discordant voices unexpectedly rang out from the stands. Go brother Bo Chang. Go brother Bo Chang. These voices were clearly the previous few children of the Swift God clan who often bullied Ji Bo Chang. However, their leader's face turned green when he heard these cheering sounds. Straight up, he gave his little brother a couple of slaps in the face. Who are you calling brother Bo Chang? Who are you cheering for? Big brother, wasn't it you who said to call brother Bo Chang? When the hell did I ask you to call brother Bo Chang? Give me a shout of cheer for the young patriarch. Yes yes yes. Go young clan chief. The young clan chief is invincible. Chief Ji Bo. You're a pig farmer. How are you worthy of challenging the young patriarch? It's better to kowtow and admit defeat of your own accord. Exactly. Pig farming is what you should be doing. Mo Fan, who had originally heard someone cheering for him, had just felt relieved inside, when he heard the other party change who they were cheering for, and made a mockery of him. He was immediately exasperated and gritted his teeth, and his heart was filled with various emotions such as envy, jealousy, and anger. He had licked Ji Shueluo and the other women for so many years, but it turned out to be inferior to a small character that suddenly appeared. Mine, mine, all this cheering and shouting should be mine. Junling Tian, come and fight. Mo Fan, who had built up his anger to the extreme, no longer hesitated, directly mobilizing all the spiritual energy in his body, and the Imperial Realm's realm pressure instantly swept across the entire square. The comprehended sword intent also exploded in full at this moment. Sword intent, the sword technique of warding off evil. Evil intent to destroy the world. As Mo Fan opened his mouth, his body was immediately wrapped in a black sword chi, and his entire body slowly rose into the air. Standing opposite to Junling Tian, the brilliant sword might swept across the entire field. This son's cultivation has unexpectedly reached the Emperor realm, and he has also comprehended 70% of the sword intent. His natural talent is truly extraordinary. I remember that Song Cheung Kid has only comprehended 60% of his fist intent, right? Yeah, I didn't expect this kid's natural talent to be slightly better than even that Song Cheung Kid. At this moment, the eyes of the elders of the Swift God race were filled with admiration as they looked at Mo Fan. Even the top 10 of the previous clan competition couldn't help but look grave when they saw Mo Fan's true strength at this moment, because they suddenly realized that they were not even a match for this Mo Fan. Emperor Realm of Big Brother. Ji Bo Chang's cultivation is actually in the Emperor Realm. The few children of the Swift God race who had bullied Mo Fan earlier were a bit flustered inside at the moment. What's the point of panicking? It's absolutely impossible for him to beat the young patriarch. And since he's offended the young patriarch and is struggling to protect himself, he definitely won't have the time to look for trouble from us. Although the Taiga God clan's son in the lead said so, he was equally panicked inwardly. Junling Tian, come and fight. Mo Fan's face showed a smooth expression as he slashed his sword towards Junling Tian on the opposite side. In an instant, the sword intent wrapped in the shadow of a sword aura and chopped towards Junling Tian. In the blink of an eye, it chopped at Junling Tian's chest, instantly decapitating him to the ground. Immediately after that, Mo Fan followed suit and stomped on the face of the wretched Junling Tian. The heart was overflowing with quick relief. Chief Kibo, what are you thinking? Junling Tian couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at Mo Fan, who stood motionless and giggling. It turned out that the scene just now was all fantasized in his mind. Chapter 39, Double Standard. Mo Fan, Junling Tian, come and fight. Ji Bo Chang once again pointed his sword at Junling Tian and mobilized his entire body's aura. Who knew that he had just made his move when Junling Tian appeared in front of him? Ignoring a sharp sword chi wrapped around Mo Fan's body, stretched out his white, slender palm. In the next instant, only a snap was heard. A loud and incomparable slapping sound spread throughout the square. Mo Fan was also instantly slapped from midair by Junling Tian and fell down onto the ring, his entire body set in the ring. Seeing this, Junling Tian stepped down in the void with an expressionless face and then stomped on Mo Fan's face. Feel the 40-something yards of paws on your face. Humiliation, unwillingness, anger and other emotions instantly surged to the heart. At this moment, Mo-fan only had one thought, and that was to slaughter Junling Tian. Ha 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 ha, young patriarch is indeed still a young patriarch. Seeing Mo-fan being stepped on by Junling Tian, the children of the Swift God race present were not surprised. However, the top 10 people of the last great competition were not very happy in their hearts. Instead, there was a sense of urgency as they felt that they had been left far behind by Junling Tian. Cousin Ling Tian, you're awesome. Ji Zukite suddenly opened her mouth to cry out with a face of adoration at this time. Ding! Ji Zukite's favorability towards you has increased, plundering Mo-fan's chi luck value by 100 points. Warning! Warning! Raid target Ji Zukite's favorability towards the host has decreased. Please remedy this as soon as possible. I remedy Nima. Sword come! Mo-fan shouted. And the supreme level spirit sword that he had obtained in the tomb chamber of the supreme realm suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as he saw that spirit sword come out, a terrifying supreme might swept across the entire arena, instantly breaking through the ring's guardian formation. This was followed by lifting the children of the Taiku divine clan above the stands off the ground. Even Junling Tian on top of him was sent flying backwards under this aura. He stepped on several deep pit footprints on top of the ring and managed to stand still. Of course, this was deliberate on Junling Tian's part. Hiss, that sword seems to be Old Man Baran's sword. At this time, an elder suddenly recognized the sword in Mo-fan's hand. What? Old Man Baran? Didn't old ancestor Bo-ran disappear 10,000 years ago? How did his sword fall into this kid's hands? An elder of the Swift God race spoke out in doubt. Old ancestor Bo-ran was heavily injured back then and has probably passed away in immortality. This kid is probably old ancestor Bo-ran's inherited disciple. As these words were spoken, the elders of the Swift God race present all nodded in agreement. No, this brat doesn't seem to be not the inherited disciple of Elder Baran, because the technique cultivated by Elder Baran isn't this kind of aura at all. One of the oldest elders suddenly spoke at this time. Whether it is or not will be known later. You guys pay attention to the young clan chief's safety. Don't get hurt by that supreme sword. An elder reminded out. Although that supreme sword spirituality had dissipated quite a bit and the sword spirit was silent, it was still not something that cultivators under the great sage realm could resist. Mother, brother is not in danger. Is he? Jun Shenling hugged Ji Yao's arm with some concern. Don't worry. Compared to the heritage, not many of the younger generation in this world can compare to your brother. Ji Yao spoke with a bland expression. Junling Tian, now I will tell you the truth that luck is sometimes a part of strength. Mo-fan's figure instantly erected, and he stood opposite Junling Tian with a smug expression on his face. But at the moment the mask that was originally on his face was nowhere to be found. There was also a large footprint above the clean face. Chief Kibo, you dropped your mask. Junling Tian spoke with a light smile. Hearing this, Mo-fan instantly reached out to cover his face with a panicked expression. But it's better if he doesn't cover it up. And when he does, it's more of a suspicion that he's trying to cover it up. As expected, the eyes of the spectators in the stands who had regained their stance were all focused on Mo-fan's face. How did Chief Ji Bo's skin suddenly become so white and tender? Surprisingly, it gives me an urge to take a bite. Ji Bo Chang doesn't seem to have stubble above his lips. I clearly remember that he had it before. How come? Why is the knot in his throat flat? Where's the knot in his throat? The children of the Swift God race above the stands were like they had discovered a new continent at the moment. There was a lot of pointing and talking at Mo-fan. Damn it! Junling Tian, die for me! The annoyed Mo-fan no longer cared and directly released the hand covering his mouth. The supreme great spirit sword in his hand slashed violently towards Junling Tian on the opposite side of the room with the might of opening the heavens. Supreme artifact? I stopped playing a long time ago. Junling Tian let out a light laugh. And then a great sword that emanated brilliant divine might appeared in his hand. In an instant, a quasi-imperial level pressure directly swept across the entire arena. But it didn't have much of an effect on those present. A quasi-emperor level spirit sword? And it's still a quasi-emperor grade spirit sword in its peak state? Feeling the pressure coming from above that spirit sword, the supreme sword in Mo-fan's hand unexpectedly started to tremble instinctively. This was an absolute suppression that belonged to the grade of a spirit weapon. Seeing that Junling Tian was about to slash with his spirit sword, Mo-fan risked a backlash and hastily stopped the stance in his hand. Then with a grimace, he opened his mouth. Junling Tian, what kind of skill is relying on a spirit weapon? Don't you rely on spirit weapons yourself? Junling Tian looked at the other party with some amusement. It was fine for him to use a spirit weapon on his own, but he wasn't allowed to use it. This Mo-fan was really a double standard. Mo-fan was a bit speechless for a moment at his words. That's it. Chief Ji Bo, why is it that you can use a spirit weapon but my cousin Ling Tian can't? Ji Zukite loudly questioned out. Her face was full of disgust. Her heart was completely devoid of good feelings towards Mo-fan. Even Ji Shuelua, who was usually not a joyful person, was frowning repeatedly at this moment, obviously disgusted by Mo-fan's double-standard behavior just now. Ding! Jizukite has no favor with Mo-fan, plundering 400 points of chi luck value. Ding! Jishuelua has no favor with Mo-fan, plundering 300 points of chi luck value. Warning! Warning! Jizukite's favorability towards the host has fallen below the freezing point. Please remedy the situation as soon as possible. Warning! Warning! Jishuelua's favorability towards the host has fallen below the freezing point. Please remedy the situation as soon as possible. Asterisk. The warning. At this moment, Mo-fan calmed down after hearing the two system beeps instead, and gradually saw the situation in the field. Everyone from the Taiku divine race turned towards the Junling Tian. Even if he beat his opponent, he probably wouldn't be of much use. And besides, he couldn't beat his opponent right now. And where there was this Junling Tian, he seemed to be thwarted at every turn, and the plans he had laid out for several years were ruined. He always felt that this Junling Tian was the nemesis of his destiny. It seems like this Taiku divine race can't be stayed. Mo-fan's heart at the moment has sprouted the intention to retreat. He wants to find a peaceful place to first meticulously develop, and then come back to take revenge when he is well developed. Otherwise, it was likely that he would be played to death by this Junling Tian before he could even develop. Ha ha ha, how could I forget that at the young clan chief's 20-year-old bar mitzvah, the old ancestor gave him a quasi-emperor grade spirit sword as a gift. Yes, old me was just about to make a move when the young patriarch pulled out a quasi-emperor level spirit sword. The people on the elders' seats all couldn't help themselves when they saw this scene's demeanor. Chapter 40, Grave robbers are just grave robbers. Ji Bo Chang, take my sword. Junling Tian said that he was about to swing the quasi-emperor weapon in his hand and chop towards Mo-fan. If that spirit sword that carried the might of an unrivaled quasi-emperor were to chop down, it was feared that Mo-fan's little life would be in jeopardy. Seeing that no one was stopping him, Mo-fan panicked in his heart. Wait, Junling Tian, you can't kill me. When Junling Tian heard this, he immediately turned the chop into a slap and withdrew a few points of force. But despite this, that Mo-fan was still slapped and flew backwards with blood spitting out. Oh, why can't I kill you? Junling Tian stood in the air, condescendingly looking at Mo-fan, who was in a sorry state at the moment. I have already worshipped Elder Bo Ran as my master, and am Elder Bo Ran's inherited disciple. You can't kill me, the inherited disciple of Old Man Baran? Hearing this, the scene was abuzz with chatter. Hasn't old ancestor Baran disappeared for 10,000 years? How could this Ji Bo Chang be the inherited disciple of old ancestor Bo Ran? I think it's a fake, right? He's lying. Not necessarily. Look at the supreme sword in his hand. It seems to be the weapon of old man Baran back then. The children of the swift god race above the stands also noticed the supreme sword in Mo-fan's hand at this time. Young patriarch, if this Ji Bo Chang is truly a legacy disciple of old man Bo Ran, it's better to show mercy. An elder of the swift god race opened his mouth to stop it at this time. Because the Ji Baran was clearly someone from their lineage of ancestors, it made sense for him to plead for mercy. Junling Tian sniffed in disbelief. Instead, he looked at Mo-fan and opened his mouth. Since that's the case, then what is the name of the technique cultivated by old ancestor Baran? Of course it's the Sunflower Divine Cannon, and this supreme sword is the proof. Mo-fan spoke with a confident look on his face. Oh, are you sure? Junling Tian inquired with a bland expression on his face, making Mo-fan unable to see what it meant. He must be bluffing. When I first went in I could be sure that no one had been in that chamber. Mo-fan pondered inwardly for a split second and spoke with unparalleled firmness. That's right. Elder Baran's inherited technique is the Sunflower Divine Cannon? Hearing this affirmative answer, the corners of Junling Tian's mouth involuntarily rose slightly, and the brows of the people of the swift god race who heard the name of this technique all furrowed as they seriously pondered and recalled it. Sunflower Divine Cannon? What kind of gongfu is that? I remember that the Inheritance Divine Pagoda doesn't contain a technique called the Sunflower Divine Code. Wasn't it the Wuji Sword Cannon that old ancestor Bo Ran cultivated in the first place? Someone looked at the clansmen from old man Baran's lineage and opened their mouths to inquire. That's right. As a direct ancestor of my lineage, old ancestor Bo Ran's cultivation technique is definitely the Wuji Sword Codex. The Taiga Divine Race Elder who opened his mouth was Ji Baran's direct great-grandson, and his words were extremely credible. And hearing this the crowd responded. This Ji Bo Chang is cheating. He's not even a legacy disciple of Elder Baran. I'm not the one who lied. Believe it or not, Master's inheritance technique is indeed the Sunflower Divine Cannon, and I have the Supreme Sword as proof. How could I possess this Supreme Sword if I'm not a disciple of Elder Baran? And this, recognize all of them? This is the ring that old man Baran gave me. Mo-fan's face flushed red as he explained out loud. This feeling of being questioned and falsely accused drove him crazy. Yes, Why does this Jibo Chang have old man Bo Rant's supreme sword and storage ring? The crowd that heard this was once again torn and contemplative. When Mo Fan saw this, he was relieved inside. However, right at this moment, a child of the Swift God race suddenly stood up in the stands. Better let me do the talking. All this stuff was stolen by Kibble. What? Stolen? Hearing this, the audience was in an uproar. Yes, just 2 months ago, I saw this Jibo Chang sneaking out of the clanland, so I followed him. At first I was wondering what this Jibo Chang was doing, but unexpectedly this Jibo Chang was discovering the long resting place of the Bo Ran ancestor and preparing to rob the tomb. The supreme sword and the storage ring in his hand were all stolen from within the grave of old man Baran. When Mo Fan, who was on the side, heard the words of this Swift God race's son, he was actually a bit dazed for a moment. How does he know all this? Although he didn't quite understand inwardly why this Swift God clan son knew this, he couldn't be allowed to speak any further. Otherwise, he, Mo Fan, would no longer have a foothold in this Swift God race. How dare you accuse me falsely? Patriarch, elders, things aren't what he says they are. You have to believe me. At this moment, Mo Fan could be said to be at a loss for words and really didn't know how to explain. Jibo Chang. Shut up. An elder of the Swift God race spoke out in a stern voice. He was the descendant of Jibo Rant's lineage, and at this moment, he wanted to know what Jibo Chang had done in the middle of his old ancestor's grave. You go on. Okay, elder. Behind me I also saw that he, Jibo Chang, wasn't satisfied after taking the storage ring and the supreme sword, and even wanted to move the bones of elder Bo Ran to sell them as well. If it wasn't for the old ancestor having a prohibition, I'm afraid that this thief would have gotten away with it. That child of the Swift God race spoke in a colorful manner, with indignation in his tone, as if he was experiencing it himself. What? This Jibo Chang actually wants to take the bones of old man Baran and sell them for money? Damn it! This Jibo Chang is actually a grave robber, disturbing the old ancestor's long sleep and blaspheming the old ancestor. His crime is punishable. When the crowd in the stands heard what Jibo Chang had done, they all opened their mouths in righteous indignation to rebuke him. Wrongfully accused. Patriarch, elders, I'm really wrongfully accused. Mo Fan's heart was half cold at the moment. If he couldn't explain this matter clearly today, he would probably be put on the spot. Why do you want to harm me, you thief? Mo Fan looked at that Swift God race child with a grimace on his face. Elder, look at him. That Taigushan clan's son shrunk his neck. He was really afraid that this Jibo Chang would chase after him with his supreme sword. Kibo Long. Shut up. A Taigushan clan elder chided out. Patriarch, just now I have communicated with the old ancestor and requested his help in checking. There is indeed a graveyard on the outskirts of the ancestral ground. At this time, the great elder of the Swift God race, a Saint King realm powerhouse, spoke. Matriarch, this Jibo Chang blasphemes against the old ancestor, treats the clan's rules as if they were nothing, and is full of lies without repentance. If the public chastisement is not carried out, it cannot convince the public. Another Taiku divine race elder of the great saint realm spoke. I asked the patriarch to kill him on the spot as a warning to others. As this elder opened his mouth, the people present all cried out in unison. I asked the patriarch to kill him on the spot as a warning to others. Above the ring, Junling Tian just quietly watched as things developed in the direction he had predicted. Chapter 41, I am more powerful than even the great emperor. Yes, he arranged all this. After all, it was impossible for him to stay in the Swift God race all the time. If he didn't expel this Mo Fan, how would he feel at ease? Don't let this Mo Fan really become his stepfather one day. Injustice. It's really unjust. Mo Fan sat down on his knees and kept shouting injustice under his breath, but no one pleaded for him. In that case, let's use the punishment of thunder execution among the clan rules. Ji Yao spoke faintly, her tone unquestionable. And the so-called punishment of thunder execution is to tie the sinner to the top of the thunder pillar, and continuously draw heavenly thunderbolts until death. The patriarch is wise. The people present all spoke in unison. System, what now? Hearing that he was going to be punished with lightning execution, Mo Fan instantly panicked a bit and was only able to rely on his system to figure out what to do. Otherwise he would have been tied to that thunder column and been electrocuted. Ding! Has refreshed them all for the host, recommending the commodity, 1 copy of the Imperial Product Teleportation Scroll for 10,000 intimacy value. My damned intimacy value is only 100 or so. Where am I going to get you 10,000 intimacy values? Mo Fan, who was originally flustered and suffocated inside, couldn't help but greet the whole family of the system in his heart. Ding! In view of the host's special circumstances, the credit function is now open to the host at a 10% interest rate. What? 10%? Why don't you go grab it? Hearing this interest rate, Mo Fan once again greeted the system's entire family in his heart. and he suspected that the system was getting back at him by charging such a high interest rate. Redeem. Immediately redeem me an Imperial-grade teleportation scroll. Fan hurriedly opened his mouth. He already didn't want to stay here for a moment. Ding! The Emperor-grade teleportation scroll has been placed into the system's warehouse. Please have the host check it. When he saw the Emperor-grade teleportation scroll in the system warehouse, a smile appeared on Fan's face once again. Junling Tian, right? You wait for me. The next time we meet, it will be your death. At this moment, Fan no longer hid his voice either, and his shrill voice directly spread throughout the room. A hand of orchid fingers is even pinched to perfection. After saying this, Fan didn't hesitate any longer and instantly pulled out the Emperor-grade teleportation scroll from within the system space. Direct activation ensues. Junling Tian did not stop him when he saw this and just watched as Fan was sucked away by the teleportation channel with a smug look on his face. Because he had other plans waiting for this Fan. What's the situation? How did this Ji Bo Chang have an Emperor-grade teleportation scroll? Surprisingly, it's a teleportation scroll of an Emperor product? Looks like we all underestimated this Ji Bo Chang. After the people at the scene saw that Fan actually possessed an Emperor-grade teleportation scroll, their faces all showed a look of surprise. Immediately send people to chase after them. Never let this Ji Bo Chang escape. Pass on the order of the Swire God. Starting today, Ji Bo Chang is expelled from the Swire God clan and uses the Swire God clan's hunting order. Without rest, Ji Yao's majestic voice resounded throughout the square. The next moment there was an elder leading a group of Saint Realm deacons to go after them. Ding! Fan's expulsion from the Swift God race caused the plan to completely fall apart, plundering 2,000 points of chi luck value. As the system beeps came, Junling Tian's heart was relieved. Brother, you're not hurt, are you? Jun Chenling came above the ring at this time and asked with concern. The two daughters, Ji Xuelua and Ji Zukite, also followed closely behind, looking at Junling Tian with a concerned expression. Of course it's fine. Your brother, I'm more powerful than even a great emperor. How could I be injured by that district Ji Bo Chang? Junling Tian spoke with a smile on his face. Alas, brother, you're bragging again. Jun Qianling sighed, then shook her head helplessly. Ji Xuelua's two daughters also covered their mouths and laughed lightly when they saw this as well. At this point, the Taiku Divine Clan's clan competition had officially come to a close. Soon after, the news of the engagement of the divine daughter of the Swift God race, Ji Xuelua, to Junling Tian spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. And Fan, who was currently holding his head in his hands, couldn't help but gnash his teeth after hearing this news. Damn Junling Tian, you wait for me. And with this movement of his breath, he gave away a hint of his breath. Over there, I can feel that kid Ji Bo Chang's aura. The pursuing brigade of the Swift God race headed straight towards the location where Fan was hiding. Fan could only run away again when he saw this. Marred. That was close. It seems like this Taigushan domain can't stay any longer, so we can only take our chances with the Imperial Beast sect in the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain. Fan, who had shaken off his pursuers, thought so inwardly, and then set off for the Great Diffusion Immortal region. Meanwhile, Ning Hongduan, Tantai Ruowei and the two girls had both received the news of Junling Tian's engagement, and at the moment, one of them was the Palace Master of the Red Dust Dao Palace, and the other was the Holy Master of the Red Dust Holy Land. That's right, Ning Hongduan had ceded the Red Dust Holy Land to Tantai Ruowei. Not only that, but the two are besties at the moment. If Ivy, do you regret it? The two women stood side by side on top of a floating island in the 9 heavens, blowing the breeze from the top of the mountain. Would you believe me if I said I didn't regret it? At this moment, Tantai Ruowei's temperament had changed a bit, fading away quite a bit of childishness. It's better not to have any extra thoughts. In the future, the two of us will just work for our masters without fear. Ning Hongduan sighed, and then his eyes looked towards the beautiful evening sunlight in the sky. Ancient Immortal Realm. Yi Chen dodged the Alchemist Guild Confessor's pursuit while heading towards the Swift Immortal race. Along the way, several times he almost died in the hands of those offerings, thanks to the help of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion to deduce the heavenly chances, so that he could avoid the pursuit in time. Damn old thing. One day, I will make your Alchemist Guild disappear into the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and that Junling Tian. The hatred of taking his wife is not shared. Yi Chen finished his inner growl and set off on another journey to defect to the Swift Immortal race. After a month's worth of rushing, he had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Swift Immortal race's clanlands. One could only see an immortal gate running through heaven and earth as far as the eye could see. The runes on it were entwined and the divine text shone, and from time to time, immortal light bubbled outward. The two sides of the door were manned by guards in shiny silver armor with cultivation levels reaching the Zunshur realm. And this immortal gate is the barrier to access the Taiku immortal race. Where's the bumpkin from? Get lost. this is no place for you. The sound of the guards chiding at the door instantly pulled the distracted Yi Chen back to reality. Big brothers, I am Xiener's godbrother, not some bumpkin. I am passing by today and have come to pay a visit, so please inform us. Yi Chen piled a smile on his face, his tone carrying a pleasing tone. Inside, though, he was unimpressed. A bunch of dog-eyed watchdogs. When the time comes for Xiener to come and pick me up, I won't see your dog's eyes light up. However, when they heard Yi Chen's words, the group of silver-armored guards had an angry look on their faces. Dare to call the young clan chief by his name and tarnish his reputation? Be executed. Chapter 42. Am I, Yi Chen, a cat or a dog? The silver-armored guards guarding the immortal gate all stared angrily with their hands on their sword hilts. When Yi Chen saw this, he was shocked and backed away. However, right at this moment, a bellowing cry even suddenly came from behind him. Found it! The little is there. The Alchemist Guild Saint Realm provider directly blocked Yi Chen's path of retreat. With a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him, Yi Chen seemed to be in a situation of certain death at this moment. Just as Yi Chen was despairing, a penetrating cry suddenly came from the sky, only to see a 9-wand phoenix chariot emitting 7-colored divine light speeding towards the distant sky. It was clearly Gu Xiener who had returned from her outing. Sister Xiener! Sister Xiener! Over here! I'm here! Yi Chen tore his heart out and yelled, fearing that Gu Xiener wouldn't be able to hear him. The immortal gate guards of the Taiku immortal race, as well as the Alchemist Guild's offerings all stopped in their tracks when they saw this. That 9-wand phoenix carriage knew at a glance that it was the seat of a great person. In case this kid really had any connections in the Swire immortal race, then wouldn't they be liquidated? After all, this Taiku immortal region was the territory of the Taiku immortal race, and as the seat of the young patriarch of the Swire immortal race, the soundproofing effect of that 9-wand phoenix carriage was naturally excellent. Even if Yi Chen's voice was mixed with spiritual energy, Gu Xiener in the seat was only vaguely able to hear a hint of the sound. How did I hear brother Yi Chen's voice? Could it be an illusion? The young patriarch heard wrong. Where is the sound? The protector of the Dao beside Gu Xiener spoke faintly. Yes? As Gu Xiener frowned and thought, the 9-wand phoenix carriage had already pulled him through the immortal gate. Boy, you sure are lying to us. The guards of the immortal gate didn't stop at the sight of Gu Xiener's ride for that reason. The worry in his heart dropped, followed by a look of annoyance. They were almost fooled by this impostor. The people of the Alchemist Guild who were chasing Yi Chen behind him were also showing indignation. Kid, you run instead. Today I'll see where else you can run. Being walked by Yi Chen like a dog for a few months. To say that there was no resentment in their hearts would definitely be a lie. Seeing that he was going to be caught in a back-and-forth attack, Yi Chen's heart sank to the bottom. Could it be that I, Yi Chen, who was wise for a lifetime, am going to fall here? I'm not willing. Just as Yi Chen pulled out his spirit sword, intending to fight to the death, suddenly a dainty cry like heavenly music hit him straight in the heart. Stop! What do you want to do to brother Yi Chen? The person who came was none other than Gu Xiener, and at the same time, she was accompanied by a beautiful woman with a plump figure, with a cultivation as high as the Saint Emperor realm. He was clearly Gu Xiener's protector. The more she thought about it as she had just passed through the fairy gate, the more wrong she became, so she turned around and came back to take a look, just in time to see the scene of Yi Chen being surrounded. See you, young patriarch. The silver-armored guards all knelt on one knee and saluted Gu Xiener, and the group of Alchemist Guild's providers lost their tempers after seeing Gu Xiener and the Saint Emperor realm protector behind her. It was because the highest cultivation among them was only the perfection of the great sage realm, and it wasn't even enough for someone to beat them with one hand. What are you still doing here? Get lost! Gu Xiener let out an angry rebuke. The group of sacred realm cultivators from the Alchemist Guild sniffed and hurriedly turned around to leave the place. Xiener, how could you just let them go like that? You don't even know how hard your brother Yi Chen has been living these past few months. I've been scared and eating chaff every day and night on this journey to come over and see you. The days are miserable. Yi Chen's voice was in tears at the moment, and it could be described as a true expression of emotion, because he's having a really bad time, and he's nervous and scared every day and every night. Alright brother Yi Chen, it's all in the past. Seeing Yi Chen crying sadly and without looking like he was faking, Gu Xiener showed a hint of heartache on her face. She really didn't expect Yi Chen to have such a miserable life. However, the beautiful woman behind her saw this, but her willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and the color of disgust flashed across her face. A big man who cries and cries when he is wronged is really disgusting. And didn't he come all the way here to look for the young matriarch just to climb up to their swift immortal clan and come over for a soft meal? The soft man she despised the most. Xiener, and them, before I came to seek you out, I asked you all to inform me, but you were not even willing to do so, and you even tried to beat me to death. Yi Chen reached out again at this time and pointed at the group of immortal sect guards who were kneeling on one knee. The face of a snitch. Hearing Yi Chen sue them in front of the young patriarch, the group of silver-armored guards all broke out in a cold sweat. Only the silver-armored guard at the head of the group had the bright idea to just let loose. Agu, young patriarch, unjustly accused. Seeing that the chief had cried and sold out, the other silver-armored guards all followed suit. Yes, unjustly, young patriarch, you have to do it for us, each 8-foot man, all in tears, crying that is miserable. Directly, Yi Chen, who was suing next to him, was dumbfounded. No, it's me who's being embarrassed, big brothers. Why are you guys getting all bent out of shape? The beautiful woman behind Gu Xianer saw this, but she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth, clearly amused by the scene before him. How could she, who had seen countless people, not see the tricks of these silver-armored guards? But there was nothing wrong with what they had done before, so this was a good use of the scheme. What's going on? What are your grievances again? Gu Xianer asked with a frown. You know, young patriarch, that the patriarch requires us to enforce the law impartially and with an iron face. If all cats and dogs are put in, then wouldn't everyone in my swift immortal race be able to enter? What safety is there to speak of then? Where does the face of my Taiku immortal race rest? The silver-armored guard hand at the head of the group had a resounding voice and spoke with reason. Gu Xianer was the more she heard, the more she felt it made sense. Yi Chen, on the other hand, was getting colder and colder in his heart the more he listened, while there was also a thin hint of anger on his face. Who is that cat and dog talking about? Isn't it him, Yi Chen? Yeah, brother Yi Chen, just don't be general with them. Gu Xianer turned her head to look at Yi Chen. It's also hard for them to guard the immortal gate every day, so it's impossible to let in every cat and dog, right? After saying this, Gu Xianer realized that there was something wrong with the words, so he opened his mouth to explain. Brother Yi Chen, don't misunderstand. The cat or dog I'm talking about isn't you. I know. The fault in this matter is not theirs. It's me being catty. Yi Chen forced a smile and spoke with an open heart. It's good that brother Yi Chen knows. Yi Chen, if the young matriarch is so good at talking, he should talk more. At this moment the group of silver-armored guards who had fallen to their knees were already laughing inside. Being able to bend and bend is not as simple as it seems. This son has a deep heart and must not be capped. The beautiful woman who had been observing Yi Chen's performance thought so inwardly. As Gu Xianer's newly assigned protector, she had the responsibility to remove some of the impure-minded. Let's go, brother Yi Chen. I'll show you the scenery of the swift immortal race. Chapter 43, Tomb in the Sky. Gu Xianer didn't mind pulling Yi Chen's hand up to her 9-luan phoenix chariot. With a cawing sound, the 9 divine-looking luanfangs and phoenixes lifted their wings at the same time. In an instant, he pulled the carriage toward the immortal gate. Greetings, young patriarch. The silver-armored guards dropped to one knee and spoke in unison. In the 9-luan and phoenix chariot, lifting the tool, they were able to see the outside clearly. Only a phoenix and luan green bird was seen in the eye. Sky-high trees were everywhere, and rows of pavilions and palaces were built either in the clouds or in the treetops. This place was clearly a great world as well, but compared to the Jun family's side of the world, it was slightly inferior. Although Yi Chen had already seen that shocking and incomparable sight in the Jun family, but after he saw the clan lands of the swift immortal race, he was still a little shocked inside. Brother Yi Chen, there are better landscapes in my clan. I'll take you to see them. Gu Xianer wore a smile on her face, intending to have the 9-luan phoenix whiskey turn around, but she was stopped by the beautiful woman beside her. Young patriarch, the sky tomb will open soon, so you'd better go back and make preparations early. This, Gu Xianer, who heard these words, couldn't help but look at Yi Chen. The latter, however, was currently thinking about what the beautiful woman had just said. The sky tomb? Isn't that the graveyard where countless supreme realm and quasi-emperor realm cultivators are buried? Rumor has it that there are countless chances and inheritances all over the place in it. So if one is able to enter it, one can definitely soar to the heavens. Yi Chen was already fantasizing about the scene where he soared into the sky inside at the moment. He must get his hands on this sky tomb's quota. And back then, the top 1,000 of the Swire God Clan's clan competition assembly were competing for the sky tomb quota. Xianer, what is this sky tomb? Yi Chen's eyes rolled and he asked, feigning ignorance. Brother Yi Chen, this sky tomb is a secret realm located in the center of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. In it are buried supreme beings, quasi-emperors, and even great emperors who died during the ancient war. And there are all sorts of inherited divine treasures, divine medicines and immortal liquids. Gu Xianer blurted out the information about the sky tomb without any defense. Yi Chen's face first showed envy after hearing these words, then transformed into loss and frustration. If only I could go in as well. Then I would be able to quickly raise my cultivation and not have to let Xianer's sister protect me at all times. Yi Chen secretly sighed and deliberately opened his mouth. This, even if Gu Xianer was simple, she could hear Yi Chen's meaning. he wants to go. But the quota for the Swire immortal race had already been set and announced, and there was simply no room to spare. Even if she was the young matriarch of the Swift immortal race, she couldn't change the list of people temporarily. This was also the bottom line of the beautiful woman who dared to mention the Sky Tomb in front of Yi Chen. Sister Xiener doesn't have to be embarrassed. I didn't think much of going. Yi Chen's move of retreat for advancement made Gu Xiener's heart even harder. Brother Yi Chen, don't worry. I will think of a way for you. If there are really no spots available at that time, then I'll give up mine. Gu Xiener patted her chest and promised with conviction. This. Much embarrassed. Yi Chen said he was embarrassed on the surface, but in fact, his heart had already been happy. However, right at this moment, he suddenly went cold, feeling as if he was being stared at by a flooding beast at the moment. It was only after glancing around that he realized Gu Xiener's protector, that Saint Emperor Realm powerhouse, was looking at himself slyly. Xiener, you mustn't talk nonsense. If you let me have your place, then it's fine if you don't go to the Sky Tomb. Yi Chen righteously opened his mouth to refuse, his mouth shifting like lightning, and it was only after saying these words that the feeling of being on his back eased a little. When Gu Xiener heard this, she was impressed by Yi Chen's noble act, and inwardly became even more determined to get a place for Yi Chen. This son's heart is quite deep. He must not be kept. That beautiful woman's mind secretly thought at this moment. Outside, the original crowd of the Alchemist Guild that had left from the land of the Swift immortal race was despondent. Elder, what should we do? What should we do? Of course it's to wait for a rabbit. It's impossible for that little pussy Yi Chen to stay in the Swire immortal race for the rest of his life, right? The great sacred realm elder in the lead opened his mouth. That Yi Chen fooled us for months. How could they just let it go? Just like that, they directly squatted in the outside world of the Swift immortal race, waiting for that Yi Chen to throw himself into the net. However, a month had passed, but there was no movement at all. Just when the crowd was devastated, that immortal gate of the Taiku immortal race was finally moving, only to see that in the immortal gate, there are constantly true dragons and true phoenixes pulling chauffeurs flying out from it. Gu Xiener's 9-1 phoenix carriage was also among them. It turned out that today was the day that the children of their Swift immortal race set off to the Sky Tomb in search of a chance. The Swire immortal race sent a Saint Exalted Realm as well as 10 Saint Emperor Realm ancestors to lead the group, and there was a Supreme Realm ancestor following in the shadows, just in case something happened. Elder, that brat couldn't have followed the Swift immortal race's group to the Sky Tomb, right? Looking at the 9-1 phoenix carriage that whistled past overhead, a Saint Realm deacon spoke. The great sage Realm elder who heard these words immediately frowned. Let's go. Let's go to the Heavenly Hall to calculate this little pussy's whereabouts. The truth really did let that Saint Realm deacon guess correctly. At this moment, Yi Chen was indeed on top of Gu Xiener's phoenix carriage, preparing to enter the Sky Tomb with her to explore the opportunities. Instead, his quota was bought from an inherited ancient clan by Gu Xiener at great expense. In the meantime, Jun family, Taiku Divine Clan, Red Dust Dao Palace, Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, Immortal God Clan, True Dragon, Divine Phoenix, a series of other top-tier forces likewise moved to the Sky Tomb. Even some of the juniors from the Forbidden Lands were arranged to come out to see the world. Otherwise, it's easy to develop a proud and arrogant personality by thinking that the outside world is a waste of time all day long. The next level of immortal great sects, the Inheritance Ancient Clan, also had the same number of places to enter, but they only had 100 places. In the split sky cloud boat, Junling Tian slashed his own finger and squeezed out a drop of 9-colored divine demon blood that emanated divine sunlight Dao rhythm from it. In the next second, that blood fell and slowly formed a silhouette, with a look and aura as well as a dress that was similar to that of Junling Tian. This was a wisp of detachment that he had condensed by utilizing the out-of-body incarnation divine ability. The purpose was to make it seem as if the great imperial master that Gu Xiener worshipped was two people from herself. Moreover, the plan against Yi Chen as well as Xiao Jian he had already prepared completely, just waiting for the fish to bite. Cousin Ling Tian, the Sky Tomb will be here soon. At this time Ji Shuelua arrived at the door of Jun Ling Tian's room and opened her mouth to shout. As Jun Ling Tian sniffed, his main body's form gradually disappeared from its original location. Only the doppelganger was left standing. Got it, Sister Shiro, Jun Ling Tian responded, then pulled open the door and walked out. Chapter 44, One more thing is better than one less punch. When he came above the deck, he only saw that the void was divided into several factions at the moment. They were the forces of the human race, the forces of the true spirit of the beast race, the forces of the forbidden land, the forces of the demon race, the forces of the ghost race, and so on. Each of the top forces occupied a large square, with Saint Exalted Realm ancestors following them. The so-called true spirits of the beast race, on the other hand, were similar to the true dragon Divine Phoenix and the Kirin Divine Harvest, the nine-tailed sky fox, the underworld white tiger, and other such powerful beast species. There were also the devil race, the ghost race, the celestial spirit race, the celestial race, the sacred feather race, the demon spirit race, and other human-like forces. The likes of the Taiku immortal race and the Taiku divine race actually belong to humanoid forces. The so-called humanoids are those who look similar to the human race. Although they looked similar, they all had the characteristics of their own race present. The Sacred Feather clan has wings on their backs, and the Swift Immortal clan's blood is golden, while their ears are pointed. The Taiku gods had a mark on their eyebrows, while the Celestials both had a pair of furry ears. On the top of the head of the Heavenly Spirit race person, there was a pair of jade horns, while the tail vertebrae also had a long and thin tail, while the tail carried spikes. The Demon Spirit race is similar to the Sky Spirit race, but with slightly different colors and shapes of horns and tails. At this moment, all of the major top-tier forces occupied one side of the location and began to set up the venue. After all, they were going to be spending the next few months here. Some waved their hands and released the Supreme Immortal Palace as their base camp. Some directly open up their accompanying caves as residences. Others moved directly to a divine island. Every major power has its own deck of cards. Like the Taiku divine clan that Junling Tian was a member of released their clan's imperial spiritual artifact, the Taiku Divine Hall. The moment it was released, a pure and incomparable imperial might instantly swept across the entire field. Its god pattern surrounded the divine light. Extremely extraordinary. And not far away, the Jun clan released a small world that was even more advanced than the cave heaven. In it, temples floated in the air, pavilions stood in the air, and all sorts of exotic beasts roamed the sky. And this small world was the 10th clan land of the Jun family. In addition to the great world where that ancestral land was located, they had 8 other clan lands like this one. After preparing the quarters, all that was left was to wait for the opening of the Sky Tomb. In the middle of the Divine Island building, Ning Hongwan's gaze wandered over the locations of the Swift God clan and the Jun clan. After not seeing Jun Ling Tian's back, he could not help but feel a little lost inside. And behind him were Tantai Ruowei, Long Outyen, Xiao Jian, and a host of other demonic prides of the Red Dust Dao Palace. One could only see that at this moment, Xiao Jian looked haggard and depressed in spirit, and even his figure had lost a lot of weight. As for the reason, of course, it was because he had been beaten up for accepting challenges from the Red Dust Dao Palace's demons day and night. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a golden destiny that turned misfortune into good fortune, he was able to turn danger into success every time while improving his cultivation. Probably hiccuped by now. However, woe be unto him. His cultivation had now broken through a large realm, coming to the perfection of the Avatar realm. Senior, are you sure no one knows about that emperor-level inheritance you mentioned? Xiao Jian was currently communicating with the Bone Ring and exchanging words with Bai Susu. Yes, I'm sure, Bai Susu spoke in a calm tone. Although the previous immortal medicine that nourished the divine soul Xiao Jian did not give it to her at first, but there was a little residue left behind or given to her to absorb, coupled with the recovery over the past few months. Bai Susu's divine soul had also solidified quite a bit. Good. When I receive that emperor-level inheritance, I will definitely make you guys look good. Xiao Jian glanced askance at Long Ao Tian, Su Chongqing and the others, who knew that the men were also looking at him wistfully. Because a year's time was almost up, they had to get him killed in this sky tomb. What are you looking at? If you look again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Long Ao Tian chided. Xiao Jian's heart burned with anger when he heard this, but he knew that now was not the time to resist. If you don't, you won't escape a beating. As the saying goes, one more thing is better than one less punch. On the other side of the Tianji Pavilion's compound, at this moment, their pavilion master Meng Tiangue was utilizing the great divine diffraction technique to observe the heavenly prides of the various sects. When he looked at the Red Dust Dao Palace, he suddenly realized that a golden dragon of Qi was lying on top of the suspended divine mountain. Surprisingly, another person favored by heaven and earth. Well. Seeing this, Meng Tianjie no longer hesitated and directly took a step and disappeared in place. When it reappeared, the entire person had already appeared on the outskirts of the Red Dust Dao Palace's compound. Tianji Pavilion Master Meng Tianji has come to pay a special visit. Montenegro? Why is he here? Ning Hongduan frowned after hearing this, as her Red Dust Dao Palace didn't have much of a relationship with the Heavenly Qi Pavilion. Still, she stepped in to receive Meng Tianjie, Dream Pavilion Master. What is the purpose of coming to my Red Dust Dao Palace? Palace Master Ning, I've come here for the sake of a young friend. Can you make it easier? Meng Tianjie's tone was gentle and carried goodwill. Seeing that the other party was being sociable, Ning Hongduan didn't open his mouth to refuse. With that, he and Meng Tianjie arrived side by side on top of one of the plazas of the Divine Mountain. The demons who entered the Sky Tomb this time are all here. The arriving Meng Tianjie also saw the son of Qi, Xiao Jian. At a glance, With that, he moved closer to open his mouth. This little friend. I'm Meng Tiangue from Tianji Pavilion. Can I make a friend? Are you talking to me? Xiao Jian, who was originally fantasizing about how he would torture Long Ao Tian and the others in the future, looked up when he heard the sound. That's right, the old man is precisely looking for a little friend. Meng Tiangue stroked his beard, then took out a jade bottle and a jade token. This is my Tianji Pavilion's unique white jade divine marrow liquid. Consider it a friend with little friend. There is also this Tianji order that is also given to little friend. In the future, if little friend has any needs, you can also go to my Tianji Pavilion to look for me. Meng Tianjie had a kind smile on her face that made it impossible to feel a trace of disgust. Elder dream. This, to be honest, the current Xiao Jian was a bit flattered inside. He was a bit hesitant to send him such an expensive divine object on his first meeting with this heavenly weapon pavilion master. Little friend doesn't have to worry. I calculated that little friend's future achievement is extraordinary, so I'm just investing in advance now. Meng Tianjie directly stated his purpose. Apparently he's a smart guy because that way the other guy doesn't think much of it. Then the late generation will be flattered. Xiao Jian, who heard these words, had a smile on his face as he casually accepted the two things that Meng Tianjie had given him. Damn it! Why is this Xiao Jian so lucky? Lan Ao Tian looked at the white jade divine marrow liquid in Xiao Jian's hand at the moment and was somewhat envious and jealous. It was because that white jade divine marrow liquid was clearly a divine item capable of enhancing talent qualifications. The Tianji order can even utilize some of the power of the Tianji Pavilion and buy things at a discount. That white jade divine marrow liquid is mine. And so is the Tianji order. Su Changshan was similarly eyeing these two opportunistic treasures. Even Ning Hongguan, who was not far away, couldn't help but narrow his eyes after seeing this scene. However, she was not eyeing Xiao Jian's chance. Rather, it was Meng Tianjie's remark that Xiao Jian would achieve something in the future. Chapter 45 Opening of the Sky Tomb. And after hooking up with Xiao Jian, Meng Tianjie no longer stayed. Little friend, Palace Master Ning, I'll take my leave now. Take care, Dream Pavilion Master. Ning Hongduan stretched out his hand. Take care, Elder Brother Dream. Xiao Jian's phrase, Old Brother Meng, was clearly an acceptance of Meng Tianjie's good intentions. That Meng Tiangui's face was also filled with smiles after hearing those words. He then nodded to Xiao Jian and his figure slowly faded away. And after leaving the Red Dust Dao Palace's compound, Meng Tianjie went to exchange some more feelings with Yi Chen. And he also gave away the white jade divine marrow liquid and the Tianji order. All of this was seen by the real body of Junling Tian, who was hidden in the void. This Tianji Pavilion Master is playing a good game. Since you can count so well, I wonder if you can count on yourself. Junling Tian let out a cold smile, already planning to personally walk up to the Heavenly Key Pavilion afterwards. It was at the same time that this thought arose in Junling Tian. The imperial artifact located at the headquarters of the Tianji Pavilion, the Heavenly Diffusion Divine Plate. The pointer on it suddenly spun wildly, but it is simply impossible to give an accurate answer. A few days later, just a click, the void above the heads of the crowd suddenly cracked open. Countless chains of laws emanating divine sunlight emerged from them, constantly intertwining together. Eventually, they wrapped around each other and slowly formed a portal. Various ancient divine texts shone above the portal, and the power of rules pulsed. At the same time, there were mysterious runes hidden that the crowd did not recognize. The portal of the Sky Tomb has appeared. Everyone, follow me and make a move to stabilize the passage. As a Saint Exalt Realm powerhouse from the swift immortal race opened his mouth, the Saint Exalted Realm ancestors of the other major top-tier powers also made their moves at the same time, stabilizing the spatial channel that had appeared in place. Great Emperor Chance, here I come. And what about the Sacred Feather Clan? They are so sexy looking. When I am certified as a great emperor, I will definitely capture them to be my slave girls. Xiao Jian was excited inside at the moment. As long as he was able to obtain the great emperor's inheritance, then when the time came, he would then borrow the resources of the Red Dust Dao Palace. He could definitely soar. On the other side, Yi Chen was the same, and at the moment, he was all excited. Already, he could think of the scene where he took off with the help of the Sky Tomb's chance, because the Sky Tomb restricts age but not cultivation. That's why the cultivation of the demons who entered it this time was uneven, and because that portal was thousands of meters high, there was no argument over who came first and who came last. The various top-tier power demons entered it almost simultaneously. However, as Junling Tian passed through the light doorway, the light screen suddenly flickered. It was because this doppelganger of Junling Tian's also possessed the same battle power of a great empress, albeit it was only a drop of his blood that had manifested itself, because it was a directional teleportation. So with a burst of heavenly rotation, everyone was teleported on top of a platform. As far as the eye could see, there were all sorts of gigantic divine birds and demonic beasts, ancient fae. Although their cultivation was not high, they were able to pose a threat to them. The aura of heaven and earth was even about to reach the level of liquefaction, and all kinds of precious medicines and spiritual materials could be found everywhere. Sister Siener, otherwise let's just part ways on this. After all, this is the only way that the experience will be most effective. Yi Chen spoke to Gu Siener. After all, this Gu Siener had several bodyguards with strong cultivation around her. If he went with her to explore the opportunity, what business would he have? I guess I'll just have to have a mouthful of soup when the time comes. Then, Brother Yi Chen, you take care of yourself. Although Gu Siener wanted to be with Yi Chen, she didn't force herself when she saw that the other party wasn't happy about it. Well, I know, and you be careful too. Sister Siener. Yi Chen waved his hand without looking back and instantly scurried out of sight. I don't know what the young patriarch sees in that kid, who has no looks and no body. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, the crowd of the swift immortal race muttered in whispers. Obviously none of them had any good feelings towards this Yi Chen. After all, they had face value and body shape, much better than that Yi Chen. On the other side, Xiao Jian also couldn't wait to scurry out the moment he landed. Long Outyan and Su Changsheng and the others gave each other a wink when they saw this, followed immediately. All the other demons from the other major powers also scattered in all directions and began to search for their own opportunities. Brother, which direction are we going? Jun Shenling and Ji Xuelua and the others followed Junling Tian's side. Go forth and seek the opportunity yourselves. I have business to attend to. You guys take this jade talisman and activate it if you run into trouble. Junling Tian pinched a jade talisman and placed it in Jun Shenling's palm. After doing so, Junling Tian turned his head to look at Ji Xuelua again. Cherub, they're all yours. Don't worry cousin, I've got everything. Ji Xuelua responded calmly. Junling Tian, who heard these words, nodded, and then his figure disappeared into thin air. Chilling, don't be afraid. You still have me. I will protect you. Ji Tsangdao also slapped his chest loudly at this time. Obviously the dog-licking sacred body had struck again. I don't want you to protect me. It's enough that I have my brother's jade talisman. Jun Xianling didn't give Ji Tsangdao a good look. Then look at Xiao Jian's side. He was currently running in the opposite direction of the great emperor's inheritance. It was because the master in his bone ring told him not long ago that he was being followed. After running for a day, he then used the power of Bai Susu's divine soul to conceal his figure and headed straight for that great emperor realm inheritance. Yi Chen, who had broken away from the group, was also heading towards a quasi-emperor realm inheritance based on his own intuition. Interesting, worthy of being a son of Qi. Junling Tian, who had left means on the duo. After realizing that they were heading in different directions, the whole person suddenly split in half. It then turned into two separate figures that reshaped their bodies. By the time the characterization was complete, the duo's looks and stature and scent had changed. One looked exactly like Xiao Jian, and one looked exactly like Yi Chen. Then they smiled at each other and went their separate ways. Yi Chen went to track down Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian went to track Yi Chen. Is this the place of that great emperor's inheritance? After running around day and night, Xiao Jian, who had spent a month, finally arrived at the location that Bai Susu had designated for him. In front of his eyes was a huge lake, the surface of which was as white as a mirror, clearly reflecting the surrounding mountains, rivers, grass and trees. That's right, that great emperor's tomb mound is underneath this lake. But this lake is not an ordinary lake. It is a weak water where goose feathers do not float, and there is also a guardian spirit beast under the water, an ancient fey species, the white zephyr. Bai Susu opened her mouth at this time to explain for Xiao Jian. What? Surprisingly weak water? And a fey white zephyr as a guardian beast? After hearing this information, Xiao Jian frowned repeatedly, because he couldn't handle either of those things. You don't have to worry too much. As long as you can fetch the water-avoiding bead on the white zephyr's neck, you'll be able to enter the tomb mound. Bai Susu provided Xiao Jian with ideas for entering the middle of the tomb mound at this time. Chapter 46, You don't understand Bai Zai. Speaking lightly, how can that white zephyr, as an ancient fey, be so easy to deal with? Xiao Jian carried resentment within his heart. Originally, he thought that he could easily take away this great emperor's inheritance, but he didn't realize that there was such a peril in it. I know you're in a hurry, but hold your horses. It has a weakness. Bai Susu spoke up at this time and explained. Weakness? What weakness? Xiao Jian's eyes lit up when he heard this and he instantly became energized. Gluttony. Gluttony? Xiao Jian frowned after hearing this conclusion. He really didn't expect it. As an ancient fey, Shirasawa's weakness would be this. In fact, there was one thing that Bai Susu had not told Xiao Jian, and that was that this great emperor's tomb was the grave of her senior brother. The guardian white zephyr, on the other hand, was her senior brother's mount, and she was an old acquaintance. That's right, as long as the food you make is tasty enough, you'll be able to trick that water-avoiding pearl into your hands. Bai Su replied in the affirmative. Then it seemed that he had thought of something, and the look on his face revealed a hint of sadness. Since it's so simple, then you'll see. Master. Xiao Jian was confident. He was still somewhat confident in his own craftsmanship. The food that came out of it wasn't particularly tasty, though, but that white zephyr, being a fae that drinks blood, what kind of delicious food has he ever eaten? Think it and do it. Immediately afterward, Xiao Jian began to search for ingredients in the surrounding mountains. After an hour, he had finally caught a big-eyed cute rabbit, a few tricolored spirit chickens as well as a few golden, unknown spirit fish. After taking care of the ingredients, Xiao Jian began to set up the fire for grilling. However, just at this moment, a silhouette suddenly walked not far away. One could only see that the figure was similarly carrying a big-eyed mo rabbit, and several golden fish in its hands. It was only when he came closer that he realized it was actually an old man covered in snowy white, with a light green beard trailing around his mouth and chin. The whole man was kind and immortal. What's this, little friend? Cooking? Nothing, just make some food. It's not like I'm eating it anyway. Xiao Jian subconsciously spoke back. It wasn't until after he finished speaking that he realized with a shock that a figure had suddenly appeared not far from him. Who are you? Xiao Jian opened his mouth with a wary expression, his back breaking out in a cold sweat. Master, why didn't you warn me when someone was approaching? Xiao Jian grumbled out to Bai Susu in the bone ring. Too useless. Just now, if this old man had struck out at him, he would probably have already drank his hate in the northwest. Sorry, I didn't realize this person existed either. Bai Susu responded coldly. Now this Xiao Jian was increasingly not putting himself in his eyes. Little friend need not be alarmed. The old immortal has no ill intentions. The white-clothed old man took it upon himself to set up a stove fire next to Xiao Jian, seemingly intending to make some food here as well. Seeing that the white-clothed old man was indeed harmless, Xiao Jian let out a long breath. Tight nerves relaxed a little, but remained alert. Crap! My rabbit! My chicken! At this time, Xiao Jian suddenly smelled a burning smell. Looking down, it was clearly the big-eyed cute rabbit and spirit chicken that he had set up on the fire to roast were toasted. Seeing this, Xiao Jian hurriedly picked up the battered rabbit and spirit chicken and patted them. Fortunately, it's not mushy. Looking at the meat that was dark on the outside but not yet cooked on the inside, Xiao Jian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Little friend, food isn't what you do that way. The white-clothed old man at this moment was similarly barbecuing, but his movements were extremely elaborate. The heat is also controlled just right and sprinkled with some special seasonings. It didn't take long for the rich scent to waft out. It was obvious that this old man's cooking skills were exquisite, and he didn't know how many times better than that Xiao Jian. Even Xiao Jian, who originally wanted to open his mouth to retort, sucked in his saliva after smelling the aroma of the food. The words that came to his lips were swallowed again. Elder, this rabbit and fish of yours smell good. I just don't know how it tastes. After Xiao Jian finished saying this, he looked at the nourishing rabbit and spirit fish and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What's the flavor? Don't you know it by tasting it? The white-clothed old man handed Xiao Jian a roasted rabbit after saying this. He himself picked up another roasted rabbit and ate it slowly and methodically. Xiao Jian received the roasted rabbit with a somewhat hesitant expression. If you're worried, little friend, then it's better not to eat it. The white-clothed old man obviously saw the concerns in Xiao Jian's heart and spoke faintly. Who said I was worried? Xiao Jian could no longer hold back after saying this. Holding the roasted rabbit, he devoured it. It tastes so damn good. Xiao Jian stammered and opened his mouth like a starving ghost. Little friend, you said earlier that the food wasn't made for yourself. So who was it made for? The white-clothed old man inquired in an offhand manner. Oh, that's made for a rouge demonic beast that seems to be called something like White Zephyr. Xiao Jian opened his mouth vaguely. White Zephyr. Hearing this, the white-clothed old man stopped chewing, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It was because he was exactly the demonic beast that Xiao Jian had spoken of as the one who drank blood from its hair. The roasted chicken and rabbit that were battered on the outside but uncooked on the inside were made for him to eat? Little friend, it's not that I'm saying, you're not a very good cook. That White Zephyr is very particular about food. White Zephyr opened his mouth with a light cough. No, you don't understand White Zephyr. Although it's true that my roasted rabbit is a little bit worse than yours, but that guy, being a demonic beast, is good at this. Xiao Jian swallowed the roasted rabbit meat in his mouth and extended his own index finger to shake it. White haze. I don't know myself, do I? This kid is really greasy. Originally, he had planned to lower the difficulty for Xiao Jian, but he hadn't expected him to not cherish it. If it wasn't for the fact that he felt the little lord's aura on this kid's body, he wouldn't bother with the other party. No more seniors. Thank you for the food. Now I'm going to feed that demonic beast. Xiao Jian finished the roasted rabbit in his hand in a few bites, then picked up the barbecue that still smelled like blood and headed towards the lake where the emperor's tomb was located. He. How did the young lord choose such a commodity? Bai Zai couldn't help but shake his head, and his figure faded into place. The reason why he was planning to let go of the water was because he had sensed Bai Susu's aura on this Xiao Jian's body, but Bai Susu didn't take the initiative to see him, so he couldn't afford to pick a fight. May I ask if Elder Shirazawa is here? By the lake, Xiao Jian was shouting at the center of the lake. Seeing that there was no movement on the lake, Xiao Jian at the edge of the lake opened his mouth to yell once again. May I ask if Elder Shirazawa is here? However, what he didn't know was that Bai Zai, who was now in his original form, was staying in the lake with a tangled face. If you go out, you will have to eat that disgusting thing. If you don't go out, you can't give the water-avoiding pearl to that kid as a matter of course. Forget it, let's get out. After deciding, Bai Zai took a deep breath and scurried straight out of the water. Chapter 47 No. My Great Emperor's Legacy. In an instant, there was a huge splash in the calm water. Only a strange beast with a pair of curved diamond horns on top of its head and a long, slender, divine face rushed out of the water. At the same time the beast was as white as snow, with a light green mane on its neck and wings on its back with auspicious clouds on its limbs. It was certainly the ancient beast White Zephyr. Senior, didn't you say that the water-avoiding pearl was on Bai Zai's neck? How come it's not there? The moment Bai Zai rushed out, Xiao Jian stared at its neck, but there was no sign of the water-avoiding beads that Bai Susu had mentioned. I'm not sure. Maybe it changed places. Bai Su spoke casually. Now that she was open-minded, she was no longer obsessed with revenge, so there was no need to deliberately curry favor with Xiao Jian. Changed places? Xiao Jian was a little displeased in his heart when he heard this, but he didn't say anything. Kid, this place is not for you. Quickly retreat. Bai Zai's powerful and incomparable aura directly shocked Xiao Jian. As the mount of a great emperor, its cultivation was certainly not weak, reaching as high as the supreme realm. Elder White Zephyr, I've come to bring you something delicious to eat. You see. Xiao Jian suppressed the trepidation in his heart and summoned up the courage to bring out the rabbit, spirit chicken and spirit fish that he had roasted. Wow, I can't believe it's really delicious. Vomit wretch. White Haze acted all two-eyed, but his body was honest enough to dry heave. Show me. Puke wretch. Wretch. After dry heaving a few times in a row, Bai Zai finally couldn't help himself, and all the contents of his stomach spewed out of his mouth. Directly from top to bottom, it poured all over Xiao Jian. When Bai Zai saw Xiao Jian's sorry state at the moment, coupled with his own vomit, the entire beast's cleanliness fetish was offended. The figure disappeared in an instant. Why does this smell kind of familiar? After smelling Bai Zai's vomit, Xiao Jian always felt like he had smelled it. Xiao Jian, quickly pick up the water avoidance pearl. That's when Bai Su reminded. It turns out that when Bai Zai vomited, he accidentally vomited out the water avoiding beads. Ha 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 ha, it's actually true that it's a water avoiding pearl. It seems that even the heavens have helped me. Xiao Jian didn't care about the vomit and directly picked up the water-avoiding beads. Then he couldn't wait to rush into the lake. Great Emperor inheritance. Here I come. Not long after Xiao Jian entered the lake, Yi Chen similarly chased him here. Yi Chen, who was stationed at the edge of the lake, looked down through the surface of the lake and could vaguely see a figure. Then an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. Kid, this isn't the place for you. Back off quickly. The disappeared Bai Zai reappeared, and after seeing Yi Chen, he immediately opened his mouth to rebuke. Asterisk 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 off. Yi Chen slapped his head behind him without looking back. Instantly, White Zephyr was slapped backwards into the sky, and in the blink of an eye disappeared as a star. After doing so, Yi Chen also rushed into the lake. After swimming for a couple of hours, Xiao Jian, who was in front, finally saw an incomparably huge bronze portal at the bottom. There were countless forbidden divine inscriptions on the portal, along with a statue of a White Zephyr. Instead, there is a hole where the eye would be. Xiao Jian, place that water-avoiding pearl at the eye position of the White Zephyr statue. Good. Xiao Jian did as he was told. The moment the water-avoiding bead was placed in, the entire bronze portal instantly lit up with countless forbidden runes. The entire bottom of the lake shook violently, but that bronze portal also slowly opened at that moment. A sigh that seemed to come from an ancient era suddenly echoed in Xiao Jian's ears. Elder brother, I came to see you, Bai Susu murmured in her mind. However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's mind was filled with the great emperor's inheritance. So how could he possibly care about this sigh? He rushed in the moment the door opened, without realizing that he was followed by a figure. This Xiao Jianhao is truly blessed to have found a great emperor's tomb mound, and it's still one that hasn't been discovered. Sensing the aura of the tomb, Yi Chen directly judged the cultivation level of the tomb owner in his lifetime. At this moment, Xiao Jianjin was undergoing a test from the tomb master. On the other hand, Yi Chen took a step directly into the great emperor's inheritance area by exercising his divine ability. With that, He was bored and waited here for Xiao Jian's arrival. In the meantime, Yi Chen was also approaching a quasi-emperor level tomb mound at the moment. Het was because the bloodline in his body had been summoned. While he was searching for the entrance to the tomb, Xiao Jian had already arrived in the main chamber, and it had reached the quasi-emperor's inheritance area. On the other hand, Xiao Jian had also successfully completed the test left by the Great Emperor with the help of Bai Susu. Great Emperor Inheritance. I, Xiao Jian, am here. Xiao Jian headed towards the Great Emperor Inheritance region with an excited look on his face. Sensing Xiao Jian's arrival, Yi Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. With that, he slowly headed towards the inheritance crystal on the inheritance high platform. And right at this moment, Xiao Jian also opened the bronze door of the inheritance tomb and looked over with an excited expression. The smile on Xiao Jian's face instantly disappeared when he saw that someone actually existed in the inheritance land. Who are you? Stop it. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that this Great Emperor inheritance is mine. Yi Chen revealed his trademark smile, and then directly reached out to pick the inheritance crystal. No! My legacy! Xiao Jian saw this and hurriedly executed his body martial arts to try to inherit the high platform. However, a teleportation formation suddenly lit up underneath Yi Chen's feet. When Xiao Jian reached out to grab it, he only grabbed an empty hand, because Yi Chen had already disappeared through the teleportation formation. Looking at the disappeared Yi Chen, Xiao Jian imprinted his appearance fiercely in his heart. If he encountered it in the future, he would definitely get this little pussy who robbed him of his great emperor's chance to die. Ding! Capture the Xiao Jian emperor's inheritance, plundering 3,000 points of chi luck value. Watching the great emperor's inheritance, which had been so hard to find after all the painstaking efforts, disappear right in front of his eyes. At this moment, Xiao Jian's mentality had already broken his defenses, and at the same time, the more he thought about it, the more wrong he became. Bai Susu, is it you? Is it you who told the others about this place? At this moment, Xiao Jian directly pointed the spearhead at Bai Susu in the bone ring, and did not even call his master anymore. Because of this journey, Bai Susu was too familiar with everything in this chamber. She was able to find an accurate way to break every test, which made Xiao Jian suspicious. How dare you suspect me? Hearing Xiao Jian's words, Bai Susu's heart chilled once again. Shouldn't I suspect you? And do you think there's a shortcut to this burial mound? Xiao Jian asked back with a cold smile. He didn't believe that others could get there before him without a shortcut. After all, previously, this graveyard was also guarded by the Supreme Realm's foreign beast, the White Zephyr, and it was impossible for anyone to come in. Now that someone has gotten in ahead of us, there must be a shortcut. This shortcut was given by Bai Su, and she did all this to get disgusting revenge on herself. The reason was also simple: he hadn't given that immortal medicine for stabilizing the divine soul. However, upon hearing Xiao Jian's rhetorical question, Bai Susu was silent for a moment. There is a shortcut. Bai Susu sighed. She now also roughly understood what was in Xiao Jian's mind. But the reason why she didn't want Xiao Jian to take the shortcut in the first place was also so that she could hone him a bit. She also didn't expect that the great emperor's inheritance would be taken first. Good. I got it. Xiao Jian gritted his teeth and said no more. Ding. Xiao Jian's master and disciple's trust is shattered, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Chapter 48, The Nine Dragons Locked Palace Formation. Good. Looks like the plan is working. The corners of Jun Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly after hearing the system's message. At this moment, Yi Chen in the Sky Tomb took out the Great Emperor's inheritance crystal in his hand and looked at it. With that, a miniature teleportation formation suddenly appeared in his hand. That Great Emperor inheritance crystal gradually disappeared into it. Same time, a teleportation light suddenly lit up in the hands of Xiao Jian, who was in the quasi-emperor level inheritance chamber. That great imperial realm's inheritance crystal had suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Looking at the Great Emperor Great Inheritance crystal in his hand, Xiao Jian used his strength of the Great Emperor realm to slightly modify the contents. He didn't want Yi Chen to get the complete Great Emperor level inheritance, and after modifying the contents within the inheritance crystal, Xiao Jian dropped it again with the quasi-emperor level inheritance crystal on top of the inheritance platform. After all this, Xiao Jian's figure slowly disappeared from its original location. The legacy of this quasi-emperor level graveyard really isn't simple. At this moment, Yi Chen was fighting against a group of stone golems. Each stone golem was a great realm higher than him, and there were as many as 10 such stone golems. He was already tired and sweating. Red Sun Supreme Sword Body. Yi Chen bellowed. In the next second, it was covered in sword chi lingering around, and an unknown energy body swept across the entire field. It was clearly the Red Sun Sword intent that Yi Chen had comprehended. Red Sun Sword Heart. Chop! Yi Chen slashed out with his sword, directly chopping the 10 puppet figures that had surrounded him and sent them flying backwards. And by putting this last test through, Yi Chen's entire body was already exhausted and weak, but thinking that he would soon be able to obtain a quasi-emperor level inheritance, Yi Chen's face could not help but reveal a pleased smile. Quasi-emperor level inheritance. Yi Chen, am here. Thinking so in his heart, Yi Chen raised his spirits and walked towards that quasi-emperor inheritance land. However, when he saw the inheritance crystal on top of that inheritance high platform, Yi Chen's heart was suddenly overjoyed. With that, he rolled and crawled towards that inheritance high platform. Jun Ling Tian, you wait for me. After I absorb this quasi-emperor inheritance, I will ruthlessly trample you under my feet. After fantasizing about his future achievements, Yi Chen couldn't wait to probe his spiritual energy into that inheritance crystal. Acacia devouring technique? An emperor-level feat? After these 5 big golden words were reflected in his mind, Yi Chen's entire body fell into extreme excitement. I didn't expect it to be an emperor-level technique. It's really heaven's help. The grade and attributes of the gongfu were all what he wanted, so it could be said that this harmony-devouring gong was tailor-made for him. With that, Yi Chen sat down on his knees and began to receive the inheritance of that harmonious devouring technique. On the other side, in order to make it up to Xiao Jian, Bai Susu once again told him about a quasi-emperor level tomb, and this quasi-emperor level tomb was clearly her own long resting place. The reason she didn't tell Xiao Jian in the first place was because the technique and inheritance she practiced wasn't suitable for Xiao Jian, but now that this is the case, she can only make up for it with some of her treasures from her life. Moreover, her cultivation was as high as a quasi-emperor in her lifetime, and she also had a gong method in her hands that was more suitable for Xiao Jian, but it was only at the quasi-emperor level. It can't be compared to the great emperor's legacy. Master, I hope that this time, you won't let me down again. Xiao Jian had an icy coldness in his tone, but he still decided to trust Bai Susu one more time. So under the command of Bai Susu, Xiao Jian once again made a long drive in the other direction. Oh, there are actually other chances? Interesting. Seeing this, Yi Chen, who was following Xiao Jian, used his divine ability to continuously scan in the direction Xiao Jian was traveling. Finally, a quasi-imperial grave mound was discovered tens of thousands of miles away. After confirming the location of the quasi-emperor level, Yi Chen also stopped following. The entire person instantly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the location of that quasi-emperor's tomb mound. One could only see 9 gigantic and incomparable dragon-shaped mountain ranges towering over this place, with each of them facing one direction, and that direction was clearly the location of the quasi-emperor level tomb mound. Surprisingly, it's the 9 Dragons Lock Palace formation. With just a glance, Yi Chen recognized the name of the large formation guarding the grave mound. Thinking of Xiao Jian's imminent arrival, he planned to give the other party a gift. Let me improve it a bit for you. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth curled slightly, and then he accurately found the eye of the grand formation. After modifying the laws of operation of the grand formation, it then directly reversed the grand formation. After completing this, Yi Chen's figure slowly disappeared. Master, has it arrived yet? In a moment's time, Xiao Jian had already asked several times in succession, and the tone was all skepticism. That's it up ahead. Bai Susu sighed in her heart. She knew that the current Xiao Jian no longer particularly trusted her. Arrived. As Bai Susu opened her mouth, Xiao Jian stopped his steps. It's right in the middle of those 9 mountains. There exists a quasi-imperial level formation in my tomb mound called the 9 Dragons Locking Palace Formation. When the time comes, you do as I say. Bai Susu pointed out the location of her grave mound. Yes, Xiao Jian responded and then arrived in the middle of the 9 mountain ranges according to Bai Susu's instructions. By pinching this spell, you can invoke the 9 dragon veins and open the entrance to the tomb mound. Bai Susu told Xiao Jian the spell to open the entrance to the tomb mound. The latter did as he was told. As the spell was pinched in his hand, the 9 dragon-shaped mountain ranges instantly reacted. A golden true dragon silhouette condensed above each mountain range. The lake-like eyes of the dragon stared at Xiao Jian dead on, and the monstrous killing opportunity directly locked him in place. It caused Xiao Jian's entire body to tremble. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I knew it. I knew you were going to hurt me. Thanks to me waking you up and calling you master. You ennobling. Feeling that he was locked by the 9 dragon shadows in the sky, Xiao Jian completely broke his defense. Blame all the reasons for this on Bai Susu. Ding. Xiao Jian's master and disciple have turned against each other. Plundering 1,000 points of chi luck value. And Bai Susu in the bone ring did not retort when she heard Xiao Jian's curses, because she was confused now too, wondering why things had turned out the way they had. Xiao Jian, calm down first. I really don't know why it's come to this. Bai Susu tried to pacify Xiao Jian, but where was the latter willing to believe her now? This is your burial mound, and you're telling me you don't know? You're lying. Xiao Jian directly removed the bone ring above his finger and then threw it on the ground and stomped on it vigorously a few times. It's over. It's all over. Feeling the pressure of a quasi-emperor coming from the 9 golden true dragon silhouettes in the sky, Xiao Jian's entire body directly knelt down on the ground, no longer able to generate the slightest resistance. Seeing that Xiao Jian refused to believe himself, Bai Susu sighed inwardly within the bone ring. Then he probed out his divine sense and sensed the 9 dragons locked palace formation in the outside world. Chapter 49, Karma is clear. After she made some careful observations at the eye of the formation, she finally realized what the problem was. It turns out that this 9 dragons locked palace formation reversed. That meant that the 9 dragons grand formation activated by her previous spell was a killing formation, which was why the current situation had occurred. As long as one pinches that spell backwards, one should be able to shut down this 9 dragons locked palace formation. Xiao Jian, don't be discouraged for now. I've already found the problem. Bai Susu's voice once again sounded in Xiao Jian's mind. What's the problem? I think you want me to die quickly. Once trust has collapsed, it is obviously much harder to build it up again. This was the case with Xiao Jian and Bai Susu at the moment. Xiao Jian had already been completely disappointed in Bai Susu and simply did not dare to trust Bai Susu anymore. Xiao Jian, you have to trust me. This grand formation has reversed because of age and disrepair. You only need to pinch the spell backwards to be able to lift this killing formation smoothly. Bai Susu directly gave out the method to disarm the grand formation. However, Xiao Jian still didn't want to pay attention to her. Xiao Jian, it's better to try than to wait for death. If it really doesn't work, I'll find a way to bring you out when the time comes. Bai Susu opened her mouth to persuade it this time. In that case, I'll trust you one last time. Xiao Jian didn't want to die here himself, so he had no choice but to try something as Bai Susu said. Seeing Xiao Jian standing up, he went to rechoke the spell as he had said. While Bai Susu was relieved in her heart, her entire body was constantly staring at the changes in the grand formation. And as Xiao Jian pinched the spell in his hand, the 9 golden true dragon silhouettes in the sky immediately reacted. One could only see the body of each golden true dragon silhouette begin to split at this moment. After a moment's time, the 9 golden true dragon silhouettes unexpectedly turned into 18, and the aura and pressure of each golden true dragon shadow was no weaker than the previous 9 true dragon shadows. After sensing that his body was locked by the 18 true dragon shadows, the tiny bit of hope that remained in Xiao Jian's heart was instantly dashed. Then his body softened and he directly fell to his knees and laughed out coldly. Ha! I knew it! I can't believe I would take the word of a again. I'm such a... What's going on? What went wrong? Bai Susu in the bone ring was stunned at the sight of the 18 golden true dragon silhouettes in the sky. It was finally time to realize that something was wrong. It seemed that there was an invisible hand secretly manipulating everything in the middle of her senior brother's great emperor's tomb mound before. This 9 dragons palace locking grand formation was the same. It must have been maliciously tampered with the rules. Although Bai Susu had figured all this out, nothing could help anymore. Because at this moment, the 18 golden true dragon silhouettes in the sky had opened their mouths with fierce faces. The dragon's breath divine ability had already been brewed in his mouth. And before he could even launch it, he could clearly feel the annihilating divine might generated in the dragon's mouth. Xiao Jian, what I owe you, Bai Susu, return it to you today, and from now on, you and I will clear our karma. Bai Susu sighed and directly burned her divine soul. In the next instant, a powerful quasi-emperor level pressure emanated from the bone ring. Ding! Bai Susu has severed her karma and severed her relationship with Xiao Jian, plundering 3,000 points of chi luck value. And the originally disheveled and despairing Xiao Jian, after feeling the quasi-emperor's pressure around him, there was a renewed glow in the unfocused eyes. Into the eye. Above his head was currently standing the figure of a magnificent white-clothed woman. Although the woman's figure was not solid at the moment, it was unusually tall in Xiao Jian's heart. Master, you, how could he not recognize the act of burning his soul? Only at this moment did Xiao Jian feel in his heart that he seemed to have really misjudged the other party. Upon hearing Xiao Jian's voice, Bai Susu waved her sleeve, intending to blow him away from the area covered by the grand formation. As for herself, she was facing the 18 golden true dragon shadows directly in order to prevent Xiao Jian from being pursued. Sins, die, avatar, Guan Yu Luoyun sleeve. As Bai Susu opened her mouth, 18 Luoyun white sleeves instantly exploded out from around her body. The power of laws twined around it, and runes pulsed. It directly jerked toward those 18 golden true dragon shadows. Seeing this, those 18 true dragon silhouettes immediately swam with flexible bodies, and a mouthful of dragon's breath was spat out from time to time. The sharp dragon claws also carried the power of destroying the sky and earth, grabbing towards Bai Susu, and as time passed, Bai Susu was already in an absolute disadvantage. Obviously, Bai Susu, who only had a wisp of residual soul remaining, was simply no match for this handful of golden true dragon shadows. Master Xiao Jian, who had left the range of the grand formation, looked at the distant battle that was being fought, wanting to go over but not daring to, because in a battle of that magnitude, a single escaping aftershock could shock him to death on the spot. Master, you must come back alive, and I will make amends to you when the time comes. Xiao Jian silently prayed in his heart while he recognized his current situation. If he left by Susu, he would be losing one of his biggest helpers, and he would not be able to move an inch in the Red Dust Dao Palace in the future. Some more time passed. The movement of the battle finally stopped. Seeing this, Xiao Jian trembled as he approached the place of that grave mound. When he arrived not far from the grave mound, he suddenly saw that the bone ring that he had thrown down had now broken into several pieces. Also there were several clear footprints imprinted on it. Those are his own footprints. Master Ji, Master Teacher, are you there? Master Ji? Xiao Jian tried to communicate with the bone ring, but he could not get the slightest response. Apparently his master was gone, having gone up in smoke to protect him. See no response. Xiao Jian sat on his knees with a disheveled expression. Intense feelings of remorse and regret came over me. Thinking of the bits and pieces he had shared with Bai Susu along the way, he directly slapped himself hard. However, just as he was about to slap himself a second time, a voice suddenly came from behind him. That little is just ahead. Don't let him get away. Xiao Jian, who heard the voice, looked back with a startled expression and met the pursuing Long Ao Tian and the others at eye level. Xiao Jian, you're really something. How dare you fool us? Long Ao Tian and the others surrounded Xiao Jian in an encircling position. Seeing this, Xiao Jian did not care about his grief and directly pulled out his legs and ran. Mud, stop! Don't run away! Long Ao Tian and the others shouted and cursed as they chased after them. After Xiao Jian and the others ran out of sight, a figure suddenly appeared next to that quasi-emperor level tomb mound. It was Yi Chen. How can you die so simply? Keep you, but you can still be useful. Yi Chen waved his hand and probed into the river of life, directly grabbing out Bai Susu's true spirit. After placing the wisp of true spirit into the soul-nurturing bottle, Yi Chen sneered at the direction Xiao Jian had left. The figure then faded into thin air. Chapter 50 10 Pieces of the Immortal Lotus of Creation. In the middle of the quasi-emperor's tomb mound, Yi Chen, who had received the inheritance from the great emperor, violently opened his eyes. An evil red light flickered in his eyes. This harmony-devouring technique is truly extraordinary. After completing the inheritance of that emperor-level technique, Yi Chen only felt that he had a bright future ahead of him. It looks like we'll have to break away from the swift immortal race after we go out. At this moment, Yi Chen made plans for his bright future. If one wanted to cultivate this harmonious devouring technique, one would have to go to a female cultivator to cultivate it. If it was in the swift immortal race, it would be easy to be discovered. Therefore, he planned to go to the White family and ask them to provide him with a cauldron for cultivation. And those two women, Tantai Ruowei and Ning Hongduan, wait for me. When he thought of the scene in his future when he himself ascended to great emperor and trampled Tantai Ruowei and Ning Hongduan under his feet, Yi Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. After conjecturing for a while, he searched through this quasi-emperor's tomb mound again, found some great stuff. Just as Yi Chen was scavenging, the sound transmission jade talisman in his storage ring suddenly vibrated. Who's looking for me? Yi Chen took out the sound transmission jade talisman and his divine sense probed into it. Brother Yi Chen, we've discovered the 10th grade creation immortal lotus. It's just 10 million miles southwest of the teleportation point. Come over quickly. What? A 10-point creation immortal lotus? Upon hearing this news, Yi Chen was startled, and then a look of surprise appeared on his face. This was because this 10-pin golden lotus of creation was a supreme treasure of creation. Not only could it enhance cultivation qualifications, but it could also help purify the divine soul. There is also the counterintuitive effect of remodeling the foundation. Sister Xiener, you must not act rashly. I'll be right there. After Yi Chen entered what he wanted to say into the transmission note, his entire body instantly disappeared in place. On the other hand, Gu Xiener, who was standing at the top of the mountain, also received Yi Chen's voice transmission. With that, she spoke to the group of attendants around her who were protecting her. Brother Yi Chen will be here soon. Let's wait first. After saying this, Gu Xiener looked down at the valley not far away, only to see that the hundreds of miles of territory above the valley were all covered by purple-black thunderclouds. The purple-black thunder dragons evolved by the laws of thunder and lightning continuously bombarded towards the center of the valley. The entirety of the large valley was immersed in a sea of thunder and lightning, filled with an aura of destruction and ruin. And in the center of that valley, a snow-white lotus flower emitting the fragrance of divine sunshine medicine was facing the continuously falling purple thunder dragon. The flower blossomed with 10 petals, and divine light shone above each petal. Simply by smelling the fragrance emanating from that immortal lotus, Everyone present felt their bodies permeate a lot. Such a chance. The young patriarch is giving it up to that Yi Chen. I don't know what he's thinking. A guard attendant muttered in a low voice. Shut up. Is the young matriarch also something you can criticize? The leader of the guard's entourage chided in a low voice. Then he raised his head to look at the valley that was not far away, his gaze flickering a bit. Yi Chen on the other side was also desperately rushing here. It seems that this Yi Chen has gotten some more news of chance creation. Xiao Jian, who was trailing behind, kept following him, wanting to see what Yi Chen's chance was. After 2 days of non-stop rushing, Yi Chen finally arrived at the location of Gu Xiener and the others. Just as soon as he arrived, Yi Chen's gaze was dead set on the 10-piece creation Immortal Lotus blooming in that valley. Brother Yi Chen, don't be impulsive for now. That thunder is the purple heavenly divine thunder. We still have to think long and hard. Gu Xiener saw the eagerness in Yi Chen's eyes, fearing that he would rush straight into that purple-black thunder sea. Purple divine thunder? No harm done. I happen to have a lightning pestle. After Yi Chen finished saying this, he directly headed for the lightning pestle, intending to go and try the depths of this purple heavenly lightning. Brother Yi Chen, don't. Gu Xiener was just about to open her mouth to call out to him when she realized that Yi Chen's figure had already appeared within the range of that purple heavenly thunder. Very good. It works. Seeing that the surrounding thunder did not bombard him, Yi Chen's face was delighted. With that, he accelerated his advance. As Yi Chen went deeper, the purple-black thunder dragons that fell around him became denser and denser. Feeling the purple thunder dragon that was transformed by the laws and the endless destructive might it carried, a wave of fear finally arose in Yi Chen's heart. But when he saw the 10-piece creation Immortal Lotus that was less than 1,000 meters away from him, he summoned up the courage to slowly walk forward again. Gu Xiener on top of the mountain had her heart in her throat after seeing this scene. Because of the limitations of the thunder rule, Yi Chen's range to perform martial arts in it was greatly shortened. That was why he had to get 50 meters closer to that 10 pillars of creation Immortal Lotus. And at this moment, he had already arrived 100 meters away. Seeing this, Xiao Jian, who was secretly observing, immediately nodded at the purple-black thunder sea in the sky. In an instant, a purple-black thunder dragon manifested by the rules roared towards Yi Chen. It struck directly on top of the lightning pestle above his head. Ka! With a crunch, Yi Chen's heart went cold. It was because he sensed that he was locked by that violet heavenly divine thunder. Sister Xiener, save me. Brother Yi Chen. Gu Xiener, who was always watching Yi Chen's movements, saw this. In a hurry, he executed his body martial arts and scurried out. Young matriarch, the guardian entourage was shocked at the sight. But at this moment, Gu Xiener had already scurried under that purple-black thundercloud. Damn Yi Chen! The 4 guards all followed when they saw this. After all, protecting Gu Xiener was the purpose of their trip. And if anything happened to Gu Xiener, they would not be able to absolve themselves of the blame. Genta shield. Gu Xiener, who had entered the area of the purple thunder sea, let out a loud shout, and a shield with green divine light immediately appeared above her head. With a cawing sound, a pale green-colored basilisk bird silhouette rushed out from within that token. It rotated around Gu Xiener, and the purple-black thunder dragons that fell in midair were all temporarily blocked out by the Xian bird shield that emitted divine light. And Yi Chen, who was in the center at the moment, was already in critical condition. The lightning avoidance mortar and pestle above his head instantly crumbled as that bolt of thunder fell. Seeing dozens of thunderbolts blasting towards him, Yi Chen had no choice but to offer up the spirit weapons that he had previously scavenged in the Quasi-Emperor Realm's tomb mound. Heaven-breaking cloud pattern halberd, bloodthirsty demon blade, sky-splitting flying sword. As he watched a spiritual weapon wail under the purple heavenly divine thunder, Yi Chen's heart ached with flesh. Fairy, can you please hurry up? I won't be able to hold on much longer soon. Yi Chen bellowed without looking back. Coming, brother Yi Chen. Gu Xiener clenched her teeth and sped up her traveling speed. However, he did not realize that the Xian bird shield above his head had dimmed in light. Ka! With a crunching sound, Gu Xiener's Xian bird shield instantly crumbled. At the same time, there were dozens of purple heavenly divine thunderbolts blasting towards her overhead. Young patriarch, be careful. The 4 attendants behind him saw this and gritted their teeth and rushed up. Using his own body, he blocked the dozens of purple heavenly lightning that struck down for Gu Xiener. Chapter 51. Is this the test given to me by the great imperial master? Young matriarch, you must live. After the leader of the escort entourage said those words, his entire body was instantly cleaved into flying dust by that violet heavenly divine lightning. With his own eyes, he saw his personal attendant annihilated in the purple heavenly thunder. Gu Xiener was stunned. Xiener, why are you still standing still? Don't come and save me yet. Those 4 dog slaves are as good as dead. Yi Chen roared out with a hideous expression. He was going to die, and Gu Xiener was still concerned about the 4 dog slaves. Hearing Yi Chen's roar, Gu Xiener did not respond at first. It wasn't that she hadn't heard Yi Chen's plea for help. On the contrary, she had. But she was now disappointed in Yi Chen and blamed herself at the same time. Ding! Gu Xianer's favoritism towards Yi Chen has decreased, plundering 200 points of her qi value. Ding! Yi Chen's qi luck value has decreased to below 10,000, and the aura of the sun of qi luck has dimmed. In the void of the outside world, the system's voice suddenly came to the hidden Junling Tian's ears. System, this Yi Chen's aura of the sun of qi is dimming. I should be able to slaughter him, right? Junling Tian opened his mouth to inquire. It's possible, but not recommended. Because Yi Chen's qi value hasn't dropped to 3,000, there's a great probability that a qi backlash will occur. Since that's the case, let's let his qi luck value drop again. The corner of Junling Tian's mouth curled slightly as he thought of his next plan. But my good apprentice seems to be in danger and needs to be saved. As the saying goes, if you have something to apprentice, you have nothing. He couldn't let this good disciple of his fall. And at this moment, Yi Chen's eyes in the sky tomb were filled with despair and unwillingness. Gu Xianer also had a hollow look on her face. This was because the purple heavenly divine thunder formed by the laws above their heads was already carrying the momentum of 10,000 pounds towards them. They're about to hiccup. I'm not happy about it. Yi Chen roared in his heart, and his face was filled with unwillingness. However, right at this moment, the space that Gu Xianer and Yi Chen were in suddenly blocked and solidified. The purple heavenly divine thunder that struck down was then frozen at a distance of 1 inch from Yi Chen's brow, no longer advancing by half a point. It's a great emperor. It must be a great emperor. Only a great emperor can have such divine abilities. Great! Xiener's great imperial master has come to our rescue. Yi Chen thought inwardly with delight at the moment. While his heart was relieved, he couldn't help but move a little. If I can worship that great emperor as my teacher, then I can definitely walk sideways in the future. And that 10-piece immortal lotus of creation, the great imperial master will definitely give it to me as well. Thinking of this, Yi Chen was already stealing joy in his heart. Is it the master who has come? Gu Xianer's empty expression at the moment also revealed a trace of radiance. In the next instant, the entire Sky Tomb secret realm shook violently. One could only see a giant palm suddenly inserted into the void from the outside world, passing through the spatial barrier of the Sky Tomb. As soon as he grabbed Gu Xianer out of the range where that purple-black thundercloud was located, and in passing, he also picked the 10-piece immortal lotus of creation in the center. What's going on? Why didn't the great imperial master save me? Why? Feeling Gu Xianer and the 10 pieces of creation immortal lotus disappear while he was still in the same place, Yi Chen panicked in his heart. On top of the mountain, Junling Tian set Gu Xianer down. That's right, Junling Tian directly forced his way into the tomb of space at this moment, and Gu Xianer, who was on the side, hurriedly saluted Junling Tian as she felt her body's confinement being lifted. My disciple pays homage to master. Well, there's no need to be so polite. Junling Tian waved his hand to help him up, then looked towards the valley not far away and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the purple haze divine thunder that had originally been frozen above Yi Chen's head directly landed on Yi Chen's body. Aha! Yi Chen was directly electrified to the point of breakdancing. Miserable wails resounded throughout the entire sky and earth. Senior, you'd better save brother Yi Chen. Hearing that miserable voice, Gu Xianer's face showed her intolerance. Don't panic. Can't you notice that your brother Yi Chen's physique is getting stronger? This purple heavenly divine thunder has an extremely powerful body forging effect, and it's for your brother Yi Chen's good that this emperor didn't save him. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. Aha! The physique is getting stronger, but the person is dying. Junling Tian just wanted to see if the son of Qi, whose Qi protagonist aura had dimmed, could be killed by accident. As one of the purple heavenly thunderbolts fell, blue smoke had begun to rise from Yi Chen's mouth. Brother Yi Chen, hold on. Master said that as long as you hold on, you'll be able to regain your life. Gu Xianer shouted at Yi Chen, who was in the center of the thunder. What? The great imperial master said that? Could it be that this is the great imperial master's test for me? It must be. Thinking of this, Yi Chen directly clenched his teeth and stopped making a single sound. He wanted to make a good impression in front of the great imperial master. After just a few moments, however, he couldn't hold on any longer. If it wasn't for the fact that his physique was the sacred sun supreme sword body, he would have probably turned into flying dust. Immediately after that, dozens more purple heavenly thunderbolts fell, and then the thunderclouds in the sky slowly dispersed. Only Yi Chen, who was scorched black, emitting the aroma of meat and dying, was left in place. It turns out that this purple heavenly thunder was attracted by the 10-point creation immortal lotus crossing, and now that the immortal lotus has been plucked, the purple heavenly thunder has naturally dispersed as well. Pity! Junling Tian sighed darkly. Just now, with just that one more hit, this Yi Chen was afraid that he would have hiccuped. Brother Yi Chen, Seeing Yi Chen in such a miserable state, Gu Xianer still couldn't help but go forward and pull out a healing immortal pill and feed it to him. In the next moment, Yi Chen's body was filled with immortal light, and his charred skin made a clicking sound at this moment. That purple heavenly divine lightning had really given Yi Chen's physique a considerable boost. Not long after, Yi Chen woke up leisurely. The first thing that caught his eye was Gu Xianer's pointed ears, as well as her stunning appearance. Fairy, brother Yi Chen. Seeing Yi Chen wake up, Gu Xianer pulled away from him. Somehow, she didn't really want to get close to Yi Chen in her mind right now, and the waking Yi Chen didn't notice these details as his attention was all on Junling Tian at the moment. Brother Yi Chen, the reason why Master didn't save you was because he wanted to use that purple heavenly divine thunder to temper your physique for your own good. Gu Xianer thought that Yi Chen resented his master in his heart for not saving him, so she opened her mouth to explain. I know that Master is doing this for my own good. Yi Chen directly opened his mouth shamelessly, giving Junling Tian a whole speechless. Pa! Yi Chen was directly slapped by Junling Tian and flew out, crashing on top of a mountainside not far away. When did this emperor say he'd take you as his disciple? Master, don't be angry. Brother Yi Chen didn't do it on purpose. Gu Xianer hurriedly made amends for Yi Chen, and only after seeing Junling Tian collect his breath did he go forward to check on Yi Chen's condition. Looking at Yi Chen, who was half dead at the moment, Gu Xianer felt gratitude towards Jun Lingxing in her heart. Master must have not suppressed brother Yi Chen for my sake. Master is so good to me. Ding! Gu Xianer's heartfelt gratitude towards you increases in favor, plundering 100 points of chi value. Ha! What's this little girl brainstorming in her mind again? Chapter 52, The Heavenly Staircase of Creation. After paying a healing immortal pill as the price, Yi Chen once again woke up leisurely. Brother Yi Chen, I don't have any more immortal pills in my hand, so you can't talk like you did earlier. However, at this moment, Yi Chen was acting as if he hadn't heard Gu Xianer's words, and his entire body was immersed in thought. No way! How can this be? Could it be that the slap I just received was also a test for me? Yes, or else a slap from the great emperor would have directly killed me. Since it didn't shoot me, it must be giving me a chance. Thinking of this, Yi Chen regained his confidence once again. He, Yi Chen, must become a disciple under the great emperor. Just as Yi Chen was reassuring himself in his mind, Junling Tian beckoned to Gu Xianer. Fairy, come here. What's wrong, master? Gu Xianer left behind Yi Chen to come to Junling Tian's side. I'll help you absorb and refine this 10 pillars of creation immortal lotus. As Junling Tian spoke, the 10 pillars of the immortal lotus of creation that he had picked earlier appeared in his hand. One could only see the divine light of the immortal lotus of creation shimmering with a medicinal fragrance, worthy of being a supreme treasure born from the convergence of heaven and earth's bells and spirits. Master teacher. This, hearing Junling Tian's words, Gu Xianer subconsciously glanced at Yi Chen's position. However, she was interrupted by Junling Tian before she could finish. Concentrate. After saying this, Junling Tian directly struck the 10th grade immortal lotus of creation into Gu Xianer's body. It then helped to refine it. As that immortal lotus of creation entered her body, Gu Xianer's entire body was bathed in immortal light. The qualifications and physique were also being transformed by the divine energy of creation within the immortal lotus of creation at this moment. The cultivation level also directly broke through a large realm. And this scene happened to be watched by Yi Chen, who was not far away. What's going on? How did the great imperial master give Xianer my 10 pillars of creation immortal lotus to use? Yi Chen staggered to his feet, his entire body dumbfounded. The treasures that he had gone through so much trouble to obtain in the midst of the quasi-emperor's tomb mound were all destroyed as well. In the end, that 10-piece immortal lotus of creation was actually refined away by Gu Xianer? Could it be that he doesn't intend to take me as his disciple? At this moment, Yi Chen's mind cleared for a few moments, and the idea of worshipping the great emperor as his teacher dispersed quite a bit. After recalling all the previous events, Yi Chen's heart became more and more transparent. He said it was for his own good, to exercise his physique, so why not let his disciple exercise with him? So it was all a lie. Damn it! After taking a deep look at Gu Xianer, who was still refining the immortal pill, Yi Chen silently left this place. Shortly after, Gu Xianer, who had finished refining, frowned after seeing Yi Chen's figure disappear. Where's brother Yi Chen? He's gone. Junling Tian replied. Gone? Well, the excess medicinal power this emperor has sealed in your body, so you can slowly refine it in the future. After saying these words, Junling Tian's figure faintly disappeared in place. The other side, Xiao Jian was lying in the middle of a grave mound breathing heavily. After spending half a month, he was finally able to get rid of Long Ao Tian's group. This seems to be an undiscovered burial mound? It turned out that it was because Xiao Jian had lost too much of his chi value in a short period of time, so the chi aura came into play. A special opportunity was found for him. However, By the time he had completed the Toon Master's test with a whimper, and with a face of joy, he intended to receive the inheritance. However, he found that the place where the inheritance crystal was originally placed was empty. Ding! Robbing Xiao Jian of his chi luck, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Aha! Who was it? Who the hell did this? At this moment, Xiao Jian's complexion was twisted to the extreme as he clenched his fists and ruthlessly pounded on top of the wall beside him. However, because that wall was protected by a formation, instead of hammering the wall through, his own hand bones cracked first. Hiss! Xiao Jian retracted his fist, but he suddenly noticed a figure flickering behind him. Who? Xiao Jian hurriedly chased after him, only to find Yi Chen holding the inheritance crystal and tossing it with a playful face. Then his body slowly disappeared into the teleportation formation at his feet. You again? Wait for me. Xiao Jian gritted his teeth. In the future, if he didn't kill that kid, he wouldn't be called Xiao Jian. However, just at this time, a violent vibration suddenly occurred in the entire sky tomb, only to see a white jade staircase emitting divine light suddenly appear above the heads of the crowd. That white jade staircase kept extending from the sky. Rules lingered on it, runes pulsed, and divine texts were hidden, exuding monstrous divine might. Everyone in the sky tomb was immobilized by this divine might. All of them were gazing at the white jade heavenly ladder that descended from the sky with horrified expressions. It wasn't until the end of that heavenly ladder connected with the land that the divine might on the crowd disappeared. What is that? How can it have such divine power? It's the heavenly staircase of creation. A great power demon recognized the origin of that white jade ladder. It was rumored that every 100,000 years, a white jade heavenly ladder would land in the sky tomb. No one knew the origin of that heavenly ladder, nor did anyone know the exact grade of this heavenly ladder. Yet it was known that it seemed to be in existence above the emperor realm. It was because there were once great emperors who had exerted great magical powers and attempted to sever that heavenly ladder. However, he was shocked into serious injury on the spot, and it was an incurable trauma, and he fell shortly after going back. Since then no one has dared to show disrespect to the white jade heavenly stairs, and it had a new name, the heavenly staircase of creation. However, anyone who was able to ascend the heavenly staircase of creation would have the opportunity to obtain the Kung Fu Ginseng, and the Kung Fu Ginseng above each level of the ladder is different. Once acquired, it is bound to soar. The heavenly staircase of creation? It's really heaven's help. Xiao Jian glanced at the heavenly ladder of creation in the air and once again had a goal. He had to obtain the merit ginseng on that heavenly staircase of creation, or else his position as the Son of God would surely be taken away from him. The heavenly staircase of creation? This time, Yi Chen, will definitely reach the top. Yi Chen glanced at the heavenly staircase of creation, and then changed his direction of travel, rushing towards that heavenly staircase of creation. Sister Shui Luo, it's the heavenly staircase of creation. Let's rush over there as well. We can definitely run into brother there. Jun Shenling pointed in the direction of the heavenly staircase of creation and spoke to Ji Shuelua. Okay, let's go see if we can meet our cousin. Ji Shuelua nodded and then led the demons of the swift god race in the direction of the heavenly staircase of creation. The heavenly staircase of creation? Interesting. Jun Ling Tian stood in the void and glanced in the direction of the heavenly staircase of creation as he slowly hurried over. In the meantime, Ning Hongduan, Tan Tai Ruowei, and the other demons of the Red Dust Dao Palace were also converging towards the heavenly staircase of creation. On top of that, a series of demons such as the Forbidden Land Successor, the Young Lord of the True Dragon Clan, the Supreme Imperial Clan of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, and the Buddha Son of the Heavenly Buddha Domain all rushed over. The demons of the entire 9 heavens and 10 lands would all collide there, deciding who was the king of the younger generation. Chapter 53, Climbing the Heavenly Staircase of Creation. With the passage of time, the celestial pride of the 9 heavens and 10 lands continued to converge. The location of the heavenly staircase of creation was already covered with people. Some had even climbed up the heavenly staircase of creation. Instead, most of the people were gathered in front of a heavenly alabaster monument that was tens of thousands of meters high. The white jade stone tablet had a heavenly charm, and from time to time, immortal light escaped from it. The true dragon divine phoenix was engraved on it, and the ancient language of the divine text was hidden. In the middle part was a name that emitted a 9-colored divine light, and each of them had set a record above the heavenly staircase of creation. And the same record can be created by different people in different realms. It can also be created by the same person in a different realm. Name Wang Xianhui. Physique, Venture God Body. Record, Strongest Power in the Emperor Realm. Name Lu Ran. Physique, Indestructible Sword Body. Record, the fastest sword out of the King's Realm. Name, Li Xianfeng. Physique, Space God Body. Record, fastest in the King's Realm. Just wait, my Yi Chen's name will soon appear on top of this jade tablet as well, because Yi Chen was closer to the heavenly staircase of creation. he was one step ahead of Xiao Jian at this moment. Looking at this moment, there were already people who had ascended the heavenly staircase of creation and had even gained some benefits as a result. Yi Chen could no longer suppress his inner excitement and directly climbed up towards that heavenly staircase of creation. When he stepped onto the first step of the heavenly ladder, he only felt an invisible pressure acting on his body, and a sense of coolness rushes from the soles of the feet to the whole body. It soothed his entire being. This heavenly staircase of creation is actually capable of growing the power of the divine soul? Yi Chen was a little surprised. And then he looked at the heavenly ladder of creation that he could not see the end of. The heart is dry with bravado. Yi Chen, will reach the top. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chen began to climb towards the top of the heavenly staircase of creation. In the meantime, Xiao Jian also arrived at the location of the heavenly staircase of creation at this moment. He first glanced at the jade monument of creation, and then his gaze landed on top of the heavenly staircase of creation. That figure is, looking at Yi Chen, who was struggling to climb up the ladder at the moment. Xiao Jian only felt his blood rising. There's absolutely no mistake. It's that little pussy. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. Seeing that Yi Chen did not notice himself, Xiao Jian did not move, fearing that he would startle the other party and allow him to escape by drilling into the teleportation array. Then just as he was secretly hating inwardly, he suddenly felt a killing intent. It's Xiao Jian. He's there. It turned out that Long Aotian and Su Changshang had also arrived here and happened to see Xiao Jian not far away. Damn flies. How annoying. Xiao Jian's face was unsightly. Then he no longer hesitated and directly scurried up the heavenly staircase of creation. Don't run! Long Aotian and Su Changsheng hurriedly chased after them, similarly stepping onto the heavenly staircase of creation. Because there were rules restricting the top of the heavenly staircase of creation, one couldn't fly through the air, couldn't use divine abilities, and so on. Therefore, Long Aotian and the others could only make a move when they were within 10 meters of Xiao Jian, but now they were 50 meters apart. Damn it! Long Aotian and the others cursed while speeding up their steps. Seeing this, Xiao Jian glanced at Yi Chen above him, gritted his teeth, and similarly began to accelerate his pace. You're chasing me up there. There were also quite a few top demons from the 9 heavens and 10 lands down below at the moment. Today, I, Evil Tooth, will break a record for fun. The evil-looking young man with dark lips looked at the jade tablet of creation and spoke with an evil smile. Who is this man? What a big mouth. The other heavens pride all looked a bit disdainful after hearing this wild talk. They had seen many arrogant people, but the one who really broke the record had yet to appear. Keep your voice down. That person is an heir to the land of burial, and his natural talent is extremely high. What? The burial ground? Hearing that the other party was from the burial earth, that opening heavenly pride was instantly silenced. Because the burial earth was one of the 10 forbidden places, there were countless various weird things in it, forces that could exist in that kind of environment. Ordinary people simply couldn't afford to mess with them. After this, the True Dragon Clan's young lord with a dragon's horn on his head, and the Divine Phoenix Clan's young emperor with 9 colored divine feathers, the Buddha sons of the heavenly Buddha domain as well as the heavenly spirit race, the sacred feather race, and other major top-tier forces demons arrived one after another. Its brother, Jun Qianling, who had just arrived here, looked left and right and finally saw Jun Ling Tian in an inconspicuous corner. Immediately after that, the demons of the Swift God race and the Jun clan all arrived in front of Jun Ling Tian. Cousin Ling Tian. Ji Zukite and Jun Shenling hugged Jun Ling Tian's arms left and right. Jun Ling Tian had a helpless look on his face when he saw this. Sweekies, how old are you and you're still pestering your cousin? Ji Shuelua spoke in a slightly sour tone, clearly her fiancé, but now she was being dominated by her own sister. Well, it's not like I'm stealing my cousin from you. Sister, why are you talking about me like that? Ji Zukite pouted, and the latter could only helplessly shake his head at the sight. Everyone, this heavenly staircase of creation only appears once in 100,000 years. How about we have a competition? Seeing that all the people of the major top-tier forces had basically arrived, the corner of the mouth of Evil Tooth, the transmitter of the burial land, curled slightly as he opened his mouth. Oh, how do you compare? Upon hearing Evil Tooth's proposal, many of the people present became interested. As the top demons of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, all of them possessed invincible confidence. How about comparing them by how many times they break the record? May. The crowd all nodded in agreement at the words. Breaking records is just that. They have absolute confidence. Since it's a competition, how can there be no colorful prizes? At this time, Ling Mu, the supreme imperial clan of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, picked up the conversation. Loot, how about an immortal medicine? Fine, let's use an immortal medicine as the prize. All the people present nodded their heads in agreement, and each of them took out an immortal pill and just threw it in a random place. In a split second, all sorts of immortal light and divine charms fluttered about, piercing the crowd's eyes. Even though hundreds and thousands of immortal medicines were just placed on the ground, none of the people present dared to have any wrong thoughts, unless they didn't want to hang out in the 9 heavens and 10 lands anymore. Brother, won't you compete with them? Jun Qianling opened her mouth to inquire. Me? I won't compete. If you guys want to compete, go ahead and do it. I'll pay the bet for you. Jun Ling Tian shook his head. Then with a wave of his hand several immortal pills floated out in front of him. Here, 1 plant for each person. There's more if you don't have enough. Good lord. Then I'm welcome. Jun Qianling was the first to reach out and take a plant. Ji Zukite and Ji Shuelua then similarly took a plant. Ji Tsangdong and the others in the back were a bit embarrassed to make a move. What? Still seeing eye to eye with me? The young patriarch? Jun Ling Tian glanced at them indifferently. No. Ji Tsangdao and the others waved their hands, and then one of them went forward to receive a plant. After throwing the immortal pills into the pile of immortal pills, all the demons from the top powers all uniformly came to the location of the heavenly staircase of creation. With that, they stepped onto the heavenly ladder together. Chapter 54, Xiao Jian's Backstab. Outside, the great men of the Supreme Realm who were secretly guarded by all the major powers gathered together, and by means of that, the image of the sky tomb was presented to them. That image was clearly the scene of the heavenly staircase of creation. The other side, Xiao Jian was getting closer and closer to Yi Chen's position, only a few steps away. Although the latter felt it didn't really care. After all, he hadn't met Xiao Jian, nor did he have any grudges. The other side's desperate attempts to climb up the hill are just a way to avoid the chase behind them. However, just when Yi Chen thought that the other party would brush past him, he suddenly felt a killing opportunity, and Yi Chen could only move his body with all his might. Pust! As the sound of thrusting into the body came, the short sword that was originally stabbed at the heart area was instead stabbed at the waist. It directly stabbed Yi Chen in the waist. You? Me? What me? Robbing me of my chance. Isn't that great? Ha! Xiao Jian gripped the hilt of his sword and turned it vigorously before he then kicked Yi Chen off the heavenly ladder and continued to climb upwards. If it wasn't for the fact that Long Ao Tian and the others had already chased after him, he probably would have directly slaughtered Yi Chen. Ding! The host has successfully framed Yi Chen, causing him to be injured and plundering 1,000 points of his chi value. 1,000 points of chi value for 1 waist. Yi Chen, this waist is really worth it. Everything that happened above the heavenly stairs was seen by Jun Ling Tian. Looking at Yi Chen, who was rolling down from above the heavenly staircase of creation, the crowd on the steps all looked on with cold eyes. Even Tantai Ruowei chose to ignore it. Only Ning Hongduan showed an intolerant face. But seeing that Jun Ling Tian was right below the heavenly stairs, she was unable to make a move. And the subtle expressions on Ning Hongchen's face were all seen by Jun Ling Tian. Looks like it's time for a tune-up. It just so happened that he needed a female lead for his next plan. So let this Ning Hongduan come. And by the way, he could also reproduce offspring for his Jun family a bit. Dum 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 dum. As the crashing sound ended, Yi Chen ended up lying under the heavenly staircase of creation like a dead dog. Yo! If it isn't Yi Chen. Jun Ling Tian smiled faintly as he crouched down in front of the dead dog like Yi Chen. Shame on you. This was Yi Chen's first feeling. Anger. This was Yi Chen's second feeling. No offense, but he stabbed me in the waist. At this moment, Yi Chen's shame and indignation was incomparable. There was nothing more unbearable than having one's wretched appearance seen by one's enemies. After taking a healing elixir, Yi Chen staggered up. With that, he left the location of the heavenly staircase of creation without looking back. He wanted revenge. He wanted to use that harmonious devouring technique to raise his cultivation level as quickly as possible. Run down all the women related to Jun Ling Tian. Soon after, Xiao Jian crossed 100 steps and arrived on top of a platform. At the entrance was an alabaster test monument. Behind the test monument was a door of light curtains, blocking the heavenly staircase of creation behind it. Power? Looking at the 2 large characters at the top of the test tablet, Xiao Jian understood. Turns out it's a test monument for testing strength. Great desolate battle body. Xiao Jian directly summoned his physique and then blasted it on top of the strength test monument with his full strength. When the 2 phases came into contact, only to see that the power test monument suddenly flooded with a mysterious ripple, with runes constantly overflowing from above that test monument. It then intertwined and formed a line of divine fonts. The moment that divine writing body appeared, a loud and clear notification resounded throughout the sky tomb. New record bulletin. Name, Xiao Jian. Physique, Great Desolate Battle Body. Record, Strongest Power in the Avatar Realm. Reward, Quasi-Imperial Artifact, Purple Cloud Imperial Sword. After the announcement ended, a sword that emanated the might of a quasi-emperor appeared in Xiao Jian's hand. Moreover, Xiao Jian's name, which was emitting colored divine light, had also replaced the person who had the strongest record of power in the Avatar realm before. What? Who is this Xiao Jian? Surprisingly, he broke the record for the strongest power in the Avatar realm? The scene was in an uproar, and the vast majority of people do not recognize this Xiao Jian. This Xiao Jian is the newly promoted honorary divine son of my Red Dust Dao Palace. A disciple of the Red Dust Dao Palace opened his mouth with a haughty expression and explained, "So it's the honorary divine son of the Red Dust Dao Palace. No wonder he has such strength." Once the heavenly pride present heard that it was the divine son of the Red Dust Dao Palace, their hearts were quite relieved. After all, the Red Dust Dao Palace was the top power of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it was normal to possess such a demon. Ding! Because of obtaining a chance for creation, Xiao Jian's Qi luck value has risen by 1,000 points. A system beep suddenly appeared in Junling Tian's ears. It seems that it's because the short period of time when the Qi value dropped too much, the Qi Golden Dragon is protecting its master. And at this moment, Long Ao Tian and the others also chased after them to the top of the platform of 100 steps. Seeing the quasi-emperor weapon that Xiao Jian was holding in his hand at the moment, they were each jealous of the separation of their mass walls. Marred. Why is this kid Xiao Jian so lucky? Xiao Jian. Stop. Long Ao Tian and the others were just about to step forward to intercept Xiao Jian when the other party drilled into the light door behind them and disappeared. After them, Long Ao Tian and the others wanted to go through the light door to continue chasing Xiao Jian, but they were stopped by the light door with a bang. Damn it! Seeing this, Long Ao Tian and the others had no choice but to come to the strength test monument and start testing their strength, and the outside world at the moment. A great man of the supreme realm suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. The divine son of my Red Dust Dao Palace is not bad, is he? The owner of the laughter was clearly the supreme realm ancestor of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Humph, old ghost Ning, what are you so proud of? My burial earth heir hasn't even reached that test monument yet. That's right. Old Ghost Ning, don't be so damn smug. In terms of physical fitness, my True Dragon Clan has never been afraid. The land of the buried earth and the True Dragon Clan Supreme Realm bigwigs opened their mouths to retort. The others didn't say anything, but the expressions on their faces were pretty much the same. Old Monster June, if you ask me, your family's young patriarch is a little too timid, not even having the courage to step onto the heavenly staircase of creation. At this time, the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty's Supreme Realm Big Brother opened his mouth to mock. Yes, how can you be the head of a clan if you are afraid to stand back? The Supreme Realm ancestor of the Red Dust Dao Palace spoke. There is no need for you all to worry about how the young patriarch of my clan is doing. The big man of the June family raised his eyelids slightly. Not happy or sad. Boring. Seeing that the June clan's oldest ancestor was a first-rate Qi cultivator, the crowd no longer taunted. The first person to break the record is not even me. Evil Tooth? At this moment, Evil Tooth and the others who had not yet ascended the platform were all suffocating in their hearts after hearing the briefing. Xiao Jian? Very well. After this, I, Ling Mu, will definitely meet you. Ling Mu, who was wearing a golden battle armor, thought so in his heart. And there were quite a few other major power demons who had such thoughts with Ling Mu. Xiao Jian, who was currently at over 100 steps, did not know in the slightest that he had already been targeted by the major top-tier power demons, but Xiao Jian's act inspired them all the same. No, the speed at which they climbed the heavenly ladder had all more than doubled. Within a short time, the crowd arrived on top of the platform one after another. Go up to the test in turn. As the True Dragon Clan's young Lord Ao Jin blasted his fist on top of that power test monument, a new record is born again. New record bulletin. Name, Ao Jin. Physique, the body of a true dragon. Record, the strongest power in the king's realm. Reward, quasi-emperor grade martial skill, indestructible dragon body. Chapter 55, Jun Ling Tian ascends the ladder. Ha 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 ha. Gentlemen, how about it? I told you that my True Dragon Clan young lord can break records. The True Dragon Ancestor Supreme Realm bigwig was all smiles, and his tone was full of complacency. Ayo old ghost, don't be complacent. My Blood Devil's Earth Heir will be able to break that divine soul record. The Supreme Realm Ancestor of the Blood Demon Earth spoke. And at this time someone else saw Jun Ling Tian, who was doing nothing at the bottom of the heavenly staircase of creation. Old Monster Jun. Otherwise, your Jun family might as well get a new young master. The True Dragon Clan's old ancestor opened his mouth with a derisive expression. I think it would be simpler to have that Jun Xianyi kid build another one. The old ancestor of the Red Dust Dao Palace picked up the conversation. 2 taunts in a row. Even if the Jun clan's ancestor was good at cultivating his qi, a trace of anger arose in his heart. Are you all planning to touch base with my Jun's family? Seeing the Jun family ancestor's ugly face, the people present let out a light laugh. Old Monster Jun. We were just talking casually. Why are you taking it seriously? That's it. Calm down. We are talking about it. Humph. The Jun clan ancestor snorted coldly and then closed his eyes. And the next constant stream of major power demons broke records. And basically every single time, someone taunted the Jun clan's ancestor with a line. There is no need to tolerate more than you can tolerate. Old dog, come and fight. The Jun clan's old ancestor directly raised his sword and pointed it at the person who had opened his mouth. Elder Monster Jun, calm down. We won't say anything more, okay? It is our fault. Put the sword away. Although they opened their mouths to admonish, the people present were not at all afraid. The people present were all people who knew their roots, and they still didn't understand what he, old Monster Jun, was capable of. In the meantime, Jun Shanling and Ji Zukite on the heavenly staircase of creation all felt a pang of suffocation and exasperation in their hearts, for they had already ascended more than 900 steps, and the test platform was up 9, but not a single record was broken, and they were taunted to go back to embroidery. The Jun family's demons were also all crushed by the Divine Sun's heirs of the major powers, and there was no place for them to come out at all. Instead, it was Ji Shuelua who broke a record for King's Realm sword technique exquisiteness. Aha! Pissed off. Jun Shanling stomped her foot. No more logging off. I'm going to find my brother. I'm not logging off either. I'm going to let my cousin take it out on me. Ji Zukite similarly snorted coldly. Go! With that, the two girls, Jun Shanling, joined hands and soon arrived in front of Junling Tian. What's going on? Why are you two down here? Seeing Jun Shanling and Ji Zukite walking head-on, Junling Tian was the first to ask. Brother, cousin. Seeing Junling Tian, the two girls were blinded by tears. Straight away one of them shook an arm in his arms. What the hell is going on? Seeing Jun Shanling and her duo looking like this, Junling Tian thought that they had been bullied in some way. Cousin, let me tell you. Here's the thing. With that, Ji Shuekue told the reason why they were angry and what happened to them. Brother, just watch. Jun Shanling turned her head away in an angry gesture. Well, your brother. I'll help you guys out. Junling Tian shook his head helplessly. When the two women heard this, a look of delight appeared on their faces. Yay! Cousin, you're the best. Brother punched the duck. Jun Shanling made way for Junling Tian and made a gesture of charging forward. Wait, cousin, you remember to take out an immortal pill to enter? We're going to win back all of that pile of immortal pills. At this time, Ji Zukite reminded. Got it. You guys just wait to load up on fairy pills. Junling Tian casually threw out an immortal pill and it landed in the pile of immortal pills. Isn't that person Jun family young Lord Junling Tian? He's going to climb the heavenly staircase of creation? A great power's heavenly pride located next to the Jade Monument of Creation recognized Junling Tian. Only registering now? Those records have long since been broken by the heirs of the major top powers. What's the point of him, Junling Tian, going to register now? That is, unless he is able to reach a new high on top of the records broken by the major top powers. But is that possible? It's just a jumped-up clown for eyeballs. Basically, all the people present were not optimistic about Junling Tian. Shut up, all of you. You're not allowed to talk about your brother like that. Hearing the murmurs around her, Jun Shanling's face flushed red with anger. Cousin is not what you say he is. Ji Zukite also voiced a rebuttal. Little girl, there's nothing for you here. You'd better go home and embroider. That's right, embroidery is what you should be doing. Ha 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 ha. You guys? Jun Shanling pointed at the jeering crowd, her face suffocating. However, right at this moment, 3 consecutive grand broadcasting sounds suddenly resounded throughout the sky tomb. New record bulletin. Name, Junling Tian. Physique, indestructible divine demon body. Record, strongest power in the Avatar realm. Power reaches the limit of the Avatar realm. Reward, imperial artifact, flame god lance. Name, Junling Tian. Physique, indestructible divine demon body. Record, strongest power in the king's realm. Strength has reached the limit of the king's realm. Reward, imperial elixir, 9 dragons returning to creation elixir. Name, Junling Tian. Physique, indestructible divine demon body. Record, strongest power in the emperor realm. Strength has reached the limit of the imperial realm. Reward, lower imperial rank martial skill, reincarnation finger. It turned out that Junling Tian had directly suppressed his realm and threw a punch each at the divine avatar realm, the king realm and the emperor realm. And as the broadcast ended, the crowd in front of the Jade Monument of Creation shut up. The crowd climbing on the heavenly staircase of creation did not move. Xiao Jianlong Outyan and the others who were wrestling together on the platform stopped fighting. Even the two girls, Jun Shanling and Ji Zukite, froze for a while. It's brother's name. Brother broke the power record. And he also broke 3 realms in a row. Jun Shanling and Ji Zukite's faces all looked excited. Then, with a haughty face, he opened his mouth to the crowd in front of the Jade Monument of Creation. See, that's my brother. That's right. See, that's my cousin. Ji Zukite had the same haughty look on her face. However, hearing this voice of arrogant braggadocio, the crowd present did not have much of a reaction, because now they are numb. As they watched the name of Wang Xinxiong on the jade tablet of creation disappear and turn into Junling Tian's name, the people present all went numb. He actually toppled the venture god body king immortal reversal? A great power's heavenly pride opened his mouth incredulously. This was because the venture god body was the most recognized mangaka physique in terms of strength. Didn't you hear the system broadcast? That Junling Tian is an undying god demon body. A great power's pride opened his mouth and reminded. What? Undying god demon body? It's that undying divine demon body that tops the 10 forbidden physiques? After learning about Junling Tian's physique, the mouths of everyone present all opened into an O shape. Because this indestructible god demon body was a recognized perverted physique, and it was still the most perverted existence within the 10 forbidden physiques. The Jun family's young lord's physique is surprisingly the pervert of perverts. It seems destined to suppress an era. The crowd in the room couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 56, one for you, one for me. Junling Tian? Interesting. Evil Tooth's eyes narrowed slightly, and his trademark evil smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already broken 3 records previously, and originally thought that there was nothing in the 9 heavens and 10 lands that looked like a demon. I didn't expect this Junling Tian to suddenly come out of nowhere. After the latter ascension is over, I will definitely fight this Junling Tian. Ling Mu, the supreme imperial clan of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, was covered in battle intent, and it was battle intent that he cultivated. To fight against other demons was to improve one's cultivation. Only such a man is worthy of being my husband. Tu Shan Yao Yao. A demonic woman with fox ears on top of her head and 9 fluffy tails swishing behind her muttered. The other heirs of the other major top powers all had complex expressions after hearing that grand broadcasting sound. I don't know what's going on inside. Junling Tian, it's you again. Yi Chen, who was originally checking his waist for any aftereffects with his martial art undying grip, heard the loud broadcast. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Not only was it Junling Tian, but there was also that brat who had stabbed him in the waist. He must return the favor. And at this moment in the void outside, suddenly a loud, uncontrollable laugh rang out. Ha 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 ha, gentlemen, why are you all silent? The Jun family's old ancestor was already smiling inside at the moment, and his previous depressed mood was swept away. Old man AO, your young master can't do it either. Oops, let's get another one. Elder Ning, that divine son of yours has only broken 1 record? TSK, that sucks. Seeing the Jun clan's old ancestor open his mouth to mock with a smug expression, the faces of the True Dragon clan's old ancestor and the Red Dust Dao Palace's old ancestor all flushed red. Humph, old monster Jun, what are you so smug about? Your young master is just a reckless man with more strength. At this time, the Supreme Realm ancestor of the land of buried earth spoke. One should know that his young master had broken 3 records in a row, so he had the capital to be proud. However, right after he finished speaking, suddenly 3 consecutive grand announcements resounded through the tomb and the sky once again. New record bulletin. Name, Junling Tian. Physique, undying divine demon body. Record, fastest in the Avatar realm. Speed reaches the limit of the Avatar realm. Reward, Imperial Artifact Mirror of Retrospection. Name, Junling Tian. Physique, undying divine demon body. Record, fastest in the King's realm. Speed reaches the limit of the King's realm. Reward, Imperial Dan, Phoenix Marrow and Jade Bone Dan. Name, Junling Tian. Physique, undying divine demon body. Record, fastest in the Emperor realm. Speed reaches the limit of the Imperial realm. Reward, lower Imperial rank martial skill Reincarnation Fist. As the voice ended, the corners of the mouths of the old ancestors of the major top powers all twitched. Is this undying god demon body really so perverse? It actually surpassed the space god body and broke the record for the fastest speed. After hearing the announcement again, the crowd in the room all went numb. Knowing that the space god body was an existence capable of instantaneous movement, I didn't expect that this indestructible god demon body would be able to dry it down. Ha ha ha, evil old monster, why don't you squeak? The Jun clan's oldest ancestor smiled and opened his mouth sarcastically. Strength you say is reckless. Now the speed of the most. See what you can still say. Humph. The Supreme Realm ancestor of the land of burial snorted coldly, turned his face away, and moved to a different position. Seeing this, the Jun clan's ancestors' gaze went back to the ancestors of the other major powers. However, they surprisingly all moved to the side without saying a word, and even the Sky Tomb's projection moved out of position. Only the old ancestor of the Swift God race had a proud face. It was because Junling Tian was likewise the young patriarch of their Tai Gushin clan. If you can't afford to play, don't play. The Jun clan's old ancestor only felt very uninterested, and at this moment, the heavenly pride of the major powers in front of the jade monument of creation. After seeing that space god body Li Xuanfeng's name had been squeezed out, once again, he felt the perversity of the undying god demon body. This Jun family young patriarch's speed of ascending the ladder is too fast, isn't it? It hadn't been long since the broadcast had just finished when a new one started. This made the crowd that was originally on top of the 900 steps no longer have the heart to ascend the ladder. The entire record ranking above the heavenly staircase of creation had directly become Jun Lingtian's personal show, because every platform he boarded rang with a continuous broadcast. Master's talent is truly the strongest in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Ning Hongduan on the 9th step platform was inwardly overwhelmed with emotion. At the same time, the idea of following Jun Lingtian to hang out was also firmly established within his heart. He was supposed to be my man. Tantai Ruowei's inner regret was at its peak at the moment. Yi Chen, I hate you. And the opposite of Tantai Ruowei's expression was Ji Shueluo. You're Tanya Ruowei? I heard you skipped out on your cousin's wedding? At this time, Ji Shueluo, who had a strong aura and noble temperament on the side, opened her mouth and asked, You are? Pa. Ji Shueluo directly slapped Tantai Ruowei to the ground, and 5 fingerprints directly appeared on her white face. Did you just ask me who I was? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ji Shueluo. I am Jun Lingtian's cousin and also his fiancé. Ji Shueluo wiped her hands and spoke faintly. The latter sniffed and covered her face as she glanced at this woman who had a nobler temperament and was more beautiful than her. Feelings of inferiority welling up in her heart. I'm sorry. Tantai Ruowei's hair was disheveled and her head was lowered as she opened her mouth to apologize. That's not something you should say to me. Ji Shueluo had a cold expression on his face. If she had been present at Jun Lingtian's wedding last time, she would never have let her cousin suffer that indignity. And at this moment Jun Xianling and his duo, who were located below the heavenly staircase of creation, had already arrived beside the small mountainous pile of immortal pills with a look of wealth. Ha ha ha, mine. All mine. Jun Xianling opened her arms. Ji Shuekue, on the other hand, started to divide it. You a plant. I a plant. You a plant. I a plant. The two of them started dividing the immortal pills equally like that. Seeing this, the pride of all the major forces were all incredibly red-eyed. That's thousands of immortal medicines. And they just let those 2 little girls take it all? Why does my brother not Jun Lingtian? A look of envy and jealousy appeared on the face of a female cultivator. Good looks are uglified by this. It's true that jealousy makes you look bad. Humph. In the future, I'll have a son named Jun Lingtian. If he couldn't be Jun Lingtian's sister, he would be Jun Lingtian's father. Another way up belongs to his. Aren't you surnamed Lu? Senior brother? Can I change it? That heaven's pride snorted coldly. Senior brother. Then aren't you taking Jun Lingtian's surname? His senior brother weakly opened his mouth. Good. You dare to laugh at me. Go back and wait for me. That heavenly pride twisted his neck and broke his joints, making a clicking sound. At this moment, he had found a way to take it out on him. That's right. It's his junior. Don't. Elder brother. I'm kidding, elder brother. Woo woo. That senior brother directly gave himself 2 mouths. Why did he mess with his senior brother in a good way? Chapter 57, Let's Go Together. Above the heavenly staircase of creation. At this moment, Jun Lingtian had already arrived at the 800 steps. He didn't even ask for half an hour to get to a location that others spent several hours to get to. Everyone on the heavenly staircase of creation made way for Jun Lingtian at this moment. When he came to the 9th platform, everyone up there looked over. Brother Lingtian. Ji Shueluo stepped forward to take Jun Lingtian's arm. Envy all flashed in the eyes of Ning Hongduan and Tantai Ruowei when they saw the scene. Xiao Jian, on the other hand, was jealous of the separation of the mass walls after seeing Jun Lingtian being surrounded by such a busty beauty. Young matriarch, the Jun family pride and the people of the swift god race all looked towards Jun Lingtian with eager eyes. At this moment, their admiration for this young patriarch reached its peak. Ning Hongduan and Tantai Ruowei, on the other hand, could only stand dumbfounded, not daring to make a sound. Well, wait for me to break a record first. After Jun Lingtian finished saying this, he headed towards the testing monument. The demons of the major powers as well as the heirs all made way for him at the sight of this. At the entrance, the test steel was imprinted with the 4 big words sword out speed. That's right. This platform tests the speed of the sword. Seeing Jun Lingtian preparing for the test, the gazes of the people present all focused over. However, they only saw Jun Lingtian look at that test tablet for a moment or two. The runes on top of that test tablet then surged out, then floated in the void, combining into a few lines of divine fonts. New record bulletin. Name, Jun Lingtian. Physique, indestructible divine demon body. Record, fastest sword discharge in the Avatar realm. The speed of the sword has reached the limit of the Avatar realm. Reward, imperial weapon. Name, Jun Lingtian. Physique, indestructible divine demon body. Record, fastest sword discharge in the king's realm. The speed of the sword has reached the limit of the king's realm. Reward, Imperial Dan. Name, Junling Tian. Physique, indestructible divine demon body. Record, fastest sword speed in the Emperor realm. Although they were prepared, after hearing that loud broadcasting sound, the hearts of the people present were still shocked beyond measure. What's going on? I clearly didn't even see him strike his sword. The trademark evil smile on Evil Teeth's face froze. As strong as he was, Evil Tooth, he had not been able to see how Junling Tian had struck his sword. The others don't need to be told. The young patriarch is even more perverted. Ji Wuxuan glanced at Junling Tian and then at Ji Shuelua, buried the inner thoughts in the deepest recesses. When Junling Tian's name replaced Lu Rant's name on top of the jade tablet of creation, the crowd came back to their senses. Junling Tian, Ling Mu, the third prince of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, challenges you. Ling Mu was dressed in golden dragon armor, clutching a Xian Tassel Dragon Immortal pistol tightly in his hand, and his body was trembling. I don't know if I'm excited or nervous. The others on the platform all held their breath when they heard this, waiting for Junling Tian's reply, just when they thought that Junling Tian would agree. Junling Tian, however, spoke faintly. Oh, I won't take it. A kid from the king's realm actually wanted to challenge him? It wasn't even enough for him to fight with one hand. In the eyes of the strong there is only the strong. There is never a seat for the weak. What? Rejected. Upon hearing Junling Tian's rejection of Ling Mu's invitation to fight, the crowd on the platform was somewhat stunned. Junling Tian, you rejected Ling Mu for no other reason than you felt he was too weak. Now, I, Evil Tooth, challenge you. Do you dare to answer? That's when Evil Tooth jumped back in. It was too rare. He had not thought at all that the 9 heavens and 10 lands still had a character like Junling Tian. Noisy, who else of you wants to challenge me? Junling Tian spoke indifferently, his gaze sweeping across the room. I, Ao Jin of the True Dragon Clan, challenge you. I, Phoenix Ni of the Divine Phoenix Clan, would like to ask Brother Jun for advice. Nine-tailed Skyfox Tushan Yo-Yo, the Celestial Spirits, the Sacred Feather Clan. Almost all of the divine sons or heirs of the races of the great powers present made their voices heard, obviously all wanting to fight with Junling Tian, wanting to know just how big the gap between himself and the others and Junling Tian was. In that case, then you'll all go together. Junling Tian's tone was light and somewhat casual. What? Is the young matriarch going to beat them all by himself? Jitsang Qiong and the other swift immortal race demons in the Jun family's children were all stunned after hearing Junling Tian's words. Not to mention the surrounding sub-level demons who had no intention of participating in the battle. This Jun family young lord is a bit of a big shot, isn't he? One must know that on top of this platform, because it was restricted by the rules of the heavenly staircase of creation, powerful martial skills and divine abilities could not be utilized at all. More than anything else, it was a competition between the subtlety of martial arts and the perception of the Tao. Even though Junling Tian was the strongest existence here, that would definitely not be pleasing. I'm sure Brother Ling Tian can. Ji Shuelua's tone was firm. She had a blind confidence in Junling Tian. Palace Master, this Junling Tian is too arrogant, isn't he? A demon from the Red Dust Dao Palace opened his mouth at Ning Hongduan. Shut up, you don't understand him, Ning Hongduan chided. Hearing this deja vu speech, that Red Dust Dao Palace demon was speechless for a while. After all, the last time he'd been this breathless was the last time. And this arrogant statement from Junling Tian also caused the dissatisfaction of those Supreme Realm ancestors in the outside world. It's not that I'm saying, this young lord of your Jun family is also too pretentious, isn't he? One man against all? Why doesn't he go to heaven? As a Supreme Realm ancestor, which one present was not a demon at the Divine Sun level in the first place, but when they were Divine Sons and race successors, they were not as arrogant and cocky as Junling Tian. Elder Jun, we are also doing this for your own good. Go back and put your family's young patriarch in confinement for a decade or 8 to sharpen his temperament. Yes, with such an arrogant nature, you will not be able to ascend to the Emperor realm in the end, and we are doing this for the good of your Jun family. The Supreme Realm powerhouses of the various top-tier powers opened their mouths in an old-fashioned manner. The upper lip touching the lower lip was going to make the Jun family sanction Junling Tian. Seeing the crowd once again belittling his young patriarch to disgust him, that Jun clan's Supreme Realm ancestor directly drew his sword. Old dog, come and fight. The crowd did not expect the Jun clan's oldest ancestor to draw his sword at the drop of a hat, so they did not hesitate to turn their heads away. Reckless, rude, unbelievable. The dog bites Lu Dongbin. Then look at the platform of the heavenly staircase of creation at this moment. Hearing Junling Tian's arrogant remarks, the hearts of the crowd did not feel good either. As the leaders of the major powers, they had never been underestimated so much. Since Brother Ling Tian said so, then all of you should not excuse yourselves. Evil Tooth turned his head and spoke to the crowd. Obviously, they were planning to go together and give Jun Ling Tian a lesson. Good. Let me, Tu Jio, taken some of Brother Ling Tian's masterful moves. A big, burly man took a step forward. He said he was a big man, but he was actually only 30 years old. He just looked older. Moreover, he was also an heir to the Blood Demon's Earth, one of the 10 Forbidden Lands. Chapter 58. Honestly, General. Immediately afterward, the demons of the major top-tier forces surrounded Jun Ling Tian in 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside. Brother Ling Tian, even though I like you a lot, I won't show any mercy. Tushan Yo-Yo winked her winks and her tone was seductive, which made the hearts of some of the demons with weaker cultivation levels restless. Because the nine-tailed Sky Fox clan's natural aptitude was seduction, every word and action would carry the power of seduction. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This nine-tailed Sky Fox clan is just a riot. Xiao Jian had already stopped fighting with Long Ao Tian and the others at the moment, and was now looking at the situation in the field with a pair of panda eyes. However, in the face of Tushan Yao's seduction, Jun Ling Tian was expressionless. Just say so if you're ready, so you don't say I'm cheating when the time comes. With one hand attached to his back, Jun Ling Tian was actually trying to use one hand to deal with all of them. Arrogant to the core. Go! As Evil Tooth opened his mouth, the first group of people all rushed forward with their swords, spears, swords and other spiritual weapons. However, their movements were so slow in Jun Ling Tian's eyes, as if in slow motion. Before they could react, Jun Ling Tian kicked out one after another, kicking them all out one by one. With that, he fell down the ladder of heaven and rolled downward with a thud. Even Xiao Jian, who was watching from the sidelines, was treated the same way. Don't ask. It's not nice to ask. However, in the eyes of those in the outside world, Jun Ling Tian had always stood still. Only demons who had practiced pupil arts could barely make out that Jun Ling Tian's body had moved. The extreme speed of the Emperor realm is actually this fast? The demons that still existed on the platform were all shocked inwardly. At this moment, they finally did understand the gold content of the Emperor realm's extreme speed. At such a speed, even the Great Sage realm would be nothing more than that. However, the Great Sage realm was the 13th major realm of the cultivation realm. This kid turned out to be. All of the major top-tier power ancestors who saw the scene had their pupils slightly shrunk. At this moment, everyone's mind had a thought. This son is gifted. There's no one like him in the ages. Ahahaha, everyone old. Not everyone Taoist friends. How is the young lord of my Jun family? An anti-smile had appeared on the face of the Jun clan's old ancestor who had almost said old dog out loud. Even he hadn't expected that his Jun family's young lord would be able to overpower his peers and possess the ability to suppress the times. Humph. Honestly. Average. The Supreme Realm ancestor from the land of buried earth flung his sleeves and stiffened his mouth. Not bad. But so. The Supreme Realm ancestors of the True Dragon Clan and the Red Dust Dao Palace also replied with their hearts in their mouths. However, the unsightly expressions on their faces betrayed their hearts. Ha 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 ha. When the Jun clan's old ancestor saw this, he burst out laughing. Get comfortable. At this moment, he only felt that his heart was open, and his meridians were a few points clearer. It's hard. How could this Jun Ling Tian not be the young master's heir to their family's power? The Supreme Realm ancestors of all the major powers all left the field in anger, as the biggest spectacle was over and there was nothing to see anymore. Knock, knock, knock. Xiao Jian, who was rolling over one after another, had already greeted Jun Ling Tian's entire family in his heart. Pa! Xiao Jian eventually landed in a dog dash asterisk 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 position, landing just a short distance away from Jun Shenling's 2 daughters. The unknown Jun Shenling and the 2 girls thought that the other party wanted to snatch their immortal pill, so they hastily opened their arms to protect it. However, when she saw the heirs of the major powers that kept rolling down, the divine sons, for a moment it froze in place, and those who shared the same look with her were all the people at the bottom of the heavenly staircase of creation at the moment. Am I looking at this wrong? Why are all the demons of the major powers coming down like this? Could it be that this is faster? Some of the great powers' pride rubbed their eyes and thought they had misread it. I guess it's more racy that way. Another celestial pride leaned on his chin and spoke. A moment later, the young masters of the major powers that reacted, the heirs all cursed out loud. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of pervert is this Jun Ling Tian? Marred. I'm not convinced. I'm going back to my seclusion. In addition to those who cussed out their disbelief, there were others who were outright convinced. I'm convinced. From now on, Jun Ling Tian will be my big brother. Ling Mu opened his mouth. He, the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, had been practicing wariness for generations, and he most revered the strong, so he intended to look up to Jun Ling Tian. Damn it! This Jun Ling Tian doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. Tushan Yo-Yo's pair of fox ears turned red, and she stomped her feet in shame and indignation, then dusted off the footprints on her body. Moments later, the demonic prides of the major powers left in turn. Having been beaten up by Junling Tian alone, they no longer had the face to stay here. A little while later, Junling Tian slowly walked down the heavenly staircase of creation, but it was Ning Hongduan and the others who were still climbing. After all, every time they climbed up a step they would be able to obtain some creation, and they didn't want to miss this chance. Brother, you're really great. Seeing Junling Tian walk down the heavenly staircase of creation, Jun Shenling and Ji Zukite greeted him in unison. Look cousin, we won lots and lots of immortal medicine. Ji Zukite took out the immortal pills collected in her storage ring and shook them. Well, distribute a little of this immortal medicine to your brothers and sisters in the clan, and keep the rest for yourselves. Junling Tian directly gave the two girls, Jun Qianling, the right to dispose of these immortal pills. Yay, thank you cousin, brother, you're so nice. The two women who heard this hurriedly thanked them. However, right at this moment, Ling Mu suddenly walked over. Big brother, who's your big brother? Junling Tian was somewhat speechless. This kid can't be stupid from the fall. How can he recognize his relatives indiscriminately? Big brother, I'll be your faithful little brother from now on. Ling Mu smiled heatedly and scratched his head. You, if I remember correctly, you're the third prince of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, right? Junling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, as if that Mo fan, Ji Bo Chang, was hanging out in the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain at the moment. When the time comes, maybe we can use this kid for something in the past? Yes, big brother. You remember me? Ling Mu had some excitement on his face. Well, whether or not you can be my little brother will have to be tested, and I will be a guest at your Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty when the time comes. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. That's great. Big brother, remember to tell little brother when the time comes so I can go greet big brother. Hearing that Junling Tian was coming, Ling Mu was delighted in his heart. Well, go back and remember to practice well. Junling Tian patted Ling Mu's shoulder as a sign of encouragement. Got it, big brother? Seeing that Junling Tian had two beautiful women by his side, Ling Mu, who understood that he was a bit redundant, left Junling Tian's side after greeting him. In the dark, Xiao Jian viciously gouged out Junling Tian and then turned to leave. Junling Tian, wait for me. Today's revenge of a kick. He, Xiao Jian, will return it. 1 month later, the entire sky tomb shook once again. The heavenly staircase of creation also trembled violently at this moment, and all the demonic pride still climbing above were all thrown down by him. Thereupon, the entire heavenly staircase of creation and the jade tablet of creation gradually transformed into dots of energy starlight and disappeared. It's also time to do away with that Tianji pavilion, or else that old brat won't keep giving things to the son of Qi. The corners of Junling Tian's mouth rose slightly as his eyes narrowed. Tianji Pavilion. Are you ready to bear the wrath of this emperor? Chapter 59, Visiting Tianji Pavilion. The Void. One could only see an exquisite attic that looked like a divine tower, shaped in the form of an octagonal lingerie and engraved with ancient divine texts being operated at a high speed. Runes lingered on the exterior, and from time to time, divine light was emitted. The building has 1,000 floors, and within each floor there is a different world. The ancient divine text engraved on top of the tower was clearly 3 big words, Tianji Pavilion. That's right, the headquarters of Tianji Pavilion was not fixed in one place, but was located in the middle of this divine tower-like attic. Not only can it hide in the void, but it can also get bigger and smaller and move around. And that outside world's Tianji Pavilion headquarters was nothing more than a display. The real heart of it all lies here. At this moment, in the magnificent hall on the first floor of the Tianji Pavilion, a group of old men wearing white robes with white beards all sat around here, their faces looking anxious. The pointer on the heavenly diffracting divine plate had been spinning non-stop for a few months now. It was a warning sign, but they could not measure where the calamity was. Instead, a young girl was sitting on her knees in the center at the moment. The young girl had red lips and white teeth. Her face was like grease, and her eyes were tightly closed. A strand of purple tulle hung in front of her crystalline snow-like lashes. A head of snow-white and shiny hair was casually draped behind her, hanging down above the floor. The pointers of the heavenly diffraction divine plate in his hand kept rotating, escaping the power of heavenly chances outward. Just then, the young girl's snow-like eyelashes suddenly fluttered non-stop, followed by a violent spurt of silver-white blood. After spending 1,000 years of her life, she finally got a glimpse of the future. Daishin, Daishinan, how's the situation? Some are concerned about the young girl's well-being, while others are just concerned about the source of the calamity. Ugh, the young girl said nothing for a long time, then sighed heavily. Upon hearing this sigh, all the hearts in the room went cold. They acted out the heavenly chances together, most afraid of the sigh of speechlessness, which meant no solution. I saw a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and I saw a terrifying hand that covered the sky in the sun. And in the face of the master of that hand, you and I are all like ants. Soon we will all die in that plague. Instead, the young girl's face calmed down quite a bit when it came down to it. But the other old men who heard this news had horrified faces. Daisuke, is there really no turning back on things? Could it be that emperor ancestor? His old man is unable to resolve this crisis? Hearing the answer given by the young girl, their hearts were filled with resentment. He, Tenji Pavilion, being the top power in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, was actually being overthrown in the near future? Emperor ancestor? Hearing this, the young girl slowly shook her head, because in the picture she predicted, her Tianji Pavilion's emperor ancestor was directly slapped into a bloody mist. As long as he dared to drip blood to be reborn, he proceeded to slap him to death, eventually turning into flying ash under a wisp of heaven and earth divine fire. What? Even an emperor ancestor of the great emperor realm couldn't solve that calamity? Seeing the young girl shaking her head, the Tianji Pavilion elders present all looked stagnant and their bodies went limp. Immediately recall Meng Tianjie. He caused this calamity. The key to whether or not we can dodge it all rests with him. The young girl gives the solution. The only way to find a silver lining was to call Meng Tianjie back. However, just as an elder was about to lead the way, a figure suddenly appeared in the field. One could only see that this person was covered in Taoist rhythms, wrapped in laws around his body, and his face was covered in mists. Compelling. The person who came was none other than Tianji Pavilion Emperor ancestor Zhuangbai, an existence in the middle stage of the great emperor realm. What calamity is it that even this emperor cannot solve? There was a lightness in Zhuangbai's tone. In fact, he was inwardly disdainful of Dasawei's statement. As a 9 heavens and 10 heavens ceiling level existence, he had his own self-confidence and pride. Greetings to Emperor Ancestor. The Tianji Pavilion elders present hurriedly bent down and saluted after seeing Emperor Zun's figure. Only the young girl in the center didn't move. It was because she was the Grand Secretary of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, a direct descendant of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, responsible for taking charge of the Heavenly Diffraction Divine Plate, with a status equal to that of an Emperor Ancestor. And the Tianji Pavilion is actually divided into several parts. The Heavenly Diffusion Pavilion that the young girl was in was responsible for measuring heavenly chances, which was the foundation of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. As for the Enshrinement Pavilion where Emperor Ancestor Zhuangbai was located, his duty was to protect the Tianji Pavilion. In fact, at the beginning of the creation of the Celestial Mechanic Pavilion, all the departments existed to cooperate in serving the Celestial Diffusion Pavilion, but with the passage of time, the Tianyin Pavilion is weak, and the power has fallen by the wayside. No need to be polite. Zhuangbai's eyes narrowed slightly as he glanced at the noble maiden who did not bow to him. With this emperor in attendance, what are you guys afraid of? Zhuangbai scanned the surrounding area, and no one dared to meet his eyes. All of you go back to your own business, and this emperor will take care of any calamities when the time comes. After saying this, Zhuangbai's figure slowly disappeared in place. The people who were originally sitting around the main hall also got up and left in 2s and 3s. Leaving only 4 or 5 elders behind. They are the only remaining direct lineage of the Tianji Pavilion today. Young lord, what should we do? One of the elders opened his mouth to inquire. Though it's a calamity, it's also an opportunity, so just follow me when the time comes. After the young girl said this, she then closed her mouth and said no more. The other side, Meng Tianjie, who was outside the sky tomb, suddenly lit up the summoning talisman in her storage ring. After he took it out and his divine soul probed into it, there were only 2 simple words. Hurry back. Zhuangbai eventually planned to call Meng Tianjie back to ask what was going on. Unbeknownst to him, there was one more person who came back with Meng Tianjie than when he went. What? You don't know? Zhuangbai asked Meng Tianjie what was going on, and the latter didn't know a thing about it. After all, how could he have thought that he could offend a peak great emperor by befriending a son of Qi outside? Now, tell me everything that has happened to you in all the years you've been out there. Yes, Emperor Ancestor. With that, Meng Tianjie told him everything that had happened in the last few years. Looks like it's that Jun family. Zhuangbai found the problem, but was not impressed. It was just the Jun family. The old ancestor was in the same realm as him, both at the mid-great emperor cultivation level. He had no fear of his opponent at all. However, just as he was thinking so, he suddenly felt a monstrous imperial might. It directly enveloped the entire Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion, which was originally operating at high speed and constantly changing its orientation, was instantly fixed in the void and unable to move. Found you, only to see that at this moment, a figure that was more than a dozen times more massive than the entire Tianji Pavilion slowly floated in front of the pavilion of Tianji Pavilion. Its circumference was heavenly in Taoist rhythm, and the law was its clothing. A divine aura escaped from his eyes, and chaos filled his face, making it impossible to view its roots. And this figure was clearly Junling Tian, who was running the divine aptitude law of the heavens. This attic is exquisite. Go back and give it to your mother as a birthday present. Ignoring the Empyrean-level offensive and defensive formation above the Tianji Pavilion, the Divine Diffusion Tianji formation, Junling Tian directly reached out and grabbed it in the palm of his hand to play with it. Ding! Daughter of Qi Luck dreamed Sun Yue detected. TSK. Surprisingly, there's still a daughter of Qi Luck in the mix. Although there were some surprises, but as the Tianji Pavilion was the top power of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the existence of the daughter of Qi Fortune was normal. Chapter 60, Conquering the Heavenly Pavilion. Coming. In the large hall on the bottom floor, the young girl kneeling on the ground was slightly trembling. That was the awe of an absolute powerhouse. When she had made her initial prediction, she had observed a corner of Junling Tian's figure though, but when it comes to actually being there at the moment, it's a different experience. How is it possible? This imperial might. Zhuangbai was directly dumbfounded, because he couldn't even muster the heart to resist this imperial might alone, because the other party was a great emperor who was several times stronger than him. If it was not for the fact that Junling Tian did not want to damage this Heaven's Chance pavilion, it was estimated that the vast majority of the people in the pavilion would have already perished under this emperor's might. Emperor Ancestor, you should quickly go and settle this. We won't be able to carry it any longer. Although they had the Heavenly Chance Pavilion and the Divine Diffusion Heavenly Chance Formation to fend them off, they were still somewhat unable to carry on. Settle my ass. At this moment, Zhuangbai's face was red with anger, and he directly grabbed Meng Tianjie in the palm of his hand. Meng Tianjie, what the hell have you committed that you've provoked such a strong enemy? Emperor Ancestor, I really don't know. Meng Tianjie's heart was aggravated to the extreme at the moment. He truly didn't know why he was able to provoke such a strong enemy. Yet just then, the young girl who was originally sitting on a plate in the main hall, however, used the Heavenly Diffusion Divine Plate to protect herself and a few elders as she stepped out of the Heavenly Chance Pavilion. Servant Meng Yue, the former Grand Secretary of the Tianji Pavilion, greets the master. Decisive, unrelenting kneeling. It caused the several Tianji Pavilion direct line elders behind her to be stunned. When you see your master, why don't you kneel down? Under Meng Yue's bellowing voice, the 5 full-fledged elders of the Tianji Pavilion behind him knelt in a row. Greetings, master. Oh, you're quite intelligent. Junling Tian opened his mouth indifferently. The divine aura in his eyes was like a sharp sword that could penetrate the hearts of people, shooting straight at Meng Yu. Name Meng Yue. Identity, Tianji Pavilion's first young master. Cultivation level, mid-royal realm. Physique, divine diffraction heavenly machine body. Numerology, to seek good fortune and avoid evil, gold, heavenly chances can be measured, gold. Luck value, 25,000. Surprisingly, there are 2 major golden destinies. Seeing Meng Song use 2 major golden destinies, and over 20,000 Qi luck values, Junling Tian had a thought in his heart. Asterisk. It turns out that all of this is a setup by Dreamed Sonyu that. Seeing Meng Yue outside the Tianji Pavilion directly kneeling down and recognizing her master, Zhuangbai was furious. Now how can he not know that little mind? This was an intention to take back the control of Tianji Pavilion with the help of the great emperors in the outside world. He had been planning for years, but he didn't expect to ruin it all at once. As long as master helps me take back the Tianji Pavilion, in the future, I, Meng Yu, and the entire Tianji Pavilion will completely serve master. Meng Yue bluntly stated her purpose. She knew that a person like Junling Tian did not like people lying to him, and she was also betting that Junling Tian was a man of ambition. After all, the extinguished Tianji Pavilion would never be as useful as the one that existed. You're very calculating, but I hope next time, you don't use it on me. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. Although he was being used by this woman, he did not resent it. Yes, master. Meng Yu's face was elated and her nervousness loosened up. She knew that Junling Tian was agreeing to this. Wait. Fellow Daoist, you must not be compelled by that I can also be used for you. Zhuangbai gritted his teeth and appeared outside the Tianji Pavilion. After all, if he didn't come out, he was going to die. Pa! A slap. Tianji Pavilion Emperor Ancestor Zhuangbai was directly slapped into a bloody mist. With that, Zhuangbai unleashed dripping blood rebirth and was undoubtedly slapped into a bloody mist once again. A corner of what Meng Yue had spied earlier played out. What? Emperor Ancestor? His old man couldn't even resist a slap? Why do I feel like swatting a mosquito? The 5 elders behind Meng Yue froze. Although they had previously heard that Emperor Zun couldn't handle it, they thought that it was a great battle between the 2 sides, followed by Zhuangbai's defeat. I didn't expect the gap between the 2 sides to be so wide. The other people who were in the Tianji Pavilion at this moment were all silenced after seeing this scene. So what Emperor Ancestor said before was all blowing awesome. They cursed in their hearts at the moment, wanting to go out and kneel down to recognize their masters like Meng Sun Yue and the others, but they didn't have that ability. Because of the Emperor's might in the outside world, they couldn't top it. Fellow Daoist, why do you believe that? Don't believe me? Zhuangbai couldn't take it anymore. Ever since he's certified as a great emperor, he had never been so suffocated. However, after hearing this, Junling Tian did not bother to reply. Isn't it obvious? People meet and directly kneel down, but you call out Taoist friends. You're not even in the right position and you're asking why. Junling Tian let out a cold snort, and then a cluster of divine fire the color of nothingness directly emerged from the palm of his hand. That divine fire took on a transparent form. If not for the fact that the surrounding void directly collapsed into nothingness, the temperature became scorching hot in a flash. No one in the crowd was seen to recognize it. What? The flame of the void? No, Master, I recognize you as my lord. Don't kill me. Zhuangbai, who had once again been slapped into a bloody mist, panicked. He completely did not expect that the other party would actually possess the means to kill himself. Not bothering to say more, Junling Tian directly shot out to confine him, and then threw out the flame of nothingness in the palm of his hand. No, With a heart-rending scream, Zhuangbai's emperor's soul as well as the divine energy in his body were continuously burned into nothingness. That miserable downfall sent shivers down the spine of the crowd. A few moments later, Zhuangbai stopped screaming miserably, and Junling Tian withdrew the flame of nothingness after confirming that the other party had fallen. The great emperor has fallen. The death of the great Tao. Heaven and earth grieved together. The sound of the great Tao wailing resounded in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Blood rained down on the billions of square miles of territory. There were true dragon, divine phoenix and other true spirit void shadows bending their heads in respect. How? The death of the great Tao. The fall of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm ancestors of all the top powers in the 9 heavens and 10 lands all exerted their divine abilities, wanting to see what was going on, but it was found that the sky was chaotic, time and space were all blocked. A great emperor had fallen. They couldn't even get the slightest bit of useful information. The only thing I know is that the person who fell was Zhuangbai, for the star of the emperor, which represented his destiny, fell. Is it going to change? A sense of crisis arose in the hearts of all the great emperors within the 9 heavens and 10 lands, but with that comes a sense of powerlessness, that they don't even know who did it. However, there were also those who guessed on Junling Tian. After all, he had revealed his divine might in the Swire Immortal region back then. Fallen. The Emperor Ancestor has truly fallen. The people located in the Tianji Pavilion at this moment had been scared out of their wits. Junling Tian then proceeded to slap to death a few more quasi-emperor realms from the Tianji Pavilion and Meng Tianji. It was only then that he spoke faintly. Take care of the rest. He'll help you. After throwing down a detachment, Junling Tian's figure slowly disappeared from its original location. Oi, looks like mother's birthday present will have to be found again. Ding! The host has taken over the Tianji Pavilion and plundered 500 points of Yi Chen's Qi luck value. Ding! The host has taken over the Tianji Pavilion and plundered Xiao Jian's Qi luck value of 500 points. Ding! Host takes over Tianji Pavilion. Looting. The system beeps in Junling Tian's ears had been ringing non-stop, except for Xiao Jian's and Yi Chen's names. The others he had basically never heard of. And it was obvious that this Meng Tianjia had previously befriended quite a few sons of Qi. Chapter 61 Ning Hongsuan's Past Life Memory Awakening. Red Dust Domain. Red Dust Road Palace. Ning Hongduan had just returned with the demonic disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace. At the moment, he was bathing in the large bath in his chambers. The proud body was hidden by the petals of the water, making you want to be there. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere in her chambers. Master. Feeling Junling Tian's aura, Ning Hongchen's naked body was directly draped in a thin veil. With that, he fell to his knees behind Junling Tian. Know why I'm here? Junling Tian opened his mouth indifferently. His voice could not be seen to be happy or angry. Master, forgive me. Ning Hongduan bit her red lips, her heart tense. Treating Yi Chen, the way you handled it and your attitude makes me very dissatisfied. Junling Tian's voice was very soft, not knowing what he was thinking. Please chastise the master. Ning Hongchen's head was slightly lowered, her figure trembling a bit. She already knew at this moment why Junling Tian had come over. She had truly not expected Junling Tian to be so meticulously observant. Come here and undress me. Junling Tian opened his mouth in a domineering manner, his tone unquestionable. Being his slave with someone else in mind, there was certainly a price to pay. Ha? What? Ning Hongduan let out a cry of surprise, thinking that he had heard wrong. Then, seeing that Junling Tian did not look like he was joking, she could only do as she was told, but a nervous look covered his face. Soon after, the beaded curtains were hanging down, and 2 silhouettes could be vaguely seen. There is also a retention stone on the side. The next day, Ning Hongwan woke up from her bed, her body covered with a wisp of thin gauze. On the other hand, a plum blossom-like mark suddenly appeared at the center of his brow. The temperament also changed greatly at this moment, becoming more noble while still carrying a sense of majesty of a superior. That's right, after a night of conquest, she, Ning Hongwan, had awakened the memories of her previous life as a great emperor. What? After awakening the memories of your past life, you disown me as your master? Junling Tian sat simply dressed in front of the round table drinking tea. Did you jog my memory? Ning Hongwan frowned, and at this moment, having awakened the memories of her previous life as a great emperor, her personality had become condescending. Already, one was no longer allowed to call Junling Tian master. Looks like you still need some tuning up. Junling Tian's movements lurched as he did not reply to Ning Hongchen's words, but instead put down his teacup and got up to walk towards the bed. What are you doing? Stop. Well, you dare to humiliate this emperor. How could Ning Hongwan, who had just broken through to the lesser saint realm in the tomb in the sky previously, be a match for Junling Tian? It can only be a mouthful of heckling. A few moments later, Tantai Ruowei had come to find Ning Hongwan to resign and return to the Red Dust Holy Land. Sister Red Dust, are you there? I'm going back. Tantai Ruowei called out from outside the palace, but there wasn't the slightest response. Sister Red Dust, I'm going in? Tanyu spoke tentatively. Well, don't come in. Ning Hongwan stifled a grunt. Good, I'll go back then. Although she didn't know what was strange about Ning Hongwan, Tantai Ruowei didn't think much about it and directly left Ning Hongwan's chambers. Ding! Completely subjugate the daughter of Qi, Ning Hongwan, and plunder Yi Chen's Qi value of 1,000 points. A few days later, with Junling Tian's departure, the Red Dust Dao Palace suddenly issued an edict. Red Dust Order, Yi Chen is restricted to return the borrowed immortal pill divine material within 1 month, or else he will be killed without pardon. When this order came out, it caused the crowd to be in an uproar, and at this moment, Yi Chen had gone through a lot of trouble and had managed to evade the Alchemist Guild's pursuit. It was still unknown that the Red Dust Dao Palace had issued a hunting order against him. Damn it, I can't believe I let that kid get away again. The Great Sage Realm Alchemist Guild Elder spoke in an indignant tone. It's okay, Elder. I stabbed him in the waist when I was surrounding him earlier. At this time another deacon from the Zunshi realm spoke. Great job. Hearing these words, that Great Sage Realm Elder's mood was finally relieved. That's right, Yi Chen's waist was stabbed again. The last one was on the right and this one is on the left. His Qi luck value had also dropped by 1,000 once again, and was now at just over 6,000 points. However, he also arrived at the White family of the ancient clan without any problems. Brother Yi Chen, how did you become like this? Looking at Yi Chen, whose body was in a sorry state at the moment, like a beggar, Bai Ning Shuang, the daughter of the Bai family head, had concern and heartache in her eyes. Nervous Frost, I'm fine. Looking at Bai Ning Shuang's fat-like skin, the harmonious devouring technique in Yi Chen's body instantly operated on its own. An evil fire also arose in the small of his back. That's right, he now wanted to immediately put Bai Ningfang on the spot, but reason told him now was not the time. In the end, he suppressed the evil fire in his body and went to the palace that the Bai clan had specially built for him to bathe and change. Half an hour later, Yi Chen, who was originally in a sorry state, once again became poised. Bai Wuya, master of the Bai family, meet Prince Yi Chen. Bai Wuya and the Bai clan's grand elder, as well as several direct lineage elders, saluted Yi Chen. They who had received the news had already been waiting in Yi Chen's palace for a few moments. Aha! No need to be polite. Yi Chen sat high above the main seat of the great hall, his fingers tapping the armrests with frequency. At this moment, it was as if he had found the feeling of waving his hand around in the Jun family. Bai Wuya, go and grab some female cultivators for me. The higher the cultivation the better, preferably virgins. I have great use for them. Yi Chen opened his mouth indifferently, his tone domineering and extraordinary, carrying the air of a superior. Grabbing female cultivators? Hearing this, Bai Wuya frowned slightly in some hesitation. What? Don't you even listen to me anymore? Yi Chen's tone was aggravated, and his face was a bit unsightly. This Bai family head had dared to disobey himself, so it seemed like it was time to consider a change. Yes, Lord Yi Chen. In the end, Bai Wuya still gritted his teeth and agreed. With that, he mobilized his family's power and began to go around capturing female cultivators who had fallen off the wagon. For a time, everyone in the 10 million mile radius of the Bai clan's territory, female cultivators were in danger, and these female practitioners are without exception. All of them were sucked into dried human bodies by Yi Chen using the acacia devouring technique, and his cultivation level was also like a rocket, directly scaling up to the lesser saint realm. All of this was recorded by Junling Tian's doppelganger in the shadows. Ding! Yi Chen has damaged heavenly virtue. His Tao is tainted, plundering 500 points of Qi luck value. A few days later, the region where the White family was located, suddenly a magnificent Saint Exalted Realm Dharma decree appeared in midair. It bears the logo of the Red Dust Road Palace. Red Dust Order: Yi Chen is restricted to return the borrowed immortal pill divine material within 1 month, or else he will be killed without pardon. As soon as the Red Dust Order came out, the forces in the region where the White family was located all stirred. Could this Yi Chen be the same Yi Chen who walked away in one piece after robbing the marriage in the Jun family? Wasn't the Red Dust Dao Palace siding with this Yi Chen in the first place? How come it's actually trying to slaughter him now? Many people did not understand why the Red Dust Dao Palace had suddenly stood against Yi Chen. What? That Ning Hongduan has disregarded the friendship between master and disciple and issued a hunting order against me? Yi Chen, who was originally in the middle of his bedchamber with a female cultivator, was instantly furious when he heard the words on the decree. Directly running the gongfu in his body sucked that female cultivator dry. It seems that this red dust domain can't be stayed in, but I must improve some more before I leave. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and thought of mother and daughter by Ningxuang in his mind. Chapter 62, The Shadow Retaining Stone. As soon as he thought of it, he did it, riding on Bai Wuya's forward journey to capture the female cultivator for him. Yi Chen directly asked his close friends in the Bai family to gather all the Bai family women together. Brother Yi Chen, what are you doing? Seeing Yi Chen again, Bai Ningxuang only felt that Yi Chen had become very strange. It was no longer the Yi Chen she had known back then. Do what? What do you think? Yi Chen's eyes were sunken, and his eyes were filled with a desire for cultivation enhancement. In a few days' time, tens of thousands of female cultivators in the Bai family were directly sucked into dried human bodies by Yi Chen using evil techniques, including White Gelding and her mother. Even his close attendants and others did not escape such an end in the end. And his cultivation level also scurried straight into the Great Sage Realm from the Lesser Sage Realm. Ding! Yi Chen's heavenly wrath has demonized his Tao heart. His aura of Qi collapses, plundering 500 points of Qi value. In the meantime, Bai Wuya and the great elders who were catching female cultivators in the outside world also heard the decree from the sky. What to do? Head of the family. As the Red Dust Dao Palace was the top hegemon of the Red Dust domain, if they, the Bai family, disobeyed and helped Yi Chen, at that time, it was estimated that the entire Bai family would follow Yi Chen into the abyss. What to do? He, Yi Chen, has asked my Bai family to go and do this unconscionable thing for him, and is no longer worthy of us embracing him. Bai Wuya narrowed his eyes, and inwardly, he had already decided to turn against Yi Chen. Such a person who has lost his virtue is no longer worthy of their Bai family's support. Release all of the captured female cultivators. Today we're going to make a clean break with that Yi Chen. Bai Wuya made up his mind and then rushed back towards the clan with the Bai clan's elite. However, by the time they arrived at the White House, they realized that the entire White House was terrifyingly silent. Even the guards at the gate were nowhere to be found. The crowd's color changed when they saw this. Something's wrong. When the crowd had scurried into the clan, they were immediately overwhelmed by the sight before them. Only the bodies of the White clan members were lying everywhere, but they were all male. Ma'am, Ningxuang. Seeing such a scene, Bai Wuya instantly panicked and went straight to Bai Ningxuang and his own wife's chambers, but they were empty. In the end, the crowd found the Bai family's female family members who had already been sucked dry in the middle of Yi Chen's palace. Yi Chen, I, Bai Wuya, vow not to be a man until I kill you. For a time, the entire Bai family resounded with the wails of Bai Wuya and the others who were saddened to the core. And Yi Chen, who they couldn't wait to skin and dig out the bones and eat the flesh, had already begun to head in the direction of the Red Dust Holy Land at this moment. That's right. He intends to take advantage of his current strong cultivation to suck Tantairu away that into dryness. Yi Chen passed by a city on his way to catch up, and yelling suddenly came to his ears. Don't miss it when you walk by. Only if you can't think of it. Not if I can't get it. At this moment, Junling Tian's wisp of a doppelganger directly transformed into a lewd old salesman. As the saying goes, if there is a demand, there is a market. And the metaphysical world will do all kinds of business as well. What is sold here is a special kind of shadow retaining stone, from which one can sense something in cultivation, similar to buying raw jade. Little brother, it seems that you are a dragon and phoenix among men. Do you want this shadow retaining stone? Not much. One is only 100 lower grade spirit stones. Yi Chen grabbed the young man clad in a black robe at this time. It was clearly that Yi Chen who was preparing to head to the Red Dust Holy Land to cause trouble. Retention stone? Yi Chen raised his eyes and glanced at it. The shadow retaining stone was arcane and unusual, and it even emitted the fluctuation of laws. It was instantly clear to him over the moment. Thinking about what he was going to do next, and needing stronger cultivation to support him, Yi Chen decided to buy these shadow-retaining stones to see what was inside. I'll take it all. The rest is on your tip. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen directly threw the lewd old man a dozen or so top-grade spirit stones. After all, he had left the front end of the White family's hidden treasures and was now trenchant. Oops. I knew at first glance that you, little brother, are a man of great honor. The lewd old man's eyes were glowing as he left the shadow-retaining stone behind and left happily clutching the top-grade spirit stone. I'd like to see if some heaven-defying technique really exists in this shadow-retaining stone. Yi Chen searched for an inn, wanting to see what the quality of the shadow-retaining stone that the lewd old man had sold to him was like. With that, he took out a shadow-retaining stone from his storage ring after getting ready. However, after he probed his divine sense into it, he found it empty. That shadow-retaining stone was really just an ordinary shadow-retaining stone, and the laws on it were also deceiving. That old bastard dared to trick me. Yi Chen poured out all the shadow-retaining stones in his storage ring, but tried several of them and they were fakes. He was so angry that he directly slapped his palm. However, all of the shadow-retaining stones shattered, except for one that didn't budge. Yi Chen frowned when he saw this. With that, he played out the image in the shadow-retaining stone. However, what came into his eyes was that familiar figure. Although it was wrapped in mist, Yi Chen could tell at a glance that it was his former master. And the other person who was speaking to him beside his master at the moment he likewise recognized was none other than Junling Tian, whom he hated with a passion. Aha! Yi Chen cursed out in anger, and the aura in his body directly stormed out. At the same time, the entire pupil began to turn pitch black, and his body unexpectedly emitted a wisp of demonic aura. In just a moment's time, Yi Chen's entire pupil completely turned a pitch black color. Ding! The son of Qi, Yi Chen, has completely become a demon. His aura of Qi collapsed, and he has plundered 1,000 points of Qi value. As the tone ended, Junling Tian appeared out of thin air in Yi Chen's room, reached right up and grabbed his head. In the next moment, the surging incomparable spiritual energy directly poured into Yi Chen's body. The late stage of the Great Sage Realm, the Great Sage Realm consummation, of the Holy King Realm, and the Holy Emperor Realm. He didn't stop until he reached the Holy Emperor Realm of perfection. With that, he directly put the demonic Yi Chen into the carrying cave heaven. Wool gathering is done, and it's time to slaughter. The corners of Junling Tian's mouth rose slightly as his figure slowly disappeared in place. By the time he reappeared, the person had already appeared in the Jun Tian domain, the sphere of influence of the Tantai ancient clan. After dropping Yi Chen off at a random hill, Junling Tian made another move to temporarily suppress his demonic nature. After doing all of this, Junling Tian concealed himself in the void. A little while later, Yi Chen woke up leisurely. What's wrong with me? Shaking his head, he just felt a splitting headache at the moment. However, he soon realized the abnormality. His cultivation had actually come to the Saint Emperor realm? Feeling the surging incomparable divine energy in his body, Yi Chen felt a little less real inside. With that, he got up and casually swung a punch at the thousands of meters of mountain not far away. With a loud boom, that big mountain unexpectedly vaporized directly in his hands. Really? My cultivation has really reached the Saint Emperor realm. After confirming that his cultivation level was a solid Saint Emperor realm, a confident look spread across Yi Chen's face. Junling Tian, as the young master of the Jun family, is only at the Imperial realm? But that's all. The tiny Junling Tian could be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 63, the color purple really does have a nice ring to it. After looking into the future, Yi Chen began to enter the nearby city. He now wanted to know where he was located. After inquiring, Yi Chen finally knew where he was now. However, just at that moment, a group of guards in dark black armor suddenly flew over their heads. Each one of them had a Saint Realm cultivation, and the one in the lead had even reached the Great Saint Realm. Isn't that the Tantai family's shadow guard? Where is this going? Someone recognized the group of guards. You don't even know about this? The Tantai family head, Tantai Divine Wind, asked his daughter, Tantai Ruowei, to bring the Yi Chen back to consummate the marriage, and she was unwilling to do so. So now the Tantai family head is planning to send someone to forcefully capture him back. Someone with inside knowledge explained. Yi Chen? That's the Yi Chen who succeeded in stealing a marriage in the Vanguard family. The Jun family? Shoo, don't you want to die? How dare you talk nonsense about such things? The person next to him rushed to cover his mouth. Ha! This Tantai family is quite good at investing. Yi Chen was inwardly flattered after listening to the talk of the people around him. I didn't realize he just stole a kiss and now his popularity is so high. At that time, he had also heard the Tantai family proclaiming that he, Yi Chen, was the son-in-law of the Tantai family in the Red Dust domain. It was only that at that time, his cultivation was low and downtrodden, and the Tantai family was in the Jun Tian domain, so he didn't dare to come over. Since you all want me to be your son-in-law so badly, then I, Yi-chen, will do as you wish. Yes, Yi-chen was planning to become the son-in-law of the entire Tantai family at this moment. When he thought of Tantai Ruowei throwing herself into Junling Tian's arms back then, he gritted his teeth in anger. Tantai family, become part of my body. Lust appeared in Yi-chen's eyes. And then he headed directly towards the Tantai family. And at this moment the Tantai ancient clan, the family head, Tantai Divine Wind, was venting his inner dissatisfaction with his own wife. Why do you think the dead girl likes to go against us so much? In the beginning, he was unwilling to marry into the Jun family. And now he's unwilling to marry Yi-chen. Who is that Yi-chen? Sitting with the support of the three top powers, he himself is a dragon and phoenix amongst men. With exceptional talent, Tantai Kamikaze spat, accusing his inner dissatisfaction. Because the news of the Red Dust domain hadn't reached here yet, he didn't realize that the Red Dust Dao Palace had already issued the Red Dust Order. It was only known that the Alchemist Guild seemed to have fallen out with Yi-chen. Don't be angry, husband, it's not going to catch? Tanyu came to Tanyu Kamikaze's back and helped him smooth out his breath. Yet just then, the Tantai Ancient Clan steward suddenly barged in a hurry. Family Master. There is a person outside who claims to be Yi-chen who wants to request to see Family Master. Yi-chen? Which Yi-chen? Tantai Divine Wind had not yet reacted. After all, in his impression Yi-chen should still be in the Red Dust domain at this moment. It's my Tantai family's aunt, Yi-chen. The butler explained that he had come to report after confirming Yi-chen's identity. What? Yi-chen is here. Quick, hurry up and let him in. No, I'll welcome it myself. Tantai Divine Wind directly got up and walked outside, with Tantai Clan and the butler following close behind. It did not take long for Tantai Divine Wind and his group to arrive at the entrance of the clan. He only saw that at this moment, Yi-chen was graceful and dignified, and had obviously dressed up on purpose. Oops, son-in-law, why didn't you tell me you were here? Tantai Divine Wind's face was piled with smiles and enthusiasm. Where's Wakefield? Didn't come with you? Looking around, he realized that Tantai Ruowei didn't seem to be with Yi-chen. Oh, I left the Red Dust Sacred Ground to Ruowei to take care of, and she's familiarizing herself with affairs right now, so she doesn't have time to come back. Yi-chen casually lied. Good. Worthy of being my good son-in-law. I really didn't look at the wrong person. Hearing this, Tantai Divine Wind's face was filled with joy. This is a gift of a holy place to Tantai Ruowei even before the wedding. At that time, if they got married, wouldn't that be a direct gift of an ancient family line? Yi-chen, my family Ruowei has a bad temper. You'll have to be more patient in the future. At this time, the Tantai clan, who was wearing a purple palace dress skirt, also came forward and took Yi-chen's hand to shush him. This woman is Tantai Ruowei's birth mother? It sure is charming. Looking at Tantai's plump figure and her mature and charming face, Yi-chen only felt an evil fire rising. With that, he gulped back and gripped Tanyu's hand and opened his mouth. Auntie doesn't have to worry. Ruowei and I are very much in love. Watching Yi-chen turn the tables and hold his lady's hand in the palm of his hand, Tantai Divine Wind could only feel a green light rising from the top of his head. Although he felt the atmosphere was strange, he couldn't say anything. Son-in-law, you'll stay in my Tantai family, and you'll consummate your marriage when we pick up Ruowei. Tantai Divine Wind immediately pulled Yi-chen's hand away and tugged him inside. Men, serve tea. Tantai Divine Wind, who had brought Yi-chen to the middle of the Great Hall, waved his hand. With that, the Tantai family's maids began to pour tea for Yi-chen and Tantai Divine Wind. Son-in-law, I wonder what your relationship is with that Red Dust Dao Palace. Tantai Divine Wind spoke intentionally. Oh, it's not worth mentioning. It's just that the palace master of that Red Dust Dao Palace is my master. Yi-chen held his teacup and swept his gaze over the tea-pouring maid's body several times. What? That Red Dust Dao Palace's palace master is actually your master? Tantai Divine Wind, who heard these words, was once again delighted in his heart. This son-in-law of his own is not to be trifled with. However, just as Tantai Divine Wind was inwardly rejoicing that he had found a good son-in-law, the previous butler barged in again looking flustered. Family Master, I have important news to report. It's unseemly to be so panicked when things go wrong. Tantai Divine Wind chided. After all, Yi-chen was still around. The majesty of his family head still had to be there. That housekeeper was rebuked by Tantai Divine Wind, and the panic on his face collected quite a bit. However, when he saw Yi-chen was there, he was in a difficult situation. Isn't there important news? Why don't you say so? Tantai Divine Wind frowned and looked, but found the butler glancing at Yi-chen every now and then with a difficult face. No harm done. Yi-chen is about to become my son-in-law, not an outsider. Tantai Divine Wind waved his hand, then picked up his teacup and gestured for the butler to speak directly. Seeing that his own family head had given his permission, that butler had no choice but to bite his teeth. Open mouth. Reporting to the family head, The Red Dust Dao Palace has issued a red dust order, saying that Aunt Yi Chen should return the borrowed immortal pill divine material, or else he will be killed without pardon. After these words, the entire hall fell into silence. Tantai Divine Wind's movement of holding the teacup and preparing to drink it directly paused, and Yi Chen's face instantly turned red. I don't know if I'm angry or ashamed of having my lies exposed. Ah fuck, are you mistaken? Family Master. It's true. The entire Red Dust domain has spread the word, saying that Aunt Yi Chen should be allowed to return the borrowed immortal pill divine material within a month, or else he will be killed without pardon. The butler repeated. Chapter 64, Destruction of the Tantai Ancient Clan. This, Tantai Divine Wind and Yi Chen exchanged a glance, and the latter smiled awkwardly. Yi Chen, what the hell is going on? Tantai Kamikaze's son-in-law is also not called. After all, if Yi Chen only had the support of two major forces, then it would not be as reliable as the Jun family. After all, Junling Tian was the Jun family's actual young master, and with the news of the tomb and the sky spreading, Junling Tian's demonic natural talent had already spread throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There was just a bit of a falling out between me and my master. But don't worry, it'll be over soon. And I'm a forgotten friend with that Tianji Pavilion Master Meng Tiangue, as evidenced by the Tianji Order. After saying this, Yi Chen took out the Tianji Order with the word Tianji engraved on it in his hand and flung it to Tantai Divine Wind for inspection. Seeing that the Heavenly Chance Order was indeed real, Tantai Divine Wind couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. Ha 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 son-in-law, I was wrong about you. Tantai Kamikaze, who thought it was a false alarm, smiled and opened his mouth. However, before Yi Chen could speak, Tantai suddenly barged in again in a panic. Husband, it's not good. After coming in, he saw Yi Chen who was sitting in his seat drinking tea. Tantai suddenly looked grim as she snapped. Yi Chen, you little why did you harm my Tantai family? When he heard Tantai scolding his own little, Yi Chen's pupils instantly flushed a little red. I was thinking of slowly playing this family to death, but now I don't see the need for that. Ma'am, what's going on? Tantai Kamikaze was still a bit confused. Just now was shushing, now how to scold the little husband. Just now the Tianji Pavilion has issued the Tianji hunting order. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are hunting down Yi Chen without rest, but anyone who blocks the harboring of Yi Chen will be killed on pain of death. That's when Tanya spelled out the reason. What? Ma'am, are you mistaken? Yi Chen said that he and Tianji Pavilion Master Meng Tiangue are ungrateful friends, and there's a Tianji order to prove it. Tantai Divine Wind handed Tantai's order of heavenly chance to the Tantai clan. Is this still fake? I just received the news and personally went to the Tianji Pavilion branch to take a look. As for this Tianji order, it must be that Yi Chen little stole it. After saying this, Tantai looked at Yi Chen again. Little, say, is this Tianji order stolen by you? Hearing Tanya a little left and a little right, Yi Chen finally couldn't help himself, and a trace of black demonic chi slowly overflowed from his eyes. Enough! Originally, I was prepared to keep you guys to play slowly, but I never imagined that you would seek death on your own. Today, the Tantai family will be removed from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I, Yi Chen, say so. After saying this, Yi Chen's Saint Emperor Realm aura completely exploded. That terrifying Saint Emperor Realm pressure directly shook several people from Tantai Divine Wind to the point where they spat blood and flew backwards. What? You're actually in the Saint Emperor Realm? Tantai Divine Wind and the others looked at Yi Chen incredulously. Old thing. Watch this. I, Yi Chen, am going to destroy the Tantai family before your eyes today. After Yi Chen said this, he directly charged towards Tantai. Little, dare. Tantai Divine Wind was enraged at the sight, but he was deadened by Yi Chen's Saint Emperor Realm's pressure. All you can do is lie in place and watch. Aren't you a mouthful of little? Curse again for me. Yi Chen squeezed Tantai's throat with a deadly grip. Little you shall not die. Tanya tried to fight back but couldn't do anything about it. One could only turn his head to look at Tantai Divine Wind. Husband, goodbye. In the back. Even if the various elders of the Tantai family and the Saint King Realm ancestors rushed to the scene, it still didn't help. The Saint Emperor Realm's Yi Chen was in the entire Tantai family where God blocked God and Buddha blocked Buddha. Even the only sacred Emperor Realm ancestor was killed by Yi Chen with a single strike. But it was the female cultivators who could stop him for a moment. A few days later, the entire Tantai family was basically wiped out, leaving only some female cultivators to be wantonly abused by Yi Chen. Taiku immortal race. Gu Xianer's chambers. The clan guard she had sent out to spy on Yi Chen's news returned to report to her at this time. How is brother Yi Chen's situation? Gu Xianer was still more concerned about Yi Chen, but the concern now was not the same adoring concern that it was. She seemed to have faded a lot towards Yi Chen. Young matriarch, otherwise you'd better not know. The female guard who reported the news wanted to say something. Her face was filled with a look of difficulty. What the hell is going on? What happened to brother Yi Chen? Speak quickly. Seeing this look on the guard's face, Gu Xianer thought that something had happened to the other party. This, young patriarch, you see for yourself. That guard directly handed Gu Xianer the shadow retaining stone that recorded what Yi Chen had done. After receiving the shadow retaining stone, Gu Xianer played it out with an apprehensive expression. However, when the picture appeared, 2 red clouds immediately floated across Gu Xianer's face. How do you record all this stuff? Gu Xianer turned her head away with a shy face. Young patriarch, you'd better keep reading. That Yi Chen has already become a demon. What? Brother Yi Chen has become a demon? Gu Xianer turned her head to continue watching. However, the picture played on and off. This was because the female cultivator in the picture looked painfully incomparable, as if she had been subjected to inhuman torture. There were a few more images in the back, each of which was of Yi Chen letting someone go and capture the female cultivator. Others were images of him sucking female cultivators dry. Looking at Yi Chen, whose eyes were lewd and evil, and whose look was perverted and crazy, Gu Xianer's face immediately revealed an unbelievable look. That's not true. I'm going to find brother Yi Chen. Gu Xianer wanted to set off in search of Yi Chen but was stopped by the guard. Young patriarch, Yi Chen disappeared after doing this. You won't be able to find him now. Unless, the guard wanted to speak. Unless what? Unless you are able to make your great emperor master. Now I'm afraid that only great emperors are able to find one in the 9 heavens and 10 lands in a short period of time. The guard said the only thing that would work. Yes, I need to find my master. He must have a solution. Thinking of this, Gu Xianer directly utilized the means of contact that Junling Tian had given her. Soon after, a void vortex suddenly appeared in the middle of her chambers. Junling Tian stepped out of it. Disciple, what do you want with master? Junling Tian spoke knowingly. After all, he was the one who recorded all of the shadow retaining stones that Gu Xianer had just watched. Master, can you find brother Yi Chen's location? It's okay, but apprentice, do you really want to see it? Junling Tian opened his mouth with a desire to speak, but in truth, he couldn't wait for Gu Xianer to go quickly inwardly. Master, please take me with you, Gu Xianer pleaded. Okay, Junling Tian nodded, then directly shattered the void and rushed back towards the Tantai ancient clan of the Jun Tian domain with Gu Xianer in tow. When they arrived at the Tantai ancient clan, they immediately saw all sorts of miserable and incomparable sights in the middle of the Tantai ancient clan, and at this moment, inside a large hall, Yi Chen was practicing his magic power to absorb the cultivation of a Tantai ancient clan female. Seeing the scene in front of her, Gu Xianer was immediately struck by lightning. Yi Chen is actually such a person? At this moment, Yi Chen's image of a warm big brother in Gu Xianer's heart instantly collapsed. She was completely disappointed in Yi Chen, and had also developed an extreme sense of disgust. Ding! Gu Xianer has become extremely disappointed and disgusted with Yi Chen. Plundering 1. 200 points of chi luck value. Ding! Yi Chen's chi value has reached the critical point. He can be killed. Chapter 65 Yi Chen Falls. Xianer, as you can see, this Yi Chen has always been such a person. Look, Junling Tian said as he released the image of Yi Chen from the Red Dust Dao Palace, trying to force himself on Tantai Ruowei earlier. Master, I know. Let's go back. Gu Xianer was in an extremely low mood and stopped paying attention after just a glance. Okay, let's go. Shattering the void with a wave of his hand, Junling Tian sent Gu Xianer back to the swift immortal race again. When he returned again, several female cultivators of the Tantai ancient clan had already been sucked dry by Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen was completely demonized. The eyes were pitch black and there were a few ugly demon scales above his cheeks. A finger pointed out, temporarily suppressing Yi Chen's demonic nature. Junling Tian just looked down at the other party. Junling Tian, it's actually you. Ah, just in time. I'll kill you today. Looking up, she saw Junling Tian's handsome and incomparable face. Yi Chen's face twisted, wanting to go crazy with jealousy. With that, he mobilized the Saint Emperor realm pressure and spiritual energy within his body and used his full strength to blast a fist at Junling Tian. Bang! Like hitting a layer of invisible glass, Yi Chen's fist was no longer able to advance the slightest bit at a distance of 1 inch in front of Junling Tian's body. What? That's impossible. Yi Chen swung out a punch again, but the result was the same as the previous one. Surprisingly, he couldn't even touch a single hair on Junling Tian's head. Pa! With an earth-shattering slapping sound, Yi Chen was directly slapped out with incomparable violence. Half of his face was directly slapped, and his body impacted countless tall halls in a row before he managed to stop. Clueless, Yi Chen's brain buzzed at this moment. He was at the Saint Emperor realm. Wasn't slaughtering that Junling Tian as simple as pinching an ant to death? Why did it turn out the other way around? When Junling Tian's figure silently appeared in front of him again, he finally realized. Junling Tian's cultivation level was surprisingly many times higher than his. Junling Tian, You're playing with me by stepping on my horse. Yi Chen's mouth had been smashed at the moment, and he could no longer speak well. Just realized? Not bad. At least it'll be an understanding. Junling Tian no longer gave Yi Chen a chance to speak after he finished speaking and directly slapped him into a bloody mist. Even the soul was burned into nothingness by him, and reincarnation could not be done. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing Yi Chen and plundering 3,000 points of Chi luck value. Obtaining the first kill reward, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1, Red Sun Supreme Sword Body Origin. Ding! Congratulations to the host's Chi value for breaking through 30,000, and we are now raising the Sun of Chi decimation line to 10,000. Reward has been issued. Please check with the host. A series of system beeps signaled that Yi Chen had truly been slaughtered. The kill line has been raised to 10,000. Hearing this beep, Junling Tian had already begun to think about his next plan in his mind. Since the kill line had been raised to 10,000, let's tackle that Xiao Jian. After all, right now that Xiao Jian's Chi luck value was just a little over 10,000. System, what is the use of this Heavenly Dao Fragment and Chi Aura Fragment? Thinking of this, Junling Tian released Bai Susu's strand of true spirit from the soul-nurturing bottle. Immediately afterward, immortal pills and divine ingredients capable of reshaping the physical body such as the soul lotus of the other side and the white bone green silk grass appeared in his hands. After extracting the divine energy from the immortal pill divine material, Junling Tian directly used Bai Susu's strand of true spirit as a base to mold her body. As the skeletal organs in the body continued to be molded, light green vitality power surged from all directions, slowly injecting itself into Bai Susu's body. The heart, which had been quiet, was beating at the moment. As time passed, a snow-white and tender, flawless and with proud peaks carcass was presented in front of Junling Tian. Nice! There was admiration in Junling Tian's gaze, as if he was looking at a perfect work of art. A few moments later, Bai Susu's eyelashes fluttered lightly and slowly opened. Into his eyes was Junling Tian's handsome face with a faint smile. Am I dreaming? Bai Su clearly felt her consciousness sink permanently in the first place, but now she was surprised to see the figures of heaven and earth again. You didn't dream it. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. With that a breeze brushed past Bai Susu's body. It was then that she realized she wasn't dressed, hastily manifesting a white dress embroidered with a white jumpsuit. Bai Susu's heart then reluctantly accepted reality. She really was reborn. Feeling his body at the moment, except for the face, which is unchanged. All other parts of the body are slightly altered. The legs were a little longer than before, and a few % more arched where they should have been. The willow waist was full, and the whole body became even more charming and attractive. Obviously this was Junling Tian's aesthetic, as well as the aesthetic of the vast majority of male cultivators. Did you help me? At this moment, Bai Susu also understood. That's right, from now on you'll be my personal maid, and I'll get you what you want. Junling Tian spoke faintly, his tone domineering and casual. Yes, master. Bai Su didn't resent it inwardly. After all, the other party had given her a new life, and anything she had was from the other party, so it's only right to recognize the other as Lord. Moreover, her master could be much better looking than Xiao Jian, and her character and abilities were also stronger than Xiao Jian's, because the mere act of fishing her true spirit out of the river of life was not something a great emperor could do. Take these immortal medicines and restore your cultivation as soon as possible. Junling Tian casually flung out a few immortal pills and the latter hastily thanked him. Thank you master for the gift. Well, come on, come back with me first. Junling Tian directly shattered the void and brought Bai Susu back to the Jun family. The great Emperor Realm absolute powerhouse who visited the Red Dust Dao Palace back then was actually the master? And the master is also the young master of the Vanguard family. The Jun family? After feeling a hint of Junling Tian's aura, Bai Susu was inwardly shocked. Master, am I able to know your age? Bai Susu all weakly opened her mouth. There was no way around it. Her heart was just too curious. The other layer of identity of a great Emperor Realm existence was actually the young master of the Vanguard family? 26. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. With that, he sat down at the round table and poured a cup of tea. What? 26. Hearing this result Bai Susu was inwardly shocked. She simply could not imagine how demonic Junling Tian was. Young lord. Junling Tian's personal maid called out from outside the hall. With that, Junling Tian opened the ban and let her in. Greenie, didn't I say you don't have to report when you come in from now on? Green Luo was Junling Tian's personal maid, taking care of his living and living with him since he was a teenager. Although she was his personal maid, Junling Tian treated her like a sister, and the other side of the ban on his chambers knew how to open it. Young lord, rules are rules, Greenie doesn't dare to overstep them. Midori lowered her head, her eyes flashing. Okay, what did you come to see me about? Junling Tian put down the teacup in his hand and looked over. Chapter 66, Xiao Jian's Taoist heart is unstable. Young lord, the new palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace is hosting a succession ceremony 3 months from now, and the family head has asked the young lord to lead a team to attend. Greenie spelled out the purpose of her visit. Oh, so it's that Nini Ning Hongduan who's going to organize the succession ceremony. The corners of Junling Tian's mouth rose slightly upon hearing this news. Really sleepy to send a pillow. He just thought about how to logically appear in front of that Xiao Jian together with Bai Susu. I see. Greenie, you're old enough to marry. Do you have a favorite? Junling Tian looked towards Green Lotus and opened his mouth to ask. Young lord, are you kicking me out? Green Luo was born as the young master's person and died as the young master's ghost. If the young master wants to drive me away, just kill the slave girl. Greenie went straight to her knees, her tearful eyes tinged with stubbornness. Hey, I didn't mean that. Junling Tian came to Green Lotus and helped him up. How could he not know Greenie's heart? But he was destined to not be able to give Greenie much emotional care in his life. Greenie, you go and get ready as well, and follow me to the succession ceremony at that time. Really? Thank you, young lord. Greenie was overjoyed. As long as she was able to stay by Junling Tian's side, she would be satisfied. 3 months later, Junling Tian rode in the dragon carriage pulled by 18 Saint Emperor Realm True Dragons and brought by Susu, Jun Shenling and Green Luo to the Red Dust Dao Palace. It was said to be a dragon carriage, but in fact, it was covered with tulle all around, and the top was an octagonal lingerie cover made of crystal clear unknown divine gold. After arriving in the Red Dust Dao Palace, Junling Tian deliberately asked Green Luo to lift up the thin veil, allowing one to see the sights therein. One could only see Junling Tian lying on his side at this moment, with Bai Susu and Green Luo serving him one after the other. One squeezes the shoulders, one feeds the fruit. It's so not windy. Hiss, this young master of the Jun family is really quite the flirt. The disciples of the Red Dust Dao Palace couldn't help but lament. If I can obtain the services of those two fairies, it would be worth living 100 years less. Yeah, look at that body, that look, it's just superb. Seeing the appearance and figure of Greenie and Bai Susu, the hearts of the people present went wild. However, at this moment, Xiao Jian's entire body froze in place after seeing Bai Susu. It's not true, it's not true. His master was dead, so how could he be feeding the spirit fruit at Junling Tian's side? And Junling Tian, who was on top of the dragon carriage, also saw Xiao Jian. Why can't I be the young lord of the Jun family? The crowd of disciples from the Red Dust Dao Palace and those who had come to the banquet saw this scene with red eyes. Such a superb maid, they wanted to have one too. Xiao Jian, stop looking. If you look any further your eyes will fall out. At this time, Long Ao Tian exited and mocked. However, at this moment, Xiao Jian did not pay any attention to him, but instead clenched his fists in a deadly grip. The chest continued to rise and fall. Su, look who that is. Junling Tian smiled and nudged his mouth, but his hand did not stop. Bai Su sniffed and turned her head to look over. At once, he locked eyes with Xiao Jian. Seeing Bai Susu's familiar eyes, Xiao Jian was finally certain. Not only was his master, Bai Susu, not dead, but now she had become Junling Tian's consort? To think that when he was so noble and not to be blasphemed in front of himself, he was now pinching Junling Tian's shoulders with a pandering face. Xiao Jian's heart then rose and fell. Why would you rather serve Junling Tian than look at me? Xiao Jian gritted his teeth. Once he had fantasized more than once about spending the rest of his life with his master. I didn't realize that now she was hanging out with her enemies, and the man had kicked him in the ass in the first place. Ding! Xiao Jian's Taoist heart is unstable, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Hearing the beeps coming from the system, Junling Tian provocatively looked towards Xiao Jian. Aha, Junling Tian. At this moment, Xiao Jian broke his defense, but he had never said even a little bit of overstepping words in the beginning. Calm down, calm down. Master must have been forced. She'll definitely come back to me once I figure out how to get her out. At this moment, Xiao Jian comforted himself inwardly, and his turbulent Dao heart gradually settled down. Brother, can you restrain yourself a bit? It's not good for Sister Shui Luo to see it. Jun Shenling casually reminded her that although it was normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, her brother's behavior just now didn't seem quite the same as usual. You disciplining your brother? Then I won't bring you out next time. Junling Tian laughed softly and spoke, but still withdrew his palm that was resting on top of Bai Susu's jade body, and as Bai Susu felt the warmth disappear, she was surprisingly a little lost inside. Don't, brother, I don't care about you. You can do what you like. Jun Shenling directly begged for mercy. She didn't want to be bored to death by staying at home and practicing all day. A few moments later, the four of them, Jun Ling Tian, arrived at the sect hall of the 9 heavens of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Today's banquet will be held here. Big brother, here. At this time, Ling Mu of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty beckoned towards Jun Ling Tian with a smile on his face. With that, he rose directly to meet them. Big brother, I knew you'd come. Are these two sisters-in-law? Ling Mu glanced at Bai Susu and Greenie, then spoke. No, the two girls were just about to refuse, but they were interrupted by Jun Ling Tian. You boys got a lot of questions. Ha! Jun Ling Tian casually slapped Ling Mu on the shoulder. The latter grimaced in pain. Big brother, be gentle. Hearing these ambiguous words, Jun Ling Tian was speechless. With that, he led the crowd towards the location of the Jun family. Big brother, when are you going to be a guest in my Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty? Ling Mu followed up with another question. I did not expect Jun Ling Tian to actually answer him. This party is over. Really, big brother? Then I'll wait for you to join me then. Getting an answer he was satisfied with, Ling Mu returned to his seat in high spirits. A few moments later, the divine sons and heirs of the major top powers arrived one after another. When Ji Shuelawa of the Swift God race came over with Ji Zukite and the others, they immediately ran towards Jun Ling Tian. Cousin, I want to sit with you. Ji Zukite moved her seat next to Jun Ling Tian and pulled Ji Shuelawa to sit down with her. As he looked around, several immortal beauty of the highest caliber directly surrounded Jun Ling Tian in the middle of the room. Big brother is worthy of being a big brother. This skill of putting girls together can make me learn for 8 or 10 years. Ling Mu couldn't help but lament. In the meantime, Xiao Jian, who had just entered the large hall and sat at the end, happened to see the scene. Why, Jun Ling Tian, why do you still come to rob my master when you have so many confidants? What did he see? His master teacher was actually sitting by Jun Ling Tian's side feeding him spirit grapes. Chapter 67, he's still a what? Can't take it anymore. Xiao Jian directly stood up. Jun Ling Tian, you are the Jun family's young master, yet you are performing such a nasty act above this great hall. What is the decency? And you're Ji Shuelawa, the goddess of the Swire God clan, right? Your fiancé behaves in such a manner, and you're able to endure it? I admire you. Xiao Jian opened his mouth in a conspiratorial manner. After saying this, he only felt that his heart was clear and he was in a better mood. So what if it was the Jun family's young lord? Today he, Xiao Jian, was going to make a fool of himself in front of the many top forces in this great hall. Come alive. Seeing Xiao Jian, this jumping clown, dared to stand out and find trouble with his big brother. Ling Mu's heart burst with joy. He was worried that he didn't have a chance to show off in front of his big brother. Who are you? How dare you say my big brother is not? Ling Mu clapped his hands and directly cursed out in anger. I am Xiao Jian, the divine son of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Xiao Jian spoke with a tit-for-tat hardness. In this Red Dust Dao Palace, it was his home ground. So naturally, he couldn't lose face. Bull God's son, open your doggy eyes and see who here dares to say a bad word about my big brother. You. Xiao Jian's face flushed red as he subconsciously scanned his surroundings. Sure enough, he found that all of them had their eyes on their hearts and their noses on their mouths, and none of them dared to stand out and agree with him. Kneel down and apologize to my big brother, or I'll kill you. Ling Mu's long spear was clenched tightly, his battle intent surging as he looked viciously at Xiao Jian. Deception. Xiao Jian sheathed his spirit sword in his hand, and for a moment the swords were drawn. In this great hall of the Red Dust Dao Palace, he could still be bullied by outsiders? All stop. At that moment, Ning Hongduan rushed over, only to see that her entire aura was incredibly powerful, and the majesty of the Empress became more and more apparent. In the short span of a few months, her cultivation level had actually scampered directly to the Saint King realm. The plum blossom mark on his brow was also more vibrant. Lord Palace Master, you came just in time. I Xiao Jian. Shut up. Ning Hongduan directly interrupted Xiao Jian. Pass on this palace's order to abolish Xiao Jian's divine son status from now on. With a wave of his hand, Ning Hongduan abolished Xiao Jian's divine son status. What? My position as God's son was sealed by the emperor ancestor himself. On what grounds do you abolish me? Xiao Jian first froze for a moment, and then he spoke in exasperation. It's only been a few days since he transferred from honorary divine son to divine son status. He hasn't even warmed up his ass yet, and then he wastes it again? What about all the beatings he's taken this year? What about all the crimes he's suffered? What about the lost bone ring in Master? His bad luck? Bring it down. Ning Hongduan didn't care about that and directly waved his hand, because without the identity of a divine son, that Xiao Jian was no longer worthy of sitting in this great hall. No, my divine son position was sealed by the emperor ancestor himself. You can't do this to me. Xiao Jian wanted to resist but didn't dare. After all, if he did, He was afraid that his position as a divine son would really be gone. One could only just be dragged outward by 2 red dust Dao Palace disciples with their arms. Ding! Xiao Jianxin's heart breaks defense, plundering 200 points of chi luck value. With Xiao Jian's departure, the entire hall was suddenly quiet. After ending such a small episode, Ning Hongduan lifted his foot towards the main seat. Today she was dressed up and her whole demeanor became more noble. The crowd at the venue was awestruck by it. However, only Junling Tian dared to look directly at her, and the latter was made uncomfortable by his direct gaze. With a wave of Ning Hongduan's brocade robe, the master of ceremonies instantly understood. All ministries take their positions. The succession ceremony, officially begun. As the voice fell, the tedious and complicated succession ceremony followed. For a while the scene was uninteresting. It was so hard to make it to the end that Junling Tian hurriedly then took Bai Susu and the others to start wandering around. Wanted to see if he could harvest some more of Xiao Jian's chi value. However, to his disappointment, Xiao Jianrun had run off somewhere. Into the night, a silhouette sneaked towards the palace complex that hosted the guests. It was certainly Xiao Jian. Although he was now deprived of his status as a divine son, he still found a way to prepare to meet his master. He had to ask to his face what was going on, or he wasn't willing to do it. Because he was more familiar with the terrain, Xiao Jian quickly found Bai Susu's place. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, Junling Tian was also in Bai Susu's chambers. Coming, Junling Tian's entire body was casually lying on Bai Susu's bed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. At this moment, however, Bai Susu was blushing and her heart was in a frenzy. She did not know why Junling Tian had suddenly appeared in her chambers. Inwardly, he couldn't help but think. Yet just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the temple. Master, are you there? Xiao Jian? Why is he here? Hearing Xiao Jian's voice, Bai Susu glanced at Junling Tian, a little worried inside. However, he was not worried that Xiao Jian would be slapped to death by Junling Tian, but rather he was worried that Junling Tian would misunderstand. Master, I'll take care of it. After saying this, Bai Susu left the inner hall and headed towards the outer hall. When she revoked the ban outside the hall, Xiao Jian instantly scurried out. Master, I miss you so much. Xiao Jian opened his arms and tried to embrace Bai Susu, but the latter instantly dodged it. Xiao Jian, what are you doing? Get the hell out of here if you keep this up. Bai Susu chirped in a delicate voice, her eyes subconsciously glancing at the inner hall for fear that Junling Tian would misunderstand. What pretense of innocence? Xiao Jian, who had pounced, inwardly cursed. Then a look of pity appeared on his face. Master, I miss you so much. Why don't you come to me when you're still alive? Do you know how much I miss you? Shut up, Xiao Jian. You and I have already broken our favor. Please leave immediately. This is not the place for you to come. Now that she saw Xiao Jian's pitiful look again, Bai Susu only felt sick. At the same time, inwardly, she had been worried that Junling Tian would misunderstand something. Seeing Bai Susu's persistent attempts to drive herself away, Xiao Jian also came to be angry. Master, when you were trapped in the bone ring and about to be dispersed, it was me, Xiao Jian, who saved you. How can you drive me away? And that Junling Tian, what's so good about him? Aside from having a little talent and a little family history and being a little handsome, what else does he have? You tell me he's still a what? The stern questioning voice directly spread throughout the entire hall, and it was obvious that Junling Tian must have heard it. Pa! Bai Susu mercilessly jerked Xiao Jian out of the way and did a direct 702-degree spiral turn. You hit me? Xiao Jian, who was lying on the ground, looked incredulous. The master who used to help him in everything and obey him in everything was beating him up for another man? Sure enough, his master has changed. Ding! Xiao Jian suffered a violent attack within, plundering 200 points of chi luck value. Xiao Jian, you and I have long since ceased to have a relationship. If you dare to insult your master again, I will not spare you. Bai Susu glared angrily, and her gaze toward Xiao Jian produced extreme disgust. Proud, arrogant, hostage to favors and self-righteousness. How come she hadn't seen that this Xiao Jian's face was so ugly before? Chapter 68 Xiao Jian Falls. What? Master? Good. Playing like that? At this moment, Xiao Jian's heart was about to go crazy with anger, and jealousy and resentment filled his eyes. Pictures had formed in his mind. The image of Bai Susu pleasing Junling Tian. Xiao Jian, if you don't leave, I'm going to be rude to you. Seeing the madness in Xiao Jian's eyes, Bai Susu frowned in disgust. Go, call that dog man master, but tell me to go. Today I'm going to let you know how powerful I, Xiao Jian, am. Xiao Jian directly lunged towards Bai Susu. It seemed to him that Bai Susu had a soft heart and definitely couldn't bear to do anything to him, and having just been reborn, his cultivation was probably not yet recovered. Just the right time for him to take down his opponent. However, when he saw Xiao Jian lunging at him again, his mouth was still full of disgusting words. Bai Susu also stopped being soft, directly pulling out the 3-foot green peak. It instantly gave Xiao Jian a heart attack. If he hadn't moved his heart at the critical moment, he might have actually perished. Bai Susu, you actually. Xiao Jian's pupils shrunk slightly, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Bai Susu had just actually stabbed him through the body without hesitation. Get out of here, or next time, it'll be your head on the chopping block. Bai Susu droned. However, it was at this time that Junling Tian, wrapped in a thin nightgown, slowly appeared in the front hall. Su, why haven't you come in yet? I'm all showered up. Master. Seeing Junling Tian, Bai Susu hurriedly ran over. Junling Tian was not polite when he saw this and directly wrapped his arms around him. Bai Susu could even clearly feel Junling Tian's breathing. 2 red clouds couldn't help but drift across his face as well. Being looked at by Xiao Jian, somehow, Bai Susu actually had a feeling of excitement within her. Dog boys and girls. Seeing such a scene, Xiao Jian's fingers tightly covered his chest as he felt a tightness in his chest. Ding! Xiao Jian has received a violent attack within his heart and has plundered 500 points of chi luck value. It's only 500 points, so it doesn't seem strong enough. Thinking of this, Junling Tian directly cupped Bai Susu's chin and lowered his head to imprint on it. The 2 lips met, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous and abnormal. Pust! A mouthful of bruised blood instantly spurted out of Xiao Jian's mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dog man and woman, you shall not die. Xiao Jianyan was incapable of shouting in a frenzy of rage. His complexion hideous and ugly. Ding! Xiao Jian suffered a violent attack within his heart and plundered 800 points of chi luck value. Ding! Xiao Jian's aura of chi is dimming, reaching the decapitation line. Noisy! Junling Tian fatally let go of Bai Susu and lightly glanced at Xiao Jian, then snapped his fingers. Bang! Xiao Jian was directly squeezed by a mysterious force and then turned into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of Qi, Xiao Jian, and plundering 800 points of Qi. Reward obtained, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Qi Aura Fragment X1, Great Desolate Battle Body Origin. System, what is this Heavenly Dao Fragment? Junling Tian opened his mouth and inquired. He did know about that Qi Luck Aura, and when it was put together it was estimated that he would be able to obtain a Qi Luck Sun-like aura. The Heavenly Dao Fragment is a strand of the Heavenly Dao origin, and collecting all 999 of them can give birth to a Heavenly Dao that transcends this world. The system opened its mouth to explain. Transcending the Heavenly Dao of this world? Hearing this, Junling Tian understood that if he was able to gather all of these Heavenly Dao fragments, he would definitely be able to replace this side of the Heavenly Dao, become the true master of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Just as Junling Tian was thinking, he suddenly felt Bai Susu, who had been sticking to him, twist slightly. What? Can't wait? No master. Bai Su's heart raced with anticipation and nervousness at the same time. Come on, it's time to rest. Junling Tian smiled faintly as he led Bai Susu towards the inner hall. The other side. Ning Hongwan's gaze looked furtively towards the chambers where Junling Tian was, a little lost in her heart. I'm surprised that Dennison didn't come to me. After secretly sighing, Ning Hongchen had no choice but to paralyze himself with cultivation. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that she suddenly felt a figure enter her chambers. That familiar scent didn't need to be guessed to know who it was. Call the master. Don't even think about it. I, the great emperor of Jiuli, will not recognize you as my master. Ning Hongwan was delighted in her heart, but her mouth was hardened. The empress's pride made it impossible for her to recognize the other party as her master even if she died. Looks like you still need some tuning up. Junling Tian spoke in a light tone. The next day, Ning Hongwan looked at the empty bed and couch and couldn't help but feel a little lost inside. And at this moment, Junling Tian was already with Ling Mu, heading towards the Great Diffusion Immortal region. He didn't bring anyone with him on this trip. Instead, the ride was on a battle boat unique to the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. Big brother, let me tell you, my sister can be beautiful, and is also a talented girl on the list of the Black and White School Palace, so I'll introduce you to her at that time. On the way, Ling Mu had been trying to sell his beautiful sister for Junling Tian. For a time, it made Junling Tian feel that his sister was not his own sister. But what Junling Tian did not expect was that it was really his own sister, with the same father and mother. Does your sister know that's how you sell for her all the time out there? Junling Tian was somewhat speechless. That's a pitiful baby. That's not true. Ling Mu scratched his head in some embarrassment. Does the Imperial Beast Sect know about this? Junling Tian cracked his knuckles. The Imperial Beast Sect? Why are you asking about it? Big brother? Ling Mu opened his mouth with some doubt. This Imperial Beast Sect was just an old Holy Land level power. It was a small and unimpressive player in his Great Diffusion Immortal region. He did not know why Junling Tian would be interested in a small Holy Land level power. You have the war boat rerouted. I'm going to the Imperial Beast sect to do some business. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. Okay, I'll listen to Big Brother. Ling Mu greeted him, and the thousands of meters tall war boat instantly turned around. With that, he shattered space and drilled into the void, heading towards the Imperial Beast sect. 1 month later, the back mountain of the Imperial Beast sect, Mo Fan was herding the 7-colored unicorn, a kind of spirit beast that looked like a horse, not a horse, with a unicorn horn on its head and a 7-colored halo on its tail. The chrysanthemum table reflects the bright moon. Who knows the coldness of my love's heart? Drunk in the arms of the king, dreaming of love and the great Tang. Your Majesty, have another drink. The shrill voice made it easy for Mofan to be able to handle songs that he couldn't in his previous life. When you pinch the orchid finger in your hand, how can you tell if he is male or female? Yet just at this moment, the space above the Imperial Beast sect suddenly cracked open with a huge opening. A warboat that was thousands of meters tall and had a metaphysical green body with the symbol of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty broke space and came out. The circle of the warboat was covered with spiritual Shin cannons, and the feeling of oppression was overwhelming. This battleship alone was able to withstand the attacks of a Saint King realm powerhouse. The attack power was even able to match that of a Saint Emperor. Surprisingly, it's the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty's Supreme Royal Family's Imperial battleship. How did it appear in the sky above my Imperial Beast sect? The crowd of the Imperial Beast sect was shocked beyond words when they saw the battleship that carried a terrifying sense of oppression. Chapter 69 Holy Maiden Lin Qingming. This battleship is not bad. I must get a few of them to play with in the future. Mo Fan looked up at the battleship that had appeared and his eyes brightened slightly. The current him had already discarded the name Ji Bo Chang and changed it to his real name Mo Fan. Retracting his envious gaze, Mo Fan continued grazing. Because he had cultivated the great Imperial Beast skill, he had directly become a personal disciple. Also contracted the 7-colored unicorn. Although the 7-colored unicorn is not strong in battle, but it runs fast. The speed was second only to the Snow Dragon Spirit Colt. Phew, there's still 30 points of goodwill left to get the Holy Maiden. Mo Fan glanced at the system's favor value and was already fantasizing about the good times ahead inside. That's right. This time Mo Fan had learned his lesson and only rated one goddess. Under his fierce attack, the Holy Maiden of the Imperial Beast sect, Lin Qingming's favorability towards him had increased to 70. Just when the crowd thought that the thousands of meters tall warship was just passing by, the battleship even hovered in the air and didn't leave. His Royal Highness, the third prince of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, has arrived. Why don't you come and greet him quickly? With a stern cry from the battleship, the Imperial Beast sect leader, Lin Badian, immediately flew to midair with the key members of the sect to greet them. Imperial Beast sect Patriarch Lin Badian greets His Highness the Third Prince. Greetings, Your Highness the Third Prince. With a neat and organized opening, the people of the Imperial Beast sect all bowed and saluted. Ding! Discovered the daughter of Qi Luck, Lin Qingming. At this time, Junling Tian's ears also rang with the system's beep. Blind your dog's eyes? My elder brother is the Jun family's young master. You don't greet him first to greet me? Ling Mu kicked Lin Badian in the face. The latter, however, did not dare to have the slightest complaint. However, a stunningly beautiful woman with a slender figure in the second row was extremely indignant. She was Lin Qingming, Lin Baishan's daughter, the holy daughter of the Imperial Beast sect. Ling Mu, stop, how can you be so rude? Junling Tian frowned and rebuked, then personally helped Lin Badian up. Is everything okay? Young Lord Jun, I'm not in the way. Lin Badian was a bit flattered and was inwardly moved beyond measure. What a powerful force the Jun family was. It could be said that any butler would be able to wipe out their Imperial Beast sect. The young master of such an existence even personally supported him? Tearful. And seeing such scenes, Lin Qingming behind Lin Badian was also impressed with Junling Tian. As the young master of the Vanguard family, his temperament was easygoing and extremely well educated. This is exceptionally rare. Ling Mu, how can you recognize me as your big brother with such an arrogant and domineering personality? Don't ever do that again. And don't hang out with me. Junling Tian scolded in a stern voice, his face serious. Don't big brother. I won't dare to do it again. Ling Mu had a pleading face. Obviously. We agreed on the boat before to let him play the dude. How come he's flipping out now? Blame it on Junling Tian's acting skills being too realistic. Seeing Junling Tian take the heat for his father by reprimanding Ling Mu, Lin Qingming's favorable feelings towards Junling Tian rose slightly in her heart. Ding! Lin Qingming is slightly favorable towards you, plundering Mo Fan's chi value by 100 points. Young Lord Jun, don't make things difficult for Third Highness. It's better to enter the hall first. Looking at Ling Mu's unusually well-behaved appearance at the moment, Lin Badian couldn't help but feel alarmed. Now that Junling Tian was here, he could control this third prince. If they are not there, they may not be able to control them. What if they retaliate against them? Good thing too. Junling Tian nodded and then took the lead towards the royal beast sect's grand hall. Just when Lin Xingming thought that the other party would look at her twice as she passed by. However, he found that Junling Tian walked past without looking at him, and he could not help but feel a little lost inside. Instead, Lingmu glanced at her twice and blinked at her a few times. It sent a wave of nausea through her. Chick, you're good. The king has his eye on you. Lingmu transmitted his voice to Lin Xingming, while at the same time giving him a lewd smile. And that was what Junling Tian had just commanded. Let him take on the image of a playboy and go about molesting Lin Xingming in 100 different ways. And the latter was indeed infuriated by Lingmu. In the meantime, Mo Fan, who had allowed the system to monitor the goodwill of the radar object in real time, suddenly received a broadcast from the system. Ding! Radar object Lin Xingming's favorability has decreased by 5%. What? What's going on? Hearing the system's beep, Mo Fan, who was grilling the food, had a movement. With that, he directly pulled out his legs and ran towards the sect. This is what he's been working on for about a year now, and he can't afford to make any more mistakes. Imperial Beast Sect Hall. Junling Tian surprisingly refused the request to sit at the main seat and just took the upper position. And Lingmu was similarly afraid to sit in the main seat. This caused a moment of difficulty in Lin Baishan's heart. The young masters of the two top powers didn't do it, but let him sit? This he wouldn't dare to do. Patriarch Lin, take a seat. Don't be polite. The guest follows the host. Junling Tian spoke with a gentle face. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze. Then, well, the impression of Junling Tian and Lin Batian's heart was once again on a better level. So apprehensively, he sat down on top of the main seat in the Great Hall. While at this moment, Lingmu was once again looking at Lin Xingming with a lecherous face. Little girl, come to this king's chambers tonight to serve the bed, or else this king will have someone destroy your imperial beast sect. After saying this, Lingmu saw Junling Tian looking at him and hurriedly resumed his seriousness. On the other hand, Lin Xingming, who had received the voice transmission, was clenching her silver teeth, her heart bursting with anger. But she didn't dare to denounce Lingmu. Who knew if Junling Tian could really do it for them? Why is the gap so huge when they're both young lords of top-tier powers? Lin Xingming looked at the modest Junling Tian and then at the thieving Lingmu. Comparing the two, the favorable feelings towards Junling Tian rose quite a bit more in his heart. Ding! Lin Xingming's favorability towards you has risen, plundering 100 points of chi value. It still seems to be working. Hearing the system beeps coming from his ears, Junling Tian had already laid out his next plan. Young Lord Jun, Third Highness, I wonder if you have come this time. Lin Batian spoke tentatively, not knowing the purpose of Junling Tian's duo. A large stone had been weighing on his heart. Oh, we're just passing through your sect and came to borrow a room for a few days. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. In that case, Xingming, go and prepare 2 fine bedchambers for young Lord Jun and Third Highness. Lin Batian spoke to Lin Xingming. The latter departed as if relieved. It was too much for her in that great hall. There's a feeling that it's like a day in the life. Lin Xingming then purposely arranged for Junling Tian's chambers and Lingmu's chambers to be closer together. This way, if that Lingmu really wanted to misbehave with her at night, maybe Junling Tian would still be able to save her. As for Mo Fan, she no longer counted on it. After arranging the matters of the bedchamber, Lin Xingming came alone to the top of the back mountain to sulk, hands wrapped around his knees with a resigned look on his face. That was when a voice suddenly appeared behind her. Simu, what happened? Mo Fan's heart ached when he saw Lin Xingming's aggrieved face. Apparently, licking Lin Xingming, he had also licked out his feelings. Chapter 70, Dragged Down and Caned. However, Lin Xingming didn't say anything after hearing Mo Fan's voice. It was because that Lingmu was the third imperial highness of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, and his power was monstrous. And he, Mo Fan, was nothing more than a tiny pro-transmitter of their imperial beast sect, not even as good as her. And how could it possibly help her with her current problems? Xingming, what exactly has happened to you? Talk to me? I will definitely help you out. Mo Fan reached out to pull Lin Xingming's sleeve, but was shrugged off viciously. Don't touch me. After shaking off Mo Fan's hand, Lin Xingming continued to bury her head in her knees. However, the more she did, the more anxious Mo Fan became. Aya Xingming, what on earth has happened to you? Can't you just say it? Talk. That's all you know how to do. Then I'll tell you now, that the third prince of the Supreme Imperial Clan of the Great Diffraction Immortal Dynasty has asked me to go forward to serve his bed tonight. Can you help me out? Lin Xingming looked at Mo Fan with red eyes, her face full of aggression. After all, she had been pampered by her own father since she was a little girl, and had never encountered anything like this before. What? That third prince even asked you to serve in his bed? Hearing Lin Qingming's words, Mo Fan's body shook as images went through his mind. He hadn't thought at all that Lin Qingming had suffered something like this. Come on, we're going to get a claim for you now. Mo Fan pulled Lin Qingming's arm, wanting to lead him forward to the middle of the Great Hall to get a statement, but it was rejected by the latter. We can't go. If we anger the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty's Supreme Imperial Clan, our entire Imperial Beast sect will be buried with us. Then are you going to sacrifice yourself to bed that beast? Mo Fan also came on fire at this moment, and his tone became a few points sharper. What else? Lin Qingming locked eyes with Mo Fan with a stubborn face. What could she do? She could only resign herself to her fate. She only hoped that by then, Junling Tian would be able to hear the commotion and save her from the fire. AI. If only the person serving the bed was young Lord Jun. At this time Lin Qingming suddenly jumped out of her mind and startled herself. If you don't go, I'll go. Today Mo Fan, will definitely make a claim for you. Mo Fan angrily left in the direction of the Great Hall. After all, he has a system that hangs in, and has already thought of a way back for himself, so he is not afraid at all. On the contrary, if his raid target was slept with by someone else, it would result in a failed raid. That would have made it even more overwhelming for him, and if they made a big deal out of it, they might actually be able to help Lin Qingming. Soon after, Mo Fan's voice arrived before he arrived. As the third prince of the Supreme Imperial Clan of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, how could you do such a heartless thing? Are you worthy of your status? The faces of the Imperial Beast Sex people in the main hall all became shocked and furious after hearing this voice. If they dared to talk about the third prince of the Great Diffusion Immortal Domain in such a way in their royal beast sect, they would have to take the risk of exterminating the clan. Who was clamoring outside the temple? Lin Badian chortled, and then he saw Mo Fan walking towards him. The heart stuttered. Please, Patriarch, do it for Qingming. Mo Fan came up and first saluted. Then he began to spit on Ling Mu's accusations. Patriarch, this person is a member of the Supreme Imperial Clan, yet he doesn't pay attention to his upbringing, to the point of making Qingming go to his bedchamber at night to serve him. How is such filthy beastly behavior worthy of the identity of the Supreme Imperial Clan? We will. Today. Mo Fan wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by the master he recognized here. Sinner, shut up. At this moment, Mo Fan's master teacher's face was a shade of green and white. He hadn't thought at all that this kid would be so bold as to accuse the third prince of the Supreme Imperial Clan in front of so many people. This kid doesn't want to die. They want to die. Men, drag this sinner down and cane him. Lin Badian directly waved his hand, and the others in the Great Hall were also in agreement. Such a disciple who could not see the situation clearly, keeping it would only invite trouble for their Imperial Beast sect. Patriarch, I'm doing all this for Qingming's good. Are you just going to watch Qingming jump into the fire pit? Mo Fan shouted in a stern voice, his aura full of vigor. It caused the deacon elders who were ready to drag him down to pause. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and drag it down. Lin Badian really hated this Mo Fan in his heart at the moment. Such behavior was simply an attempt to bring death to his Imperial Beast sect. However, right at this moment, Junling Tian spoke. Wait a minute. Ling Mu, is what this little brother said the truth? Hearing the familiar voice, Mo Fan then looked toward the upper position. When he saw Junling Tian's appearance, he subconsciously shrunk his neck, but soon he remembered that he had changed his face. The current him was no longer his original look and was systematically remodeled. So Junling Tian definitely could not recognize him. Big brother, unjustly accused. I never said I wanted that whatchamacallit to bed for me. I don't even know who that Simu is. Ling Mu was selling misery on his lips, but secretly he was glaring fiercely at Mo Fan. This glance was not only seen by Mo Fan. Lin Badian above the main seat and the Royal Beast Sect elders in the middle of the hall saw it. In an instant, a fine layer of cold sweat developed on their bodies. That special battleship of the Great Diffraction Immortal Dynasty was still sitting in the void above the Imperial Beast Sect. Even if Ling Mu didn't call out, that battleship alone would be able to blast their Imperial Beast Sect into dregs. What are you waiting for? Quickly drag this sinner out and cane him. Lin Badian couldn't take it anymore. If we let this little talk on, next year, the grave grass of his Imperial Beast Sect will be 10 feet high. It's not little brother's fault. How could Patriarch Lin do this? If outsiders find out, they'll think we're bullying the weak based on our status. Once again, Junling Tian stopped the people of the Imperial Beast Sect from caning Mo Fan. However, Mo Fan didn't appreciate it in the slightest inside. He always felt that this was all a ploy by Junling Tian. Junling Tian, are you pretending to be Nima? I don't know you yet? Mo Fan thought inwardly with indignation. Ever since he had seen Junling Tian, he had been on the defensive inside. Little brother, don't worry. I'll take care of this matter for you. Junling Tian slapped his palm violently after saying this. directly jerking Ling Mu away. Ebony purple fingerprints appeared instantly on his face, and the whole thing was a little confused. His big brother is really smoking him for the sake of acting, and I don't know what the picture is. You are punished to face the wall for half a month, and you are not allowed to go out without my order. Hear that? Yes, big brother. Ling Mu gritted his teeth and spoke, his gaze cannibalistically scanning the crowd in the Great Hall. It's over. Their beast sect is finished. Seeing Ling Mu's eyes, Lin Baishan's entire body went limp. The others also looked like deflated balls. At the same time, he hated Mo Fan in his heart. This was because they were certain that when Jun Ling Tian was not around, Ling Mu would definitely retaliate against them. Little brother, is this satisfactory to you? Jun Ling Tian looked at Mo Fan with a smile on his face. The latter, however, was having a hard time with his heart. Pretend. So loaded. Chapter 71. Mo Fan, can you get lost? I can't believe you would be so kind. Mo Fan wanted to say something else, but was directly dragged down by Lin Badian with a wave of his hand. Young Lord Jun, I've made you laugh. Lin Badian opened his mouth and compensated with a smile. Until now, his little heart was still pounding, fearing that the two of them would destroy them at the drop of a hat. No harm done. Just a little tired today. Jun Ling Tian spoke faintly, and the latter instantly understood. Men, bring young Lord Jun and His Highness the Third Prince forward to the bedchamber. With the arrival of the maidservant, Jun Ling Tian nodded towards Lin Badian and then headed towards the bedchamber that had been prepared for them. Young Lord Jun, take care. Third Highness, take care. When Jun Ling Tian and the others left, the people present wiped their sweat while all complaining. Old Lin, what do you think this is you're collecting? Yeah, so cerebral palsy, you were a babe in the first place. The crowd blamed Elder Lin with your words, and the latter was red-faced and irrefutable. One could only hold a grudge against Mo Fan in passing. If it wasn't for that sinner, I wouldn't have been scolded by so many people. I will definitely punish him when I return. Some elders, however, suddenly opened their mouths to Lin Badian at this time. Patriarch, otherwise it's better to let the holy maiden go to bed tonight, or else I'm afraid my imperial beast sect will be destroyed. Yes, Patriarch, that's the supreme imperial clan. We can't afford to mess with it. And if the holy maiden is able to climb the tree of the great diffusion immortal dynasty, then my imperial beast sect will definitely take off with her at that time. The people opened their mouths to persuade Lin Badian that this holy maiden was not their daughter anyway. Even if that's a fire pit, it's none of their business. On the contrary, if that Ling Mu's anger was not calmed now, the entire imperial beast sect would be finished. Well, shut up, all of you, and go about your business. I'll make my own decision on this matter. Lin Badian waved his hand and then took the lead to leave. What he wanted to know most now was whether what Mo Fan had said earlier was true. If that Ling Mu really wanted Lin Qingmeng to serve her in bed, then there might still be room for maneuver in this matter. It's just that it's going to aggravate his daughter. After returning to his chambers, Lin Qingmeng, whom Lin Badian had sent people to find, also arrived shortly after. Qingmeng, tell father the truth. Did that His Highness the Third Prince really let you go to the bedside? Yes, when I was in the middle of the Great Hall before, that denizen said that he wanted me to come forward to serve the bed at night. If not, destroy my imperial beast sect. Lin Qingmeng bit her lip with an aggrieved look on her face. There was already a mist of water in his eyes. What? I can't believe it's true. Hearing this, Lin Baishan's eyes clouded over. On one side was his beloved daughter, and on the other side was the demise of the entire clan. It's really hard to choose between the two. A moment later, just when Lin Qingmeng thought that her father would abandon her, Lin Badian, however, sighed. Simu, you run. Today that Mo Fan has already ruthlessly offended His Highness the Third Prince above the Great Hall. It is estimated that even if you lay down your life, you will not be able to remove His Highness the Third Prince's anger. So you'd better leave the clan early. After Lin Badian finished saying this, he poured a cup of tea and drank it all in one go. What? What about you, father? Hearing her father's words, Lin Qingmeng opened her mouth to inquire. Me? What else can I do? Lin Badian let out a bitter smile and didn't open his mouth again. If the imperial beast sect was truly destroyed in his hands, what face would he have left to live in this world? Obviously, he was planning to live and die with the imperial beast sect. Don't worry, father. I will definitely not let the clan be destroyed. Lin Qingmeng gritted her teeth. The big deal is when you get bitten by Qingmeng. You, Lin Badian wanted to open his mouth to stop him, but Lin Qingmeng had already turned around and left. Road. Mo Fan just happened to see Lin Qingmeng, who was walking towards him, and then greeted him. Simu, how's it going? Things worked out, didn't they? Mo Fan had an inviting look on his face. In his opinion, Lin Qingmeng shouldn't have to go to bed for that what's-her-name third prince tonight. Just when he thought that Lin Qingmeng would be grateful, Lin Qingmeng's face was extremely ugly. Mo Fan, You still have the face to appear in front of me. Get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. Lin Qingmeng's stern and delicate voice directly confused Mo Fan. Ding! Lin Qingmeng has developed an aversion to Mo Fan and has plundered 500 points of chi luck value. After scolding Mo Fan, Lin Qingmeng directly left, and at this moment, Mo Fan's system also suddenly sounded an alarm. Warning! Warning! Raider target's favorability has slipped severely. Please remedy this in time for the host. Hearing this voice, Mo Fan called up the system panel to see that Lin Qingmeng's favorability towards him had dropped to 40%. It's down 20 points in one fell swoop. These 20 points had taken him months to rise. Sinner! I can't believe you're here, making me look for you. When Mo Fan's master teacher saw Mo Fan dawdling on the road, he immediately shouted, "Immediately go and clean the spirit pet's den, and don't come back until it's clean." Elder Lin looked at Mo Fan in a condescending manner and scolded him sternly. Oh! After Mo Fan gave an oh-so-sweet sound, he reluctantly headed towards the back of the mountain. But his goddess was about to be slept with, so how could he have the heart to clean the shack? Merely answering a perfunctory question to his master. Night. Lin Qingmeng had put on a nice princess dress, and her entire body looked gorgeous, because she wants to please Ling Mu. After arriving at Ling Mu's bedchamber, she walked in without any hindrance. Ling Mu, on the other hand, was at the moment leaning back in his chair in the bedchamber with the appearance of a playboy. Coming? Hurry up, please. Lin Qingmeng began to undress, although she had been hinting in her mind before that she had to listen to Ling Mu's words. After she actually came to this moment, but realizing how she couldn't do it, she could only hold back her tears and the aggression in her heart. However, just as she was halfway through the solution, a loud cry suddenly came from outside the hall. Simu! No! Seeing Lin Qingmeng's clothes slipping from above her fragrant shoulders, Ling Mu subconsciously averted his gaze. Although Jun Ling Tian did not say so, he felt that this must be his elder brother's woman, and he did not dare to take advantage of it. And the other, though he wanted to take possession, was now a rootless man. Put it on and follow me. Mo Fan pulled Lin Qingmeng's clothes on and was about to take her away. Ling Mu didn't stop him when he saw this and just looked on with a smile. Enough! Lin Qingmeng directly shook off Mo Fan's hand and glared at him. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Do you want to get all the people of my Imperial Beast sect killed? Mo Fan, can you roll? Scram! Lin Qingmeng's insides finally broke down, and the tone of her stern voice was not merciful at all. Originally, she had come to Ling Mu's palace under tremendous psychological pressure. Now that Mo Fan was going to come and cause trouble, this was an attempt to completely send the entire Imperial Beast sect to the Western Paradise. Chapter 72 Jun Ling Tian, what are you pretending? Ding! Lin Qingmeng's distaste for Mo Fan has deepened, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Qingmeng, I'm here to help you. How could you do this to me? Hearing Lin Qingmeng not being the least bit appreciative of his behavior and yelling at him, Mo Fan felt heartbroken. Is that all he's gotten for this licking for a year? Help me? What are you capable of? Your cultivation is just a little higher than mine. You have no family history and no looks, so who are you to help me? Lin Qingmeng could no longer stop her tears at this time and directly roared out. Why can't this Mo Fan see the situation? So that's what I am in your mind. At this moment, Mo Fan only felt that a piece of his heart had been fed to the dogs. When he was trying to please this Lin Qingmeng, not only did he make her delicious food every day, she also often borrowed treasures on credit in the system and gifted them to her by chance. But she didn't expect to get such a comment in return now. Mo Fan, right? You can get lost. Don't get in the way of our business. Ling Mu arrogantly opened his mouth at this time. Jun Ling Tian had already thought his lines out in advance, and all he needed to do now was to do as he was told. Damn it, bully! Mo Fan finally couldn't take it anymore when he heard this. He was a traveler with a system. How could he be bullied by these natives? System, redeem me a 30-second Great Saint Realm Battle Power card. Ding! Redemption complete. Currently the host owes 9,000,000 intimacy values. What? How can you owe so much? Whatever. Let's beat this kid up first. Just as Mo Fan gritted his teeth and prepared to make a move towards Ling Mu's, Lin Qingmeng suddenly stepped in front of him. Those watery eyes looked at Mo Fan dead on. Mo Fan, have you made enough of a scene? Simu, get out of the way. Mo Fan looked at Lin Qingmeng, who was dead in front of Ling Mu, and his heart felt as hard as if he had eaten a dead fly. However, right at this moment, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Ding! There are 10 seconds left on the Great Sage Realm Cultivation Experience card. 10, 9, 8, 7. Damn it! Mo Fan raised his fist and lowered it again. He couldn't lay his hands on it for fear of hurting Lin Qingmeng. Eventually that Great Sacred Realm Experience card was used and it didn't even grossly fit. What happened? At this time, a slender figure suddenly appeared in the field. and it was definitely Jun Ling Tian. Ahem. Big brother. It's nothing. A panicked look appeared on Ling Mu's face, like a cat seeing a mouse. What the hell is going on here? Why are you crying? Holy maiden Qingmeng? Did that kid Ling Mu bully you? Tell me. I'll definitely do the right thing for you. Jun Ling Tian opened his mouth with a straight face, his tone just right. Seeing Jun Ling Tian's righteous demeanor, Mo Fan finally couldn't take it anymore. Jun Ling Tian, what the hell are you pretending? With a stern cry, Jun Ling Tian instantly looked over. Oh, this little brother. You seem to have a deep prejudice against Jun. Do we know each other? Under Jun Ling Tian's sweeping eyes, Mo Fan was a little weak. I don't know you, but you're not a good person when I see you. That's enough. Mo Fan, how many times do you want me to say it? Lin Qingmeng once again snapped, her tone rising several degrees. Why is this Mo Fan so ungrateful? Even if he had offended Ling Mu, now he was planning to offend Jun Ling Tian as well. Did she? The Imperial Beast sect. Oh him, trying to kill them 3 times. Ding! Lin Qingmeng is extremely disappointed with Mo Fan in her heart, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Warning! Warning! The goodwill of the target of the raid has slipped severely. Please remedy the situation in time for the host. It's okay, talk to me about anything and I'll make sure you get it right. At this time, Jun Ling Tian came behind Lin Qingmeng and patted her back, and this act was thoroughly the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lin Qingmeng instantly turned her head and threw herself into Jun Ling Tian's arms, lying on his chest and crying loudly. Damn dogs! Seeing Lin Qingmeng turn her head and go into Jun Ling Tian's arms, Mo Fan's heart was unbearable. It even outright ignored the system beeps. He licked a year's worth of time and just pulled his hand, and now he's only seen Jun Ling Tian for a day and he's directly throwing himself at him? Ding! Mo Fan has received a violent attack within his heart and has plundered 500 points of chi luck value. What the hell happened? Tell me. I can do it for you. Jun Ling Tian relieved Lin Qingmeng. However, the latter shook his head after hearing this. She could no longer sue in front of Jun Ling Tian. After all, Jun Ling Tian could protect him for a moment, but not for a lifetime. If you don't mind, you can be my maid from now on, so that you won't be afraid of retaliation from that Ling Mu brat. Jun Ling Tian patted Lin Qingmeng's back with one hand and stroked the other's head with the other, and his tone was extremely soft. Really? Hearing Jun Ling Tian's words, Lin Qingmeng looked up, her expression filled with hope. If she really became Jun Ling Tian's consort, then Ling Mu would definitely not dare to retaliate against her royal beast sect again. Of course it's true. I, Jun someone, always keep my words and never deceive anyone. Jun Ling Tian smiled and nodded. Great. The latter happily buried her head in his arms, a sweet smile at the corner of her eyes. Things worked out and she got to stay by the side of the man she admired like she wanted to. Wasn't that happiness? Nima. Promising so painfully. You're rushing to be ed by that little pussy brat Jun Ling Tian, aren't you? Seeing the sweet-faced Lin Qingmeng in Jun Ling Tian's arms, Mo Fan's back teeth clenched. It's suffocating. It's so suffocating. He felt a green light coming from his head. Can't take it anymore. He's going to destroy the world. System, exchange a Saint King Realm Cultivation Experience card for me. Ding. The credit limit has reached the upper limit and cannot be credited. Please repay the outstanding amount as soon as possible. What? Mud. What's the use of having you? Mo Fan cursed inwardly in anger. Owing so much. Where would he go to earn intimacy value to pay it back? Ding. Detected that the host has insulted this system multiple times. If he dares to do so again in the future, this system will activate the self-destruct program and die with the host. What? You can. Now that even a system could bully himself, Mo Fan took a deep breath and then turned his head to leave Ling Mu's chambers. Unable to borrow things on credit, he was no match for Jun Ling Tian. So what could he do if he didn't leave? How come wherever I go this Jun Ling Tian goes? Damn it. This should be a coincidence. But this Imperial Beast sect can't stay. Mo Fan packed up and ran away overnight, and abducted a 7-colored unicorn on his way out. Do you think it's okay to walk away? Jun Ling Tian, who sensed Mo Fan leaving, did not stop it as he had other plans waiting for the other party behind him. Chapter 73, The Burial Ground. Dark black dirt, with extremely corrosive blood and water bubbling up from underneath it every now and then. Broken limbs, withered bones and broken corpses, wandering ghosts. Uncountable burial mounds stood under the dim sky. Everywhere, cursed and bizarre creatures roam among them. There were giant meatballs with countless arms, and there were bizarre magic dragons whose entire body had rotted down to a skeleton. There were even giant headless emperor corpses with terrifying emperor might emanating from their bodies. And this is the burial ground, one of the 10 forbidden places. Even if a great emperor came in, there was still a risk of falling, unless one could be led by the evil clan, the keepers of the burial ground, to enter by a special maneuver. Today, However, an uninvited guest had suddenly appeared in the originally peaceful burial ground. One of Junling Tian's doppelgangers had a strength equivalent to a terrifying existence at the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. Moo moo moo. Seeing a living being enter, the giant meatball with countless arms instantly flew and rolled towards Junling Tian. The powerful cursed aura emanating from that body was actually able to directly curse space. Even a great emperor would shudder at the sight of it. However, when they encountered this doppelganger of Junling Tian, they would have to suffer old age. Get out! With a flick of the palm of Junling Tian's detached hand, the giant handball instantly exploded into a bloody mist, followed by a strange demonic fire that directly ignited the bloody mist. Miserable and incomparable howls resounded throughout the entire burial ground, causing both the bizarre demonic dragon and the headless emperor corpse to stifle a shiver. This was the fear that came from their instincts. They could not afford to mess with this doppelganger of Junling Tian. A few moments later, the originally huge and incomparable giant meatball was unexpectedly burned to the point where not even crumbs remained. And the weirdness of the burial ground was all far away from this doppelganger of Junling Tian. Those who have graves drill into them and those who don't drill into the earth, not daring to risk their heads. What is your honor's purpose in coming to my burial ground? At this time, a voice suddenly appeared within the mind of this doppelganger of Junling Tian. The owner of this voice was clearly also a terrifying existence at the late stage of the Great Emperor realm. This emperor has come to deliver opportunities to your gravekeeper lineage. Junling Tian number 1 spoke faintly. Chance? An old man who was in the gravekeeper's village at the moment frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't think that Junling Tian number 1 was really that kind to send them a chance from a long distance. Isn't your excellency going to let the emperor sit and have a cup of tea? In that case, fellow Daoist, come over. As the words fell, a channel of reception appeared in front of Junling Tian's body, and Junling Tian 1 took a step into it. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in a small world with beautiful mountains and an incomparable abundance of spiritual energy. Surprisingly, it was a realm within a realm. No wonder he hadn't sensed the presence of the Gravekeeper clan just now. Say whatever you want to say, fellow Daoist. The old Toon Guardian poured a cup of tea for Junling Tian 1. The latter nonchalantly picked up his teacup and drank it in one go. The old man was then signaled to pour again. The latter, however, saw this but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Good tea. Spoiled. This emperor has heard that the children of this generation of your Gravekeeper clan are poorly qualified, so he has come to gift you and the others with a chance. Junling Tian number 1 took advantage of the other party pouring the tea to open his mouth, and the light in that old man's eyes flickered after hearing this. It was obvious that Junling Tian number 1's words had spoken to his heart. Their Tomb Guardian lineage is scarce. This generation, in addition to an evil tooth, is not to take the hand of the demon. It had always been a piece of his mind. Your Excellency may wish to speak frankly. Junling Tian number 1 didn't sell himself short when he heard this. Speaking after draining the cup of tea in front of him, this emperor knows a person who possesses a chief furry Tianju fate, and he can improve the qualification problems of your clan's children. Once you have captured him, you will surely be able to solve your current troubles. The Chi Antler Tian Chrysanthemum fate figure? This fate actually exists? Apparently the old man was also a knowledgeable person. He had seen only a few words on top of some ancient handwritten journals about the destiny of this strange Antler Tianju. It could be said that if this matter was true, then their lineage of Tomb Guardians would definitely prosper even more. That's right, not only does this emperor know him, he also knows his whereabouts. What's your offer? Say it. The old man suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried to act as expressionless as possible, just in case Junling Tian asks for a price indiscriminately. As long as you promise to go to bat for me 5 times. Number 1 spoke faintly. Not 5 times, 2 at the most. The old man frowned and cut the price. The latter, however, is a straight shot. Okay, deal. Upon hearing number 1's quick agreement, the corners of the old man's mouth couldn't help but twitch a few times. He always felt like he was being punked. He should have just said that once. This person's name is Mo Fan. His Gongfu cultivation is the Sunflower Divine Cannon, and his breath is, his looks are. Number 1 told Mo Fan's information one by one, which could be described as everything. That old man had really let him calculate something based on the information given by number 1. This Chief Furry Tianju fatal character actually did exist. He has made sure of it. In that case, what I promised you will also be done, provided that you don't do anything that hurts the heavens or undermines your principles. Don't worry, you won't be allowed to jeopardize your interests. Junling Tian number 1 casually waved his hand and disappeared into thin air. After Junling Tian's doppelganger left, that old man first pondered for a while. Only then did he transmit his voice to Evil Tooth, who had just returned not long ago. Evil Teeth, come here, Grandfather Patriarch, what do you want to see me about? Arriving in front of the old man, Evil Tooth had a respectful face and was no longer as arrogant as he was in the outside world. There's something you need to do. You bring a few clansmen from the Saint King realm to capture a guy named Mo Fan, who has a long. The old man repeated the information that Junling Tian had given him once more, and in passing, he also highlighted the importance of this event. Got it, Grandpa Patriarch? I'll get it done. Evil Teeth opened his mouth to assure him. This was his chance to show off in front of the Patriarch, so he couldn't afford to mess it up. Immediately, he went ahead and found a few Sacred King Realm clan uncles to come out of the burial ground, and at this moment, Mo Fan didn't know the disaster he was about to face, was roaming aimlessly on a seven-colored unicorn. If he left the Great Diffusion Immortal region, he didn't know where the best place to go was. Just as Mo Fan was thinking about his future plans, a system beep suddenly exploded in his ears. Warning! Warning! Please have the host pay off the outstanding debt as soon as possible, or you will be punished by this system. Hearing this system's warning voice again, Mo Fan really had two big heads. I'd like to pay it off, but don't I have no intimacy value to pay you back right now? Or you can show me the way? Mo Fan opened his mouth helplessly. Had he known that this credit function was so pitiful, he might as well have turned it off in the first place. Yet the system really did show him the way. Ding! The host can designate the seven-colored unicorn underneath him as a raider target, which will also earn intimacy value. What? You're asking me to raid the females? Chapter 74, Bye. It's good to have you. At this moment an unspeakable emotion welled up inside Mo Fan. Looking down at the unicorn underneath him, he didn't say that he was quite good looking. It's not impossible if you look at it that way, ha. At least it wouldn't be snatched away by that little pussy brat, Junling Tian. Moreover, spirit beasts were all capable of transforming into forms when they reached a certain level of cultivation, so he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Since that's the case, system, make the little white underneath me the target of the raid. Ding! Bound raider target. Current favorability 60%. Aha! Just bound at 60%? Hearing this voice, Mo Fan had an excited look on his face, as if he saw a well-traveled road spread out in front of him. Laying down on the body of the colorful unicorn underneath him, he rubbed his face against its mane. Mo Fan whispered gently, "Thank you, White. I'll always be good to you." The next second the system's tone appeared directly in Mo Fan's ears. Ding! Raider object favorability increased to 65%. What? It's that easy? Hearing the system's beep, Mo Fan was overjoyed inwardly. Sure enough, this spirit beast's favorability increased much faster than human favorability. In this way, Mo Fan pampered his seven-colored unicorn, eating, dressing, living and traveling all together. A few months had passed, and the intimacy had surprisingly risen to 90%. Little White, soon you'll be able to transform into your form, and then we can be happy together. At this moment, Mo Fan was wrapping his arms around the unicorn in a deep confession, and the latter's eyes were animated, surprisingly revealing a humanized smile. White, you're looking forward to having fun too, aren't you? Seeing the expression on the seven-colored unicorn's face, Mo Fan smiled happily. White, it's good to have you. The two then embraced each other and slept in a cave. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, Evil Tooth had already surrounded the place with several Saint King realm powerhouses. Clan uncles, is space blocked? Evil Tooth turned his head to look at the several Saint King realm powerhouses. Don't worry, young patriarch. We have already placed the heavenly demon sealing formation here. Even a great emperor would not be able to leave easily. The Saint King realm powerhouse in the lead nodded. This was because earlier, that doppelganger of Junling Tian had specifically emphasized how difficult this Mo Fan was to catch. That's why the patriarch of the Gravekeeper clan had them well prepared. Great! Go! Follow me! After Evil Tooth finished speaking, he directly led the crowd to encircle towards the cave where Mo Fan was. And at this moment, Mo Fan was sleeping soundly, dreaming that he was happily sticking with Little White after he had transformed into his form. Warning! Warning! A Saint King realm powerhouse is approaching. Hearing the system's alarm, Mo Fan immediately frowned and then awoke. Damn it! How could there be a Saint King realm powerhouse close by? It shouldn't be coming at me, right? Mo Fan pondered inwardly and realized that he hadn't offended anyone other than Junling Tian and Ling Mu from before. Could it be that Ling Mu and Junling Tian had sent people to kill themselves? Thinking of this possibility, Mo Fan directly mounted his seven-colored unicorn. With that, he cast the talisman of invisibility and also exchanged an invisibility talisman from the system. With that, he just swaggered on his seven-colored unicorn and tried to escape. After coming into the air, the invisible Mo Fan saw several Saint King realm powerhouses surrounding him. He held his breath and left from the encirclement without being detected, and was thankful and at the same time a little smug. So what if he was a Saint King realm powerhouse? He was still not fooled by him, yet just when he thought he could escape with his life, just a thud, The seven-colored unicorn unexpectedly crashed into a wall of transparent light shield. No good. Emofan's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly made the seven-colored unicorn change directions. There. Good boy. It was pretty close to letting him get away. Evil Tooth and several Saint King Realm powerhouses were similarly secretly grateful. If they hadn't set up this heavenly demon sealing formation in advance, they probably would have been slipped by this kid. But when they came around there was no sign of the other side. This kid should be in possession of a talisman or magic treasure that conceals his form. A Saint King Realm powerhouse guest. There's no harm in it. We have the heavenly demon sealing formation. He won't be able to escape. And usually this kind of magic treasures and talismans that can be invisible have a time limit. He's in a bigger hurry than us. Evil Teeth's gaze scanned the surroundings, not sparing any corner. As he had guessed, at this moment, Emofan was in a hurry. He tried a few times but couldn't escape the range of the formation. Even the teleportation scrolls are disabled. Damn it, since you won't let me go, then die for me. System, give me a Supreme Realm Powerhouse experience card. Emofan's divine soul communicated with the system and spoke. Previously, being bullied and humiliated by Junling Tian and the others was suffocating. Today, he was going to indulge himself and go on a killing spree. Ding. Redemption failed. Host can credit insufficient balance. What? Didn't I just pay you back a couple million in intimacy value last time? An unspeakable look appeared on Emofan's face, and he felt like he had fallen into a pig-killing dish. Obviously he's been trying to pay off his debts for the past few months, and now he's just getting deeper and deeper into it? Can't even redeem a Supreme Realm experience card. The intimacy value that the host had previously paid back minus the interest had been left with a few 100,000 intimacy value, so it wasn't much to pay back. What? Emofan wanted to curse but didn't dare. He was afraid that the system would give him another self-destruct program and send him directly to his death. So it had to be the next best thing. Then exchange me for a Saint Emperor Realm experience card. Ding. Redemption successful. Currently the host owes a debt of 900,000. Please repay it as soon as possible. Emofan skipped over the sentence that followed the system afterward. At this time, his invisibility talisman also failed at this moment, and his figure was exposed to the sight of Evil Tooth and the others. There's the kid. Several Saint King Realm Tomb Guardians directly surrounded Emofan. Evil Tooth then came across to Emofan as well. While facing so many powerful people, Emofan remained unchanged. I don't seem to know you guys, do I? Why are you making things difficult for me? Emofan intended to reason with the other party first. If he could successfully convince the other party, he could also save an experience card not. However, Evil Teeth did not pay the slightest bit of attention when he heard this. The only thing that seemed right to him right now was to get this kid in his hands. Ding. 10 seconds left on the Holy Emperor Realm experience card. 10, 9. What? I'm not even talking about using it yet. How is the time going to run out? Hearing the system's broadcasting sound, Emofan was shocked and furious in his heart. This system felt more appropriate to be called the Pit System, called something like the Goddess Raider System. But 10 seconds was enough time. Immediately afterward, an extremely powerful Saint Emperor Realm aura swept out from Emofan's body, directly shaking several Saint King Realm powerhouses and Evil Teeth out. Chapter 75, White. No. My name is Emofan. Remember to report when you go to hell. After saying these pretentious words, Emofan slapped his palms out one after another. A huge palm imprint with runic chains descended from the sky, carrying an extremely violent suppressive force toward the several Saint King Realm powerhouses and Evil Teeth. Wherever it passed, space collapsed inch by inch. At this moment, Emofan's mood if described in one word, that is, it's really stepping on the line. Damn, how could this kid be in the Saint Emperor Realm? Feeling the divine might emanating from that huge runic palm print, panic appeared on the faces of several Saint King Realm powerhouses. Even Evil Tooth's face showed unwillingness at this moment. However, right at this moment, an Imperial might suddenly floated out from his body, directly shattering the huge runic palm print that Emofan had executed. A shadow then emerged from the jade plate in front of Evil Tooth's chest, and it was clearly the patriarch of the Gravekeeper clan. Gah! Looking at the shadow that emanated Imperial might, Emofan was dumbfounded. Still, using the last 2 seconds, he tried to struggle. Then he exerted all his strength and slapped out a dozen palms again, not stopping until the surging power in his body receded like a tide. However, it didn't work. The great emperor's silhouette in the sky waved his hand and dissipated his incoming runic palm imprint. Grandfather Patriarch. Seeing the old man's silhouette, Evil Tooth lowered his head in shame. He'd botched it, and it was the first time Grandpa Clan Chief had ever asked him to do anything. A few other Saint King Realm powerhouses did the same. Looking a bit rattled. No harm done, Evil Tooth. This is also a test for you. In the future you must think of a foolproof plan before encountering anything. Do not take it lightly. The shadowy old man spoke in a serious tone. Got it, Grandpa Patriarch. Evil Teeth was taught in vain, and his face did not look disgruntled in the slightest. Aha! The shadowy old man nodded, then pointed at Mo Fan. Countless chains of laws instantly sprang out of the surrounding void, winding toward it. System, help me. Mo Fan placed his last hope on the system, but the latter didn't respond in the slightest. In the end, he was entangled in a chain of laws and directly bound into a dumpling. I'll leave the rest to you. The shadowy old man slowly dissipated into the air after saying this. After the old man left, the several Saint King realm powerhouses all breathed a sigh of relief. With that, they came together to Mo Fan's side. My name is Mo Fan? Kid, you're quite good at pretending. Patting Mo Fan's face, the people present all revealed smiles. Humph. It's just a small man's ambition. If it wasn't for that old man, each and every one of you would have already been subdued by me. Come on, kill or be killed as you wish. Mo Fan closed his eyes with a hardened face, not wanting to see the other party's villainous and ugly face. However, right at this moment, another Saint King realm powerhouse suddenly grabbed Mo Fan's 7-colored unicorn through the air and brought it to Evil Tooth. Young lord, there's a 7-colored unicorn here, or a female. Bring it along. It just so happens that the few in the village are all males. Bring this one back so you can breed it. Evil Tooth put on his trademark evil smile on his face and casually opened his mouth. What? Stop it. You guys let go of it. Hearing Evil Tooth's words, Mo Fan's closed eyes opened once again and his face grimaced as he roared. The heart also went straight down. He had been raiding for months and had managed to raise his favorability to 90. And he's about to take form. And now he's being told that Bai is going to be dragged off to be mated? However, Evil Tooth didn't care about Mo Fan's shout, waving his hand and directly letting that Saint King realm powerhouse put it into the royal beast bag. No! Kahaku! No! Snowflakes drifting in the north wind, the heavens and the earth. Pale. Looking at the watery mist in the eyes of the 7-colored unicorn and its gradually diminishing body, Mo Fan's entire heart was completely shattered. Take away. Evil Tooth waved his hand, and then a Saint King realm powerhouse took Mo Fan into an accompanying cave. After months of trekking, Evil Tooth and the others finally returned to the burial ground with Mo Fan. Immediately after that Emperor realm old man called over a few clansmen in the clan who had extremely poor cultivation qualifications. Grandfather Patriarch, what do you want with us? Several large, thick-bladed young generation Toon Guardians came to the old man's front, all with well-behaved looks on their faces, and in their side orientation. Mo Fan, whose cultivation had been sealed and whose limbs had been immobilized, was lying there frozen. There was a raw look on his face. With that, the old man did not avoid Mo Fan, and directly in front of him, he gave a few of the younger generation of Toon Guards a popularization of the role of the Chi Antler Tongtian Chrysanthemum Fate. What? Grandpa Patriarch, are you telling the truth? Hearing that old man's popularization, the faces of the younger generation of Toon Guardians present all showed a delighted expression. All of them were people with extremely poor cultivation qualifications, and they couldn't raise their heads at all in the clan. Therefore, they can only take the road of body refining, which is why they all have a thick-waisted body type, and even their appearance has become a little bit ugly because of this. But who wouldn't want their credentials to become demonic and their body to become well-proportioned and good-looking? Wouldn't it be nice to have both body and mind? On the other hand, Mo Fan on the other side had a bad feeling in his heart after listening to the old man's words. That old man wasn't talking about me, was he? Mo Fan thought with some worry in his heart, and his heartbeat accelerated a few points. However, fear of what is to come. The next moment that Emperor Realm Elder spoke. That's right, this one beside you is the one who possesses the Chi Antler Tongtianju Fate. You should make good use of it. The Emperor Realm old man's eyes glanced down at Mo Fan. Then he spoke. Yes, Grandfather Patriarch. Don't worry, Grandfather Patriarch. Ours will definitely improve our cultivation qualifications day and night. The few Gravekeeper's children present all had their chests beat loudly. After all, there weren't many chances that were so counterintuitive. What? System, is he telling the truth? Mo Fan was shocked and furious in his heart at the moment. He didn't think that he had really guessed. Ding! Enlighten the host. What he said is indeed true. You do indeed have the Chi Velvet Tongtianju destiny. Under the system's affirmative answer, Mo Fan directly froze. If you are a key, then they? Looking at a few bladdered Toonkeeper sons not far away, Mo Fan only felt his chrysanthemums tighten. The body also shivered violently. Asterisk 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 the system. KAM your mother's system. Dog system quickly start the self-destruct program. Laborers do not want to live. Mo Fan crazily cursed the system in his mind. Yet at this moment, the system was as if it was dead, not responding to him at all. Not to mention the self-destruct program, which doesn't even come with a sound. Obviously this self-destruct program is not going to kick in. Remember, be gentle. Don't play dead, the Emperor Realm Elder admonished. After all, this kind of destiny was extremely rare. You might be able to use it later if you keep it. Chapter 76, The Son of Fortune. Li saw. Yes, Grandfather Patriarch. Don't worry, Grandpa Patriarch. We know what to do. I know, Grandpa Patriarch. I can be gentle. Several of the Gravekeeper's children all opened their mouths in response. That Emperor Realm old man nodded at his words, and then his figure disappeared into the room. Not long after that Emperor Realm left, a few people finally couldn't wait to rush towards Mo Fan. As a scream rang out, one could tell how much Mo Fan had been tortured. Ding! The host caused Mo Fan's raid to fail, and plundered 500 points of chi. Ding! Mo Fan has been physically and mentally destroyed, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. Great Diffusion Immortal Domain. At this moment, Junling Tian was invited to accompany Ling Mu to the imperial city of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty as a guest. Of course, Lin Qingmeng, now as Junling Tian's maid of honor, also traveled along with her, and at this moment, they had already driven under the Great Diffusion Imperial City, only to see a 10,000 meter high wall as far as the eye could see. Countless defense and attack formations were hidden on the city walls, and there were also ancient divine texts engraved on them. A giant defensive light shield that broke through the clouds was directly inverted, with divine light flickering on it from time to time, and in the most conspicuous position underneath that shroud of light, there stood an extremely grand palace. 999 white jade heavenly pillars stood side by side, with a true dragon hovering above each one. At the top, it was built of 7 colored glazed tiles of divine light, and at the 4 corners stood divine phoenixes crowing, and this is the Immortal Hall where the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty conducts its pilgrimage. Below the Immortal Hall likewise stood countless halls and immortal pavilions, which were all the residences of the supreme royal family of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. Is this the Immortal Hall of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty? Lin Qingmeng, who was on top of the battleship at the moment, clutched Junling Tian's sleeve tightly in her hand. The whole person was shocked beyond measure inside. Despite the fact that she was from the Great Diffusion Immortal region, she had never seen the Immortal Palace of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, because even if she rushed over, it would take her a few months, and that's if she took a teleportation array. If she didn't sit down, she wouldn't get there for hundreds of years. As the battleship Ling Mu and the others were sitting on arrived, that 9-colored light shield revealed a special passageway. With that the battleship drove in. However, when it was about to travel to the core area of the inner imperial city, the warship stopped. Big brother, we can't take the battleship further in. Let's go down. Ling Mu opened his mouth somewhat awkwardly. Although he was the 3rd prince of the supreme imperial clan, it was a rule that the inner imperial city could not take large transportation. It was not good for him to destroy it without authorization, or he would be severely punished. Okay, let's go down. Junling Tian nodded, not meaning to make things difficult for Ling Mu, and the moment he disembarked and landed in the city, the long-lost system alert sounded. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi. Li saw. Risotto? Hearing this name, Junling Tian unleashed his own scrying eye and scanned. After scanning around, he finally sought his target in a windy hookah. Name, Li saw. Status, student of the Black and White Academy. Cultivation, Middle Divine Bridge Realm. Physique, How Ran Windy Body. Numerology, the leader of the world, gold, the son of luck, gold, the path of literature, gold. Luck value, 35,000. Surprisingly, it's a window physique. Looking at the offbeat system panel, Junling Tian was somewhat surprised. Not only was this Li saw a window physique, but even the fates were all 3 golden legends. The value of chi luck was even as high as 35,000 points, and the so-called literary Dao physique is the physique that cultivates literary reasoning. As the saying goes, a little ink in the chest can be a million teachers. The ink in this is the vast righteousness that people of the way of literature cultivate. Big brother, you want to go to the hookah and listen to music? Seeing Junling Tian staring at the hookah, Ling Mu thought that the other party had some kind of fetish. Lin Qingmeng also believed it when she saw this, and then opened her mouth with a red face. If you have any needs, you can find me. You don't have to go to that hooker. Look at you. Junling Tian gave Ling Mu a brain crash and was somewhat speechless in his heart. Does he look like someone who needs to go to the hookah? Hiss, big brother, can you go easy on him? Ling Mu grimaced and opened his mouth. However, Junling Tian was pondering over something and did not pay any attention to it. After pondering for a moment, Junling Tian suddenly thought of something. Then he turned his head and opened his mouth to ask, you said last time that your sister was a talented girl on the Black and White Academy list? What? Big brother, you have an idea? Let me tell you, my sister that is talented and beautiful. The entire Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty is on the top of the list. Ling Mu's head didn't hurt at the moment, and he quickly introduced his sister in a jabbering manner. That's right, he wanted to be Jun Ling Tian's brother-in-law. Moreover, his sister's vision was too high, and he was worried that the other party would not be able to find a suitable groom, so he helped him keep an eye out. Well, introduce your sister to me someday. Jun Ling Tian nodded, clearly intending to start with this talented girl from the red and white school palace. However, upon hearing this, Ling Mu was overjoyed. It was because he was about to become Jun Ling Tian's brother-in-law. Big brother, there's no need to wait for another day. My sister, she's in the Imperial City right now. Ling Mu led the way directly in front. Let's go then. Jun Ling Tian nodded and then headed towards the interior of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty with Ling Mu, and their behavior just now caused the people around them to talk. After all, Ling Mu Nai was the third prince of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, and it was impossible for them not to recognize him. Who is that person? How dare he hit His Highness the third prince? I don't know. Looks familiar. Never seen it before. The literati who were chanting poems in the hookah were also attracted to Jun Ling Tian's trio at the moment. One of the young men wearing a white plain robe was disdainful, and he is none other than the son of Qi, Li Sa. Humph. It's just a bunch of reckless people. Not worth mentioning. Riot withdrew his gaze and poured himself another drink. Here, keep drinking. Drinking to the point of enjoyment. All the people present at once complimented Li Sa. After all, the only person present who has the highest talent in the literary path is Li Sa. Poetry and songs are at your fingertips, and I've heard that you've already been favored by the Jishi Academy, the elite school among the black and white academies. As long as you can make it to the top 3 on top of the Murray Hill Poetry Conference, you will be successfully accepted. Senior brother Li Sa, I wish you to shine above the Emoshan Poetry Conference in a month's time. Senior brother Li Sa, I wish you a shot at the top spot. Hearing the many brothers and sisters complimenting him, a feeling of grandeur welled up within Li Sa's heart. The top of poetry is proud of the world. And with me, Li Sa, there is heaven. Drink. Senior brother Li Sa is so literate. I'm dry. After drinking the wine, these disciples of the black and white school palace started to go up and down on a group of dancers. Although they were reluctant, they dared to be angry, because there were students from the black and white academy among them. And the black and white school palace was the holy land of the literary Tao in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. There had been a Wendo emperor who had rivaled the great emperor. Chapter 77 Ling Yurong. Imperial Palace of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. Ling Mu brought the two of them into the inner city with Jun Ling Tian. Wherever they passed, the Forbidden Army, palace maidens, etc., all saluted. And it was only when Lin Qingming came face to face with the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty's immortal hall up close and personal that she realized how shocking it was. Big brother, my sister should be in the unseen hall. Let's go over there directly. Aha. Jun Ling Tian nodded. He also wanted to see what this Ling Mu's boastful sister really looked like. Half an hour later, the airborne Jun Ling Tian and the others finally arrived at the Weiyang Hall. The guards and palace maids in front of the temple door hurriedly saluted at the sight. Your Highness, the third prince. Is my sister there? Ling Mu twisted his head and looked around the hall. Your Highness, the second princess is discussing the examination questions for the Emoshan poetry meeting with several talented women. The courtesans spoke respectfully. The exam questions for the Emoshan Poetry Festival? What's so negotiable about that? You go and report it. Oops, never mind. I'm going straight in. Ling Mu intended to greet Jun Ling Tian and enter after saying this, but the latter did not agree. He felt it was impolite to go in without their permission. Ouch. Ling Mu could only go in by himself when he saw this. Your Highness the third prince, you can't go in. Her Highness the princess has explained that she can't be disturbed by outsiders. The courtesan opened her mouth to stop it. Am I an outsider? I'll take the blame if anything goes wrong. After saying this, Ling Mu directly rushed into the hall. Sis, I've found your Mr. Right. On the other hand, Ling Yurong and a few other talented women from the black and white school palace, who were currently deliberating on the examination questions in the hall, were frowning slightly. Apparently they had heard Ling Mu's staggering voice. Yurong, your brother has found you the man of your dreams. One of the more vivacious and stunning women flirted. She was likewise a talented woman on the list of the black and white Tao palace, named Shang Wanyu. Yeah, looks like our sisters are congratulating you in advance. Another stunningly beautiful woman named Nangonyan also spoke out to flirt. You guys are flirting with Yurong now, but later on, if you really find a man among dragons and phoenixes, you'll cry. Another slightly older poring woman opened her mouth. Her name was Lu Ruxue, and she was likewise a talented woman on the list of the black and white school palace. The four talented women were not only on the list of the Black and White Academy, but were also gifted scholars of the Jishi Academy at the same time. And he is also the questioner and judge of this Inkbrush Hill Poetry Festival. If you want it, give it to you. Ling Yurong rolled her eyes speechlessly. then stopped paying attention to the several women and headed towards the outer hall. She wanted to see what her brother was up to again. Sister, I've really found you the perfect groom this time. Seeing Ling Yurong come out, Ling Mu was the first to speak. Ling Mu, how many times do you want me to say it? My Ling Yurong's groom has to be both literate and good-looking, so don't bring in those crooked dates you're looking for to disgrace your eyes. Ling Yurong was like chasing away flies, intending to just kick Ling Mu out. After all, Ling Mu had introduced her to them before, but they were nothing good. This is the first time that June has heard someone use the term crooked. At this time, June Ling Tian walked into the grand hall. After glancing at Ling Yurong, he had to admit that Ling Mu hadn't lied to him, because Ling Yurong not only hid his weapons in his chest, he also carried a strong aura of bookishness. It has the kind of instrument and temperament of a bookish, ladylike girl. The looks were also refined and impeccable, and the body was even more perfect. And Ling Yurong was also observing June Ling Tian at the moment. Temperament and appearance are top-notch. Cultivation qualifications and literary path are unknown. Ding! Discovered the daughter of Qi Luck. Ling Yurong. Sister, let me introduce you. This is my elder brother, the June family's young lord, June Ling Tian. Big brother, this is my sister, named Ling Yurong. Ling Mu acted as a go-between, exchanging names for both sides. The young master of the June family? That's the June Ling Tian who broke records in a row at the Tomb in the Sky? Hearing June Ling Tian's name, Ling Yurong's originally calm heart unexpectedly rippled. It's just a false name. Your Highness Arigato is truly the real deal. June Ling Tian made a double entendre. As the saying goes, tolerance is great. Oh, young Lord June knows me? Ling Yurong had some unexpected delight in her heart, but on her face, she did not move. Your Highness Yurong's talent is as famous as thunder, so how could I not have heard of it? June Ling Tian flattered. He wasn't lying. After all, Ling Mu had already chanted in his ear for I don't know how many times. Young Lord June inside please. Just now there was a thoughtless comment from Yurong. I hope young Lord June will forgive me. Ling Yurong opened her mouth with a slight apology. No harm done. June Ling Tian casually waved his hand. With that, a few people arrived at the inner hall, and Shang Guanyu and the others all lit up at the first sight of June Ling Tian. It was completely unexpected that this time that Ling Mu Kid had actually found a man amongst dragons and phoenixes. At least the face value hurdle is definitely passed. Yo, this is the groom our Yurong is looking for. He's really handsome. Shang Guanyu spoke out and flirted. To be honest, she was a little sour. The other three women, who were more introverted and shy, all kept their heads down and posed in a well-groomed manner, trying his best not to make a fool of himself in front of June Ling Tian. Jade, I'm going to tickle you if you're talking nonsense. Ling Yurong stretched out her hand, scaring Shang Guanyu. A hint of fear appeared on the latter's face. Arigato, you don't introduce yourself here? Lu Rushue opened her mouth at this time. Oh, this is June family young Lord June Ling Tian. These are my classmates from Jishi Academy. Shang Guanyu, Nan Gongyan, and Lu Rushue. Ling Yurong introduced the crowd present. June family young Lord June Ling Tian? Hearing June Ling Tian's name, all three of them froze slightly. It was obvious that they had also heard of June Ling Tian's great name. So what if it's the June family's young lord? You also have to pass a test if you want to be Yurong's husband. My family has the ability to have a husband who is good at literature and martial arts. This martial arts is fine. I don't know about this literature? Shang Guanyu looked towards June Ling Tian's opening. Obviously she wanted to make things difficult for June Ling Tian and it would be best if she could stir things up. After all, June Ling Tian was too good in both looks and temperament. Mr. June already has a fiancé. But this poetry together. Mr. June does know a little about it. June Ling Tian spoke at this time. He didn't hide the truth that he had a fiancé. After all, it was announced to the public in the first place. These guys don't know probably because they're so intent on reading only holy books. As for Ling Yurong, the several girls had different expressions on their faces after hearing that June Ling Tian already had a fiancé. Some were lost, some were grateful, and some had faces of appreciation. Since that's the case, then young Lord June will compose a poem with wine as the title. Nangong Yan gave the test questions, and at the same time, this was also the test questions they had prepared for the Mo Shan poetry meeting. Wine. Yes. June Ling Tian nodded and took 2 steps to brew his emotions. With that, he spoke. If you don't see it, the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return. Chapter 78, the Mo Shan Poetry Conference. As June Ling Tian's first verse exited his mouth, the faces of the 4 talented ladies all revealed a look of shock. You can tell a lot about how good a poem is by the first line. Obviously, this first sentence of June Ling Tian shook them. Don't you see? The high hall mirror grieves for gray hair, and the morning is like green silk turning into snow. Life must be enjoyable. Don't let the golden bottle empty to the moon. Born to be useful. 1,000 pieces of gold are scattered. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows is a pleasure. And we will have to drink 300 cups in one go. Sin Fu Zi, Dan Qiusheng, will enter the wine. The cup will not stop. Ding! Capture the Li Sa vast in fame, plundering 150 points of chi luck value. Chanting poetry can also plunder the chi luck value? Hearing the system's beep, Junling Tian laughed lightly inwardly. It turns out that every time you recite a song of the ages you will be able to obtain a vast and righteous chi infused into your body. So he's indirectly robbing the chances of the departed. And as Junling Tian recitedly buys will enter the wine from his previous life. The entire hall was silent. Big brother, do you still let people live? Ling Mu was the first to react. And Lin Xingming's eyes were full of caution at the moment. Even after becoming Junling Tian's maid, she was still very proud. I don't believe you. Make another poem on the battlefield. Shangguan Yu spoke at this time. This battlefield test was likewise prepared by them for the Murray Hill Poetry Conference. Hearing this, Junling Tian did not refuse and directly chanted. Drunkenly picking a lamp and watching a sword, dreaming of blowing the horns back to the camp. 800 miles to divide the banner burns. 50 strings turn the sound of the plug. The sands of the autumn pointing troops. The horse is as fast as Dalu. The bow is like thunderbolt strings. To settle the world affairs of kings and kings, and to win the name of those who live and die. Poor white happens. Another famous line that has been sung for ages. The crowd in the room couldn't help but be staggered. Compose another poem in praise of a woman's appearance. Shangguan Yu wasn't dead set on this type of test question that they had likewise prepared for the Emoshan Poetry Conference. Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces. Spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. If I hadn't seen it at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yaodai. As this one poem was done, Junling Tian did not stop, continuing to recite the famous poem. Ding! Capture the Li Sa vastness and fame, plundering 150 points of chi luck value. When will the spring flowers, fall and moon be over? How much do we know about the past? The small building had an east wind last night, and the old country was unbearable to look back to in the bright moon. Carved railings and jade masonry should still be there, but the color of the face has changed. I ask you how many sorrows you can have? It's like a river of spring water flowing eastward. I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to return on the wind, but I'm afraid of the agora. How is it like being on earth? Reciting thousands of poems in a row, with all sorts of scenarios? He directly dried out all the 4 talented women present. As elite students of the Jishi Academy, how could they not recognize these poems as good or bad? Each of these songs is a masterpiece for the ages. At this moment, the gazes of the 4 talented ladies present all glittered brightly as they looked at Junling Tian. What the crowd did not know was that while Junling Tian was reciting the verses, there were frequent visions in the outside world. Dense and pure, vast and pure chi swept in from all directions like a gale, covering the entire great diffusion immortal dynasty. It stretched over millions and millions of miles of territory. The next instant directly poured a brain into Junling Tian's body. The few people in the great hall were not surprised to see this, but rather took it for granted. Young Lord Jun, may I bind these verses and print them for publication? The spirit stones earned will be split 37, 7 for you and 3 for me. At this time Ling Yurong suddenly spoke. These poems can be good. Similar to a cultivator's gong method, it was an existence that allowed for the cultivation of vastness. If Junling Tian were to authorize it, she would make a fortune. Yes, let the author's name be anonymous. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. They were not originally made by him, and he certainly does not claim authorship. Unknown? Hearing Junling Tian's words, the hearts of all the people present were all a little puzzled. This is a chance to be famous for ages, and the young master of the Jun family doesn't want it? Tempered by fame and fortune. In an instant those 4 words surfaced in the minds of the crowd. Young Lord Jun's modesty is noble. I admire it. Lu Rushue heartily exclaimed. It's just a false name. It's useless. The moment Junling Tian spoke these words, they directly ascended. It instantly made the 4 talented women feel better. Young Master Jun, I would like you to be the main judge for the Emoshan Poetry Conference in a month's time. I wonder if that's possible. Ling Yurong opened her mouth and invited. Yes, with young Lord Jun around, where would the 4 of us dare to make a fool of ourselves? Lu Rushue also spoke in agreement. Good. Looking at the 4 women's hopeful gazes, Junling Tian reluctantly agreed. But that's exactly how he wanted it to turn out. I'd like to go take care of the publishing thing, so you guys talk first, Ling Yurong said and left the Weiyang Hall. On the other hand, Junling Tian and Lu Rushue and a few girls started chatting about poetry. A month later, the Murray Hill Poetry Conference was held as scheduled. The so-called Ink Mountain, on the other hand, is a peak like a standing brush. It was basalt black in color, with a huge platform at the top. The poetry conference was held on that platform. At the moment the platform was already crowded with literati on top. All of them are famous talents from different places. After all, as long as you can win the first place will be able to be Jisha Academy, the world of literati who do not want to come to try their luck. Did you hear about it? Brotherly saw. This time the main referee has even changed temporarily. So what if I switch? I'll take the top spot in this poetry competition. Riot had a confident look on his face, because he was also a blue star crossing, and he had memorized a lot of the poetry along with the he had done back in the day. He believed that he would be able to suppress the entire audience if he just took out a random song. A few moments later, as Junling Tian and Ling Yurong arrived, the scene was in an uproar. It's senior sister Yurong, the top 10 talented women. That's senior sister Shangwan of the 10 great talents, and senior sister Nangong and senior sister Lu. Seeing the 4 talented women, the faces of the people at the scene all showed a look of admiration. No, who is that little white boy walking beside senior sister Yurong? Yes, what makes him able to stand shoulder to shoulder with senior sister Yurong? It was only then that someone noticed Junling Tian, who was surrounded by several women in the center. All of their faces showed envy and jealousy. Young Lord Jun, our position is over there. Ling Yurong led Junling Tian towards the referee area. What? Could that little white boy be the chief judge of this poetry competition? At this time, there were already smart people who had guessed Junling Tian's identity. Who is that kid? How come I've never seen this guy before? Do you guys remember the Haoran Chi riot a month ago? I heard that it was this kid who caused it. It's him? No wonder he's qualified to sit in the head referee's seat. Now there is a lot of talk among talented writers in all the major regions. On the other hand, the other side of the world, Li Sa, had a look of jealousy on her face. That's right. He loves Ling Yurong. The other 3 talented women he had the same idea. But earlier, he had seen the 4 great talent girls showing their adoration for Junling Tian. How could he not be jealous of that? Just wait. Later on, watch me shock the whole audience by forming a poem in 7 steps. When the time comes, we must trample that kid hard under our feet. At the moment, Li Sa was looking at Junling Tian more and more unfavorably. He didn't realize that it was a bond between the sons of Qi and the villains. So he was already planning to ruthlessly humiliate Junling Tian when the time came. Chapter 79, a poem on Li Sa. In addition to the judges such as Junling Tian, this poetry conference was also watched by the Supreme Imperial family of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. The GK Academy's teacher of the Sage of Letters monitors it. However, several Jishi Academy's literary sage teachers were not on top of the platform. Instead, he sits on a cloud and drinks wine and poems. As the ministries took their places, the Murray Hill Poetry Conference officially began. Let me introduce you to today's judges. The main referee, Junling Tian, the young master of the Jun family. Vice judges, senior sister Ling Yurong, senior sister Shangwan Yu, senior sister Nangong Yan, senior sister Lu Ruxue. After the introduction, the presiding person was about to announce the next matter, but was suddenly interrupted by Li Sa. Wait, I'm not convinced. So what makes Junling Tian able to be elected as the main referee? Does he have some kind of heirloom coming out? As Li Sa took the lead and spoke, the rest of the people also chimed in. That's just it. It's too sloppy for the main referee to give it to a rookie who doesn't have the slightest bit of notoriety, isn't it? That's right. Wouldn't I be able to be the head referee if I put it that way? There was a lot of talk below, all of it skeptical. This made Ling Yurong's few girls explode with anger. What kind of person was Junling Tian? An existence that could be compared to a sage of the literary Tao. How dare they open their mouths and question it? Shut up. I can't wait for young Lord Jun's literary prowess in a million ways. If you guys question him, come and compete with me. Ling Yurong. Ling Yurong was the first to speak up for Junling Tian. That's right. I, Shangwan Yu, will also accompany you. Shangwan Yu also snapped out at this time. Just as Nangong Yan and Lu Ruxue were about to speak up for Junling Tian as well, they were suddenly interrupted by him. You want proof? This is proof. Junling Tian directly released the Haoranzhang Qi in his body as he finished speaking. The sky changed color at once, and the entire sky was filled with rich and pure Haoranzhang Qi, and these vast and righteous Qi were clearly instilled into him from his previous poetry chanting. What? Why is this Haoran Qi so pure? Feeling this pure and incomparable vast Qi, all the people present all closed their mouths. After all, only a great scholar of the way of literature could possibly cultivate such a pure Haoranzhang Qi. This Junling Tian was fully capable of sitting in that chief referee position. This son's Haoran Qi is so pure. I'm not as good as him. The faces of the Wensheng teachers who were originally on top of the clouds drinking wine and giving poems all showed a look of astonishment. This son the old man will take. A teacher of the Sage of Literature spoke up. Obviously he was looking at Junling Tian's talent. You say you want it? The usual rules. Fair play. Apparently there was more than one person who looked at Junling Tian's talent. Damn it. Later on, I'll form a poem in 7 steps, and my Hao Ran Zhang Qi will definitely be even more pure than yours. As the first time you recite a heirloom masterpiece recognized by heaven and earth, the heavenly Tao will rain down a vast amount of righteousness to infuse your body. That's why Li Sa was so confident that he could make a splash on top of this poetry conference. Not only did he want to recite 1,000 ancient lines at this poetry conference, but he also wanted to draw on the vast qi to infuse his body and raise his cultivation in full view of the public. Seeing that no one questioned it any further, the moderator instantly continued to speak. The following poetry slam will officially begin. For the first test, compose a poem on the subject of wine and finish it in half an hour. As the host's words fell, the literati participating in this poetry conference immediately began to meditate. Some of them scratched their ears. Some of them looked worried. There aren't many that are written more smoothly. Wine as a subject. What a godsend. At this moment Li Sa's mind instantly flashed to Li Bai's General Jinzhou. Then he stood still with a confident look on his face. That's right. He's going to play hard to get. And this crane-like appearance immediately attracted the attention of those present. Brother Li Sa, why don't you make it? Could it be that you've already figured it out? A scholar who knew Riot opened his mouth to make an inquiry. The latter sniffed and nodded with a proud face. You'd better hurry up and compose a poem. Receiving a positive reply from Li Sa, that scholar immediately gave him a thumbs up. Worthy of being senior brother Li Sa. Even the several literature sage teachers in the sky were noticing the appearance of Li Sa. This son has a confident look on his face. It seems like he has a plan. Aha! I see that his demeanor does not seem to be a forgery, and there should be a masterpiece to come out later. Several of the literary saints teachers are still looking forward to this poetry conference. Time's up. The first row will read aloud the poems they've written in turn. As the moderator opened his mouth, the scribe located in the first column of the first row took a deep breath and then began to recite. My son went to buy wine, and my husband was lying on his bed. Wine smells like money, and money is less for women to sip. As he finished reciting this verse, a trace of vast righteousness descended from heaven and earth. Apparently the poem is of poor quality, even though it was written by the man himself. It was followed by a second, and a third. Until the time of Li Sa, the poems made did not score very well. The Wensheng teachers above the clouds all shook their heads in disappointment, and when it came to the time of the departure, all the eyes in the room were cast. The exhilarating feeling of being in the limelight was extremely intoxicating to Riot. Get out of the way. He's going to play hard to get. If you don't see it, the waters of the Yellow River come from the sky and run to the sea without return. As Li Sa recited the first line of the poem Wine, the first line of the poem Wine was recited. A few of the man in the clouds literary sage teachers immediately changed their complexion slightly. A connoisseur will know if there is one or not. Obviously several people were all shocked by this first sentence of Li Sa. Not only them, but everyone present, with the exception of Ling Yurong and the others, were basically all shocked. Feeling the shocked colors of the crowd, Li Sa's heart was unbridled. It also raised an eyebrow at Junling Tian. Don't you see? The high hall mirror grieves for gray hair, and the morning is like green silk turning into snow. But as time passed, the crowd finally realized a hint of something wrong. What's going on? Such an ancient song. Why isn't there a vast qi imbued in the body? The few Wensheng teachers above the clouds frowned. It stands to reason that such a wonderful verse is a sure way to bring down the hoi polloi. Probably why it's not over yet. Wait and see. Another teacher of literary saints spoke up, while Ling Mu, who was in the position of the supreme imperial family at the moment, was already laughing his ass off. Ha 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 ha, laughing my ass off. Who's this troper? How dare he plagiarize Big Brother's poems at the poetry competition? Yes, he dared to plagiarize all of Gongzi's poems. Let's see how he'll end up when the time comes. Lin Qingmeng was similarly not far from Ling Mu at the moment. What's this guy's name? Ling Yurong frowned slightly. She had obviously protected the verses that Junling Tian had recited very well, but she never thought that they would still leak out. It seems to be a schoolboy named Riot. Shangwan Yu flipped through the participants' profiles and corresponded Li Sa's name to it. Li Sa? Daring to plagiarize? Looks like he wants to be disqualified. Ling Yurong had a serious face. Chapter 80 Plagiarized Dog. Li Sa. One of the rules of the Murray Hill Poetry Festival is to be original. A plagiarized poem like Li Sa is unlikely to capture a good ranking even if it is good. There is even a risk of disqualification. Therefore there is no cheating on top of the Musen Poetry Conference. Ding! Ling Yurong has developed an aversion to Li Sa, plundering 300 points of chi value. A few moments later, when Li Sa had finished reciting the entire poem in its entirety, not the slightest bit of hoarfrost descended from the sky. Even he noticed something was wrong. How could this be? I clearly established before that no one had recited the poem. Could it be because there's a delay? Thinking about it, Riot decided to wait a little longer. However, After a few more moments, there was still no change in the sky. How could this be? Senior brother Li Sa's poem is clearly a song of the ages. Why hasn't it descended into the vast sea? The black and white academy students who newly saw on the scene were all talking. I'm not sure. I don't suppose it's plagiarized? The moment this viewpoint came out, it spread wildly in all directions. But again, they had never heard of the poem, so they didn't say it right away. Even the several literary sage teachers above the clouds frowned slightly. Couldn't tell why this poem, which they hadn't heard before, didn't invoke the vainglory. Did this kid really plagiarize? It doesn't look like it. The teachers of the literary sages above the clouds were puzzled. Just when the crowd was unable to decide on the poem made by Li Sa, Shang Guanyu stepped forward. Better let me do the talking. When they heard Shang Guanyu speak, the people present immediately cast their gazes over Li Sa. Right. You plagiarized on top of this Mo Shan poetry conference. Have you ever thought about what the consequences would be? Shang Guanyu looked at Li Sa with a serious face and shocking words. What? This Li Sa really plagiarized on top of the Mo Shan poetry conference? I told you that this kid is too human to make such good poetry. Yeah. Just now people were thinking of poems and he was the only one pretending. I thought he really thought of a good poem, but it turned out to be plagiarism. Hearing Shang Guanyu's opening, there were already quite a few people present who believed it. After all, original poems are capable of invoking the heavenly Tao to send down a vast amount of righteousness, but Li Sa's cannot. What is this if not a copycat? Impossible. It's me, Li Sa, who didn't plagiarize. Since you guys don't believe me, I'll compose another song. Hearing someone questioning his plagiarism, Li Sa instantly opened his mouth as if he were mad. With that, he directly copied another masterpiece that has been famous for ages. The west wind blew the old Dongting waves, and Xiangjuan's gray hair was much whiter in one night. Drunkenly, I don't know that the sky is on the water, and the boat is full of dreams pressing against the river of stars. The words fell, and the room fell silent. Obviously the crowd was once again struck by the mood of the poem. They certainly couldn't compose such graphic verses. But they're not as gullible as they were before. All looked up into the sky. Seeing that the sky was clear and not descending with a vast amount of righteousness, all the people present all revealed unspeakable expressions. This Li Sa plagiarized is no escape, and also copied more than one song. This is preparedness, right? Li Sa, you even dare to plagiarize? Do you really think that we don't dare to abolish your eligibility to compete? Ling Yurong also snapped and chirped at this time. This Li Sa is simply arrogant to the extreme. Even if he plagiarized one verse, now he has even plagiarized another one. And it was the same poem that Junling Tian had made in the middle of the unseen palace back then. Ding! Ling Yurong is disgusted with Li Sa to the extreme, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. This sun is located in a poem I have not heard of, but then I do not know why he has not descended to the Haorong chi. Yeah, I've likewise never heard of either of those poems. The several Wenshang leaders above the clouds all couldn't figure out why at the moment. I know why. At this time suddenly a teacher of the Sage of Literature spoke up. The others looked over at the words. Why? Do you still remember the earlier vast and righteous riot in the imperial city? These two masterpieces must have been produced at that time. That Wensheng teacher guessed with certainty. Hearing this analysis, the others came to a realization. So it seems like the possibilities are really great. No way. That's impossible. Seeing that there was still no descending of the Haoran Qi to infuse his body, Li Sa was a little skeptical of life inside. So another poem about wine was recited. When is the bright moon? Put wine and ask the blue sky. I don't know what year it is in the heavenly palace. I want to return on the wind, but I am afraid that the jeweled buildings are too high to be cold. However, before he could finish chanting, he was interrupted by Ling Yurong's stern voice. Enough! Are the last two lines not about dancing and making clear shadows, as if they were on earth? Doesn't it end with a line about wishing people would stay together for a long time? Ling Yurong's two words exited, and Li Sa was directly dumbfounded. The whole man's face turned red, and he hadn't gotten over it for a long time. Why? Why does she even know what's behind this lyric? Riot couldn't even think of a reason why this was the case. Obviously this was the literary underpinnings of another world, so why could she know about it? And at this moment, seeing Ling Yurong seemed to know the verses recited by Li Sa, where the people present did not understand what kind of goods this Li Sa was. Solid hammer. This Li Sa is actually really a plagiarizing dog. Shameless. It's degrading. I, Mao Jian, am ashamed to be in the company of such people. The curses in the room were literally lopsided, all of them calling Li Sa a plagiarizing dog. Someone even directly picked up the ink stone in front of him and splashed Li Sa all over with the ink therein. Li Sa, why do you still have the face to stand here? Don't get lost yet. That's right. Riot. This is no place for a copycat dog like you. The scene was crowded with people who hate copy dogs. How sad it would be if they had studied hard for decades and in the end their rankings were taken away by a copy dog. Riot. One last chance. If you still plagiarize other people's verses, get out of the emotion poetry meeting. Ling Yurong gave a direct ultimatum. She was able to endure this far, already on the basis that this Li Sa was a student of the black and white school palace. If he hadn't, he would have delisted this departure a long time ago. And hearing this, Li Sa was inwardly stifled. Originally ready to pretend big, I did not expect to end up pretending not to be able to, but was falsely accused of plagiarism dog. So he had to use his brainpower to come up with some poems. It had to be said that as a son of Qi who possessed a hoary windy body, Li Sa was still able to make some unimpressive limericks. When wine meets a red face, 1,000 cups are less than 1,000 cups, and the meeting will be filled with 300 cups of wild drinking. A good man has a date with a swinging heart, and a soulmate meets with a heart. With the completion of this poem by Li Sa, the sky was finally descending with a lot of vast and righteous Qi. Chapter 81, Why Aren't You Grateful? Li Sa? Apparently this time the poems made by Li Sa were recognized by heaven. However, Jun Ling Tian was able to see it at a glance. This Li Sa is such a poem that has been put together by dismantling some verses from his previous life. Although Riot eventually made a decent poem, it was clear that the label of his plagiarizing dog was not going to come off. And even if you make any decent poetry in the future, you will be recognized as a plagiarizing dog. But seeing that Li Sa had sort of made a poem, Ling Yurong and the other women didn't say anything. But if a similar situation arose again, they would definitely kick Riot out. Next, shortly afterward, when everyone's verses were finished, the departures turned out to be better than most. Successfully advanced to the next round. This one called Riot, surprisingly, has not been eliminated. Lin Qingmeng frowned her pretty eyebrows, clearly disgusted with this guy who had copied her son's poetry. You certainly can't get good grades by copying a dog. Just wait and see. Ling Mu crossed his legs as the palace maid beside him fed him spirit grapes. Not to mention, it felt good to play the dude. He was a little addicted. Though this Riot has plagiarized some before, there is still some talent in itself. Teachers of the sages of literature above the clouds commented on the poetry of Li Sa. That's right. The quality and quantity of the Hao Ran Shi that this son has just drawn down is good. If it's properly cultivated, it might lead to something. Glancing at Li Sa, even though he had previously made such a morally corrupt thing as plagiarism, the several literary saint teachers surprisingly did not care too much. Maybe that's how powerful the aura of luck is. The following is the second round of the poetry contest. Please compose a poem on the theme of war and finish it in half an hour. As the host opened his mouth, all the people on the scene began to scratch their ears and meditate, and Rizzo began to speak tentatively. The country is broken. The city is deep in spring? Seeing that it did not cause the Hao Ran Chi to descend, Li Sa Dun changed to another song. The long clouds of the green sea darken the snowy mountains, and the lonely city looks at the Jade Gate Pass? Seeing that it still didn't work, Li Sa inwardly sighed lightly. Cheating was impossible. It seemed that he could only think of a poem himself. In the end he could only scratch his head as others had done. Toward the end of the half hour, Li Sa was finally able to make a decent poem. Riot, you go first. Shang Wanyu directly skipped over the contestants in front of Li Sa and was the first to let Li Sa speak. Obviously her heart also loathed her opponent, thinking of eliminating him from the game immediately. I'll do it. In the name of my father. I went to the army to break the demons and barbarians, and I wore a sword at my waist to get out of the city. If you die in battle for your country on the sands, you will have no regrets. With the end of this verse of Li Sa, a lot of hoarfrost descended in the sky. This Li Sa still has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Some of the people in the room had slightly changed their minds about Riot. More than that, though, was disbelief. After all, it had been previously preconceived that this Li Sa was a copycat dog. How can a plagiarizing dog make such good verses? I think it was copied. That's right. It must have been copied again. He doesn't deserve such a verse. Hearing that the verses he had come up with through meditation were still being questioned by others, Li Sa's heart was simply stifled. The feeling was worse than eating a dead fly. However, right at this moment, Jun Ling Tian suddenly spoke. Although the Li Sa brother and sister previously made an unwise move in a moment of hot-headedness, but now it has still been reformed. All of you do not have to hold on to it. Hearing someone speak for himself, Li Sa was like hearing the voice of an immortal. However, when he saw the owner of the speech, the gratitude within him instantly dissipated. To say why he hated Jun Ling Tian so much, the first was that he had robbed Ling Yurong and other women he wanted to get. Secondly, the moment he saw Jun Ling Tian, he was disgusted from the bottom of his heart, and a trace of loathing came out unconsciously on his face. Li Sa, young Lord Jun has spoken up for you. Why aren't you grateful? Ling Yurong, who had a delicate mind, noticed this at once. People didn't even say anything when you copied young Lord Jun's poems, and now you have such a look on your face when they speak for you. This is a dog's dinner. After Ling Yurong said this, Shang Guanyu and the others also noticed this. In his heart, his favorable feelings towards Jun Ling Tian became even more profound, while his feelings towards Li Sa became even more disgusting. Ding! Ling Yurong's distaste for Li Sa has deepened, plundering 300 points of chi luck value. No harm done. It's probably due to the fact that Brother Riot is not in a good mood at the moment. Jun Ling Tian once again spoke in defense of Li Sa. Such a broad-mindedness caused Ling Yurong several women to sweat in their hearts. Young Lord Jun's mind is like an endless sea, able to tolerate what others cannot. The young woman is not as good as that. Lu Rushu sighed out at this time. The three Nangang Yen girls also deeply agreed after hearing this. Only they truly knew how broad-minded Jun Ling Tian was. Gonzi is just too kind. Someone else plagiarized his poetry, he even spoke for that person. Lin Qingmeng beamed at the moment and spoke indignantly. And at this moment, hearing the words of Ling Yurong's several women, Li Sa's heart was even more stifled. So Jun Ling Tian just opened his mouth and said a few words for him and his heart was broad? Well, that's a lot of heart for nothing, isn't it? And he didn't beg him to speak for himself. This son is too narrow-minded to be a scholar of the Jishi Academy. The Wensheng teachers above the clouds also had a bad impression of Li Sa at this moment after seeing the situation in the field. People are kind enough to speak up for you and you give them a look? Then, after the other contestants had chanted the poems they had composed, Riot was surprisingly lucky to advance to the next round again. For the third round, please compose a poem on the topic of describing the beauty of the woman of your choice and finish it within half an hour. The third and final round. Whether or not you get a chance to enter the GK Academy all depends on this round. Only those who won the top 3 in this round would have the chance to worship in the Jishi Academy. Therefore, all the scholars did their best and brought out their 12 points of literary talent. When the time expired, Shang Guanyu spoke again. Riot, it's better if you go first. Why should I be first again? Li Sa was a bit unhappy in his heart at the moment. He felt that he was being deliberately targeted. Although it was fine to come first, this feeling of being targeted made him extremely uncomfortable. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, you'll be counted as a forfeit. Shang Guanyu spoke indifferently, with disgust and threat in her tone. Okay, I'll go first on me. Li Sa gritted his teeth, looking indignant, and then began to recite the poem he had composed. There is no perfect color in 1,000 years, but a beautiful woman in the eyes. The country's face is so beautiful that it is astonishingly heavenly. Chapter 82, I want to check my grades. As the poem made by Li Sa was recited, there was a reaction in the sky, and a lot of vast chi descended. Rizao couldn't help but feel relieved inwardly when he saw this. Still, there was some apprehension, because besides him, there were 3 or 4 other famous talented people whose scores were not inferior to his, and the results of the Murray Mountain Poetry Conference are judged by the number of hoarfrosts drawn down. There's something about this verse of this Li Sa. The people present in the room lamented inwardly as they saw the amount of vastness drawn down by Li Sa. It had to be said that although this Li Sa liked to plagiarize, his own ability was still a bit higher than the crowd present. After all, they were the same people who had 9 years of compulsory education in Blue Star in the first place. Shortly thereafter, all the poems composed by all the contestants were recited. The Haoran Shi that had descended from the 3 matches were also summarized by the recorders and handed over to the 5 Jun Ling Tian. Although this son's talent is okay, his character is not good. Should we send a message to Yurong and the girls to reject him? The teacher of the sage of when above the clouds deliberated at the moment. There's no need for that. I'm sure Yurong and the others will make up their own minds. There's no need for us to be redundant. That's right, we'll just wait for the news. A teacher of literary saints took a small sip from his glass. So, Riot shouldn't be in the top 3, right? Lin Qingmeng was also a bit worried at the moment. After all, Li Sa had plagiarized her son's poetry, much to her annoyance. Don't worry, my sister won't let him in the top 3. Ling Mu didn't even need to see the results to know that Li Sa definitely wouldn't make the top 3. And at this moment, when they saw the summarized results, Ling Yurong's few girls immediately frowned. For the number of hoarfrosts induced down by this departure from the chanting of verses turned out to be the same as that of the other man. By all rights, they should be tied for third, but thinking of all the things that Li Sa had done before, the 4 women unanimously decided to place that Li Sa's ranking in 4th place. The GK Academy definitely don't want this kind of people with bad character who like to cheat. After arranging the rankings to completion, the 4 women then sent it to Jun Ling Tian for review. After all, he was the main judge. Looking at the same rankings given by the 4 women, Jun Ling Tian wanted to laugh inwardly, because that's heck what he had in mind. Young Lord Jun, you can't be at the mercy of that Li Sa. He's not of good character and doesn't deserve to be in my Jishi Academy. Shang Guanyu opened her mouth to speak at this time, fearing that Junling Tian would have a moment of weakness and allow Li Saw in the third place to tie for third. Then let's go by this ranking of yours. Junling Tian nodded and tapped the final stamp on the ranking. And at this moment, Li Saw and the other participants of the third round were waiting for the results with nervous faces. A few moments later, the presenter had the list that all the people in the room wanted to know. That copycat dog, Riot, wouldn't be in the top 3, would it? At this point someone on the scene speculated. How is that possible? It's definitely impossible for that filthy person to enter the Jishi Academy. That's right, there's no way that senior sister Yurong and the others would let this kind of person into the Jishi Academy. For someone like Li Saw who was a plagiarist, they definitely didn't believe that Ling Yurong would let him advance to the top 3. And hearing the literati around him talk about himself in such a way, Li Saw's back teeth were all clenched. What do you mean by his kind of filth? He clearly entered the third round based on his strength. I will now announce the list of the top 10 people in this emotion poetry conference. As the host's voice rang out, the scene fell silent. 10th place, Yi Kai. 9th place, Lu Menjiang. 5th place, Zheng Chuanyu. 4th place, Riot. As those words fell from the host, Riot's heart went cold. He didn't make the top 3? There's nothing left for him at the GK Academy? Haha, I knew this Li Saw wouldn't be able to enter the Jishi Academy. How can you get into the Jishi Academy with grades you got from plagiarizing? The vast majority of the people at the scene were pleasantly surprised to hear that Riot had won 4th place. After all, the others entered the top 3. They felt that it was by strength. If this Li Saw entered the top 3, they would feel that the other party was copied. Great job! Lin Qingmeng was also waving her fists happily at the moment. Obviously this Li Saw not being able to enter the top 3 was what she wanted to see. Am I right that there's no way my sister will let him into the Jishi Academy? Ling Mu was lying on the lap of a courtesan, eating the spirit fruit fed by the other party. As the names on the report card were recited, there was some joy and some sorrow, and the one who was sad was none other than Rizzo. I'm not convinced by Riot. I demand a transcript verification. Li Saw opened his mouth loudly. He always felt that he was better than that third place. Why was he the 4th and he was the 3rd? This is because competitors are given a chance to check their transcripts. But basically no one will ask for this, because it would look disrespectful to the referee. But right now Li Saw didn't care about that. He was bound to take a look at his report card before he died. Seeing Li Saw make such a request, Ling Yurong and the others immediately frowned. What? Don't want to give me the verification? Is there something shady going on? At this moment, the more Riot felt that the achievement was faked. Why else would Ling Yurong's girls hesitate? Here's the report card you asked for. Seeing that Li Saw was unforgiving, Ling Yurong directly threw the report card over. Li Saw took a look and realized that he had the same amount of Hao Ran Zhangqi that third place had invoked. With that, he simply held that transcript aloft. Let's see. People, it's called fair and square. Why can't I be 3rd when I clearly have the same score as the 3rd place finisher? At this moment, his heart is depressed. Obviously the same results rankings are different. This is not bullying the honest people? As Li Saw lifted the report card high up, all the people present saw the content on the top of the report card. Though the scores above were indeed as Rizzo said, they did not speak for him as Rizzo thought they would. Don't you have any idea why you're 4th? Plagiarizing a copied grade is good enough to give you a 4th place. That's just it. How do you even have the nerve to check your transcripts? Get out of here, copy dog. All the people present were all red in the face and cursing Li Saw, even his former classmates and friends. You guys? Hearing the scene's lopsided cursing of him, blood stasis surged up inside Li Saw and violently spewed out of his mouth. Ding! Li Saw has received a violent attack in his heart, and has plundered 500 points of chi luck value. Ding! Destroying the chance of the Li Saw, plundering 5,000 points of chi luck value. It turned out that this emotion poetry conference was a springboard for Li Saw, and if it wasn't for Junling Tian messing up from it, he will be 7 steps into a poem to attract the vast and positive chi to infuse his body, breaking several steps in a row, and his fame spreads all over the world. Afterward, he would also join the Jishi Academy and throw himself into the lap of a Wendao paramount emperor, becoming his shut-in disciple, and from then on, he would soar to the heavens. Chapter 83 The Companion's Departure. The Murray Hill Poetry Conference was a success. At the same time, in every city of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, a bookstore named There Is a Bookstore also instantly exploded, and it's rapidly spreading to all parts of the continent. And the reason why it was able to catch fire was of course because there was a bookstore that possessed a book on Wendo that was hard to find for thousands of dollars. It was certainly a compilation of the poems that Junling Tian had recited back in the middle of the Weiyang Hall. Ling Yurong also gave him a name after asking for Junling Tian's permission, called Unknown Poetry Collection, and in the middle of one of the bookstores. At the moment, Li Saw was complaining with a lively and cheerful young girl who exuded youthfulness. Quinoa, are you talking about fair? I obviously got the same grade as third place. After saying this, a bitter look appeared on Li Sa's face. Picking up a cup of tea on the table and directly pouring it down. Seeing Li Sa in such a state, a trace of heartache immediately flashed across the face of the young girl named Xiaoqua. How can they be like this? Senior sister your own? It's fine brother Li Sa. I'll talk to grandpa when the time comes and see if I can accommodate you and let you enter the Jishi Academy. Meng Xiaoqua relieved Li Sa, who was the great-granddaughter of the vice president of the Jishi Academy and was quite favored. At the same time, she is also the godsister recognized by Riot. Thank you, Quinoa. Li Sa directly reached out and held the other party's soft razor. Feeling the soft, boneless warmth, the latter felt the warmth of Li Sa's hand and hastily drew it back. A red cloud passed over his face as well. It's okay brother Riot, you're welcome. Panic flashed in Meng Xiaoqua's eyes, and she looked a bit rushed. Just then there was a sudden sound of a chanting verse not far away. Drunkenly, I don't know that the sky is on the water, and the boat is full of dreams pressing against the river of stars. Good poem. What a poem. A tart was currently looking at a collection of anonymous poems with shock in his eyes. Just by reciting a few lines of poetry, he felt the vast chi in his body grow a lot. Such a verse is simply rare in the ages. You can read this again, but I wish for a long time and 1,000 miles. Such a mood is simply marvelous. The people were all discussing the poems on top of the anonymous poetry collection. Why do I think I've heard this line about wine and wine? I remember. Last time that plagiarizing dog Li Sa seemed to have made a poem modeled after this. At this time the people present suddenly realized that the poems plagiarized by Li Sa at the Emoshan Poetry Conference were all from this anonymous poetry collection. Seeing that Li Sa in the middle of the corner covered his head up, Meng Xiaoqua instantly frowned. Brother Riot, why did they call you a copycat dog? Don't listen to them, let's go. Li Sa tried to pull Meng Xiaowei away, but the other party refused. Brother Riot, you go ahead. I also want to buy a collection of anonymous poems. Just as Riot was about to say something, someone suddenly spotted him. Why does that back look so much like the plagiarized thief Riot? Yes, that's him, copy dog Riot. Stand still. Seeing the crowd's righteous indignation, wanting to put him on the spot, Li Sa could only curse and then run away. Asterisk. Who is it? Who on earth has gotten the jump on me? Looking at the anonymous poetry compilation that he bought back 2 days ago, Li Sa at the moment didn't need to think about it to know that it was someone who had traveled from the blue planet just like him, and finished transcribing the poems ahead of him. He secretly swore that he would find out the old folks who had victimized him. Moreover, he already had an object of suspicion in his mind, and that was Junling Tian. However, the Junling Tian he was thinking about right now was accompanied by a beautiful woman at the moment. Young Master Jun, I have already recommended you to my teacher. He was shocked to read the poems you made and would like to meet you. I wonder if you are free. Ling Yuron was currently sitting opposite Junling Tian and was playing against him. That's good. It just so happens that someone Jun also wants to go to this holy place amongst the holy places of the literary Tao, the Jishi Academy, to catch a glimpse of the elegance of the Jishi Academy. Junling Tian landed a piece and spoke with a smile. Great. I'll go right back to the teacher. Jade, come help me down. Ling Yuron greeted her and then left the place, going forward to right back to her window teacher. Young Lord Jun, you have to give me a break. Shang Guanyu glanced at the well-dressed Junling Tian, and a strange color flashed in her beautiful eyes. That's natural. Junling Tian nodded indifferently and then played against Shang Guanyu. At this moment in the Jishi Academy, several of the Jishi Academy's top Confucian scholars were all astonished to look at the anonymous poetry collection in their hands. This compilation of poems is surprisingly superior to the 1,000 selections of my Jishi Academy. Page by page, a thick book contains a total of more than 1,000 poems, each of which is famous enough to be passed down through the ages. But now they're being told it's the work of one man? Even their Jishi Academy's 1,000 selections were slightly inferior in front of this compilation of poems. You should know that their GK Academy's 1,000 selections were a collection of poems created by the leaders of all the generations of questioning. Immediately convene a meeting. I will incorporate this anonymous collection of poems into the textbook for all students to learn. Yes, Dean. A teacher of literary saints left in response. 1 month later, there was a huge crowd in front of the GK Palace. Many of the new students were led by their seniors to study Wendo in different schools. Even Li Sa came here, but although he came, he did not enroll as a new student, but as a companion. Because after Meng Xiaoqua went back and talked to his grandfather about Li Sa, the other party was adamant about not opening the back door for Li Sa. It was only later that Meng Xiaoyu cried, and hung herself that she managed to secure a companion reading position for Li Sa. When you go in, don't say you're my chaperone. At this moment, one of the scholars' faces looked disgustedly at Li Sa, who was not far behind him. If the vice president of Jishi Academy had not opened his mouth, He would not have given up his position as a companion reader to this plagiarizing thief. Lee saw, after all, it's just too embarrassing. Look, isn't that the plagiarizing thief Riot? That's right, and I've heard he's also nicknamed Copydog. Seeing Lee Saw appear at the registration location, the many students present all pointed their fingers. After all, one Dao lineage is the most disgusting plagiarism dog plagiarism thief everyone to be put to death. It's hard, suffocating, disgusting, ungrateful, all kinds of emotions are growing in Lee Saw's heart at this moment. You, get the hell out of here. Plagiarizing dogs are not welcome in my GK Academy. A senior pointed to the path down the mountain and opened his mouth to Rizeo. I'm here to chaperone. You have no right to kick me out. Lee Saw gritted his teeth and spoke. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an imperial grade technique for cultivating the way of literature in this Jisha Academy, he wouldn't have preferred to be humiliated and come here. Chapter 84 No man is in sage without faults. Chaperone. Whose chaperone are you? The senior sneered. How could anyone want a plagiarist thief as a chaperone these days? Riot looked at her chaperone, only to find the other giving a threatening look. Obviously if he says it, then this chaperone status is not wanted. Me what me? Get outta here. The senior chided out. That's right. Copy dogs get out. Plagiarizing thieves die aside. This is not a place you should be. The scene was furious. All of them were scolding Lee Saw. After all, no one wants to study in the same academy with a plagiarizing dog cultivation. And Lee Saw's face was now a shade of green and purple, as if he had eaten a dead fly. Ding! Lee Saw has received a violent attack in his heart and has plundered 300 points of chi. What are you guys doing? Why are you bullying Brother Riot? At this time, Meng Xiaowei ran out from the Jishi Academy, and she had specially come to pick up Lee Saw. Now that he saw Lee Saw being bullied, he immediately protected him like a mother hen protecting her calf. Senior sister Meng, we're just being honest. We're not trying to bully this Lee Saw. A senior who knew Meng Xiaoyu spoke up, as Meng Xiaoyu was the granddaughter of Meng Yingda, a great scholar of the Jishi Academy generation. How could they not recognize her? I don't care. Brother Lee Saw said that he heard these verses in a dream in the first place and didn't realize that they were made by someone else. Meng Xiaowei said the same thing that Lee Saw had snubbed her with earlier. Senior sister Meng, you believe that too? That copycat dog must have lied to you. There wasn't a single person in the room who looked at Riot with a straight face. After all, his reputation for plagiarism was there. What if they copied their best work again someday? Then won't all the people whose names have been passed down through the ages become him? Lee Saw? Just then, however, an enlightened voice suddenly came from the bottom of the steps. A man is not a saint. Who can't make mistakes? I think Brother Lee Saw was just having a moment of hot-headedness. The voice was none other than Junling Tian's, who was currently coming down the mountain steps with his 5 beauties. He was still waiting to harvest the value of this Lee Saw's chi. If he was allowed to be sidelined like this, how could he do it? Who is not a saint? Hearing these words, Meng Xiaoqin's eyes lit up. These words were deep in her heart. She had just been trying to think of such a retort for quite some time. Ding! Discovered the daughter of Qi, Meng Xiaoyu. At this time, Junling Tian's system beep also rang out at the right time. It's senior sister Yurong and senior sister Shangguan and them. Who is that man surrounded by the 4 senior sisters? Seeing the 5 scourge-level beauties beside Junling Tian, all the people present were envious and jealous. That person I know is Junling Tian, the young master of the Jun family of the 10,000 ancient family of the Jun heavenly domain. What? Jun family young Lord Junling Tian? Upon hearing Junling Tian's identity, a thought emerged in the hearts of all the people. They could not afford to mess with him. It was just that he didn't know why this Junling Tian, as a cultivator of martial arts, would come to their Jishi Academy. Junling Tian? After Meng Xiaolina learned of Junling Tian's name, her eyes were also filled with a strange color. This saw a side of Lee Saw inwardly jealous beyond measure, and his complexion twisted for a few moments. Now he was certain that this Junling Tian was his hometown. As the saying goes, when old folks meet, they are all red in the eyes. Not to mention that he had been pitted so badly by the other party. No wonder in the beginning in Taisheng his vast and pure chi was so pure and deep. So it was all because he robbed himself of his chance. Lee Saw secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely mess with this Junling Tian. Senior sister Yurong, senior sister Shangguan, senior sister Nangon, senior sister Rushui. Meng Xiaoqinhua came forward to greet them one by one. But seeing Junling Tian was low-eyed and shy. And the reason why she was so familiar with the 4 girls was because Ling Yurong was her grandfather's student. The other 3 were all pretty much considered half-students of her grandfather. Qinhua, is he okay, sensei? Several of the women greeted Meng Xiaoyu. Grandpa, he's fine. Well then, let's go. Ling Yurong was about to leave by pulling Meng Xiaoka's hand, but seeing as she looked uneasy, she spoke up for Riot. Since this Riot has been granted the status of a companion, let him go in. Yes, senior sister Yurong. The senior scholar in charge of reception nodded. Meng Xiaoqinhua's face also bloomed into a bright smile when she saw this scene. Brother Riot, I'll wait for you inside. Waving her hand towards Li Sa, Meng Xiaorui accompanied Ling Yurong and left the Jishi Academy's mansion gate. And hearing that, a smile barely graced the face of Riot. Copy dog, here's your dormitory number plate. Get in there and get out of the way. That senior who was responsible for the arrangement directly threw Li Sa's dormitory number plate on the ground. The latter gritted his teeth and picked it up, then stepped through the gate of the Jishi Academy. Inside the Palace of Learning, from time to time, the dragon shadow condensed by the righteous chi would poke its head out of the clouds, and then disappear again. Inside, the palace buildings are also very distinctive. Pen, ink, paper and inkstone, each molded palace. In the middle of the school palace was a lifelike statue of an old man. Just by standing there, he exuded a rich and incomparable Dao Emperor aura. Obviously the rightful owner of this statue was a leader of the literary Dao that could be compared to a great emperor. Young Master Jun. Just ahead is the teacher's residence. Ling Yurong led the way ahead while Jun Ling Tian and the others followed behind. And along the way, Meng Xiaowei had also gotten acquainted with Jun Ling Tian for a few moments, because they share a common topic, which is the anonymous poetry compilation. And every now and then, they would even be made to giggle by Jun Ling Tian. I've decided that from now on the author of the anonymous poetry compilation is my idol. Meng Xiaoqinhua opened her mouth with a face of adoration. The people present all covered their mouths and let out a soft laugh when they heard this. What's wrong? No? Meng Xiaoqinhua was a little unsure of what they were laughing at. Sure, Jun Ling Tian spoke gently. Soon after, the few people came to a stop in front of a small and exquisite attic. This is the residence of the teacher. I will go and inform him. Ling Yurong informed after saying this. And Meng Yingda, the great scholar who had heard of Jun Ling Tian's arrival, had even personally welcomed him out. Ha ha ha, my little friend can come. My Jishi Academy palace is in great splendor. Great Confucian Meng is overstating things. Jun Ling Tian replied in a self-effacing manner. I cannot say serious. Little friend made anonymous poetry collection of poetry in all the popular heirlooms. Old man is not as good as also. Obviously this Meng Yingda had already learned of Jun Ling Tian's identity from Ling Yurong's mouth. Seeing that Jun Ling Tian's face was a bit stunned, Ling Yurong immediately opened his mouth and apologized. I'm sorry young Master Jun. I was the one who told the teacher. Chapter 85, The Dirt Digger Leaves the House. There's no harm in saying it. Jun Ling Tian waved his hand and spoke without much concern. The others at the scene were not surprised at all after hearing that Jun Ling Tian was the author of the anonymous poetry compilation. Meng Xiaoyu was the only one who looked at this scene with a shocked face. What? The poems inside the unknown poetry collection were actually all written by you, Brother Ling Tian? Now she finally did realize why others had laughed when she had said earlier that she idolized the anonymous author. So the main man was right in front of her? Ding! Meng Xiaoqinhua admires you, plundering 300 points of chi luck value. Little Quinoa, don't be rude. Meng Yingda chortled. He called Jun Ling Tian junior friend that was in terms of being a peer. His granddaughter, however, was now calling Jun Ling Tian her brother, and was also of equal rank. Wouldn't that make him and his granddaughter equals? That's a messed up generation. Slightly I'm going to call him Brother Ling Tian. Meng Xiaoqinhua was overjoyed inside at the moment. There was nothing more exciting than having the object of one's admiration right in front of one's eyes. You girl! Meng Yingda frowned, wanting to teach a slight lesson, but the latter hid directly behind Jun Ling Tian. There's no harm in it. Let Quinoa scream if she wants to. Seeing Jun Ling Tian open his mouth to excuse Meng Xiaoqinhua, Meng Yingda had no choice but to stop. Young friend Jun, please go inside. Please, Elder Meng. The two of them exchanged pleasantries and entered the attic one after another. Sitting opposite each other, Ling Yurong made tea on the side. Shangguan Yu and the others were playing for the duo. Young friend Jun is a brilliant writer. Old me is not as good as that. Elder Meng shouldn't praise me. If you have anything to say, you can just say it. Jun Ling Tian sipped a cup of tea and spoke with a smile. It's like this. After the Jishi Academy as well as all the deans and vice-deans of the Black and White Academy have deliberated, they intend to record Little Friend's compilation of poems as a textbook. Of course, we will give Junior Friend the appropriate remuneration. At the same time, we would like to hire Jun Junior Friend as the honorary vice president of the Jishi Academy, with the same treatment as the old man. I don't know what my little friend thinks. Meng Yingda said her thoughts in one breath. This was the result of the deliberations between the senior management of the Black and White School Palace and the senior management of the Jishi School. And after hearing Meng Yingda's words, Jun Ling Tian did not agree the first time, but instead pondered for a moment. The few women present all looked nervous when they saw this, fearing that Jun Ling Tian would refuse. What do I need to do? Jun Ling Tian opened his mouth to inquire. He wouldn't believe that giving him such a good deal didn't require him to do something. However, in order to plunder the chi luck value of Risaw, he would definitely agree. No need for how young friend, just the occasional lecture. Meng Yingda gave the conditions. Good. Jun Ling Tian nodded and agreed. Great. From now on, Brother Ling Tian will be the teacher of the Jishi Academy. The few women who heard this news all had smiles on their faces. It was because in the future, they would be able to see Jun Ling Tian often in the Jishi Academy. In the meantime, Li Sa also found the corresponding dormitory according to his number plate. Only a dilapidated attic appeared in front of his eyes, although it was not considered particularly humble. But Li Sa's face changed slightly at this moment, because not far away next to it is the GK Academy's respectful room, which is also known as the restroom. After all, many of those who practiced Bundo were mortals, and only after attaining the way could they be discharged. So a respectful room was a must. Mud. Is this a place where people live? It's just too much of a bully. Smelling the thick, pungent odor, Li Sa cursed in his heart. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, he was the only attic building that existed here, and next to it were all the respectful rooms. Along the way he had already observed that this attic building was the most dilapidated of the Jishi Academy. Entering the middle of the attic, he was greeted by an old man. Seeing Ryotun grinning from ear to ear, he asked, "Young man, you're the new pooper scooper, aren't you?" "What? The manure digger?" Li Sa didn't react at first, but after smelling the smell of the boss's body, he finally understood. It turns out that this is actually where the manure diggers live. Damn it, to make me live in a place like this. Ignoring that old man's words, Li Sa directly entered the attic. He found a reasonably clean room and settled in. "Young man, remember to get up early tomorrow and go with me to empty the manure." That Moncler outlet store shouted to the room away from Sa, but the latter simply ignored it. "Hey, young people nowadays don't have a positive attitude at all." The boss shook his head and left the loft alone. Soon after, Meng Xiaoyu covered her mouth and nose with a silk handkerchief and frowned as she arrived. "Brother Riot, why do you live here? I'm going to ask them to change your quarters." Meng Xiaoqinhua opened her mouth with some exasperation. This was the residence of a manure digger. How could she let Li Sa live here? "Never mind quinoa. This is it." Riot rejected Meng Xiaowei's kind offer. "The smell is a bit of a punch in here, but it's okay in the middle of the attic." And the main point was that here he didn't have to worry about being disliked and mocked. "Okay then." Meng Xiaoyu reluctantly agreed, and then thought about the purpose of her visit. She was here to share her joy with Riot. "Brother Riot, guess what I found?" "What?" Offspring is organizing the room at the moment, tossing out some of the pooping tools, and took a cloth and wiped the corners. That anonymous poetry compilation was actually composed by Brother Ling Tian. Meng Xiaoqinhua looked excited. Her hands were dancing, and her face was filled with admiration. "Brother Ling Tian? Jun Ling Tian?" Hearing these words, Riot's movements in his hand stopped and he turned his head to look over. Seeing Meng Xiaoqinhua's face of adoration and admiration, Li Sa's heart was simply unbearable. Sure enough, it's you! Although he was already sure of it before, but now after hearing this news, Li Sa was even more sure. Jun Ling Tian was his hometown. Little quinoa, stay away from that Jun Ling Tian. He's not a good person. Li Sa opened his mouth fussily. At the moment he still thought that Meng Xiaoyu was still the same Meng Xiaoyu who admired him and listened to him. Unbeknownst to him, the other party had already changed the object of admiration to Jun Ling Tian. "What are you talking about, Brother Li Sa? How is Brother Ling Tian not a good person?" A displeased look appeared on Meng Xiaoqinhua's face, while her heart's favor towards Li Sa dropped a few points. Obviously when she was at the door earlier her brother Ling Tian was still speaking for this Li Sa, but behind his back, this rioter not only didn't appreciate it, but also badmouthed the other side? At the moment she had to examine the veracity of the claims of plagiarism in the outside world. Ding! Meng Xiaoqinhua's heart has fallen in favor of Li Sa, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Seeing that Meng Xiaoyu not only didn't listen to him, but also opened his mouth to refute him, Li Sa's heart couldn't be more difficult. "Listen to me. The poems made by that Jun Ling Tian were not made by him, but were plagiarized." Chapter 86, Young man, you've been digging up manure. Riot spoke with a serious face, and he hadn't lied. Those poems were indeed plagiarized by that Jun Ling Tian, but despite saying so, Meng Xiaoyu wouldn't believe it. "What are you saying, Brother Li Sa? Why are you slandering Brother Ling Tian like that? Just because you were caught copying his verses? Just because Brother Ling Tian is better than you?" At this moment, in Meng Xiaoqinhua's heart, her favorability towards Li Sa was once again lowered by one notch. Earlier, he had already badmouthed Jun Ling Tian once, but he didn't expect to say it again now. Ding! Meng Xiaoqinhua's favoritism towards Li Sa has decreased once again. plundering 800 points of chi luck value. Li Sa's face was suffocatingly red, and there were countless words in his heart that he wanted to say. But when he saw Meng Xiaoqinhua's disappointed expression, he could no longer say anything. It was only now that he suddenly realized that Junling Tian's position in Meng Xiaoqinhua's heart was actually no less than his, and his previous behavior would undoubtedly have created disgust in Meng Xiaoyu's heart. Qinhua, I didn't mean it like that. Don't say it. I don't want to hear it. I've got things to do. I'll go first. Interrupting Li Sa's words, Meng Xiaowei left the attic without looking back. Tramp. Junling Tian. You wait for me. Li Sa gritted his teeth, already hating Junling Tian in his heart. There was no talk all night. The next day at first light, Riot was suddenly awakened by a loud shout. Boy, pulling out the poop. Grab the pooper scooper and come with me. The oldest man shouted from the attic, causing a pang of annoyance in the risotto with his wake-up call. The figures all took on an angry mood. Can you stop yelling? I'm not here to take out the poop. I'm here to chaperone. Don't lie to my old man. Young man, what kind of chaperone lives here? The oldest man's face was displeased. This new manure digger was too disrespectful to his seniors. Gotta get him to do more later. Speechless, Riso directly covered his head and then went back to sleep. After waiting for a few moments and seeing that there was no movement, the oldest man instantly intended to go up and drag Riso to his feet. However, just at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. Brother, I'm the new septic emptier. How we work over here? A naive middle-aged man's voice came from behind the boss. You're the new pooper scooper? Looking at the naive middle-aged man, the oldest was a bit confused. Is that young man really a chaperone? Why don't you live here if you're the new pooper scooper? I don't know. The dormitory I was assigned to was that way. The middle-aged man pointed to the companion attic in the distance. It turned out that the senior student who had been in charge of the reception at the beginning had intentionally given the number plate of the loft of the manure digger to Riot, and the pooper scooper is living in the companion loft. The time came to the hour of the hour. Dum 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 dum. With the ringing of several thick and loud bells, Li Sa, who was still sleeping in his bed, jolted awake. Crap, going to be late. Glancing at the large sun outside the window, he hurriedly packed up his books and rushed towards the great hall where he was teaching, because this lesson was clearly the lesson of Meng Yingda, the vice president of Jishi Academy. That was a generation of great scholars. He could make good relations with the other side. Report. Reaching the teaching hall, Riot was just about to apologize and say sorry for being late. However, he saw that standing in the middle of the hall was a slender and upright figure, and it was definitely Junling Tian. How come? Why would Junling Tian appear above the classroom of teaching? Li Sa was a bit confused. He clearly remembered that this class was Meng Yingda's class. So it's Riot. Find yourself a seat. Junling Tian opened his mouth indifferently, awakening the dazed Li Sa. However, these words displeased the others within the great hall. Teacher, you're too kind. How can you just sit this Li Sa down when he's late? You haven't hit him with the board yet. These words were said by Ling Yurong, who really couldn't stand to see this Li Sa. Cheating aside, I can't believe I didn't make amends to the teacher when I was late for class. That's a clear case of not knowing how to honor a teacher. That's right, teacher. The companion is not entitled to sit. At this time Shangguan Yu also spoke, which is not a serious scholar in the hall at the moment. The companion is only worthy of kneeling on the side to listen to the lecture. This Li Sa might just be bullying young Lord Jun for being kind and good-hearted. Oh, since there's this rule then it's not good for me to break it. Li Sa, you come here. Junling Tian picked up the ruler and spoke with a kind face, but that's a devilish smile to Riot. Seeing that Li Sa was slow to move, Shangguan Yu quit. Li Sa, if you don't listen to your teacher's teachings, get out of the Jishi Academy. That's right, Li Sa. How do you deserve to listen to your teacher's lessons when you are so disrespectful? Ling Yurong followed suit and opened her mouth, the grandeur of her chest trembling along with her. Even Meng Xiaoqinhua opened her mouth helpfully. Riot apologized to the teacher. Seeing that the woman of his choice as well as his god-sister who had been extremely kind to him in the first place had all taken Junling Tian's side. At this moment, Riot's face was directly twisted. Ding! Li Sa suffered a violent attack inside, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. With that, the unbearable Riso exploded directly. I, Li Sa, am sure to honor my teachers, but he, Junling Tian, is worthy of being a teacher? If the teachers are all like him, I'll be damned if I'm not going to this class. Rezeo, the red-faced Li Sa is going to leave after saying this. He can't stay here for a moment. Li Sa, you stand still. If you don't apologize to your teacher today, get out of Jishi Academy. These words are from Meng Xiaoyu's. Risa was clearly wrong but couldn't recognize herself, and now she was insulting her idol with her words, which was already considered stepping on her scales. She would never allow her idol to suffer such an aggravation. Then the aggravation would only be suffered by Riot. And she'd gone back yesterday to investigate what had happened at the Murray Hill Poetry Conference. What she hadn't expected was that Riot had actually copied it. And what she had dreamed was a lie. Ding! Mang Xiaoqianhua's favorability towards Li Saw has slipped severely, plundering 1,000 points of chi luck value. Damn! Hearing Mang Xiaoqianhua's words, Li Saw stopped in his tracks. He could care less about what others said, but he still had to listen to Meng Xiaoyu's words because her grandfather was the dean. After building up a bit in her mind, Li Saw gritted her teeth and turned her head to walk over to Junling Tian, extended his right hand. I'm sorry, teacher. The word seemed to be squeezed out from between the teeth of the departed. Don't worry, it doesn't hurt. Junling Tian opened his mouth with a smirk, and then the ring ruler in his hand lightly landed in the palm of Li Saw's hand. Moment. An extreme pain traveled through his entire body, aching into his bones and heart. It made his soul shudder and his entire body tremble. Chapter 87. What's that smell? This Li Saw's acting is a bit too pompous. It's clear that the teacher didn't even make an effort. Seeing Li Saw's expression, all the people at the scene showed disdain. This clutch acting is so fake too. After disciplining Riot, he tried to find a place to sit on his knees. However, as he passed by the side of the chaperones, they all reached out and fanned themselves. What's that smell? It's so punchy, because Risaw's body had a strange odor, like that of a respectful room. The people disliked him. Having no choice but to find a corner and sit down on his knees, Riot finally did so. Okay, next I'll sit down and I'll introduce myself. My name is Junling Tian. I am currently the honorary vice principal of the Jishi Academy, and I will be your teacher from today onwards. After saying this, Junling Tian began his lesson. The atmosphere in the classroom was excellent because of the great lectures and the humor of the people. All the students in the audience also actively cooperated with the speech. The only one who was sitting on pins and needles was Li Saw, who was furious. As long as she heard Junling Tian's voice and his disgusting face, Li Saw's heart burst with unbearable pain. Here's an assignment for you to discuss a little bit about the poem. General Jinjiu. Everyone finish carefully. No plagiarizing yo. Hearing Junling Tian's words, all the people in the Great Hall looked towards Li Saw, because the reputation of his Li Saw plagiarism had spread throughout the Jishi Academy. Well, that's it for today's lesson. Qinhua, you come with me. After Junling Tian finished saying this, the scholars in the Great Hall all began to pack up their things with great interest. Meng Xiaoqianhua, on the other hand, followed behind Junling Tian with a face of excitement mixed with nervousness. The look was like that of a young girl in love, and at this moment, sitting on his knees in the middle of the corner, Li Saw looked at this scene with an angry face. Teeth are gnashing. Damn it, this Junling Tian definitely has nothing good in mind when he seeks out little Qinhua alone. When he thought of what Meng Xiaoyu had done to him before, he was chilled to the bone. But again, he did not have the slightest means to do so, and was actually just taken by Junling Tian. That Junling Tian isn't a good thing at first glance. It can't be that he's trying to do something to little Qinhua, right? Thinking of this, Li Saw furtively followed behind the Junling Tian duo, wanting to see what exactly they were up to. Yet how could this behavior of his escape Junling Tian's perception? Not long after, Junling Tian and Meng Xiaoyu arrived at a palace. This was the bedchamber allotted to Junling Tian by the Jishi Academy. Brother Ling Tian, what are you looking for me for? Meng Xiaoyu blushed slightly and lowered her head. And the mind rambles on. This lone man and woman, Brother Ling Tian, won't do anything to me, right? It's just like in the talking books. The more she thought about it, the redder Meng Xiaoyu's face became. Looking at Meng Xiaoqianhua's appearance, Junling Tian was somewhat speechless in his heart. He hadn't even done anything yet. How come the young girl in front of him was going to go like that? Qinhua, I've come to find you to talk to you about that riot. Junling Tian spoke without moving as he made tea. Ha? What's wrong with Brother Riot? Meng Xiaoyu subconsciously replied. Brother Rizao? It seems like you should be very close to that Rizao, right? Junling Tian asked indifferently, but it looked like he was jealous to Meng Xiaolu. Ha? No. I'm not on good terms with that riot at all. Fearing that Junling Tian would misunderstand, Meng Xiaowei hurriedly explained. After all, what she had in mind right now was Junling Tian, and whether it was face value or talent, Junling Tian had left Li Saw behind for who knows how many streets, so there was no need to ask how to choose. In fact, that Li Saw is still very talented, and if his character can be corrected a bit, he will definitely have a great future. If you like him, I can help you set his character straight. Junling Tian poured a cup of tea and blew on it as he spoke slowly. No, Brother Ling Tian, I don't like that Li Saw at all. At this moment, hearing Junling Tian say this again, Meng Xiaoqianhua's heart seized. Her brother Ling Tian couldn't have really misunderstood something, could he? Thinking about this, she somewhat regretted helping Li Saw enter the Jishi Academy through the back door. Ding! Meng Xiaoqinhua's friendship with Li Saw has created a rift, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. In that case, let's not talk about that stray. Let me teach you calligraphy. After saying this, Junling Tian unfolded his pen, ink and paper. Hand in hand, he taught Meng Xiaoyu to control the pen and write. And where was Meng Xiaoqinhua, who was hiding in Junling Tian's arms at the moment? Still in the mood to practice her calligraphy? The burst of Junling Tian's breath hitting her earlobe made it impossible for her to concentrate. Not to mention the big warm hands that gripped the writing. Brother Ling Tian, you slow down. Good. Junling Tian answered. Brother Ling Tian, you're so hard. Brother Ling Tian. Hearing this line of conversation, Li Saw, who was hiding outside the temple, looked hideous. Some bad images were already coming to mind. Damn. A pair of wretched dogs. Just as he was about to catch the rapist, he suddenly stopped again, because he just turned his mind to what Mengda but loved this granddaughter. If he were to know that his granddaughter had been insulted by Junling Tian, there would certainly be no good fruit for Junling Tian to eat. With that, he hoofed it to Mengda. However, before he could see Mengda, he was stopped by the guards of the Jishi Academy. Stop, this is no place for you. I'm looking for Dean Meng for something important. Dean Meng, are you there? Riot roared. Let him in. As Mengda's voice came, the guards then let him in. Dean Meng, that Junling Tian is raping little Quinoa at the moment. I can't even stop him. What? Mengda, who heard this, frowned and didn't believe it at first, but decided to check it out anyway. Then with a wave of his hand, he directly brought Li Saw down in Junling Tian's chambers. However, when it came to it, Rizzo was outright dumbfounded. This was because at this moment, the two of them, Junling Tian, were clearly practicing writing. What's wrong, Dean Meng? Junling Tian looked up. Meng Xiaoyu also had an uncertain expression on her face, not understanding why her grandfather had suddenly brought people here. It's better to let Risotto do the talking. Mengda looked at Li Saw, and his superior's majesty directly pressed on his body. Obviously Mengda had moved to kill. Although he was a literati who practiced the way of letters, he had a rigid and upright character. No way. That's impossible. You guys were clearly just having a metamorphosis. I heard you loud and clear. Feeling Mengda's killing intent towards himself, Li Saw's heart finally panicked. Go ho? Hearing this, Meng Xiaoyu also understood. It turned out that this Li Saw had been eavesdropping and then went to his own grandfather to complain. Chapter 88, Li Saw Falls. Riot. So that's what I am in your mind. The moment Meng Xiaoru heard the word metamorphosis, her heart completely cracked with the love affair with Li Saw. The entire person was shaking with anger, and teardrops were already welling up in his eyes. With that, she directly fell into Junling Tian's arms and cried. After all, nothing is more important than the chastity of a young girl. Ding! Meng Xiaoqinhua's heart was broken by Li Saw, plundering 2,000 points of chi value, and seeing his granddaughter so sad. Mengda was also furious with his hair. Pa! A loud slap directly slapped Li Saw, spitting blood and flying backwards. With that, he fell to the ground and kept spitting blood out. If he was not a vast wind soul body, his physique automatically protects his master estimates that he is almost dead even if he is not at this moment. Li Saw, for the sake of your former teacher being a student of Lao Fu won't kill you, but you now immediately get the hell out of the Jishi Academy. Mengda expelled him directly. Ding! Mengda is so disgusted with Li Saw that he has plundered 2,000 points of chi luck value. Ding! Li Saw has been expelled from the Jishi Academy, plundering 3,000 points of chi luck value. Ding! The host's chi value has exceeded 50,000, and the decimation line has been raised to 15,000. Ding! The son of Qigong, Li Saw Qigong, has reached the decapitation line. Ding! Son of Luck Mo Fan's luck has reached the chopping line. As a series of beeps came, the corners of Junling Tian's mouth rose slightly. The reason why Li Saw's chi value had dropped so quickly was because back then, Junling Tian's recitation of poetry had robbed Li Saw of the chance to imbue his body with the vast and positive chi. More than 1,000 poems directly gleaned more than 10,000 chi values from Li Saw. Now the wool gathering is over. The slaughter is on. Good. Good for you. Where at this moment did Li Saw not know that this was all designed by Junling Tian? But the current him was simply no match for Junling Tian and could only keep this matter in his heart. With that thought, Riot stumbled up and headed for my loft. He was well enough to heal first, then leave quietly. After all, if he left the Jishi Academy, Junling Tian, who was the Jun family's young master, had 10,000 ways to play him to death. Okay Quinoa, it's okay. Junling Tian patted Meng Xiaoyu's back as a sign of comfort. Mengda, on the other hand, sighed. He shouldn't have let Li Saw open his mouth just now. And at this moment, Li Sa had already returned to his lodging pavilion with great difficulty. Sitting on top of the bed and couch, he swallowed a healing elixir and began to heal his wounds. However, just at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of his room. It was certainly Jun Ling Tian, and the one who stayed with Meng Xiaoyu was his doppelganger. After all, it was hard to meet an old-timer, so he wanted to do it himself. Don't heal, you're going to die soon. Who? Li Sa snapped her eyes open, only to find that across from her, Jun Ling Tian was looking at her with a smile on his face. You dare to commit murder in the GK Academy? Seeing Jun Ling Tian's smirking expression, Li Sa's inner heart panicked, because he was able to sense that he was not a match for this Jun Ling Tian at all. Why wouldn't I dare? Jun Ling Tian simply waved his hand and Li Sa's entire lower half of his body directly turned into nothingness, and yet he hadn't the slightest sense of how his opponent had struck. No, don't, Jun Xiao, I was wrong. For the sake of the old folks, just let me go like a fart. Seeing the lower half of his body directly disappearing into thin air, Li Sa's entire heart was filled with fear. This time around, he truly realized that Jun Ling Tian really dared to kill him. For old time's sake, I'll give you two choices. The first one, crawl over my crotch. Second choice, death. Choose for yourself. Jun Ling Tian lifted his foot up on the edge of the bed and looked at Li Sa with a smile on his face. I'll drill. Don't kill me. After saying this, Li Sa did not hesitate to choose to drill the crotch of his pants. But the moment he lowered his head, there was a sinister flash in his eyes. Jun Xiao, I've drilled everything. Can you let me live now? Li Sa endured the severe pain in his body and opened his mouth with a flattering face. Who knew that Jun Ling Tian's next words would directly cause the expression on his face to instantly freeze? You are too deep-minded to be kept. What? So you've been playing me? Jun Ling Tian. You. Bang. Before the words were finished, Riso burst like a balloon. The flesh and blood also burned instantly and turned into flying ash. Ding. Slay the son of Qi, Li Sa, and plunder the Qi value of 14,500 points. Rewarded, Heavenly Dao Fragment X1, Qi Luck Aura Fragment X1, Vast Windy Body Origin. It was only when he heard the system's beeps come through that Jun Ling Tian completely put his heart down. It's time to go back after being out for so long. It was soon to be his mother's birthday, and he now had a bit of a headache about what to get her, but for the time being, he did not want to think about it, and really could not think of letting Tianji Pavilion's Meng Sanyue to prepare. After spending some more time in the Great Diffusion Immortal region again, Jun Ling Tian then said goodbye to his little brother Ling Mu and prepared to leave with Lin Qing Meng, but before leaving, he gave him a copy of the Red Sun Supreme Sword Body Origin in passing. After all, when his little brother was busy, but also introduced his own sister to his own, and we can't let him work for nothing. A few months later, when Jun Ling Tian arrived at the Jun family in the Jun Heavenly Domain with Lin Qingmeng, she was once again shocked by the sight of the Jun family. Greenie, arrange a place for her to stay. After instructing Green Lotus, Jun Ling Tian intended to return to his chambers first to take a bath, and in the process ponder over the next course of events. At this moment there was already just one Mo fan left to slaughter. Although Mo fan had reached the decapitation line at the moment, he didn't want to slaughter immediately. Just as he was pondering, Jun Shenling burst into his chambers gleefully holding a jade box. Brother, I heard you were back. Come and show me if this is a suitable gift for mother. Ding! Ice crystal immortal bone detected on the chest of the daughter of luck. What? Ice crystal immortal bone? Hearing this, Jun Ling Tian put on his clothes and came to the front hall. Hearing that Jun Shenling was holding a box in her hands, the box seemed to have some kind of treasure in it. Despite being covered by the jade box, he was still able to feel the powerful aura within. Xianling, what is contained within this jade box of yours? Jun Ling Tian asked with a frown. A piece of immortal bone. Brother, you don't know. This is a good deal as I traded an immortal pill for it. How about you help me see about giving it to my mother as a gift? Jun Shenling opened the jade box in her hand, revealing the scene within, only to see that a crystal clear sternum was lying in the jade box at the moment. The runes on it flickered, emitting a powerful pressure and immortal light. It also seemed to harbor some kind of terrifying divine ability inheritance. Obviously, this was an extremely heaven-defying immortal bone, and its owner must be in existence with extremely demonic talent. Chapter 89 Lu Chuan, the Son of Fortune. Little sister, where did you get this bone? Taking that bone out and looking at it, Jun Ling Tian put it back and closed the lid. Oh, I traded this bone for an immortal pill when I was traveling in a small city. Ah, Jun Shenling was still unaware of the seriousness of the matter. This was the sternum of a daughter of Qi. Digging it up was surely going to draw retaliation from the son of Qi. However, not only did Jun Ling Tian not blame his little sister in his heart, he also felt that his little sister had done a very good job. He was now worried that he didn't have any Qi luck sons to play with. What little town? It's a small city called Qingyuan City in the southwest of the Jun Tian domain. Jun Qianling thought about opening her mouth. Qingyuan City? I know. Keep this bone for yourself and absorb it, and think of something else for your mother's birthday present. Jun Ling Tian spoke indifferently. What kind of birthday gift gives a piece of bone? Ha! Jun Qianling, who heard these words, had a bitter melon color on her face. That's how she's going to use this hard-to-find birthday present? What should she get her mother then? Look who's giving a piece of bone for a birthday present? Go find it again. Jun Ling Tian knocked Jun Qianling's head without any good reason. And what are you going to give your mother as a gift? Brother? Jun Qianling touched her head and opened her mouth to inquire. Me? I've got it all figured out and I'm ready to pick it up now. Jun Ling Tian's figure directly disappeared into the grand hall after he said this. Hey, brother, you still haven't told me what your gift is? Brother. Big bad brother. Jun Qianling stamped her foot in exasperation and then left Jun Ling Tian's chambers. In the meantime, a small city in the southwest of the Jun Tian domain. At the moment a young man was sitting on the edge of the bed hugging a young girl with white lips and a shriveled look as she cried. Sister, why are you so stupid? Brother has the resources to cultivate. He doesn't need you to dig up bones and replace them. Rubbing the young girl's dry, cracked and whitened lips, a deep wave of self-blame and resentment grew in the man's heart. Brother, don't cry. It's just a piece of bone. It's worth it to be able to exchange it for a strain of immortal pill to help your brother break through the realm. Besides, can't bones grow back when they're gone? The young girl blossomed into a smile as best she could, trying to comfort the man. But at the moment the man's heart hated the person who dug up the bones. A bone? That is the ice crystal immortal bone. Habit root bone can directly catch up with the first echelon of the 9 heavens and 10 earths of the pride of heaven. Future accomplishments are also unlimited. And now this bone was tricked away by someone else with an immortal medicine? And how old is his sister? 14. How could he not hate the fact that he had suffered such inhuman pain and suffering at the age of 14? Couldn't an elixir be given to one's sister? After he, Lu Chuan, had achieved something in the future, he would definitely make that bone digger taste the pain of gouging out his heart and extracting his marrow. Lu Chuan's fists were clenched and pinched into his flesh, and he already had a plan in his mind to punish the murderer. And at this moment, Lu Xiaoya, whose body was extremely weak, had already fallen asleep in Lu Chen's arms. Xiaoya, you rest first. Brother will come back to see you in a few days. After slowly placing Xiaoya on top of the bed, Lu Chen directly got up and left the room. He had to cultivate and bring the bone-digging murderer to his sister's repentance soon. Then, after finding an unoccupied corner, Lu Chuan's entire body instantly disappeared in place. It came to a white space. I saw that time flowed extremely fast here, even 10 times faster than in the outside world. And the concentration of aura was even higher than in the outside world. That meant that Lu Chuan had been cultivating for 10 years in here, and only 1 year had passed in the outside world. And that was only the base time flow rate of this time difference supreme treasure. If one consumed spirit stones to cultivate, the flow of time could even reach 100 times 1,000 times. The next step is when Lu Chuan, will transcend into sainthood. Thinking of this, Lu Chen swallowed the immortal pill that Lu Xiaoya had given him in one gulp. With that, he directly began to advance to the sage realm. Outside, the space above Qingyuan City suddenly distorted for a moment, and then Jun Ling Tian took a step out from it. Ding! Detected the son of Qi, Lu Dust. Ding! Daughter of Qi Luck Lu Xiaoya detected. Upon hearing these two system beeps, Jun Ling Tian probed out his own divine soul force and scanned towards the outside world. A moment later it swept over to Lu Xiaoya, who was lying in the middle of the room in a coma. But Lu Chuan he didn't probe first. After carefully probing once more, he finally found an abnormality in the middle of a hidden corner. After unknowingly invading that white space, Jun Ling Tian finally discovered the son of Qi, Lu Dust. Name, Lu Duan. Identity, outcast of the Lu family in Qingyuan City. Cultivation level, half-step little saint realm. Physique, 5 elements sacred body. Numerology, son of Qi, gold, the more frustrated the more courageous, gold. Luck value, 20,000. Surprisingly, it's just a son of Qi who has a Qi value of 20,000. After glancing at Lu Chen's message, Jun Ling Tian unexpectedly felt a sense of boredom. There was no other way. The value of Qi was too small. He now has a decapitation value of 15,000. And this son of Qi is probably going to be gone in 2 strokes. But that time difference supreme seemed just right to give as a gift to one's mother. Thinking of this, Jun Ling Tian directly appeared in the courtyard where Lu Xiaoya was. Looking at Lu Xiaoya, who was sleeping at the moment, Jun Ling Tian first checked her memories and pondered after reading them. With that, he waved his hand and directly tampered with the other party's memory. Abuse from time to time as a child? Land Dust did it. Forcing her to leave the Lu family? That was Lu Duan's doing too. Bone digging object? Or that Lu Dust did it. Anything bad is done by that Ludum anyway. As for a savior, that would definitely have to be himself. Only to see Junling Tian gently brushing over Lu Xiaoya's chest. The injuries on Lu Xiaoya's body also healed extremely quickly at this moment. Of course, there was no way that piece of ice crystal immortal bone could be restored to her. She could only let the location where her immortal bone was originally located emanate vitality, allowing her to harbor another piece on her own. Brother Ling Tian, Lu Xiaoya, who slowly woke up, saw Junling Tian's back and a sweet smile instantly hung on her face. If it wasn't for her brother Ling Tian saving her in the beginning, she would probably have died at the hands of her own brother by now. Awake? Junling Tian tenderly touched Lu Xiaoya's head and tested the temperature. The roots of the latter's ears instantly became engorged with blood and red. Without any other reason, Junling Tian had implanted some ambiguous thoughts within Lu Xiaoya's mind. It's good. There's nothing more to it. Today, I will take you back to the Lu family. Junling Tian's expression was warm as he spoke faintly. Okay, brother Ling Tian. Lu Xiaoya nodded her head and responded without the slightest hesitation. With that, Junling Tian led her out of the originally dilapidated compound and headed to the Lu family in Qingyuan City. Chapter 90, Where's Sister? And the Other Side. Lu Chen was currently working hard to cultivate in the time difference supreme treasure. After half a month of hard cultivation, Lu Chen finally broke through the Saint Realm shackles and reached the early stage of the Lesser Saint Realm. It's time to go to the Lu family to settle the score. The revenge of bullying me and humiliating me. Lu Chen, will definitely get it back. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. What the Lu family of Qingyuan City had done to him in the first place. He, Lu Duan, must return it 100-fold. After exiting the time difference supreme treasure, Lu Chuan appeared in the courtyard. With that, he came to the room where Lu Xiaoya was earlier. However, when he entered, he was outright dumbfounded as the bed was empty. Where did my sister go? He clearly remembered that he had only been practicing for half a month, and it should have only been a day or so in the outside world. But now Lu Xiaoya had disappeared into the room. Could it be the Lu family? Damn it, we've been expelled from the family. I didn't expect that this Lu family would still refuse to let our siblings go. If anything happens to my little sister, I will make sure that your Lu family is buried with you. Thinking of this, Lu Chen directly displayed his strength of the Lesser Saint Realm. With a matchless Saint Realm pressure, he killed towards the Qingyuan City Lu family. And the reason why he dared to do so was because the strongest old ancestor of the Lu family in this Qingyuan City was just in existence in the middle stage of the Lesser Saint Realm. He, Lu Chuan, was confident that he would be able to cut him down by the sword. This aura, it's a Saint Realm powerhouse. This Saint Realm powerhouse has displayed killing intent. Who has angered a Saint Realm powerhouse? The cultivators in Qingyuan City were all shocked when they felt the pressure drifting down from the sky. After all, the highest battle power in a small town like theirs was the Saint Realm. And at this moment, Lu Chuan, who was covered in a terrifying killing intent, had already arrived in the sky above the Lu manor. Lu Mingshu, hand over my sister, or I'll have your entire Lu family buried with you. The domineering and murderous voice directly swept through the entire Qingyuan City. Hearing this overbearing voice, Lu Mingxiu, the head of the Lu family who was currently receiving Junling Tian in the parlor hall, immediately became a little embarrassed on his face. He was now hosting someone from the Jun family of the 10,000 ancient family. And then someone interrupts at this critical moment? Lu family master, do you need any help from Mr. Jun? Junling Tian spoke after taking a sip of tea. No need Jun Xiao. I can handle it myself. Lu Mingshu, who heard the voice, had already judged the visitor. It was clearly his good oldest son Lu Duan, because this Lu Chen was a 5-element saint body. The resources and time required for cultivation were 5 times that of others. Due to the pressure from the elders and ancestors in the clan, as the head of the family, he could only provide Lu Chen with 2 people's share of cultivation resources. However, instead of being grateful to him, this Lu Chen resented him for not being able to provide more cultivation resources. Lu Mingshu cut off his cultivation resources in a fit of anger, wanting to sharpen his temperament. I didn't expect him to just take Lu Xiaoya and rebel against the Lu family. And now you're threatening to exterminate the Lu family? Adverse son, come down and kneel. Lu Mingshu came to the outside of the great hall and shouted in a stern voice. He felt that he still had some authority in front of Lu Chen, and that Lu Chen would more or less listen. However, how could he know that Lu Chen was born with a rebel bone? And now that his cultivation had even broken through the Saint Realm, how could he possibly listen to him? Old dog, hand over Xiaoya, or I'll let your blood splatter on the spot today. Lu Chen pointed his long sword remotely, already not putting Lu Mingshu in his eyes. Rebel son! Lu Mingshu was so infuriated that his chest rose and fell, and he almost directly sprayed a mouthful of old blood. However, right at this moment, Lu Xiaoya also appeared outside the grand hall. Lu Chun, you still have the face to come back? At this moment, Lu Xiaoya's pretty face exuded thinly veiled anger as she raised her eyes to glare at Lu Chen in the air. The pain of digging out her bones was not shared. The hatred of abuse was engraved in her heart, and she hated Lu Chen in her heart at the moment. What's wrong with you, little sister? Lu Chen in the sky frowned deeply after seeing Lu Xiaoya's expression at this moment. Obviously, he didn't understand why Lu Xiaoya would talk to him like this. Lu Duan, what are you pretending? I've made a note of the bone-digging revenge, and I will return it 100-fold in the future. Lu Xiaoya drew her sword and pointed at Lu Chen's in the air, and what she said directly made Lu Chen dumbfounded. What do I have to do with your bones being dug up? I didn't dig it. Yeah, when did I dig up your bones? Lu Dust frowned and inquired. Lu Chuan, dare to do something that you don't dare to do? You're disgusting. Watch me decapitate you. After Lu Xiaoya finished speaking, she directly raised her sword and stabbed towards Lu Dust. Seeing this, Lu Chuan directly flicked the incoming spirit sword away. However, Lu Xiaoya continued to attack him frantically, and her sword stabbed at the vital points. Although Lu Xiaoya's cultivation could not hurt him yet, this feeling of being slandered was unbearable. Yeah, what's wrong with you? I'm your brother. You are not my brother. Take your life. Lu Xiaoya once again raised her sword and swung it towards Lu Dust. Seeing this, Lu Chuan could only step in to slap Lu Xiaoya's sword away, and then step in to control his opponent. Let go of me. You. Lu Xiaoya tried to break free, but she couldn't break free at all. Lu Mingshu, who was in front of the main hall, immediately chided out when he saw this. Adverse son, it wasn't enough that you dug up your sister's immortal bones for cultivation resources. Now do you still want to harm her? I said I didn't dig up my little sister's fairy bones. Her immortal bones were dug out by the Jun family. Lu Dust opened his mouth to explain with a stifled expression. Didn't dig? Then on what basis did you break through to the Saint Realm? You're not going to say that you dug it up yourself, are you? Lu Mingshu looked like you didn't dig. Who dug? Obviously, he had already decided that it was Lu Chuan who had dug it up. Lu Chuan, thanks to me treating you so well in the beginning, I didn't expect you to dig up your sister's immortal bones and sell them. Are you doing this to deserve our 10 years of parenting? At this time, Lu Chuan's biological mother, Li Shulan, also stood out and opened her mouth to accuse Lu Chuan. At this moment, Lu Chen could be described as a traitor. Damn it, why? Why don't any of them believe me? Being accused by 3 of his closest relatives, Lu Chen's heart broke a bit. Ding! Lu Dust has rebelled against his family and plundered 1,000 points of chi value. Just as Lu Chen was wondering in his mind why his sister would put the responsibility of digging up the bones on him, Jun Ling Tian, who was in the middle of the grand hall, also walked out. With that, he secretly transmitted a voice to him, Lu Chuan, how does it feel to be slandered? Who? Hearing the voice transmission in his mind, Lu Chuan's gaze locked onto the smiling Jun Ling Tian. At this moment, he finally came to realize that all of this was a setup by this strange man. Damn it, isn't it you? Why did you set me up? Die for me. Lu Chen said that he was about to slice Jun Ling Tian in half with his sword, but it was blocked by Li Shulan and Lu Mingshu. Chapter 91 Lu Chen Jie? Seeing his parents stopping him, Lu Chuan, who still had a bit of conscience, stopped swinging his sword at once. Adverse son, how dare you throw your sword at Jun Xiao? Hurry up and get down here and apologize to Jun Xiao. Lu Mingshu was really regretting his death at the moment. He shouldn't have given birth to this kid in the first place. That was the young master of the Jun family. If anything happened to them in the Lu family, it was estimated that all of these square miles would be completely razed to the ground. This Lu Duan is simply a scourge. And Jun Ling Tian was also pretending to have an innocent look on his face at the moment. This little brother, even if you're fine with digging up your own sister's immortal bones, why are you drawing your sword on me? But in reality, it was once again transmitting to Lu Dust. Hurry up and put your sword away. It's not like you're afraid to put it out. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. I dug up your sister's immortal bones. I changed her memories too, so what can you do? After saying this, the corners of Jun Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly with sarcasm. He just wanted to irritate this Lu Chen. Get out of my way, all of you. The anger in Lu Chuan's heart was burning, and he couldn't take it anymore. It directly shook Lu Mingshu and Li Shulan out of the room, and Lu Xiaoya was also thrown to the side by him. With that, he directly thrust his sword out towards Jun Ling Tian. No, brother Ling Tian, be careful. Lu Xiaoya instantly shouted a reminder when she saw the scene, while her heart's resentment towards Lu Chuan once again rose. If anything happens to my brother Ling Tian, I will make sure that you, Lu Chun, will not be allowed to die. Ding! Lu Xiaoya has a grudge against Lu Dust, plundering 500 points of chi luck value. Jun Xiao quickly dodged. Lu Mingxiu and the other people of the Lu family had their hearts cooled halfway when they saw this scene. The next moment, however, only a snap was heard. As a loud sound came out, Lu Chen was directly slapped out by Jun Ling Tian. Today I'll take out a bite of bone digging for Xiaoya. With that, Jun Ling Tian's figure instantly followed, slapping Lu Chen's face one after the other. This slap slaps you for digging up your sister's fairy bones. That's a slap in the face for disrespecting your parents. This slap. Impossible. I'm a Saint Realm powerhouse. How is it that I'm in this person's hands yet I don't have the slightest resistance? Lu Chuan was slapped and confused. He had come to this Lu family to pretend to be a bully. How is it that now pretending to be an ex doesn't work? 5 elements sacred body. Open. Lu Chen inwardly bellowed, trying to open his physique but realizing that he could not do so at all. His entire body's aura was deadened. This strange man's cultivation was at least at the great sage realm. Jun Xiao is worthy of being the young master of the Jun family. His cultivation is unexpectedly so strong. The people of the Lu family could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts when they saw Jun Ling Tian finish abusing Lu Chen. Originally they thought something was going to happen. A moment later, Jun Ling Tian threw the dead dog like Lu Chen in front of Lu Xiaoya. He owes you revenge. And you can have it now. Looking at Lu Chen, whose face was currently slapped beyond recognition, Lu Xiaoya only felt a surge of pleasure in her heart. Lu Chuan, I didn't expect you to have a day. Ha! Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoya directly picked off Lu Chen's hand and foot tendons with her sword. Ding! Lu Dust has been injured by a close relative and has plundered 1,000 points of chi luck. Ah! Yeah! I really didn't dig up your bones. It was him. It was all him. Lu Chen moved his head with difficulty and pointed in Jun Ling Tian's direction. You still dare to slander my brother Ling Tian. When Lu Xiaoya heard that Lu Chen was still pouring dirty water on Jun Ling Tian's body even at this time, she then directly stabbed her sword at Lu Chen's chest. Today, I'll let you taste the pain of digging up your bones as well. Lu Xiaoya rotated the hilt of her sword, and it was clear that she wanted to dig out Lu Chen's sternum. No, yeah, you can't do this to me. I'm your brother. I'm the brother who loves you the most. Watching his sternum being gouged out by someone close to him, the pain in Lu Chen's heart was far more violent than the physical pain. Ding! Lu Dust has taken bludgeoning damage in his heart, plundering 1,000 points of chi luck. Ding! Lu Dust's physique is damaged, plundering 1,500 points of chi luck value. Ding! Lu Dust's chi value has reached the decimation line. As a system beep came through, the corners of Jun Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly. On the other hand, Li Shulan on the other side had some intolerance in her heart after seeing her son being tortured so miserably. Husband, no! Lu Mingshu shook his head. Just based on the fact that Lu Chen had just taken a shot at Jun Ling Tian, he would have to lose half of his life if he didn't die today. Otherwise, if the Jun family blamed them, their entire Lu family would be finished. Why didn't you think of today when you dug up my immortal bones? Ha! And the brother who loves me the most. I shucks. Lu Xiaoya had a look of disgust on her face, and then she directly spat on Lu Chen's face, and this spit became the last straw that overwhelmed Lu Chen. Since you don't believe brother, then brother will prove his innocence with his death. After saying this, Lu Chuan directly cut off his heart and veins, and a mouthful of blood was violently sprayed out of his mouth. Life force was also rapidly draining away at this moment, and he was soon dying. Yeah, hurry up and remember your own memories. You'll have to protect yourself from now on when your brother is gone. After saying this, Lu Chen directly tilted his head in GA. However, Jun Ling Tian realized that his system did not show any hints, and it was obvious that this Lu Chen had not really died. On the other hand, Lu Xiaoya, who had seen Lu Chen die, seemed to have received some kind of stimulation in her head. A flood of strange and familiar memories flooded her mind. There was a constant collision with her current memories. Ah! Lu Xiaoya directly held her head and wailed. Seeing this, Li Shulan hurriedly went forward and hugged Lu Xiaoya. Yo, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mother. Lu Duan had already GA. She didn't want anything to happen to Lu Xiaoya as well. Interesting, it actually managed to break through my memory blockade? Jun Ling Tian just looked on indifferently as Lu Xiaoya wailed. With no intention of intervening, he could sense that at this moment, Lu Xiaoya's original memory nerves were crashing against the blockade he had casually laid earlier. But now that the mission was accomplished, so what if this Lu Xiaoya recovered her memory? Soon after, the wailing Lu Xiaoya gradually stopped. Sorting out the memories in her mind, her entire body began to tremble. She actually picked her brother's hamstring with her own hands? You personally dug out your brother's sternum and forced your favorite brother to kill himself? Why? Why are you doing this to us? At this moment, Lu Xiaoya's eyes were red as she stared at Jun Ling Tian dead on. Her gaze as if she was able to eat people. There's no reason. It's just fun. Jun Ling Tian spoke indifferently, without the slightest intention of trying to explain. After all, he wasn't familiar with this Lu Xiaoya either, wasn't he? Because it's funny? Oh, good one, because it's fun. Lu Xiaoya lowered her head forlornly, her entire heart as if she was dead. Chapter 92 Zhou Yuan. Son of Luck. She knew that she was no match for Junling Tian and could do nothing. With Junling Tian's status, she probably wouldn't be able to take revenge in her lifetime. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Don't scare mother. Li Shulan looked panicked because at this moment, Lu Xiaoya's body had unexpectedly floated up with a deadly aura as well. Obviously this was a case of mourning, and she wanted to die with Lu Duan. Brother, Xiaoya is here to keep you company. As the death aura on her body grew thicker and thicker, the vitality in Lu Xiaoya's body was also rapidly draining away. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Sensing this, Li Shulan immediately panicked. Husband, you have to save Xiaoya. Quickly, this Shengji Dan is given to her to take. Lu Mingshu pulled out a vitality pill and fed it into Lu Xiaoya's mouth, but it didn't have much effect. It was obvious that Lu Xiaoya's will to die was determined. Even if she was brought back to life now, she would still be dead. Jun Xiao, please save Xiaoya. Please save Xiaoya. At this time, Li Shulan thought of Junling Tian and hurriedly pleaded with him. It wasn't hard to save her, but why would I want to? Junling Tian spoke indifferently, his face calm as he glanced at Lu Xiaoya in Li Shulan's arms, and at this moment, Lu Xiaoya already had empty eyes, without the slightest bit of vigor. It can't be saved, but it can be sent to reunite your family. Junling Tian laughed softly, clearly intending to make a move to exterminate the clan. After all, you have already made a grudge, and you are not going to extinguish it and wait to retaliate later? What? Jun Xiao, you can't do this. Yes, Jun Xiao, it's all because of that Lu Duan sibling. It's none of our business. Hearing that Junling Tian was going to make a move, some of the elders of the Lu family all knelt down to make amends. After all, even the Saint Realm's Lu Chen was not his opponent. How could they, the King and Emperor realms, be opponents? However, what they did not know was that Junling Tian's extermination of them was not because of the Lu Chen siblings. Rather, it was because of seeing the dirty side of the Lu family in Lu Xiaoya's memory. Murdering people and forcing them into prostitution is routine. It was only because Lu Xiaoya was still young at the time and didn't understand. That's it. I'm in a hurry. Junling Tian directly snapped his fingers after saying this, and then one by one, all of the Lu family members disappeared out of thin air. Not even a pinch of ashes was left behind, even Lu Xiaoya and the others. And when it was Lu Chuan's turn, Lu Chuan, who had originally gapped up, suddenly jumped up. When I, Lu Chuan, have accomplished my cultivation, I will definitely destroy your Jun family. Lu Chen spoke with hatred, and then his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, his entire body had already appeared in his time difference supreme treasure. Jun family, wait for me. Thinking of the humiliation he had suffered today, Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, and then he planned to sit down to heal his wounds. However, just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from within his time difference supreme treasure. What do you want my Jun family to wait for? Junling Tian's figure slowly coalesced within Lu Chen's time difference supreme treasure. What? How could you possibly get in here? Seeing Junling Tian in front of him, Lu Chen's entire body froze. This time difference treasure of his couldn't even be easily broken open by a quasi-emperor. So why was this kid able to come in so easily? Unless his cultivation level was that of a great emperor. Thinking of this, Lu Chen's heart could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Why can't I come in? Junling Tian opened his mouth with a smirk. Well, it's time to send you to your death. After saying this, Junling Tian stretched out his finger and flicked it towards Lu Dust. Lu Chuan's body immediately began to dissipate. No! Lu Chuan opened his mouth with a loud shout with a face of fear, but he couldn't stop the speed at which his body was dissipating. In 2 breaths, his entire body all but dissipated into the air. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the son of fortune, Lu Chun, and plundering 15,000 points of fortune value. Reward obtained, Heavenly Tao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1, 1 copy of the 5 elements sacred body origin. Only then did Junling Tian feel relieved when he heard the system's beep. This time difference supreme treasure should be just fine to give to my mother as a birthday gift. Thinking of this, Junling Tian slightly refined that time difference supreme treasure and then brought it with him. In the meantime, above the clouds of the sacred heavenly domain, one of the 10 lands, a holy temple emitting a holy aura was situated here, and from time to time, 7-colored holy light would shine. All of the 7-colored sanctuaries above the entire cloud were connected together, forming a majestic and incomparable city in the sky. A humanoid creature with snow-white wings fluttered to and fro. Each is busy with their own things, and this is the territory of the Sacred Feather Clan, which can be ranked among the 10,000 clans. Although the Sacred Feather race wasn't as powerful as the True Dragon race and Divine Phoenix and other groups, it wasn't too much weaker. The way of cultivation, on the other hand, was somewhat similar to that of the Buddhists. relying on the power of faith. Just then, an incomparably sacred white sanctuary was in the middle. The young girl with a face as holy as congealed fat suddenly opened her eyes. Then, enduring the pain, his face twisted as he began to accept the memories of the original owner in his mind. I was actually reborn as the Holy Feather Clan's young clan chief? After receiving the information from the original owner, Lu Xiaoya realized that not only had she been reborn, and also reborn as the young patriarch of the Sacred Feather Clan, occupying the body of a Sacred Feather Clan member formerly known as Kana. It seems that everything is heaven's will. Junling Tian, surely you would never have thought that I would be able to be reborn? Thinking of being toyed with like a dog by Junling Tian in the Lu family, Lu Xiaoya, Kana, gritted her teeth in hatred. Now that she had been reborn in a new life, she was bound to make Junling Tian pay back several times over. And Junling Tian, who Lu Xiaoya hated so much at the moment, was currently returning to the Jun family in a leisurely manner. Ding! Discovered the son of Qi, Zhou Yuan. Son of Qi? Hearing the system's beep, Junling Tian stopped in his tracks. Then, he released his divine sense and scanned the territory for tens of thousands of miles in a radius. A few moments later, a young man who was exchanging feelings with a windswept woman was found in the middle of a green building. However, what made Junling Tian look odd was that the clothes worn by this young man were actually wedding clothes. Today is his wedding night, but because he is a flunky, the bride is not to be touched by him. In a fit of anger, Zhou Yuan came to the greenhouse, intending to exchange feelings with the windswept women in the greenhouse. Name, Zhou Yuan. Identity, son-in-law of the Yin family of the ancient clan. Cultivation, late avatar realm. Physique, Holy Emperor Supreme Body. Numerology, Son of Luck, Gold, Ghost of Color, Gold. Luck value, 25,000 points. After looking at this Zhou Yuan's chi value and information, an unspeakable look appeared on Junling Tian's face. Worthy of the fate of an evil spirit in color, who would normally come to a greenhouse for a quickie on the night of the wedding. As if he had thought of something, Junling Tian directly recorded the scene of this Zhou Yuan's fierce battle with the windswept woman in the middle of the greenhouse with a shadow-retaining stone. It was then delivered to his wife, Yan Cc, without God's knowledge, who, looking at the shadow-retaining stone that suddenly appeared in front of her, Yan Cc frowned. The image inside was then played out in curiosity. However, as soon as it was played, the vile sounds and scenes caused Yan Cc's complexion to change. Chapter 93, Call Me Brother. This person is Zhou Yuan? Seeing that familiar face, Yan Cc only felt anger rising in her heart. A quick blush colored his face, and he didn't know if it was from anger or shame. Someone come and see if the aunt is in the mansion at this moment. Although she was angry inside, Yan Cc still maintained her sanity, preventing the image in the shadow-retaining stone from being fabricated out of thin air. Yes, ma'am. After the head attendant maidservant heard this, she led the rest of the few people to start searching for Zhou Yuan's figure. However, they had searched all over the places where Zhou Yuan should be present at the moment without finding Zhou Yuan's figure. Miss, we haven't found the aunt. The head maidservant returned to report. Surprisingly true. Hearing the servant girl's reply, Yan Cc had already guessed that the content within that shadow-retaining stone was indeed true, so he directly wrinkled his eyebrows and flung a token to the head maidservant. Take my token and mobilize a unit of black armored guards to surround the Ichuan building in the city. Since there was only one spring house in the city, Yan Cc didn't even need to guess to know where Zhou Yuan was. Yes, ma'am. After taking the token, that maid directly transferred one of the Yin family's black armor army. There were a whole 100 people, and every single one of them was at the cultivation level of the avatar realm. Immediately under Yan Cc's order, he directly will come to the entrance of Ichuan house, and will directly surround it. A group of people who were watching the incident appeared around them. Isn't this the Yin family's black armored guard? How did they appear here? Seeing that Ichuan house was surrounded by the Yin family's black armored guards, the people in the city all pointed their fingers. You don't know about that, do you? I seem to have seen Yin family's flunky Zhou Yuan enter Ichuan house earlier. What? On the night of the wedding ceremony, you leave such a beautiful Yin family lady alone and come here to play at Ichuan house? That's right. The man shook his head in disbelief. Yan Cc was the recognized face ceiling of Qingshui City. I don't know why I married such a loser. And the pimp who greeted the customers at the entrance of Ichuan house suddenly changed her face slightly when she saw this scene. This Yin family is one of the 4 great families in the entire Qingshui City. Not something they can afford to mess with at Ichuan Lu. Ms. Cc, what is the reason for your encircling my Ichuan house? The pimp smiled and opened his mouth. In fact, inwardly and door clear ruthless, because the entire Clearwater City knew that today was the wedding day of Yan Cc, the daughter of the Yin family's head. But not long ago the groom sneaked up on her at Ichuan house. Let her arrange for a girl to accompany herself. At first, She pretended to have a difficult face, but under the effect of Zhou Yuan's banknote ability directly arranged several for him. Zhou Yuan is in there, right? Tell him to get his ass out. Yan Sisi spoke in an icy tone. As the sole heir of the Yin family, one of the four great families of Qingshui City, she had taken over the entire family at a young age. How could she, who had been strong all her life, possibly tolerate someone else cuckolding her? Shouldn't Mr. Zhou be at the Yin mansion? All the pimp could do now was to stall for Zhou Yuan for a little bit of time. Since you won't call him out, I'll have to do it myself. Leave half the men outside to watch. The rest come with me. Yan Sisi directly led the people to force their way in after saying this. Hey, Ms. Sisi, you can't go in like that. The bod wanted to block, but could only symbolically shout a couple of words after seeing the ferocious black armored guards. But this sound had no effect at all in the Ichuan building, where soundproofing formations already existed. There was simply no reminder of Zhou Yuan, who was currently in deep communication with the Red Dust Woman. Mr. Zhou Yuan, today is your wedding night. If you treat me like this, does Miss Yen know? There was a seductive tone in that windswept woman's voice that made Zhou Yuan want to stop. Don't mention that obscure madwoman. Call me brother. Brother Zhou Yuan. For a while the room was filled with a constant stream of surly sounds, making people think about it. On the other hand, Yan Sisi also frowned slightly after seeing so many rooms in Ichuan building. If you don't tell me where Zhou Yuan is right now, then this Ichuan house of yours shouldn't open in Qingshui City either, and I'll have someone give you a hard time. The overbearing and incomparable remarks directly startled the pimp, instantly feeling a chill down her neck. Seeing that Yan Sisi did not look like she was joking, she immediately gave up the room where Zhou Yuan was at the moment. Prince Zhou Yuan is in room Tian Yuan number 1. I'll take you there now. The pimp led the way, not daring to delay at all. A few moments later, Yan Sisi arrived at the Tian Yuan number 1 room. Despite being separated by the door of the room, the people present were able to smell a particularly vile odor. Apparently this Zhou Yuan did everything he should or shouldn't have done. Open the door. Yan Sisi opened her mouth with an icy face. Then, without waiting for the pimp to make a move, the black armored guard captain behind her directly broke open the door of the room in front of her with a sword. With a bang, the door of that room directly burst open under this sword, almost shriveling Zhou Yuan in the room. In the next instant, a dozen black armored guards fishtailed into the house, directly surrounding it. 10 spirit stones are gone. The bod cried in her heart as she looked at the door of the ruined room. And at this moment Zhou Yuan in the house was already drawing his gun and dressing. How could this happen? I obviously went very stealthily. Why was I discovered? The moment he saw the black armored guards, Zhou Yuan knew that he was miserable today. He was caught in the act. Even if Yan Sisi let him off this time, he would still be the laughingstock of the whole city. Zhou Yuan, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Seeing that the woman of the wind on the bed was still flushed at the moment, Yan Sisi knew that Zhou Yuan had done everything. Ding! Zhou Yuan's being caught in bed has caused Yan Sisi to be incomparably disgusted, and has plundered 2,000 points of chi luck value. Obviously this Yan Sisi was very important to Zhou Yuan, otherwise he wouldn't have come up and plundered 2,000 points of chi luck value. See, let me explain. Zhou Yuan of the magnetic yoke was a little flustered in his heart. He had only obtained a heaven-defying divine artifact, the heaven-swallowing bowl. He was in need of the Yin family's financial support, but he didn't expect to do something like this. At the moment, he regretted it to no end, but he just couldn't control his bird. There's nothing to explain. No matter how you explain it, the ending can't be changed, can it? Yan Sisi's complexion was icy cold. She was disgusted by seeing Zhou Yuan's face at the moment. Break both of Zhou Yuan's legs and lock him in the dungeon. After saying this, Yan Sisi directly turned her head and left without looking at Zhou Yuan again. What? Zhou Yuan, who heard these words, was slightly stunned, and then his expression changed drastically. See, let me explain. See, Zhou Yuan wanted to chase out, but he was stopped by the black armored guards. Auntie, I'm sorry. The leader of the black armored guards looked at Zhou Yuan with cold eyes. Chapter 94, Dream Manipulation. He shouted auntie on his lips, but his face did not show the slightest bit of respect. They were all trained by Yan Sisi, and they respected Yan Sisi as a god, and now this damned man had disgraced their lady. Hold him down for me. I want to come myself. That black armored guard leader gave an order, and Zhou Yuan was instantly pressed down by the surging black armored guards. Seeing the leader of the black armored guards reveal a morose cold smile, Zhou Yuan's entire body trembled. How dare you? I'm the aunt of the Yin family. How dare you break my legs? Zhou Yuan uttered a stern cry, but it was of no use. In the Yin family, Yan Sisi was the sky. That was why the leader of that black armored guard did not hesitate to take out a heavy rod of basalt iron that emitted a cold light. No. Accompanying Zhou Yuan's terrified roar was a clicking sound of bones breaking. Ah! An endless stream of miserable screams resounded throughout Ichuanlu and Qingshui City. It was a full hour's fight. Only after beating Zhou Yuan's legs out of shape did that black armored guard leader stop when his men stopped him, drag him into the dungeon and hold him, throwing away the blood-stained Xian iron heavy stick in his hand. That black armored guard leader then exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air and left the room. And the woman in the room at the moment was directly frightened and blanched. Ding! Zhou Yuan has been crippled and plundered of 1,000 points of qi luck value. Jun Ling Tian, who had been observing from the shadows, let out a light laugh and then followed Yan Cici back to the Yan family. Look, isn't that Zhou Yuan? How did he get beaten up like this? Looking at Zhou Yuan, who was dragged out like such a dead dog, all the people gathered outside the Yichuan building were all a bit saddened. The caveman wanders into a greenhouse. Why do you think he's been beaten up like this? Serves him right, leaving such a heavenly maiden not to be favored, but going to visit a greenhouse. Hearing the words of the people around him pointing at him, Zhou Yuan simply closed his eyes and pretended to be dead. Soon after, in the Yan family's dungeon, Zhou Yuan was directly thrown in like a dead dog by the black armored guards. Luckily I have the heaven swallowing bowl. Damn stinky, when I am accomplished in my cultivation, I will definitely take you in. When he thought of Yan Cici's lofty and stunning posture, Zhou Yuan could not help but feel a flutter in his heart. But the next second a sharp pain came from his leg. It turned out to be that the black armored guard had landed a few blows on other parts of his body while hitting his legs. Although he didn't look, Zhou Yuan could feel that it was definitely purple there. And the black armored guards, all of them. Thinking of this, a broken bowl suddenly appeared in Zhou Yuan's hand. The bowl was covered with cracks around its circumference. But at this moment, a small mouthful of spirit liquid with a strong fragrance wafted from it had coalesced in it. With just a sniff, Zhou Yuan felt that his injuries were much better. And his cultivation qualifications had also increased by a hair as a result. 100,000 lower-grade spirit stones surprisingly condensed such a small mouthful of spirit liquid. Zhou Yuan sighed with emotion. And then he drank the spiritual liquid in that bowl in one go. In an instant, the injuries on his body began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. Cultivation qualifications have also improved a bit as a result. Damn it, if I hadn't been seriously injured, my cultivation would have been able to take a step forward. Zhou Yuan secretly hated it inwardly. This was because the vast majority of the energy in the spiritual liquid that he had just drunk had been used to repair the injuries on his body. So it resulted in his own cultivation not improving much at all. But he was almost healed. Since you're treating me like this, I'll collect some interest from the others first. Thinking of this, Zhou Yuan directly closed his eyes and sat on the ground. It was because he had discovered a divine ability spell on the inner wall of the heaven swallowing bowl. The name is dream manipulation. This method allows him to invade the dream world of people who are sleeping or practicing with their eyes closed. And anything that happens in this world is as if it were real. And he is the master of that dream world. A few moments later, his divine sense then managed to invade Yan Cici's mother, Lu Ruomei's dream. Surprisingly, it's a divine ability spell that can manipulate dreams. Jun Ling Tian, who was in the void, captured Zhou Yuan's spiritual energy and went along to see what this Zhou Yuan wanted to do. However, when he followed Zhou Yuan's divine sense into the dream world of the person who had entered the dream, he realized that it was actually Yan Cici's mother, a dignified-looking, charming, buxom woman. Looking at the situation in front of her, that beautiful woman was also confused at the moment as to why she was dreaming. After all, a cultivator above the spirit lake realm would normally be able to control themselves from dreaming. Her cultivation had reached the avatar realm, so why was she still able to dream? However, what she didn't know was that at this moment, Zhou Yuan had already utilized his spiritual power to condense a virtual body in this dream world. This kid is a real no-brainer. Thinking about that fate introduction about Zhou Yuan, Jun Ling Tian was not surprised within. Practicing dream manipulation just to beat people up? That's pretty capricious. And at this moment, Zhou Yuan in the dream world had already strutted towards the beautiful woman, not hiding the tyranny in his eyes at all. Zhou Yuan? Could it be that all of this is your doing? Seeing Zhou Yuan's figure, that beautiful woman immediately frowned. She guessed that her dream should have been tampered with, and the most likely one was Zhou Yuan in front of her. However, Zhou Yuan did not answer him when he heard this, but instead, he came to her body with a flash and grabbed her neck. Zhou Yuan, what are you doing? Stop it. What am I going to do? Oh, Zhou Yuan also stopped hiding his purpose and directly stormed up, slapping the woman's face one after another. And yet it was all false. Of course, the instant he knew what Zhou Yuan wanted, Jun Ling Tian constructed a dream within a dream for him. At the moment he was just hugging a tree in the dream world and leaving his harumph. And the picture of the dream world in his own mind was presented directly in front of that beautiful woman's eyes. Damn it, this Zhou Yuan even tried to misbehave with me. A vicious chill ran through the heart of the beautiful woman who saw this sight. although she did not know why this Zhou Yuan could appear in her dream world, but she knew that this Zhou Yuan was definitely going to be properly disciplined. The next day, Zhou Yuan woke up from his dream with great interest, his mind still reminiscing about the smoothness brought about by his revenge, because he erased the memory of Yan Cici's mother before the dream ended. He wasn't afraid that he would be retaliated against. Unbeknownst to her, at this moment that beautiful woman had already brought the black armored guards over to this side of the dungeon in an aggressive manner. Where is Zhou Yuan? The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and opened her mouth. It was obvious that at this moment, she could not wait to GA Zhou Yuan. Back to you, ma'am. In the innermost cell, the guard at the door opened his mouth with a salute. Chapter 95, Broken Legs. Take me there. The beautiful woman's face was covered in frost, and her tone was all coldness. The black armored guards behind him were even more filled with solemn killing intent. Yes, ma'am. The guard did not hesitate to bring the beautiful woman to where Zhou Yuan's cell was. The sound of heavy footsteps caused Zhou Yuan, who had originally closed his eyes to reminisce, to instantly open his eyes. Looking towards the raging beauty and a group of black armored guards, Zhou Yuan's heart had a bad premonition. I obviously wiped her memory, so how come she's still here? It must be because of something else, maybe letting himself out. Zhou Yuan comforted himself in his mind and tried to keep himself calm. Open the door. As the beautiful woman spoke, the heavy cell door was slowly opened. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan immediately walked forward with a pleasing face. Mother, what brings you here? Are you letting me out? However, seeing Zhou Yuan, who was intact at the moment, the beautiful woman was furious. But thinking that this was her daughter's husband's son-in-law who had just gotten married, she couldn't afford to get him killed straight away. Then he spoke sternly. Didn't you guys say that this Zhou Yuan's leg was broken? I see that he's fine now. Go, break all of this Zhou Yuan's legs. Remember, it's all of them. The beautiful woman's words with a chill instantly caused Zhou Yuan's body to cool from head to toe as if a pot of cold water had been poured on it. Yes, ma'am. The black armored guard leader who heard these words lightly pulled out an arcane iron rod that emitted a cold light. It was because it was clearly him who had beaten Zhou Yuan last time. No, mother, what have I done? Why are you doing this to me? Looking at the black armored guard leader with an evil smile on his face, Zhou Yuan's entire body trembled. However, when the beautiful woman heard this, she spoke with a chilly face. Shut up, I'm not your mother. After saying this, the beautiful woman directly turned around and left, only leaving behind a group of sneering black armored guards. Go on, hold him down for me. With a command from the leader of the black armored guards, several burly men in black armor instantly took control of Zhou Yuan. No, you can't do this to me. I'm your lady's husband. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth in a stern voice. Yet what responded to him was the club of the black armored guard leader. Ka chow. With two crisp sounds of bones breaking, Zhou Yuan's just repaired legs were once again broken. Even other parts of the body were not spared and were directly turned into mush. Ding! Zhou Yuan has been seriously injured and has plundered 1,000 points of chi luck value. This time that leader of the black armored guards had been fighting for 2 hours until he had smashed Zhou Yuan's entire lower half of his body, and only then did he stop. Go! He waved his hand and led his men away, leaving only Zhou Yuan, who was cramping in pain in the same spot. Mud! Why? Why is this happening? What went wrong? Previously, he had clearly experimented with his dream manipulation technique, and as long as his spiritual power wasn't too much higher than him, he was able to manipulate it. He didn't expect it to fail when it came to Yan Cc's mother's place, which made him depressed inside, but his priority was to heal his wounds first. He then brought out his supreme treasure, the heaven swallowing bowl, once again. However, it was found that there were only a few drops of spirit liquid in it. After Zhou Yuan stuck out his tongue and licked the spiritual liquid in the bowl clean, he realized that it was just a drop in the bucket. The injuries on his body weren't much better at all. Damn! With a heartbroken face, Zhou Yuan put his spirit sword into the bowl and melted it as a way to obtain the spirit liquid. The so-called heaven swallowing bowl was as literal as it was meant to be, swallowing all the resources of heaven and earth and turning them into spiritual liquid. Therefore, all of Zhou Yuan's current fortune had basically been swallowed by this heaven swallowing bowl, and he was poor with only a spirit sword and a storage ring. Now the spirit sword is gone too. After a day, after devouring the spiritual liquid produced in the heaven swallowing bowl, Zhou Yuan finally recovered quite a bit. No, I have to try again. Zhou Yuan thought unwillingly and decided to try with the guards at the entrance first. Subsequently, under the hypnosis of his dream manipulation, the dungeon guard finally managed to enter dreamland, and his consciousness managed to invade the guard's dreams. When he was in the middle of the guard's dream trying to manipulate the whole thing, he found nothing out of the ordinary. He can totally manipulate everything in this guard's dream world. After several repeated attempts, Zhou Yuan was finally convinced that there was no problem with his dream manipulation method. He then wiped the guard's memory and observed the other party after he woke up. How did I fall asleep? The guard shook his head, apparently no longer remembering what happened in the dream. Why didn't it work before when there was clearly no problem? Zhou Yuan couldn't understand how it was inside, so he was prepared to experiment a handful of times again tonight. The target was his wife, Yan Cece, and thinking about Yan Cece's hot body, Zhou Yuan's heart was on fire. Soon night fell. Zhou Yuan could not wait to start operating the dream realm manipulation technique that he had cultivated. And Yan Cece, who was originally in the middle of the Great Hall dealing with family affairs, suddenly felt dizzy. Gradually, her body began to soften, and then she slumped on top of the table, sinking into the dream world Zhou Yuan had constructed for her. Come to Dreamland. Yan Cece first frowned and surveyed the surroundings. However, I found that this place is surrounded by green hills and water. There's a thatched cottage at the foot of the hill. How could I have such a dream? Yan Cece frowned slightly, trying to break free of the dream but failing to do so. Had to come to the thatched hut at the bottom of the hill. The moment he pushed open the thatched hut, he instantly saw the naked Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan? Why are you here? Could it be that all of this is your doing? Yan Cece frowned as she looked at Zhou Yuan's appearance at the moment. In her heart, she could not help but curse shamelessly, as she could have seen that Zhou Yuan did not have good intentions. That's right, Yan Cece. Oh no, bitch nei. Now come over immediately to serve my husband. Zhou Yuan was high and mighty, looking down on Yan Cece from above. Zhou Yuan, how dare you talk to me like that? Who gave you the guts? Yan Cece's willow eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and there was frost on top of her pretty face. No, that's just what I want. Looking at Yan Cece's uncooperative appearance, Zhou Yuan smiled. Only taming a fiery horse was what he was after. Set. As Zhou Yuan opened his mouth, Yan Cece instantly felt that she could not move. Even the aura in his body directly solidified, unable to operate. Zhou Yuan, what have you done to me? Hurry up and let go of me. Yan Cece shouted and opened her mouth angrily, but realized that the more she resisted and cried out, the more excited that Zhou Yuan looked at her. Yan Cece, what kind of chaste woman are you pretending to be? Scream. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. After saying this, Zhou Yuan was about to make his move. However, in the next second, his body was directly fixed in the void and unable to move. Chapter 96, Who is it? How come? At this moment, Zhou Yuan was shocked to realize that he had lost control of the dream world. Who the hell is it? Zhou Yuan roared in his heart. The next moment, a figure appeared in the dream world he had constructed. Though that figure was slender and perfect, and exuded a fluttering nobleman's aura as he raised his hands and feet, but the face was not really visible. On the other hand, Yan Cece was relieved inside at the moment. She was just about to think that she was going to lose her virginity to that Zhou Yuan, but she didn't expect that there would be another sudden change now. It could be seen that she did not want to lose her virginity to Zhou Yuan even in the dream world. Losing one's virginity to this Gengzi is also better than losing one's virginity to Zhou Yuan. Glancing at the figure that suddenly appeared, Yan Cece thought internally, although you can't see his face, but the face can be self-imagined well. Zhou Yuan, don't you especially like torturing people? Then you will watch how I torture your woman. The moment Jun Ling Tian opened his mouth, he made Zhou Yuan and Yan Cece freeze in place. Seeing Jun Ling Tian this so pass by his side, Zhou Yuan suddenly realized that his mouth could move, so he hastily snapped. Stop it. Damn you. Stop it. It was his wife. He hadn't even touched her yet, and now he was going to be tortured by a stranger? You know that this dream world is not different from the feeling of reality. Ding. Zhou Yuan has received a violent attack in his heart and has plundered 500 points of chi luck value. Will you stop ghosting? As Jun Ling Tian opened his mouth, Zhou Yuan's mouth was once again sealed. On the other hand, Yan Cece on the bed was nervous inside at the moment. After all, she had never encountered this kind of situation before. Now all of a sudden, such an event came, more or less causing her to panic a little. A few moments later, with a clear muffled grunt, Zhou Yuan's heart was completely broken. At this moment, Zhou Yuan only felt bruised blood rising in his heart, but without Jun Ling Tian's permission he could not even spit out blood. Ding! Zhou Yuan has received 10,000 times the damage of a bludgeon in his heart, and has plundered 1,000 points of chi luck value. One night later, as the sound of the dream world shattering came, Zhou Yuan and Yan Cece's consciousnesses returned to reality one after another. Tramp! Who the hell is it? Who is it? Zhou Yuan, who had spent the night, only felt like his spirit was about to explode at the moment. Aha! Zhou Yuan frantically pounded the wall to vent out his inner suffocation and hard feelings. The blame was then placed on Yan Cece's shoulders. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yen see this. I didn't expect her to be such a person. Don't even know to resist. I'm not happy about it. Pust. With a mouthful of bruised blood spurting out, Zhou Yuan fell straight down. Ding. Zhou Yuan's heart has been severely destroyed. Plundering 1,000 points of chi luck value. On the other hand, Yen Cece, who was lying on the tabletop on the other side, was also slowly waking up at this moment. Thinking about everything that happened in the middle of last night's dream, Yen Cece's entire body shuddered. A blush quickly covered her cheeks, spreading all the way to the base of her ears. Who's that guy? The fighting is so strong. Thinking of Junling Tian's perfect body, Yen Cece realized that she seemed to be infatuated with that man. Thinking of this, Yen Cece instantly blushed. Aha! Yencher, what are you thinking? Trying hard to shake off the bad thoughts in his head, after a few moments of calm, Yen Cece called for her attendant maidservant. Men, mobilize the black armored guards and go castrate that Zhou Yuan. Yes, Ms. The maid froze for a moment before she took orders and did as she was told. However, although she felt that this Zhou Yuan was miserable in her heart, she did not raise any sympathy. In her opinion, she should have castrated this Zhou Yuan when she caught the adultery in bed in the first place. Shortly after, a group of black armored guards once again came towards the middle of the dungeon with their fists in their hands. After lightly finding Zhou Yuan's room, he immediately discovered Zhou Yuan lying on the floor. This kid, he even pretended to be dead. This black armored guard leader was clearly the person who had broken Zhou Yuan's legs twice before. Splash him awake. I want him to wake up and see what he looks like as a castrado. As the chief spoke, the rest of the men went about their duties. Some pressed Zhou Yuan's limbs, while some poured water directly on Zhou Yuan's face. While Zhou Yuan, who was splashed awake, slowly opened his eyes, he realized that his body was directly pressed down, unable to move at all. What are you doing? Zhou Yuan desperately tried to struggle, but realized that he could not break free at all. What for? You'll see when you wait. After that chief said this, he directly drew his longsword and directly chopped out with a sword. In an instant, Zhou Yuan felt a coldness in his body, followed by a sharp pain. The original consciousness that was still not quite awake instantly woke up at this moment. Aha! How dare you do this to me? Zhou Yuan's entire body was bruised in pain at the moment, and blood was flowing on the ground. Ding! Zhou Yuan has been castrated. Plundering 2,000 points of chi luck value. Seeing Zhou Yuan in such a state, the several black armored guards all looked relieved. Dare to visit a greenhouse on your wedding night? That's what happens. Take that and feed it to the dogs. The leader of the black armored guards waved his hand, and all of them immediately left the dungeon with smiles on their faces. Only the dead dog like Zhou Yuan was left behind, covering his lower body and twitching continuously. A bunch of damned lackeys. After I take control of the Yin family, I will definitely break you into pieces. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, but the current him could only bring out the heaven-swallowing bowl once again. Then with a face of fleshly pain, he put his own storage ring in and melted it as well. Just as he was waiting for the spiritual liquid to be produced in the heaven-swallowing bowl, a figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the cell. Seeing this familiar figure in front of him, Zhou Yuan only felt like his body was erupting like a volcano. An endless rage instantly erupted. So it was all you're doing. At this moment, Zhou Yuan had figured everything out, and his recent bad luck was all thanks to the man in front of him. Chapter 97, Zhou Yuan Falls. If he was able to live in the future, he would make the man in front of him worse than death. However, Junling Tian, who heard these words, did not respond to his words but instead directly shot out and ingested the heaven-swallowing bowl in front of him. Surprisingly, it's a growth-type emperor artifact. No wonder it's like this. Junling Tian could tell at a glance where this broken bowl covered in cracks came from. And then Zhou Yuan's face changed slightly when he saw that Junling Tian was actually interested in a broken bowl in front of him. Your Excellency would even be interested in the broken bowl I eat from? It's not too dirty either. Zhou Yuan deliberately acted unconcerned, fearing that Junling Tian would snatch his broken bowl away. That was the root of his rise to power. If he lost it, he didn't know how long he would have to cultivate until the monkey's age. One must know that the reason why Yen Cece chose him, Zhou Yuan, to join the family before was because she saw that his qualification as a waste material was better to control. He was a recognized wastrel in the entire Qingshui city, and although his Zhou family was a downtrodden family, it was still more or less useful. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten such a good job. You don't have to hide it. Do you think I can't see that it's a treasure? Junling Tian let out a light laugh and directly forcefully erased the mark left by Zhou Yuan on top of the heaven-swallowing bowl and then pocketed it. Pust. Suffering from the backlash, Zhou Yuan directly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ding! Forcibly taking the Zhou Yuan supreme treasure. Plundering 3,000 points of chi luck value. Ding! Zhou Yuan's chi value has reached the chopping line. With these two system beeps coming in, Junling Tian viewed Zhou Yuan as if he was looking at a dead person. As for Zhou Yuan, after realizing that he was disconnected from the heaven swallowing bowl, his face was finally unable to hide it. What? How is that possible? You give it back to me. Give it back to me. Zhou Yuan's face twisted as he lunged towards Junling Tian, but he could not even touch the other party's corner. It's time to send you on your way, but I'd like to say one last thing to you. You're a loser. Kill and kill. Zhou Yuan once again spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Ding! Zhou Yuan's inner defense is broken. Plundering 1,000 points of chi value. In the next moment, Junling Tian directly snapped his fingers. Then, under Zhou Yuan's horrified expression, his body began to turn into flying ash and flutter little by little. No, I'm not willing. I'm not willing. Ding! Killed the son of fortune, Zhou Yuan, and plundered 13,500 points of fortune value. Reward Heavenly Tao Fragment X1, Chi Aura Fragment X1, Saint Emperor Supreme Body Origin X1. Warm reminder, as long as the host's Chi Luck value reaches 500,000 it will be possible to shield the Heavenly Tao Lock and lift the Chi Luck decimation restriction. That's when the system added again. $500,000? Looking at his Chi Luck value, it was already close to 100,000. Getting to 500,000 was just a matter of slaughtering 1 or 2 dozen more sons of Chi, and it was already fast. But now it was time to go back and celebrate his mother's birthday. Thinking of this, Junling Tian's figure gradually disappeared into thin air, returning to the Jun family. Brother, you're finally back. Did you feel any change in me? Jun Qianling, who had been waiting in Junling Tian's chambers for a long time, turned around in front of Junling Tian. Well, your cultivation level has increased quite a bit, and your cultivation roots seem to have improved quite a bit as well. It seems like that immortal bone fits you very well. Junling Tian could tell at a glance that Jun Qianling had melted that ice crystal immortal bone into her body, and the fit was still unusually high. Yes brother, that bone is quite powerful. With it I have increased my cultivation speed by a lot and have mastered a rule of law. Jun Qianling had a smug look on her face. She felt that her current cultivation talent was no longer inferior to Junling Tian's. Sooner or later, her cultivation would surpass Junling Tian's. What spell? Junling Tian was also a little curious. Although he had seen that a powerful divine power Dharma sect was birthed within that immortal bone in the first place, he did not know exactly what it was. Brother, look! Jun Qianling stretched out her palm, and in an instant, a snowflake condensed from mysterious runes coalesced in her palm. It carried a coldness that pierced through the soul, and even Junling Tian's cultivation of the perfection of the Great Emperor realm slightly felt a hint of coldness. Not bad. Junling Tian nodded his head. The divine principle Dharma sect that was birthed within this immortal bone was already considered to be a top-tier existence in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It's still a bit of a step down from his, though. Nice. Ha! Receiving Junling Tian's praise, Jun Qianling's face suddenly revealed a sweet smile. By the way, did you find a birthday present for your mother, brother? Thinking that it would soon be her mother's birthday and she had yet to find a suitable gift, Jun Qianling was a bit saddened. I found it, didn't you? A broken bowl appeared in Junling Tian's hand as he spoke, much to the dismay of Jun Qianling, who had originally been looking forward to it. Brother, is this the birth gift you found? It's just a broken bowl. What's the point? Jun Qianling took the broken bowl over and examined it, only to realize that it was just that, a broken bowl, and it was covered with dense cracks, not delicate at all. Don't underestimate it, little sister. It's a growable imperial artifact. Junling Tian smiled and opened his mouth to explain. What? The movements in Jun Qianling's hands that heard these words instantly became a little softer, but no matter how much she watched, she couldn't discern the arcane nature of the broken bowl. Brother, you're not lying to me, are you? Why am I lying to you? Just take some of the treasures in your storage ring and put them into this heaven-swallowing bowl. Junling Tian opened his mouth somewhat breathlessly, and then he no longer cared about Jun Qianling, but instead walked over to the round table and poured a cup of tea for himself. It's better to have tea at home. When I think about what I drank outside before, can you call that tea? And Jun Qianling put a few immortal pills in that broken bowl as Junling Tian had said. In the next moment that immortal medicine quickly melted in the bowl, forming a pool of spiritual liquid that emitted a rich and exotic fragrance, and one of the cracks above the broken bowl disappeared. Brother, is this really a growing imperial artifact? Jun Qianling was a little surprised in her heart, but she already believed a large part of it. Give it back if you don't believe me. Junling Tian put his hand out and pretended to demand it. The latter instantly put that heaven-swallowing bowl into his storage ring. Brother, I'll keep this one for my mother while you find it. After saying this, Jun Qianling's figure directly disappeared into Junling Tian's chambers. This girl, shaking his head helplessly, Junling Tian then appeared in that time difference supreme treasure. It's not bad, but it's more or less almost interesting to give it to my mother. So I'd better remake it again. Thinking of this, Junling Tian began to reshape this space. A few days later it directly increased its base time flow rate to 20 times, and its maximum flow rate to 10,000 times. Young lord, today is the birthday of the lady. At this time, Greenie suddenly reminded outside the hall. Chapter 98 Power Ranking Battle. Got it. Junling Tian answered, then exited the time difference supreme treasure. Because this time Ji Yao's birthday was just a family banquet and not a big event, so only some people who were particularly close were invited. For example, people from the Swift God race such as Ji Shuelua and Ji Zukite, as well as some of the backbone members of the Jun family. Even though there was no big event, the Swift God race and the Jun family celebrated greatly because of it. Greenie, you three come with me. Junling Tian spoke to the three girls, Green Luo, Bai Susu, and Lin Qingmeng. Young lord, this is out of order. Greenie was hesitant although her heart was moved. Because they were considered servants, they could not attend the banquet in the main hall. Don't you listen to anything I say? Junling Tian fainted and opened his mouth. Yes, young lord. Greenie was outwardly respectful, but inwardly grateful, and so did the duo of Bai Susu. Come on, I'll take you there. Junling Tian nodded and then led Green Luo and the others towards the main hall of the Jun family in their own chariots. This was because the Jun family's main hall was indeed far from his chambers. A short while later, when Junling Tian arrived, there were already quite a few people sitting in the grand hall. My son, Junling Tian, wishes his mother a prosperous path, an emperor's reign, and the search for immortality. Junling Tian directly knelt down towards Ji Yao who was above the main seat. The same was true for Bai Susu and the others behind him. Well, get up. Ji Yao's palm rested slightly and Junling Tian was directly lifted up. And seeing the three stunningly beautiful women following behind Junling Tian, Ji Yao's heart was filled with joy. This daughter-in-law has more babies, and she can't wait to have a grandchild at the moment. Ha ha ha, Ling Tian, this child is like me. Jun Xianyi also laughed out loud at this time, thinking that he was also full of peach blossoms back then. Until he met Ji Yao, this was managed to death. Like you what? Ji Yao, who heard these words, glared at Jun Xianyi, who smiled sardonically. Mother, this is a birthday gift from my son. At this time, Junling Tian handed over the time difference supreme treasure compressed in a gift box. Good. Mother likes everything Ling Tian gives her. Sit down. Ji Yao accepted the gift and then gestured for Junling Tian to take his seat. After that, Jun Qianling, Ji Shuelua and the other juniors also came forward to pay their respects. With that, the entire palace was filled with a cozy atmosphere. Ling Tian. In a while it will be the power ranking battle of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Are you confident that you can enter the top 10? At this time, Jun Xianyi spoke up and interjected. The so-called power ranking battle was a battle between the major powers in order to incentivize their juniors to cultivate, and to divide the jurisdiction of the powers. This ranking is also basically a ranking of the major powers and racial powers, and is held every 20 years. But the top 10 rankings hadn't changed for tens of thousands of years. All of them were held by the 10 forbidden forces. And the Jun family was 11th amongst the last ranking battle of the forces. Ranking battle? I'm going to take first place. Junling Tian spoke indifferently, and that casual tone caused Jun Xianyi to freeze for a moment. Good. It has my style back then. Ha ha ha. Although he said so, Jun Xianyi did not really believe that Junling Tian would be able to take first place, because the heirs among the 10 forbidden lands were all too demonic. The ones who came out to train in the Sky Tomb last time were merely the next generation of forbidden land heirs. Having not yet received the inheritance of the Forbidden Land, he was not a candidate to participate in the ranking battle of the forces this time. And what Junling Tian had to face were those heirs of the Forbidden Land who had received the inheritance of the Forbidden Land. Each and every one of them was in the position of a teenage great emperor, and it could be said that without any surprises, all of these people would achieve the position of a great emperor. Of course, Junling Tian was able to see what his father was thinking. Even most of the Jun clan as well as the people of the Swift God race present thought so. Only a few of Junling Tian's little fangirls were unwavering. My brother will definitely take first place. That's right. Brother Ling Tian is the best. Even Ji Shuelua smiled as she glanced at Junling Tian, clearly also convinced of these words. Yes. The young patriarch will definitely take first place for my Jun family. The rest of the Jun family spoke in the same way when they heard this, but you can tell it's mostly just flattery. And when the dinner was over, Ji Yao and Jun Xianyi returned to their chambers. Shouldn't we rest, ma'am? Jun Xianyi hemmed and hawed, his broad palms resting on Ji Yao's shoulders, clearly wanting to share a room. Step aside. I've got to see the presents the kids got me. Shaking off Jun Xianyi's hand, Ji Yao began to check out the gifts that Junling Tian and the others had given her. It is true that whether on the blue planet or here in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, women can't resist the temptation and sense of surprise that comes with opening a blind box. Jun Xianyi, who had been rejected, on the other hand, came to the side to drink tea with a depressed look on his face. It's a gift from Shuelua girl, look what it is. Ji Yao unwrapped a beautifully wrapped gift box. In it, a vermilion hairpin emanating Tao rhythms was instantly unfolded. Shuelua girl has a heart. Ji Yao could tell at a glance that this Shu hairpin was a rare spiritual weapon, not only beautiful but also practical. Although she owned many more powerful jewelry than this vermilion hairpin, this was after all a gift from her children. Let me help you put it on, ma'am. Seeing this, Jun Xianyi hurriedly took the Zhu hairpin in Ji Yao's hand and came behind her to wear it for her. Ji Yao blankly glanced at the latter, then continued to unwrap the blind box. This was given to me by the girl Qiliang. Look what it is. Ji Yao opened the gift from Jun Xianling, and then took out a delicate little bowl inside. This bowl, as soon as she got her hands on it, Ji Yao realized the small bowl was unusual, because it surprisingly looked similar to the spirit weapon of a great emperor he had heard of. And that great emperor was called the heaven-swallowing great emperor, who rose to prominence in the midst of the minutest of times and had amazed an era. Ji Yao's expression stared slightly at the thought. Husband, come and look at the bowl. What is it, ma'am? Jun Xianyi hadn't cared much at first. After all, they were all gifts from the children. What could they be that was particularly rare? However, when his eyes saw the small bowl held in Ji Yao's hands, they also immediately had a frozen expression. Any thoughts of wanting to share a room with Ji Yao were temporarily put behind him. There is indeed something unusual about this bowl. Ma'am, try to communicate with it. Jun Xianyi frowned and opened his mouth. Clearly the discerning man could also see some of the doorway, but was somewhat less certain. However, after Ji Yao's mind was immersed in it, she immediately saw 2 arcane and obscure ancient divine writings of swallowing the heavens emerge from the bottom of that bowl. After confirming that the bowl was the heaven-swallowing bowl of the heaven-swallowing great emperor, shock immediately appeared on her face. How is it, ma'am? Seeing the look of shock on Ji Yao's face, Jun Xianyi immediately opened his mouth to inquire. Chapter 99, Breaking Down the Blind Box. This is the growing imperial artifact of the original heaven-swallowing emperor, the heaven-swallowing bowl. Ji Yao let out a breath and opened her mouth to explain. What? Is it really the heaven-swallowing bowl? Jun Xianyi, who heard these words, took the heaven-swallowing bowl over for a closer look. After feeling that hidden imperial might, he was finally convinced that this was the heaven-swallowing emperor's greatest treasure. The heaven-swallowing bowl. I envied him, thinking that when he had a birthday his own daughter and son all perfunctory. Now his daughter had directly given his lady a growing imperial artifact? Give it to me. Snatching the heaven-swallowing bowl from Jun Xianyi's hands, Ji Yao directly put it into her storage ring. This is what Ling Tian gave me. Let me see what it is. Having just opened Jun Xianling's gift, the current Ji Yao was still very much looking forward to Jun Ling Tian's gift. With that, after opening the gift, Ji Yao and Jun Xianyi looked towards it together. Into the eye was a milky white ball of light. The knowledgeable Jun Xianyi couple could tell at a glance that this was the core of a small world. It's not bad, not as rare as the one sent by Qianling, but it's still a rare and precious treasure. Seeing that it was the core of a small world, Jun Xianyi voiced out a comment. Rather, it was Ji Yao who was more discerning and saw the extraordinary nature of this small world core with a single glance. This was because the power of the rules of time permeating above was too dense. So dense that it was somewhat abnormal. Husband, you protect me. I'm going to refine a bit and see what's going on in this small world. Ji Yao directly began to refine with her eyes closed after saying this. Isn't it just a small world? Is there a need to be in such a hurry? Jun Xianyi was somewhat unimpressed, but he quietly defended Ji Yao. Shortly after, Ji Yao's body suddenly disappeared from its spot, startling Jun Xianyi. Although he knew that this could be Ji Yao entering the small world, he still couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. This small world is surprisingly so secretive that even I didn't realize where it was. Jun Xianyi frowned and whispered. His cultivation at the moment had come to the Saint Emperor realm, but he was in existence in the 15th realm of cultivation. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Ji Yao within the time difference supreme treasure space had been stunned. The flow rate here is actually 20 times that of the outside world? Feeling the flow of this world, Ji Yao instantly judged a generalization. This heaven-swallowing bowl coupled with this time difference supreme treasure. It was estimated that even a pig's cultivation for a short period of time would be able to rise like a rocket, and she felt as if there was more than 20 times the limit here. Thus Ji Yao directly began to refine the world core in her hand within that time difference supreme treasure. Wanted to see what the limit of this supreme treasure was. After spending a few days refining a small portion of that world core, Ji Yao finally managed to get a rough idea. 10,000 times. Surprisingly, 10,000 times. At this moment, Ji Yao was inwardly shocked beyond measure. Their swift god race also had a similar time difference supreme treasure, but the highest time flow is only about 15 times, yet the base here is 20 times that, and the limit can be as much as 10,000 times that. It's like a mass-produced artifact for powerful people. The incomparably excited Ji Yao reluctantly returned from the time difference supreme treasure to her bedchamber at this time. How about it, ma'am? Although only 2 hours had passed in the outside world, Jun Xianyi was already anxious. If Ji Yao didn't come out again, he might have to summon the quasi-imperial ancestor. Husband, guess what this small world is for? Ji Yao had a smug smile on her face. She had competed with Jun Xianyi to see who led the more glorious clan, but each time, the Jun family had pushed her Swift God clan down a notch. Now with these 2 supreme treasures, her Swift God clan would definitely become an existence beyond the Jun family. What's it for? Seeing the smug smile on Ji Yao's face, Jun Xianyi made many guesses in his mind, but none of them were able to guess the role of that small world. See for yourself. After saying this, Ji Yao waved her hand and directly brought Jun Xianyi inside. Looking at the unfamiliar environment at this moment, Jun Xianyi was first stunned, and then after feeling the rules of this heaven and earth, the eyes of the entire group instantly widened. It's like 20 times the time flow of the world? To say that he wasn't shocked would be a lie. His Jun family's time difference supreme treasure was only 15 or 16 times as much, and now this supreme treasure was 20 times as much? No, 20 times is just the base flow rate. You see. With that, Ji Yao pulled out a lot of spirit crystals from her storage ring and threw them on the ground, then communicated the idea of the world core. As that spirit crystal disappeared, the flow of time in the entire world increased rapidly. 30 times, 40 times, 100 times. It only slowed to a stop when it reached 120 times. What? 120 times? To say that earlier Jun Xianyi's heart was only a little shocked and envious, then now Jun Xianyi was already very shocked and jealous. No, 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 that's not the limit of this side of the world. The real limit is 10,000 times. The smile on Ji Yao's face was unabated, and it was obvious that she was extremely happy inside at this moment. 10,000? Jun Xianyi, who heard these words, directly froze. Even if he was the head of the 10,000 ancient family, the Jun family, he was still shocked by this supreme treasure at this moment. That's 10,000 times more, equal to other people practicing for a year and you practicing for 10,000 years? Isn't this invincible? The greatest generator? Unable to stand it anymore. This moment Jun Xianyi was truly sour. If it wasn't for the fact that this supreme treasure was gifted to Ji Yao by Jun Lingtian, perhaps he would have had a mind to snatch it. With a wave of his hand, the 2 of them returned to their chambers once more, and Jun Xianyi was outright depressed. Aren't you going to bed, husband? Reward you today. Ji Yao was in a good mood and decided to reward Jun Xianyi. However, right now, where would Jun Xianyi have the heart to do that? Go to bed. Ma'am, I want to be quiet. After saying this, Jun Xianyi shook his head inside as he left the bedchamber. Husband, don't go. I just want to be quiet now. Jun Xianyi waved his hand without hesitation, and then his figure disappeared into thin air. Half a month later, the day of departure for the ranking battle of the powers was personally led by the helmsman of the major powers because this one was more important. And at this moment, the Jun clan and the heavenly pride demons of the Swift God race were all rubbing their fists and eager to give it a try. There was no other reason. During this half a month they had entered the time difference supreme treasure and cultivated with 100 times the flow of time, and each of them had broken through a large realm. Therefore, they were all extremely confident about the power ranking battle at this moment. Na, Ling Tian, Qian Ling Ah, my father's birthday is coming up. At this time Jun Xianyi, who had boarded the war boat, suddenly spoke. What? Father, doesn't your birthday come once every 3 years? Chapter 100, The Son of Fortune. Blood like Huan. Didn't you go through it last year? Jun Xianling opened her mouth in some confusion. She had even shunned her mother's birthday gift from her own brother, and now her father's going to pass, too. Where's she going to get it? What? You can't pass it if you passed it last year? I'll change it from now on and pass it once a year. Jun Xianyi opened his mouth in a somewhat arrogant manner, speaking louder in order to hide his inner emptiness. If father has thought about it, I, Ling Tian, will definitely send a thin gift for father. Seeing Jun Xianyi look like this, how could Jun Lingtian not know that he was eyeing Ji Yao's gift? Ahem. It's still my son who understands. That birth gift doesn't have to be too good. Just the same as your mother's. Jun Xianyi's tone carried a casualness in it, as if he really didn't care about that birth ceremony. Got it, father. Jun Lingtian answered. Well, there you go. Jun Xianyi waved his hand in satisfaction, while he could not help but look forward to it in his heart. And after 3 months, the crowd finally arrived at their destination, this time, the War God Ring. A quasi-imperial artifact that had been specially built for the ranking battle of the powers was located in a cave world in the middle of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, just as soon as he arrived at this cave world, Junling Tian's system emitted beeps one after another. Ding! Detected Tantai Ruowei's chi luck value exceeding 40,000. Ding! Detected that Sacred Feather Clan's young clan chief Kana, Lu Xiaoya, has exceeded 30,000 in chi value. Ding! Detected the son of Qi, Blood Ruo Huan. Ding! Detected the son of Qi, Fong Yuan. How did Tantai Ruowei's chi value suddenly rise so much? Junling Tian frowned and then used his eye of scrying to look towards the location of the Red Dust Dao Palace. Name Tantai Ruowei. Status, Holy Lord of the Red Dust Holy Land. Cultivation level, Early Little Saint Realm. Physique, Causal Divine Body. Numerology, Daughter of the Spirit of Fortune, Gold. Wounded by Love, Gold. Rebirth of the Empress, Gold. Luck value, 40,000 points. Rebirth of the Empress? Causal God Body? Junling Tian frowned after seeing Tantai Ruowei's message at this moment. A woman he was previously going to ignore had suddenly surprised him so much. Although Tantai Ruowei was a reborn personality, he didn't know now whether she was reborn from her previous life or the future. One can only fumble with it afterward. And as Junling Tian looked at Tantai Ruowei, the latter's gaze was also looking at him. She is now returning from the future reborn in order to investigate the real truth of her clan's death, because she was witnessing a great emperor in the future, and it was still a rare causal avenue. Surprisingly, he had inadvertently discovered that the cause and effect of his family's annihilation had a trace of connection with Junling Tian. Despite not believing that it was Junling Tian who did it, she still planned to return reborn to view the truth of the matter. However, the previous time and space seemed to have been disturbed, so she could only be reborn into the timeline after her family's demise. The other side. Junling Tian took another look at the message from the Blood Demon Earth's heir. Blood Ru Huan. Name Blood Ru Huan. Identity, heir to the Blood Devil's Earth. Cultivation, Early Great Sage Realm. Physique, Blood Demon Divine Vein. Numerology, Son of Luck, Gold. Love is not easy, Gold. Luck value, 40,000 points. The value of Qi is surprisingly high at 40,000 points. It's very fat. Junling Tian thought with interest in his heart. While at this moment, the heir of the Blood Demon's Earth was thinking about what would happen after the ranking battle of the powers. His master had ordained 9 marriages for him. They were the first daughter of the Jun clan, the first daughter of the Taigushan clan, the royal daughter of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty, the daughter of the Dean of the Jishi Academy, and the daughter of the sovereign of the Red Dust Dao Palace. The first daughters of the 9 top powers such as the Sacred Feather Clan's young clan chief and the Swire Immortal Clan's young clan chief. In addition to participating in the power ranking battle, he had to welcome home the first daughters or young matriarchs of these 9 powers, this time out of the Forbidden Land. It was rumored that each of the first daughters of these 9 powers were all beautiful, and Blood Ruhuan's heart was already beautiful. He, Blood Ruhuan, will definitely marry these 9 goddesses home this time. And after looking at the Blood Demon Earth Transmitter, Junling Tian then looked at the son of Qi, Fong Yuan. Name, Fong Yuan. Identity, Demon Son of the Heavenly Demon Temple. Cultivation, Perfection of the Lesser Saint Realm. Physique, Heavenly Demon Body. Destiny, Son of Luck, Gold. Blessed with Deep Fortune, Gold. Careful, Gold. Luck value, 30,000 points. This Fong Yuan even has a cautious destiny? Is it the kind that immediately retreats behind others when things get bad? It's not good to mess with. Looking at the 3 destinies of this Fong Yuan, Junling Tian felt tricky for the first time. Fong Yuan, on the other hand, frowned at the moment. Just now, he unexpectedly developed an ominous premonition. He then decisively came in front of the Heavenly Demon Hall Master and opened his mouth. Father, I won't participate in the power ranking this time. My son, did you feel something? The Heavenly Demon Hall Master who heard these words immediately opened his mouth with a serious face. He had learned about Fong Yuan's perception ability. Several times he came back from the dead on the warning of his own son. That's right. I have a feeling that there's going to be a change in the power ranking battle this time. Fong Yuan nodded. Good. Since that's the case, you shouldn't go on. And the elites of the Heavenly Demon Hall have all withdrawn as well. The Heavenly Demon Hall Master spoke decisively. And anyway, their Heavenly Demon Hall was one of the top forces of the demon region in the 10 lands. The harsh environment inside was only suitable for demonic cultivators to survive. So he wasn't worried about his territory being robbed. Coming to participate in this power ranking battle was just wanting a good-looking ranking. On the other hand, Junling Tian looked at Lu Xiaoya again. Name, Kana, Lu Xiaoya. Status, Young Chief of the Sacred Feather Clan. Cultivation level, Perfection of the Lesser Saint Realm. Physical, Eternal Holy Wings of Heaven. Destiny, Daughter of Luck, Gold. Blood Feud, Gold. Difficult Love Life, Gold. Luck value, 35,000 points. A blood feud? It seems like this Lu Xiaoya's heart probably hates herself. Seeing Lu Xiaoya's introduction, he shook his head helplessly. He should have annihilated this Lu Xiaoya's true spirit in the first place. I didn't expect a moment of weakness to bring her back to life. Now that the other party was the young clan chief of the Sacred Feather clan, she must have thought that she still didn't know that she had been reborn and was calculating how to take revenge on herself, right? It's getting interesting. A playful smile appeared on Jun Lingtian's face. At this moment, Lu Xiaoya was clenching her silver teeth, and her perfect pretty face was all indignant. Under the anger, the pair of incomparably holy light golden feathered wings behind it trembled slightly. Jun Lingtian, surely you wouldn't have thought that I would be reborn? She was now frantically cultivating day and night just so that she could one day take revenge on Jun Lingtian. Now seeing Jun Lingtian's handsome face, she only felt anger rising in her heart. Young matriarch, what's wrong with you? At this time, a sweet-looking sacred feather race maiden beside Lu Xiaoya discovered Lu Xiaoya's abnormality. Nothing. Retracting her thoughts, Lu Xiaoya began to close her eyes. Chapter 101, Greetings, Sisters-in-Law. However, a few moments later, a deacon elder of the Sacred Feather clan suddenly arrived in front of Lu Xiaoya. Young patriarch, the heir to the Blood Demon's Earth has handed over an invitation for you to come and get together. That's right. Blood Ruwan could no longer help but want to see what his future concubine looked like. So he took the opportunity of inviting the younger generation of demons from the 9 heavens and 10 lands, intending to take a look at the face of his future concubine. An heir to the Blood Devil's Earth? No go. Lu Xiaoya balked. She had always been averse to this kind of party pretending. It would be better to work harder on cultivation with that time. Yes, young matriarch. That deacon elder was just about to leave to reply when Lu Xiaoya's voice came again. Wait, who else did that Blood Devil's Earth transmitter invite besides me? Back to young patriarch. That Blood Demon Earth's heir invited the heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, so basically all the forces besides you have been invited. That deacon elder responded. All the forces? Where? Hearing that everyone would be there, Lu Xiaoya suddenly changed her mind. She was going to see if she could use her beauty to make some enemies for Jun Lingtian. Even if she couldn't make any enemies, disgusting that Jun Lingtian was something she wanted to see. After all, her current looks were exceptionally holy and noble, like a goddess on earth. It's in that bronze immortal hall over the location of the Blood Demon's land. That deacon elder reported a location. Take me there. After saying this, Lu Xiaoya directly got up and went there. And in the same situation as her side were the Jun clan and the forces of the Swift God race and the Swift Immortal race. But all the demons that could be ranked in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were invited. An heir to the Blood Demon's Earth? Blood Ruwan? What does he want? Receiving an invitation from Blood Ruwan, Jun Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Brother, should we go? At the moment, Jun Shenling was bawling her eyes out, fearing that Jun Lingtian would not take her with him. She, Jun Shenling, loved to get together and all that. Go, of course. Jun Lingtian opened his mouth with a beaming smile, and then brought Greenie, Bai Susu, Lin Qingmeng and the others along to the bronze immortal hall above the Blood Demon Earth. And when they arrived, there were already quite a few people in the bronze immortal hall. All of them were the famous prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Even the heirs of the major top powers had come in numbers. Big brother. At this time Ling Mu also saw Jun Lingtian and hurriedly left behind the 9-tailed fox race servant, the celestial spirit race servant, and the celestial race servant who were embracing him left and right and walked over. Ever since he had developed the dude attribute by Jun Lingtian, it was out of control. Already properly a dude in the mold of a young man. After walking closer, looking at the 7 or 8 stunningly beautiful women surrounding Jun Lingtian, Ling Mu could not help but feel emotion again in his heart. Worthy of being his big brother, this ability to pick up girls is really strong. Hello big brother, hello sisters-in-law. Ling Mu directly saluted and greeted them, causing the women to blush for a while. Even Ji Zukite's face showed a blush. He called me sister-in-law eh? You kid, I think you have itchy skin. What are you yelling about? Jun Lingtian directly knocked Ling Mu on the head, and the latter immediately grimaced in pain. Sister-in-laws, you see big brother beating me. Ling Mu directly complained. He definitely didn't dare to resist anyway. He only hoped that Ji Shuelua and the other women would help him say something. You kid, you don't remember. Jun Lingtian still wanted to make a move, but Ji Shuelua stopped him. Alright brother Lingtian, Ling Mu was after all the supreme imperial clan of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. Give him some face. Ji Shuelua did speak for Ling Mu. Yes cousin Lingtian, give him some face. Ji Zukite also opened her mouth to help. After all, Ling Mu's words had just called to her heart. If Jun Shenling knew what Ji Zukite was thinking, she would definitely think, I treat you as a sister and you want to be my sister-in-law? Ji Suikis was not the only one who wanted to. Lin Qingmeng and the others were also extremely flattered by this sister-in-law. However, their status was there, so they couldn't open their mouths as recklessly as the two Jishualawa girls. Alright, I'll give you kids some face today. Jun Ling Tian spoke indifferently, and the latter smiled heatedly at his words. As for Lu Xiaoya, who was not far away, after seeing Jun Ling Tian's stunningly beautiful side face, her pair of pink fists clenched and her fingers sunk deep into her flesh. On this side, Lu Xiaoya was looking at Jun Ling Tian, while on the other side, Blood Ruwan was looking at Lu Xiaoya. I guess that's my future fiancé, looking just like the rumors. There's also that one, who seems to be the young patriarch of the Taiku Immortal clan and my fiancé. Between turning her head, Blood Ruwan saw Gu Xianer not far away again. With those pointed ears and delicate features, it was simply a work of art carved by heaven. There's also that Red Dust Dao Palace's palace master, who seems to be called something like Ning Hongduan. Seeing the extremely powerful aura of superiority emanating from Ning Hongduan's body, Blood Ruwan's expression was intoxicated beyond measure. This time, he carried 9 marriage certificates and was determined to marry all these goddesses home, and the only person on the scene who attracted him the most was that Ning Hongduan's aura, so he planned to go to the Red Dust Dao Palace to propose marriage as his first stop after the end of the power ranking. However, when he looked at the first daughter of the Swift God race and the first daughter of the Jun clan, he realized that they were all surrounding a young man. That young man's face was handsome, his temperament was peerless, and the whole thing was like an exiled immortal. And at this moment, Ning Hongduan also saw Jun Ling Tian, who was surrounded by warbling swallows. Then his nose turned sour, and intense jealousy flashed through his heart. Although she missed it day and night, as an empress, she couldn't tolerate the fact that she was sharing a man with someone else. Her inner pride wouldn't allow her to submit to her opponent either. Who was that guy? At this time, Blood Ruwan asked a 9 heavens and 10 lands heavenly pride. He hadn't been out and about for years and didn't know about the figure of Jun Ling Tian. You mean Jun Xiao? He is the Jun family's young patriarch, named Jun Ling Tian. He can be called unrivaled in his generation and has never been defeated in his life. Speaking of Jun Ling Tian, even this heavenly pride's face could not help but flash with awe. The record-breaking streak of the heavenly ladder of creation wasn't blown out of proportion. Jun Ling Tian? Invincible? Undefeated? In front of him, which of his peers dares to claim invincibility? Who can claim to be undefeated? When he waited for the power ranking battle afterward, he would make sure that this Jun Ling Tian would prostrate himself at his feet and manifest his divine might. Thinking of this, Blood Ruwan no longer paid attention to the other party, but instead turned around with a smile on his face and arrived in front of Ning Hongduan. Fairy Ning, under the Blood Devil's Earth Blood Ruwan. I don't know. Get out. Ning Hongduan directly interrupted him. She was annoyed right now. Where did she have the time to pay attention to a fly-like little character like Blood Ruwan? Upon hearing this chortle, the expression on Blood Ruwan's face froze. The tone of his voice couldn't help but chill. Ning Hongduan, did you not hear what I said clearly? I am Blood Ruwan, the heir to the Blood Demon's Earth. Chapter 102, Too Beautiful. He, Blood Ruwan, possessed the Blood Demon Divine Vein, was superbly qualified, and was also the heir to the Blood Demon's Earth, with the backing of the great Imperial Master. Wherever he goes, he's not being fated by others? Now a palace master of the Red Dust Dao Palace dared to speak to him like this. I said get lost. Didn't I hear you? Ning Hongduan opened his mouth indifferently, and his tone of voice unexpectedly exuded an irresistible majesty. It caused a trace of fear to arise involuntarily within that Blood Ruwan. It was because this majesty he had only felt in his own great Imperial Master. Yes, you can. Blood Ruwan narrowed his eyes, then turned around and left Ning Hongduan's side. He made a note of today's humiliation and waited until the day he married his wife, which was when this Ning Hongduan begged for mercy at his crotch. After leaving, Blood Ruwan gathered his thoughts and once again headed to the location of Gu Xianer of the Taiku Immortal race. Ning Hong dust kind of high position can't take a moment. This little girl piece he still can't take? His master had specifically explained that he had to take down this girl because it had a great emperor master. In fact, the current Gu Xianer was already not small in size after a few years of development. Only her face was still slightly tender. This fairy is Gu Xianer, right? Who are you? Looking at the young man who suddenly appeared before her, Gu Xianer frowned slightly. She was just there thinking about her master, but she didn't expect to be suddenly interrupted by this person. It was upsetting to her. I am Blood Ruwan, the heir to the Blood Demon's Earth. Although Gu Xianer's face flushed with impatience, Blood Ruwan still patiently replied. He believed that as long as he declared himself, this little girl would definitely change her attitude. Blood Ruwan? Don't recognize it. After Gu Xianer said this, she then ignored Blood Ruwan and changed places to sit down. The smile on Blood Ruwan's face froze directly. Being defeated twice made his heart suffocate to the extreme. However, When he thought that these were his future concubines, he suppressed the pent-up frustration in his heart again. Try again. I don't believe that my Blood Ruowan's ability to pick up girls is so bad. Thinking of this, Blood Ruowan headed in the direction of Sacred Feather Clan's young clan chief Kana. This kind of holy and noble race was something he loved, and it must be great to let it fall to earth. This fairy is the Sacred Feather Clan's young clan chief? Blood Ruowan opened his mouth with a smile, but a hint of lechery flashed through his eyes at the sight of Kana's saintly good looks, and the flash of light was keenly caught by Kana. The man had ideas about her, just the way she wanted them. That's right, Your Excellency? Kana's golden lashes flickered lightly, and the golden feathers behind her emanated streams of light. Oh, I am Blood Ruowan, an heir of the Blood Demon's Earth. Finally seeing a normal reaction. At this moment, Blood Ruowan's heart was once again flooded with confidence. So it's the famous Mr. Ruowan. The little lady has admired him for a long time. Kana blinked her pale golden eyes at Blood Ruowan with adoration on her face. It made the latter's heart flutter. The fairy knows of me? Blood Ruowan was delighted inwardly, but on the surface, he still put on a bland appearance. That's right, my youngest daughter has long heard of Prince Ruowan's invincible deeds at the same rank and admires him in her heart. Kana's eyes shone with adoration, and it could be seen that she had learned a lot from Junling Tian. At least that's good acting. That's just right. In a few days I'll be heading to the Sacred Feather Clan to propose marriage. Will the fairy be willing to marry me? Blood Ruowan directly went forward 2 steps to hold Kana's hand, a look of colorful urgency. Hearing this, Kana's eyes flashed brightly for an instant, but they quickly dimmed again. Mr. Ruowan, it's not that my daughter doesn't want to, but, speaking here, Kana drew back her soft, boneless hands, and then I saw a glance at Junling Tian, who was not far away, with a look of desire to speak, and when Blood Ruowan saw this, he immediately followed Kana's gaze. Seeing that there were gazes directed towards him, Junling Tian turned his head and exchanged a glance with the duo of Blood Ruowan, and then a faint smile also appeared on his face. Provocation. Naked provocation. Blood Rohan thought so, and had just held Kana's small hand for a moment and never wanted to let it go. It's so soft, this Kana he must marry, when the time comes to tug on a pair of wings. The feeling, the taste. As you can see, Mr. Ruowan, that Junling Tian has coveted my daughter's looks for a long time, and my daughter doesn't dare to disobey. Kana sighed, her pale blonde eyebrows furrowing slightly. Kana, don't worry. With me, Blood Ruowan, that Junling Tian is not worth mentioning. When the ranking battle of the forces begins, I will make him spill his blood on the spot. Blood Ruowan swore and opened his mouth. As an heir to the Blood Demon's Earth, one of the 10 forbidden lands, he had never placed the forces and heavenly prides of the 9 heavens and 10 lands in his eyes. The young master of the Jun family? So what if I kill him? He would not only kill the Jun family's young master at that time, but he would also forcefully marry the Jun family's first daughter. Really? Then my daughter would like to thank Mr. Ruowan here. The charming smile that blossomed on Kana's saintly face made Blood Ruowan look dumbfounded for a moment. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. Don't worry, I'll go and set up something. Blood Ruowan only felt that his entire being was floating, and then he went to set up matters to deal with Junling Tian without looking back. Soon after, as the party came to an end, Blood Ruowan kept all the heirs of the remaining 9 forbidden lands. They are the burial land of evil against the sky and the tomb of the unknown god, thunder destroying the world. The sea of the undead is deserted and clear, and the forest of mysteries is merciless. God-slaying abyss emperor heavenslayer, reincarnation pure land Sumuya, by Xian of the illusory immortal Zephyr, the demon woman of the nightmare land, ancient divine court god Haotian. In addition to the 9 of them, there were also the new generation of forbidden land heirs like Evil Tooth. At this moment, when he saw Evil Teeth again, he was able to clearly feel that he was like a different person compared to before. Not only him, but the other young generation heirs as well. Because they had gone back last time to receive the true inheritance of the Forbidden Land, they were not what they used to be at this moment. Blood Ruowan, what are you gathering us for? Thunderlight flashed in Lay Destroyer's eyes, and it was as if a small pool of thunder was contained within his eyes. He possessed the world-destroying thunder body and had the most fiery temper. Since all of you are here, I won't say much. I have summoned you all because I want you to do me, Blood Ruowan, a favor. Blood Ruowan raised his eyes to look at the crowd, and his tone paused. Have a fart and let it go. Grind like a pussy. An impatient look appeared on Lay Extinction's face. Since it wasn't the first time he had seen Lay Destroyer's fiery nature, Blood Ruowan didn't show any dissatisfaction. It's not a big deal. It's just that I'd like to ask you all to help me target someone. Oh, who does Brother Ruowan want us to target? At this time a woman with an incomparably bewitching look, naked, with only 2 leaves present in the key place, opened her mouth and asked. Chapter 103, Tough Talker. She is the demoness of the Nightmare Land, the supreme yang swallowing body, who loves to make love to people. Rumor has it that there are countless male favorites in the harem. Goblin. Hearing the seductive intent in the demoness words, many of the young Forbidden Land sons present were somewhat unable to hold on, and Blood Ruwan also forced down the wisp of agitation within him to open his mouth. June family young Lord June Ling Tian. If you all go up against him in the ranking battle of the powers, if you can injure him, you'll get a 5-bot immortal pill. Cripple 10 immortal pills. Kill 10 immortal pills plus a quasi-emperor weapon. How? After saying this, Blood Ruwan glanced at the crowd present, wanting to see their reactions. That's it? One person is enough for anyone to share? God, how Tian, topped with long golden hair, was the first to speak. The chips given by Blood Ruwan were not low, but there was only one person, and there was a high probability that so many of them would not be able to touch the Junling Tian, and Blood Ruwan had thought of this before coming up with this plan. Yeah, what's one person to target? Evil Reverse Sky also put on a touch of evil smile at this time and opened his mouth. As for Evil Tooth and the other younger generation heirs, their expressions varied after hearing that Blood Ruwan had called them over to actually target Junling Tian. Some frowned in deep thought, others were giddy, but most are still interested in the matter. Evil Tooth was the only one who felt that this matter was not that simple. Since you all have said so, then I will give you a little more sweetener. Just kill one of the June family's children and you will receive an immortal pill. Should that satisfy you? Blood Ruwan made another suggestion. Let's play. Let's have fun. That's good. Hearing this, none of the people present refused. The June family was nothing more than a family, and under their 10 forbidden lands targeting them together, they would only end up being annihilated. Now killing a few of his junior's children probably wouldn't dare to let out any farts, so this immortal pill was considered a free gift from Blood Ruwan to them. In that case, it's settled. Mr. Blood's immortal pill has been prepared, and I'll be waiting for your good news tomorrow. Blood Ruwan smiled faintly and opened his mouth, and with that, the 9 forbidden heirs began to leave one after another, and at the moment, June Ling Tian, who had not long returned to his residence, did not yet know that his June family had already been targeted by the 10 forbidden lands. That girl Ning Hongduan seems to have missed me. Let's turn the tables on you tonight. Earlier in the Bronze Immortal Hall, June Ling Tian could clearly feel the ghostly resentment in Ning Hongchen's eyes, so he was going to go for some more conditioning. After all, he hadn't even taken the initiative to greet him when he saw him, his master. Who? The eyes of Ning Hongchen, who was originally in the middle of the bedchamber, snapped open, but after feeling that familiar aura, her heart was both surprised and disgusted. Two contradictory emotions surprisingly existing in her heart at the same time. Call the master. Don't think about it. Either you kill me or you're done for the rest of your life. Ning Hongduan spoke with a stiff upper lip, then directly closed his eyes. The next day. It's also the day the power ranking wars begin. The battle was based on a point system, with each power sending a maximum of 10 sons and daughters to the field. 1 point is awarded for a win, 1 point is subtracted for a loss, and no points are awarded for a tie. Have you heard? Blood Ruwan, the heir to the Blood Devil's Earth, intends to target the June family. Overnight, Blood Ruwan's targeting plan was surprisingly spread. All of the top powers knew about this. Do you guys think the June family is that easy to deal with? The June family was the 11th in the last power ranking, second only to the 10 forbidden lands. Some of the children of the forces who could see the situation clearly shook their heads. The 10 forbidden lands could target the June family, but they could not. And Kana, who had received the news, had a faint smile hanging unconsciously at the corner of her mouth. I can't believe this idiot gave me a surprise. Joining forces with the 10 forbidden lands to target the June family might even be able to bring down the June family. When the time came for the wall to fall, her sacred feather clan could likewise get a piece of the pie. Son, or you'd better not participate. At this time, June Xianyi found June Ling Tian, who had completely not expected things to take such a turn for the worse. No harm done. They can't kill me. June Ling Tian spoke indifferently. Then he added, you might as well tell my cousins not cousins or whatever to give it up. Although he didn't fear anyone, those cousins of his might not be a match. However, June Shenyi, who heard these words, shook his head helplessly. He had already advised him previously, but the June clan's children, who had increased by a large realm in a short period of time, were bursting with confidence, and none of them flinched. I'll go find the person at the helm of the Blood Demon's land and theorize about it. June Xianyi gritted his teeth. The figure then disappeared into thin air, and at this moment, in the void at the top of the quasi-emperor level ring, the helmsmen of the major powers were all gathered here. This included the lords of the 10 forbidden lands. Only 10 people were seen sitting in a circle, forming their own small circle, obviously looking down on the top forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. After all, each of them had a cultivation level as high as the supreme realm, more than one level higher than the crowd present, and Jun Xianyi, who had arrived here at this moment, saw at a glance the 10 lords of the Forbidden Lands sitting in a circle. Lord of the Blood Demons, may I ask you what the meaning of that quest issued by the heir of the Blood Demons Earth is? Jun Xianyi asked with a frown. However, upon hearing these words, that Blood Demon Lord merely raised his eyelids. It's just child's play, a casual tone, not taking Jun Xianyi's question seriously at all. And Jun Xianyi, who had heard such a reply, was inwardly stifled for a while, and then spoke once again in an unassuming manner. Since this is the playfulness of a child, may I ask you, Lord of the Blood Demons, to undo this playfulness? As the words fell, that Blood Demon Lord immediately frowned, a displeased expression on his face. You're teaching me things? Get out! A big hand snapped. Jun Xianyi was directly slapped so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards. With that, he directly smashed through the space barrier and fell into the real world. Father! Jun Lingtian struck out to remove the force and access Jun Xianyi in his arms. After probing his body, he found that Jun Xianyi was directly and seriously injured, with his meridians shattered and his roots and bones broken by inches. Obviously the other side showed no mercy. Good. The Blood Demons land? When destroyed, Jun Lingtian laughed coldly inwardly. The reason why he did not make a move just now was because he knew that his father would not be killed. Secondly, he wanted to find a reason to exterminate a few great emperors of his Blood Devil's land. A palm for the fall of several great emperors was not a loss. After stabilizing Jun Xianyi's injuries, Jun Lingtian carried him to the restroom to rest. Lingtian, it's father's incompetence. You mustn't go to that power ranking battle. We don't want this ranking. Chapter 104, I'm alone. At this moment, Jun Xianyi was somewhat disheveled. That Blood Devil's Earth was one of the 10 Forbidden Lands, and the great emperors that slept in it were all counted from double digits. How could he, the Jun family, fight? Even that Blood Ruawan's master was a great emperor. Father, you can just recuperate at ease. I'll arrange the rest. Jun Lingtian placed his father on top of the bed in the restroom and then gave him a reassuring look. The latter nodded at the sight. He still trusted his precious son, and at this moment, Jun Lingtian directly gathered the 9 people who were participating in the power ranking battle this time. All the cousins should not be on the power ranking battle in a while. Originally, he hadn't stopped these people from going on the field because he wanted to train them. After all, he wouldn't let them die with him around. But now he's a little too much trouble now. As for the rankings of the power rankings, it didn't matter. With himself and the Jun family it was definitely number 1. Young clan chief, why don't you let us go on? We want to slaughter those forbidden dogs. A young man from the Jun family reddened his eyes. They saw that Jun Xianyi, who had been extremely kind to them, had been slapped away with a single slap, and had been reduced to the laughingstock of all the forces at this moment. I told you guys not to go on. I'm good enough on my own. Although each of their cultivation levels had risen by a large realm, they still weren't good enough to face the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands. Getting on the field would only end in a fall, and he would have to step in to save them when the time came. So why bother? Young patriarch, you can't go on. It's better for us to go on. Hearing that Jun Lingtian was going to go on, all the people present disapproved. After all, this was their young patriarch, the hope of the Jun family, the existence of the young generation with the most demonic qualifications, so they could die and Jun Lingtian must live. What? You want to disobey me? A majestic aura emanated from Jun Lingtian's body as he swept across the room. Don't dare! The people who heard this all lowered their heads, and at this moment the sounds of the outside world suddenly reached their ears. The power ranking battle is about to begin. Please have the major power contestants take their positions. As this voice fell, Jun Lingtian's figure slowly appeared in the arena. Seeing that the Jun family was the only one competing in the race, the referee who was keeping the race running opened his mouth to inquire. You're the only one from your Jun family who fought in the war? Although this had happened in the past, it had all happened to the 10 Forbidden Lands. The appearance of some demons that suppressed an era would directly single-handedly wipe out the entire power ranking battle. One man pushes across the heavens. That's right, just me. Jun Lingtian nodded, his tone calm. The referee, on the other hand, shook his head and asked no more questions after confirming it. It seemed to him that this Jun family must have been scared out of their wits by that blood like Juan's head bounty. So much so that they were sending one out to die now. The other side. Kana of the Sacred Feather clan on the other hand was soothed in her heart after seeing Jun Lingtian make his appearance. How dare you go up to the stage to die? Although she did not know Jun Lingtian's exact cultivation level, it was certainly impossible to defeat the heir to the 10 Forbidden Lands. Ha ha ha. It seems that this Jun family is indeed scared out of their wits, to the point that they sent their young patriarch alone to the field. 9 of the 10 Forbidden Lands heirs were prepared to find trouble with Jun Lingtian. Only Evil Tooth of the Buried Earth persuaded his elder brother. Evil Rebel Heaven. Big brother, That Junling Tian's strength is not to be underestimated. You'd better not think of slaughtering him. Why wouldn't you want a quasi-imperial weapon for nothing? Evil Reverend Sky didn't listen to Evil Tooth's words. In his opinion, that Junling Tian was nothing more than a bigger grasshopper. Pinching to death was effortless. And Evil Tooth also did not say more when he heard this. He knew his elder brother's character. Saying more was useless. However, thinking that this was his own brother, Evil Teeth hesitated or reminded again. Brother, you can slaughter him if you want, but you don't mouth off and humiliate him. He had actually studied Junling Tian. Mouth cannons and all. He hated them the most. Got it. Evil Reverse Sky impatiently opened his mouth. If this wasn't his own brother, he would have directly slapped him away. On the other hand, Ji Shuilua on the other side of the Taiku Divine Races compound was worried. Auntie, cousin Ling Tian, he won't be in any danger, right? There's no harm. I trust Ling Tian. Ji Yao actually had some worries inside. But to think that Junling Tian was able to send her such an expensive gift as a birthday present, then there must be an unknown secret. Well, did your brother order a return flight? Jun Xianyi, who was in the lounge, looked at Jun Shenling, who was taking care of him at the moment, and spoke. However, Jun Shenling, who heard these words, had a movement in her hands. Then he shook his head. No, brother, he went up to fight. What? Jun Xianyi, who heard these words, climbed straight up. Because of the healing medicine that Junling Tian had given him, at this moment, he was already 7 to 8 times better. So it appeared directly on the outside of the ring to watch, only to see that at this moment in the ring, Junling Tian and the others had already begun to draw lots to choose their opponents. It's probably going to be on stage soon. This kid, he's a real pain in the ass. Jun Xianyi seemed to have thought of something, and directly squeezed the Jun clan ancestor's summoning jade tablet in his hand with a death grip. If anything happened to Junling Tian, he would definitely summon the great Emperor Realm ancestors in his family over. On the other hand, Tantai Ruowei and Ning Hongduan stood side by side. Female emperors of different eras were reborn but became good girlfriends because of Junling Tian. There is no hope for them to survive. The moment she heard that the 10 Forbidden Lands were unknowingly trying to get Junling Tian killed, Ning Hongchen knew that they were going to be out of luck. Yeah, if you offend him, even the 10 Forbidden Lands will have to shed a layer of skin. Tantai Ruowei also spoke faintly. She had been reborn from the future, and at this moment, she already knew how deep Junling Tian was hiding. Peak Great Emperor? None of them could beat Junling Tian with one hand. If one were to say that there was anyone else in this world who could check Junling Tian, it would undoubtedly be the heavenly Tao of this world, and the strongest cards of the 10 Forbidden Lands. And at this moment, Junling Tian, who had finished drawing lots, glanced at the number plate. 22. The counterpart is ring 22. With that, he came to ring 22 and looked over. It was discovered that his opponent was actually Tu Shan Yaoyao of the Nine-Tailed Skyfox clan. Somewhat uninteresting, this wasn't someone he was going to kill. And as long as the other party didn't come down with a hit, he wasn't going to make things difficult for them. As for those Forbidden Land successors, when they saw that Junling Tian did not draw them, they all secretly expressed their pity. Will both contestants please take the stage? As the referee opened his mouth, one after another, the contestants on top of each ring began to ascend the stage. Humph, Junling Tian, I won't show any mercy. After being humiliated by Junling Tian last time, the Tushan Demon went back to practicing diligently, and accepted the supreme inheritance of the Nine-Tailed Skyfox clan. That was why she was all excited to face Junling Tian once again. She was going to avenge that kick with a vengeance. Chapter 105, Junling Tian, die. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. The very instant the formation rose in the ring, Junling Tian's figure ghostly appeared on Tushan Yaoyao's side. With that, he kicked out, and the immense and incomparable force directly tore through space and landed in front of Tushan Yoyo's chest. If it was played slowly, one could clearly see that the huge fullness on Tushan Yoyo's chest directly deflated. Ah! As a scream rang out, accompanied by a thud, Tushan Yoyo's slender body directly bounced dozens of heels continuously under the effect of the huge inertia. Finally the wolf landed on the bottom of the ring in a heap. The original Snow White, fluffy tail was also dusty and smudged. Junling Tian, you rogue! You rogue! At this moment, Tushan Yaoyao stood up from the ground in a slightly wretched state, and couldn't help but feel that her chest was on fire, as if she had been roasted by fire. Looking down, it was bruised and swollen. You should be grateful. Junling Tian lowered his eyes to look at Tushan Yoyo under the stage and spoke faintly, then turned around and left without a care in the world. You, me, I celebrate you, big head. Tushan Yoyo's silver teeth were all about to be clenched, her face all shamed and annoyed. It was too humiliating. Surprisingly, he hadn't even resisted a single blow and was still being humiliated by this Junling Tian. However, not long after, She completely understood the meaning of Jun Ling Tian's words. Jun Ling Tian of the Jun family wins. As the referee opened his mouth, a huge stone tablet that emitted divine sunlight. The 0 behind Jun Ling Tian's name changed to a 1, and his ranking climbed upwards by several places, which meant that he had gotten 1 point. So strong. Evil Tooth, who was not on the field, spoke with a grave expression on his face. After not seeing him for a while, this Jun Ling Tian seemed to have become even stronger. However, his elder brother was unimpressed when he heard this. This kid seemed to have quite a different feeling about this Jun Ling Tian. What's so strong about it? I'm just as good at this level. Hearing Evil Rebel Sky's words, Evil Tooth closed his mouth. He didn't want to argue with him. It's hard to win and get beat up, and it's hard to lose. On the other hand, Kana on the other side had her golden pupils shrinking slightly. One defeated the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's Tushan Yo-Yo. She couldn't do it. This showed that this Jun Ling Tian was stronger than her. But so what? Facing the heir of the 10 Forbidden Lands, he could only lose the battle. Look father, big brother won. Jun Shenling had an excited smile on her face immediately after seeing Jun Ling Tian defeat Tushan Yo-Yo with a crushing force. But Jun Xianye's face was not so optimistic. The Nine-Tailed Sky Fox clan specialized in charm and illusion, and their own battle power was weak. Moreover, Jun Ling Tian had just had the suspicion of taking advantage of his defenses, and the one who shared the same thought with him was the Taiku Divine Clan's matriarch, Ji Yao. Only Ning Hongwan and Bai Susu and the others firmly believed that Jun Ling Tian would definitely let that group of proud Forbidden Land heirs know who is the true suppressor of the times. On the other side, Ji Shuelua of the Swire God clan faced off against a Forbidden Land heir of the younger generation. Fairy, I heard that you are the fiancé of that what's his name, Jun Ling Tian? That boy is going to die soon anyway. Or you might as well marry me. Undead Sea. Shut up. That Undead Sea's Forbidden Land transmitter wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Ji Shuelua. Hot enough. I like it. Upon hearing Ji Shuelua's petulant rebuke, instead of being annoyed, that Undead Sea's Forbidden Land transmitter became even more excited. Taiku Divine Skill. Ji Shuelua stopped beeping with the other party and directly ran the aura in her body with full force. The strength of the late stage of the Lesser Saint realm instantly exploded. Sword Intent. Ethereal. Ji Shuelua lightly spat out of her mouth, and the spirit sword in her hand was suddenly like an indistinct mist that was unpredictable. With that, he wrapped his powerful sword intent and stabbed at his opponent. That's some skill. Putting away the joking look on his face, the Forbidden Land transmitter directly spread his palms. A large mouth with fangs had suddenly appeared in the center of the originally bleak hand. Boys, go! With that Forbidden Land transmitter's loud drink that bizarre maw suddenly flew out countless floating and bizarre undead. The aura on each of the undead had the cultivation level of the Lesser Saint realm. The power of the curse on it filled the air, densely surrounding Ji Shuelua instantly. The eerie, piercing screams made her frown. The moment Ji Shuelua's spirit sword came into contact with these bizarre undead, nuisance sounds continued to resound and white smoke rose. This was a secret technique unique to their Sea of the Undead, feeding their souls with their bodies. These weird undead were the ones who ate their flesh and blood and grew up along with them. The sword transforms into thousands. Go! As Ji Shuelua spoke, the spirit sword in her hand suddenly transformed into countless sword shadows. Each sword shadow carried a powerful sword intent on top of it, chopping towards the incoming weird undead. For a while the two sides actually fought hard. On the other hand, the heirs of the 10 Forbidden Lands, no matter what they were up against, were all just like Jun Ling Tian. All of them were killed in a single blow, as if they were in a match. The lucky ones can get their lives back. The unlucky ones die a horrible death directly on the spot. This caused all the helmsmen of the major powers to hold back their grievances, but they looked at the Forbidden Land lords not far away and did not dare to open their mouths to theorize. After all, Jun Xianye's previous lesson was still there. But as time passed, the first round finally ended. After a period of rest and relaxation, it was soon time for the next round, and the order of the draw was soon out. The corners of Jun Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly when he saw his opponent across from him. It was because the opposite side was clearly the heir to the 10 Forbidden Lands, and on the opposite side was the god-slaying Abyss heirloom, Emperor Kingslayer, dressed in an incomparably mighty saint-exalted level spirit armor. He held a flowing lance in his hand. I didn't expect that a quasi-imperial artifact given for nothing would fall into my hands. The moment he saw Jun Ling Tian, a contemptuous smile appeared on Emperor Deicide's face. Tramp! This kid, Ian, is really ing lucky. Lei Destroyer instantly burst out in foul language after seeing Jun Ling Tian take on DG Tian. The Jun family had come out with one person who wasn't enough to share. And now well, it was cheap for that kid. Emperor Kingslayer. I should have known that I would have asked the old ancestor to help change the object of the lottery draw. Emo Ching also opened his mouth a bit bored at this time. Although the other few Forbidden Land heirs didn't open their mouths, they obviously thought the same. It's over. Ling Tian has actually faced off against someone from the Godslayer Abyss. Jun Xianye's heart thumped after seeing Jun Ling Tian's opponent. Don't worry, father. I'm sure my brother can win. Jun Xianling opened her mouth with a lack of breath, and it was clear that her heart was also apprehensive. On the other hand, Kana on the other side revealed an excited smile after seeing Jun Ling Tian take on the Godslayer Abyss's Emperor Kingslayer. Ha 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 ha, Jun Ling Tian, die. It's just a pity that you won't be able to see the scene where I exterminate your Jun family. Chapter 106, My Son. The posture of the great Emperor Ling Tian. When she thought that Jun Ling Tian had destroyed the Lu family without any hesitation, she gritted her teeth in hatred. Surprisingly, it's against my clan's junior. The helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss opened his mouth with interest at this moment. Although Blood Ruowan's bounty mission did seem like Junior's playfulness to them, it also added a dash of interest to this boring competition, didn't it? We might as well guess how many rounds that Jun Ling Tian can last in the hands of your junior? At this time, the helmsman of the Undead Sea smiled faintly and spoke. In that case, let me guess first. The helmsman of the mysterious forest then spoke after saying this. I guess that brat will be able to last 10 rounds. 10? No. That's too many. My guess is 5 rounds. The helmsman of the ancient divine court spoke with a light smile. The crowd then made more and more outrageous guesses, and even ended up with someone guessing a move. But no matter how one guessed, none of the helmsmen of the major powers were optimistic about this Jun Ling Tian. Even the swift immortal race Gu Changqing and the others were like that. Jun Ling Tian, don't die. Even if you do, you will have to die in my Tushan Yaoyao's hands. Tushan Yo-Yo, whose swelling had already subsided at the moment, was also paying attention to the situation in the arena. After seeing that the one he was fighting against was the Godslayer Abyss's Empyrean Deicide, his palms unexpectedly flushed with a fine sweat. Jun Ling Tian, if you don't resist, I can let you die a painful death. A confident smile hung on the face of Emperor Deicide in the ring, obviously already winning. Noisy. Jun Ling Tian spoke indifferently, his face expressionless as if he did not place DG Tian in his eyes. This made Emperor Deicide lose face. Since you don't know any better, I'll let you die a painful death today. 1,000 changes of gun shadows. The power of shock. As Emperor Deicide opened his mouth, the tip of the long spear in his hand unexpectedly transformed into countless roots, and each tip of the gun was real, not an illusion. It turned out that he was actually using the momentum of the tremor to make the lance in his hand vibrate at a high frequency to attack different locations, wanting to poke thousands of holes in Jun Ling Tian's body with one strike. Jedi Shadow Steps. Jun Ling Tian casually executed one of the Jun clan's body martial arts, and his figure directly disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Emperor Kingslayer hurriedly followed, but every time the tip of the spear was about to touch Jun Ling Tian, it was dodged by him. This couldn't help but make Ian's brows furrow. Jun Ling Tian was not simple. Although he seemed to have been in a disadvantageous position, he couldn't touch his opponent in any way. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, Jun Ling Tian was thinking of something. If he effortlessly slaughtered this Emperor Deicide, then the ones who came on behind him would definitely not dare to fight him. But it would be a pain in the ass to play slowly like that. So he wanted to know if this power ring battle had the kind of mode where he could hit 10. The people watching the battle from the outside all frowned when they saw that this Deicide couldn't even touch the corner of Jun Ling Tian's coat, because it was really a bit out of their league. Yet the next moment, Jun Ling Tian directly seized an opening and twisted his body irregularly, and then kicked at Shi Tian's face. In an instant, a majestic and incomparable force directly acted on Ian's face, kicked his head straight in half. The entire body was also flung out under this extremely powerful inertia. It hit the top of the ring's protective formation with a bang. What? The crowd watching the battle at the moment hadn't reacted for a while. Obviously just now, he was still being chased and beaten. How did he explode the Dislayer's head in the blink of an eye? This kid doesn't seem simple. After looking at the dying Dijitsu Tian who had lost half of his head, all the major Forbidden Zone lords looked at Jun Ling Tian on top of the ring with astonishment on their faces. As an heir to a forbidden land, which one was not synonymous with invincibility? But now it was simply and roughly crippled by a kick from that Jun family kid. Although Ian had a light heart, there was no denying that Jun Ling Tian had a good sense of timing and was also very powerful. In fact, what they did not know was that the reason why Jun Ling Tian had left Shi Tian alive was not because he was merciful. Rather, they are afraid of being too strong to catch fish. Ha 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 ha, my son Ling Tian has the appearance of a great emperor. Seeing this scene, Jun Xianye's heart was soothed beyond measure, and the pent-up anger from being slapped in the face earlier was also exhaled quite a bit. I told you my brother could win for sure. Jun Shenling also jumped straight up in excitement at this time. Only Ning Hongduan's few women looked as normal, feeling that this matter was just expected. How could this happen? Damn it, what a waste of a Forbidden Land heir. Kana's pretty face turned red with anger when she saw that God-slaying Abyss's Empyrean Slayer had been wasted so easily. Garbage. Not as good as her. She's happy for nothing. Ling Tian has really hidden his strength. Ji Yao could also see some of the realities. It was obvious that Jun Ling Tian's strength was quite a bit stronger than that DG Tian. There is some skill, but it's far from my master. Gu Xianer once again thought of her great imperial master after seeing Jun Ling Tian's battle results. In comparison to it, this Jun Ling Tian was a fart. This Jun family young lord has really given us an unexpected surprise. Gu Changqing and the other helmsmen of the top powers sat in a circle, and they were also impressed with this Jun family young lord. That's for sure. My son Ling Tian has the stature of a great emperor. At this time, Jun Xianyi once again arrived in the void and found a place to sit down amidst the complicated gazes of Gu Changqing and the others. That's right. He's here to show off. So what if it's a Forbidden Land heir? It's still not my son beating his brains out. Jun Xianyi intentionally glanced at the location where the lords of the 10 Forbidden Lands were after saying this. Seeing the other party's gloomy face, his heart felt soothed. However, the next moment he said this, a large invisible hand directly slapped him with a slap. This time, it was the helmsman of the Forbidden Godslayer Abyss who struck. Pust. Jun Xianyi directly spilled blood into the air and then flew backwards through the space barrier. Husband. Ji Yao hurriedly caught Jun Xianyi when she saw this scene, but she was carried by inertia and retreated for a long distance before unloading and stopping. After checking Jun Xianyi's breath and realizing that it was still there, Ji Yao could not help but feel relieved inside. It was only after feeding down an imperial-grade healing pill that Jun Xianyi was able to slow down. Say you, was it worth getting that slap just to get over it? Ji Yao was truly convinced that this husband of his just had to mouth off in front of the lord of that Forbidden Land, though the other side wouldn't go so far as to kill him. But what if? Value. You are not seeing what look they have on their faces. Ha ha ha. Although blood still spilled from the corners of his mouth from time to time, Jun Xianyi was in a good mood. Help me up. I still have to watch the next scene of Ling Tian, my son, violently beating up the heirs of the major Forbidden Lands. Chapter 107, Too weak. Jun Xianyi staggered to his feet, looking at Ji Yao, and what had just happened was of course seen by Jun Ling Tian. Deicide Abyss? After sneering, he wrote the name down. With that, he stood directly on top of the ring and opened his mouth. Is this the heir to the Forbidden Land? It's too weak. Jun Ling Tian's tone was light, scornful of the whole scene. That aura, that look, exploded. Want to slaughter me? I'll give you guys a chance. And don't go on one by one. Go on together. Forget I said that if you don't have the balls. Words with an extremely mocking tone entered the ears of everyone present. Worthy of being a big brother. Just awesome. Ling Mu, who had just finished a fight and was tired as a dog, had admiration all over his eyes. What? Together? My son Ling Tian is reckless. Jun Xianyi, who heard these words, just wanted to speak out to stop them, but was stopped by Ji Yao. Ling Tian is very measured in his actions, so don't worry about it. On the other hand, Blood Ruohuan was hesitating to go on when he heard these words of agitation. After all, the earlier scene of that Dislayer's head being blown off was still fresh in his mind. However, just then, Kana's soft voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ruohuan Gongzi can't or don't go on. That Jun Ling Tian is ruthless. You're no match. What? I can't? Hearing this, Blood Ruohuan's brain was so hot that he jumped straight out. After all, a man can't say no, much less be told no by a woman. However, when he got on the stage he had some regrets. With him alone he was probably not a match for that Jun Ling Tian. So he threw up his arms. Gentlemen, this Jun Ling Tian is so rampant. Are you all just going to watch? Anyone present who comes down to join forces with me? I'll give him an immortal pill. As the words fell, the scene was agitated. One immortal medicine is quite a lot, and it's coming off the field? If there's a lot of people, won't no one find out if they touch a fish then? Some are still thinking about it, while others have already acted on it. Blood Ruohuan, I'll help you. An incomparably enchanting figure fell, and it was actually the Nightmare Land's demon lady. She was so confident in her means of preserving her life that she dared to go down. I'm coming, too, and you're the first one to dare to say that labor has no balls. Forbidden Unknown God's Tombs Lei Meisure also came down. He originally wanted to come down a long time ago, but was afraid that he and Blood Ruohuan would not be able to join forces to defeat the Jun Ling Tian. After all, he was grumpy but not a cutie. Ancient Divine Court God Haoqian, please enlighten me. A handsome man with a golden crown on his head fell down. He was the Ancient Divine Court God Haoqian. The 9 Forbidden Lands had already gone up for, and just as evil rebel heaven wanted to go up to the stage. Evil Tooth suddenly stopped him. Big brother, don't go. Everyone else goes and I don't. So won't I become that gutless one? Get the hell out of here. Evil Reverend waved his hand and threw Evil Tooth to the side. Then the latter directly hugged his ankle. Big brother, if you have to go, step over my dead body. Evil Tooth was truly scared. His eyelids had been beating wildly. Before this was when his mother and father had fallen. That's why he didn't want Evil Rebel to get on stage. And right in between, Mu Emotionless from the Forest of Secrets and Desolate Ching from the Sea of the Undead were already on stage. Only by Xian of the illusory immortal Zephyr and Su Muyo of the reincarnation Pure Land were not on the 9 forbidden lands. Seeing Evil Tooth like this, Evil Rebel Heaven's heart softened. Since they were young, the two brothers had no parents, and he had been the one to take care of Evil Tooth. Although strict, he still loved this brother of his in his heart. That's all. If you don't go, you don't go. Evil Rebel sighed and then sat back down. Really? Evil Teeth looked up in question at that. Of course it's true. Don't let go yet. Evil Reverend spoke without any good humor. The latter saw that his big brother didn't look like he was joking, and only then did he let go of his hands, and he was surprised to find that his eyes weren't dancing anymore. And as time passed, a number of people had gone up above the ring, but basically, they were all heirs of the 10 forbidden lands. Looking at the increasing number of people on the stage, Junling Tian did not stop them. Even the entire power ranking battle was suspended, obviously wanting to see how this battle would actually go. This kid is really wild. Last time the one who was so wild was still that Wang Xianxian rebel, right? Gu Changqing and the others in the void exchanged whispers. The positions were moved to another place, fearing that they would be the next to be slapped by the Lord of the Forbidden Land. Yeah, but this kid is kind of setting a precedent. It wasn't as if there hadn't been one beating multiple ones on top of the power ranking battle in the past, but all of them are people of the Forbidden Land fighting the demons of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was the first time that the 9 heavens and 10 lands had fought the Forbidden Land, but despite the words, there was not a single person present who favored Junling Tian. Those Forbidden Landlords were even more so, proud and arrogant in mind. Although this son has good talent, he will not be able to prove himself as an emperor. The helmsman of the Tomb of the Unknown God spoke faintly. That's right, the nature is too arrogant and does not know how to internalize. But he does not know that too much rigidity is easy to break. The helmsman of the ancient divine court commented the same way, and the others either nodded approvingly or their eyes lowered without comment. Humph, Junling Tian. This time, let's see if you die. The corners of Kana's mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly as she saw more and more people in the ring. Her revenge for the extermination of her family was finally going to be avenged. Brother, you mustn't be okay, cousin Ling Tian. Shueluo is still waiting for you to marry me back. Jun Shenling and Ji Shueluo's hearts were in their throats at the moment, fearing that something might happen to Junling Tian. Big brother's behavior is dangling, but it's death-defying. Hey, do I need to go collect Big brother's corpse later? It doesn't seem like it's my turn. Ling Mu muttered in his heart as he looked at every single forbidden land heir in the field that was stronger than himself. A moment later, he suddenly thought of something and then instructed the attendant behind him. Go, prepare me some good paper money. Ha, your highness, what do you need paper money for? That attendant froze. The immortal lord hadn't collapsed either. Go if you're told to. What's all this nonsense? Ling Mu waved his hand impatiently. Yes, your highness. With the departure of his entourage, Ling Mu once again sighed inside. Big brother, there's only so much I can do for you. Don't worry, you definitely won't be able to use up all the paper money I'll burn for you when the time comes. On the other hand, the two Ning Hongduan girls on the other side were calm when they saw such a situation. Dying. Yeah, dying. The two women spoke indifferently, but the person they were talking about dying was not Junling Tian. Ruo Wei, do you like Junling Tian? Ning Hongduan held his teacup and casually opened his mouth to ask. Me? Of course I like it. Who wouldn't like such a powerful man? Tantai Ruowei spoke with deep meaning, but the gaze in her eyes towards Junling Tian was somewhat complicated. Chapter 108. Lei Mieshur said so, and at the moment above the ring, there were already hundreds of people surrounding Junling Tian. Blood Ruowan's heart flashed with flesh pain as he watched this scene. After all, he was the one who had promised himself that he would receive an immortal pill as long as he went on stage. Now wouldn't so many people need more than 100 immortal pills? So at the sight of someone else getting into the ring, Blood Ruowan instantly kicked him back. Enough, with us here, this brat is already dead enough 800 times, and that Heaven's Pride who had been kicked back cursed inwardly when he heard that. Damn it, I hope all of you get killed by that Jun family kid. Grimacing as he stood up, he was unaware that Blood Ruowan's kick had directly saved his life. Some of the demonic prides who did not decisively enter the ring regretted it the moment they saw the protective array slowly rising above the ring. He secretly hated himself for not going up earlier and missing out on an immortal medicine. Oh, is everyone here? Facing more than 100 heavenly prides from the major forbidden lands and the 9 heavens and 10 lands, Junling Tian's face revealed a calmness that far exceeded that of normal people. Junling Tian, even if your Jun family's great emperor ancestor came today, he wouldn't be able to save you. These words, I, Lay Destroyer, say it. The irascible Lay Destroyer's voice was like a flood of thunder, and the thunder and lightning raged around his body, like a thunder god in the world. Ha, yeah, even if your family's oldest ancestor comes today, he won't be able to save you. Junling Tian muttered inwardly with some amusement. If you're not a son of Qi and still dare to act like that, let's kill him first later. Little brother, you're going to die anyway. Why don't you and I have some fun before we die? The demon woman shook off the big thunder on her chest at this time and licked her lips. Her face was full of seductive intentions. She really wanted to taste how a man of such extreme quality like Junling Tian tasted. No good. If you itch yourself, slap yourself with your slippers a few times. Wouldn't it be nice to be self-sufficient? Junling Tian opened his mouth in a serious manner. Although this demoness had not bad looks and an enchanting body, she was a real. He can't look at these lousy shoes. You, looking for death. I'm going to tear your stinking mouth apart today. The demoness figure directly disappeared in place, and her pair of white jade hands turned into sharp claws at this moment. A special body of light green energy was wrapped around it. Nightmare. The moment she was about to reach Junling Tian's body, the demoness directly unleashed her nightmare avatar. This was the emperor-ranked illusionist aptitude of their nightmare land, and it was also one of her bottom cards. Watching Junling Tian's eyes gradually become confused under his nightmare avatar, a hint of mockery hung on the demoness' face. But that's just it. That emperor deicide is truly a straw man. To think that he can't even deal with such a weakling. Thinking so in his heart, but the movements in his hands did not stop. The sharp and incomparably sharp claws directly pierced into Junling Tian's head. In an instant, he scratched Junling Tian's head to pieces. In reality, however, the crowd in the ring looked at Spirit Woman, who stood her ground and scratched the dare out of her chest. A chill ran through everyone's insides. The most skilled illusionist in the field, the demoness, turned out to be hit by someone else's illusion? Spirit girl, what are you doing? Blood Ruohuan yelled at the giggling demoness, but it had no effect at all. Junling Tian had added an additional illusionist avatar on top of the nightmare avatar she had cast, and it was simply impossible to easily awaken. This demon girl in your house isn't very good. At this time the helmsman of the blood demons Earth who was watching this scene in the void smiled and opened his mouth. Even if it's no longer good, it's still better than that kid from the Godslayer Abyss, right? After all, that kid is still half dead until now. The man at the helm of the Nightmare Lands was an old crone with an exasperated tone. Old woman. You. The helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss wanted to open his mouth but was powerless to retort. And in the end, he could only close his eyelids with a frowning face. The other few all shook their heads helplessly as they watched this scene. After all, the 10 forbidden lands were also darkly turbulent with each other, and were not as amicable as one might think. As for the Junling Tian in the field at this moment, he was not going to waste any more time. The entire person's figure instantly disappeared in place, and most of the people in the ring were surprisingly unable to catch his trajectory. One could only use their senses to search for Junling Tian's figure. Not good. This Junling Tian's cultivation is actually at the perfection of the Great Sage realm. Let's all join hands together. After seeing Junling Tian's speed that they were simply unable to capture, the crowd understood that this Junling Tian had actually been pretending to be a pig eating a tiger. Great Sage realm perfection. Already cultivating the 13th realm, close to the 14th realm. Arriving at the cultivation at such an age was simply terrifying. The moment you set your minds to killing me, you were destined to fall here. Junling Tian opened his mouth indifferently, directly blossoming out his aura that he had suppressed at the early stages of the Great Sage realm. The crowd in the ring all shuddered inwardly after sensing this. It's not a consummation. It's actually just an early stage. In the same realm as me? How is this possible? I don't believe it. Blood Ruohuan and several of the Great Sacred Realm Forbidden Land successors present were all inwardly shocked after sensing Junling Tian's aura. An early stage of the Great Sage Realm yet able to achieve the speed of a perfect Great Sage Realm? How is this possible? However, in the instant they slowed down, Junling Tian had already arrived in front of Lei Dianshur's body. A palm was clasped on his head, and then instantly crushed his head under the look of fear that filled Lei Dianshur's face. Just as he was planning to crush Lei Destroyer's soul as well, a loud cry suddenly appeared in Junling Tian's ears. Kid, stop. It was the helmsman of the Tomb of the Unknown God, and there was no way he could watch his family's most outstanding heir fall. Junling Tian, do you hear me? Let me go or else your entire Jun family will surely accompany me. Although Lei Destroyer was being pinched in the palm of Junling Tian's hand at the moment, he was not panicked at all. He believed that Junling Tian would not dare to do anything about it. However, what responded to him was Junling Tian's crisp and clean movements. After crushing Lei Destroyer's soul with a bang, Junling Tian smiled provocatively into the void. The formation on the ring was a quasi-emperor level protective formation, and that old dog would not be able to break it that easily. You scared me. Who made you so loud? Damn it, little pussy, you seek death. In the case that he has already opened his mouth, this little still dares to make a move. Simply did not put the majesty of him, the Lord of the Forbidden Land, in his eyes. You're annoying me again, so I decided to slaughter all the people in your tomb of the unknown god. After saying these words, Junling Tian instantly disappeared into thin air. What? How dare you? The helmsman of the tomb of the unknown god couldn't sit still and actually directly shot out and slapped at the ring's protective formation. In an instant, a runic palm print with heavenly divine might fell. However, it did not have much effect at all when it landed on top of the protective formation. It just rippled. Chapter 109, Don't Live. And in less than a breath of time, the few unseen gods' tomb heirs above the ring had all died. Big Brother is so powerful? Ling Mu in the stands only slightly reacted at this moment. After all, it all happened so fast that the crowd on the scene couldn't even react. Ha ha ha, this Junling Tian is really a death wish. Kana was smiling happily at the moment because this Junling Tian was arrogant enough to behead all of the heirs of the forbidden unseen god's tomb. This is like trying to get exterminated. Even Jun Xianyi and Ji Yao were a little too happy at the sight of this scene, but there was no outcry to stop it. After slaughtering a few heirs of the Forbidden Land, the other party shouldn't be so bad as to want to completely turn their backs on their two top-tier powers, but if they didn't call the old ancestor over, they were afraid they wouldn't be able to keep their son. Thinking of this, Jun Xianyi transmitted a message directly towards his own old ancestor. Jun Qianling, on the other hand, had an excited smile on her face after seeing her big brother make a big kill. Father, look, brother is amazing. Yes, my son has the posture to dictate the ages. He must not fall. The regard Jun Xianyi had for Junling Tian in his heart had reached a level where he could gamble on the lives of his entire clan. This Junling Tian is indeed good, but he still can't be compared to my master. Gu Xianer was once again impressed with Junling Tian. But at this moment, her heart was already filled with another figure and could not tolerate anyone else. On the other hand, Tushan Yaoyao on the other side could not help but feel relieved in her heart after seeing Junling Tian's great power. This denizen has some skills. Those demonic prides who hadn't previously ascended the ring were secretly glad after seeing this scene. It's a good thing they weren't on stage, or they might have been among the dead. Brother, thank you. Evil Reverend directly gave his brother a big bear hug. The current him had to admit that his brother was right. This Junling Tian was simply a pervert. Although this son is gifted, he is probably unable to grow up. Gu Changqing and the others all could not help but shake their heads after seeing what Junling Tian had done. Today, this Junling Tian had refuted the face of the helmsman of the tomb of the unknown god, and it was clearly impossible for him to exist in the 9 heavens and 10 lands anymore. Otherwise, where would the tomb of the unknown god lose face? Yeah, this son was a flash in the pan, but he amazed in era. Regarding Junling Tian's talent, there was not a single voice present that spoke out in denial. Why don't you and the others join me? Or none of your juniors will live. When the helmsman of the tomb of the unknown god saw that he couldn't break that protective formation, he immediately yelled at the several people next to him. The helmsman of the other several forbidden lands no longer hesitated upon hearing this. After all, the truth was indeed as the other party had said. Junling Tian and the ring had now begun to take on the other forbidden land heirs. I'll help you. The crone from the Nightmare Land was the first to step in to help, as Junling Tian had already come to the demonist's side with idle steps. Watch what you say to your brother in your next life. With a wave of his hand, Junling Tian exterminated the demonist without the slightest bit of mercy. Strike together, or we all die. Blood Ruohuan shouted with forced composure. The others didn't hesitate to cast their own cards when they heard this. Death Rap, 10,000 souls. The sea of blood is boundless. In an instant, the ring was transformed into a sea of blood as a black, bizarre vine wound its way towards Junling Tian. In the air, on the other hand, there were countless bizarre undead souls emitting shrill cries as they blackened and surrounded Junling Tian. The spirit level and the colorful attacks all blasted towards where Junling Tian was. However, in the next instant, the field even screamed miserably from time to time. Because there were too many people in the ring, the Junling Tian did not hit and instead killed a few of his own people. Damn! Blood Ruohuan, what do you mean? How did you pull my brother into the sea of blood? God Haotian opened his mouth to question at Blood Ruohuan. That was his only younger brother. Just like that, he was melted by Blood Ruohuan pulling in the sea of blood? What business is it of mine if your brother is careless? Can't you see that a few died in my blood demon's earth as well? Blood Rohan wouldn't give his opponent face. He was launching an indiscriminate ranged attack. It was impossible to take everyone into account. Fine. Since you don't want to live, none of you will. Emperor's pupil. Destroy the world. A golden vertical pupil that emitted a hint of imperial might instantly appeared at the center of God Hao Tian's brow. This was his strongest card, which could compete with an ordinary Sing King for a moment. And the moment that golden vertical pupil opened its eyes, the entire ring was enveloped by the divine might emanating from that vertical pupil. The light of destruction bombarded the ring without discrimination. God Hao Tian, are you crazy? Stop it. Many of the people in the ring were cursing at the moment as they were now no longer thinking about how to deal with Junling Tian. Being able to survive these indiscriminate attacks is the main thing at the moment. Die. Death to all. The god Hao Tian who died his younger brother didn't listen to others at all, and directly killed in all directions like a god of war. It's a mess. It's all messed up. God Hao Tian had killed his eyes and overdrawn his life force. On the other hand, Junling Tian in the middle of the field was slaughtering a disgruntled Forbidden Land successor from time to time. My son, don't kill it. Jun Xianye's heart trembled a little as he looked at Junling Tian, who was slaughtering a Forbidden Land successor every now and then in the ring, because at the rate he was killing, even the Jun family wouldn't be able to save him. However, with the full force of the 10 Forbidden Land lords intervening, plus the help of some quasi-imperial artifacts, that protective formation was finally unable to withstand the bombardment and shattered. Stop it all. A lord of the Forbidden Land directly fixed the space in the field with a wave of his hand, leaving the crowd in the ring all unable to move. But the situation in the field at the moment could be described as tragic, with more than 100 forbidden heirs already dead. Good for you, little. Die for me. The helmsman of the tomb of the unknown god did not hesitate to strike, and the great palm that covered the sky and emitted heavenly divine might directly press down towards Junling Tian. Old piker, don't hurt my son. Jun Xianyi bellowed, but it was of no cockamamie use at all. That huge palm did not hesitate to press down towards Junling Tian. Junling Tian, let's see if you don't die this time. Kana already had an extremely unrestrained grin on her face. Ji Shuelua and the other women, on the other hand, all had panicked looks on their faces. Brother Ling Tian, cousin Ling Tian, Jun Ling Tian. Tushan Yo-Yo surprisingly felt a little hard inside herself after seeing this scene. Obviously, she hadn't even touched a few times with this Jun Ling Tian. Finished, big brother to know. Ling Mu's hand was still clutching a handful of paper money at the moment, ready to scatter. Chapter 110, What a Jun Family. However, just as the crowd thought that Junling Tian would fall on the spot, a withered palm suddenly poked out from the void. There was actually a hint of imperial might emanating from it. The attack sent out by the helmsman of that unseen god's tomb was also dissolved with a wave of his hand. You intervene in a junior's fight. Are you deceiving our Jun family? The grandiose voice was overbearing, and it was clearly the Jun family's quasi-emperor realm ancestor that Jun Xianyi had called. Good. What a Jun family. Is this your Jun family's intention to counteract my unseen divine tomb? The helmsman of the tomb of the unknown god was not the least bit weak even when he saw the quasi-emperor realm ancestor of the Jun clan make an appearance. After all, there were not 100 but 80 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses in his unseen divine tomb, so he was not afraid of this tiny Jun family. And my nightmare land, today if you Jun family does not hand this little over, then there is no need to exist. Threat. The words of this nightmare land crone were a threat to the Jun family's quasi-emperor realm ancestors. She didn't believe that the Jun family would dare to go up against the two forbidden lands for the sake of a Junling Tian. Then let's fight. My Juinjia will accompany you. The Jun family's quasi-emperor realm elder spoke without hesitation. Accompany me? What a great accompaniment. What if I were to add my blood demon's earth to the mix? What will you, the Jun family, do to accompany me? At this time, the helmsman of the blood demon's land also stepped forward. And my ancient divine court. Another forbidden land. The 10 forbidden lands surprisingly stood out 4 of them, and the other 6 also had the intention to stand out. This caused the Jun clan's paragon elder to frown slightly. The 4 forbidden lands had joined forces and already had the strength to wipe out the Jun family, which caused him to be cautious. It's over. The Jun family is completely finished. Ha ha ha. Kana of the Holy Feather clan was already happy in her heart after seeing this scene. She hadn't thought that she had only used a small ploy that had resulted in the entire Jun family now being buried for Junling Tian. The soothing pleasure of this great revenge made her want to moan. Even Jun Xianyi and Ji Yao were staring at this moment. The situation in the arena now seemed to be out of their control. If these 4 forbidden lands tore up the peace treaty, then their Jun family would definitely be the first to be exterminated. My son, you're right. This power ranking battle is really dangerous. The heavenly demon hall master burst out with emotion when he saw this scene. His son's instincts were pretty good. No, The foreboding I had before has always remained. And the real danger has not yet come. Father, come on. There's nothing more to see here. Let's go back. Feng Yuan glanced at Zhu Lingtian, always feeling that he was the most dangerous character here. Okay, just follow my son. Hearing these words, the Heavenly Demon Hall's Hall Master did not hesitate to choose to turn around and return, leading the Heavenly Demon Hall's people away from this place. And as they got farther and farther away from the War God Ring, the sense of crisis in Feng Yuan's heart only slightly diminished. In the meantime, when he saw that the situation in the field was favorable to his side, that Blood Ru Huan's face suddenly once again put on a smile, as if the villain had gained ambition. Jun Lingtian was indeed stronger than him, but to come out and mix was to have the strength to talk about the background. And this Jun family was clearly no match for his blood demon's earth. There's no way out. This Jun family young lord is stunning, but that's where it ends. Gu Changqing and the other helmsmen of the top forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands all shook their heads after seeing the situation in the field. Although the Jun family was the leader of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, they appeared powerless in the face of such jackals as the 10 forbidden lands. Just when the crowd thought that the Jun family's quasi-emperor realm ancestor would give up on Jun Lingtian, it was as if he had figured it out. Call your elders to come and fight. Even if the clan is exterminated today, my Jun family will still be there. The eyes of the Jun family's quasi-emperor realm ancestor flickered as his domineering aura spread out once again, and after saying this he smiled at Jun Lingtian and opened his mouth. Kid, you're good, leave it to me, the old thing. Next, with a wave of his hand, Jun Lingtian was blown back to Jun Xianya's side by that Jun clan ancestor of the quasi-emperor realm. This surprised Jun Lingtian, who was originally prepared to be handed over. It seemed that he had underestimated the pride of the people of the Jun family. My son, are you okay? Jun Xianyi felt around Jun Lingtian's body and saw that there were no missing arms or legs. Then he was relieved. I'll be fine, and the Jun family, too, will be fine. Jun Lingtian opened his mouth with intent, and then his real body silently left the battle god's ring, leaving only a bilocation here. And after hearing that the Jun family was actually planning to fight hard against several of their forbidden lands, challenging the majesty of their forbidden lands, the several helmsmen looked at each other and made up their minds. It seems that my 10 forbidden lands haven't traveled in the world for a long time, and the world has already forgotten about our divine might. Yes, it's also time to make these lowly people realize who was the master of the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The crone of the nightmare land smiled cruelly. Since you, the Jun family, seek death, then we will fulfill you. After saying this, they directly informed their own ancestors of the situation here through summoning means, intending to directly join forces to exterminate this Jun family. Seeing that the 10 forbidden lands were planning to strike, it caused the hearts of Gu Changqing and the other top power patriarchs to all thump. After all, the last time the 10 forbidden places came out at the same time was still in the ancient times. Could it be that this time the forces of the 9 heavens and 10 lands would be reshuffled again? Go! Hurry back! We can't stay here. Gu Changqing and the others decisively left the war god's ring with their clan members. Right now, they only felt in their hearts that the old ghost of the Heavenly Demon Hall was very prescient. Seeing a bad situation, instantly slipped away and ran faster than a rabbit. Within a short time, the forces on the scene, one watching the other, had pretty much run away. Only the forces of the 10 forbidden lands and the Jun family, the Swift God clan, and the Red Dust Dao Palace remained. Palace Master, everyone else has left. Aren't we going to leave? At this time, someone voiced an inquiry at Ning Hongwan. After all, now that everyone else was gone, there was only one Swift God race that was close to the Jun family left standing. It wasn't like they had anything to do with the Red Dust Dao Palace and the Jun family, so there was no need to wade through the muddy waters here. No, don't worry, nothing will happen to the Jun family. Despite saying so, Ning Hongwan's heart was still a bit worried. After all, those were the 10 forbidden lands, existences that stood for eons and eons. In the meantime, the Emperor Realm ancestors sleeping in the 10 forbidden lands were also awakened at this moment. After understanding the circumstances of the matter, the opinions of the Emperor Realm ancestors of the major forbidden lands were surprisingly unanimous. It seems that the majesty of our forbidden land should indeed be re-erected. After all, the majesty of the forbidden land could not be desecrated or challenged, and this Jun family had already violated the forbidden land's bottom line. So they decided to exterminate this Jun family so that the major powers of the 9 heavens and 10 lands would learn a lesson. However, what they did not know was that at this moment, Jun Lingtian's true body and the 9 great doppelgangers were rushing to where the 10 forbidden lands were located. That's right, he's going to block the door. The Blood Demon's Earth? I'd like to see just how strong this legendary forbidden land of blood demons is. Jun Lingtian laughed coldly, and his true body was clearly planning to go around the Blood Demon Earth. Chapter 111, Let Me Die Clearly. The dark red land reeked like a sea of blood. There was also a sarcoma like a human head hanging on top of a tree that was growing in an eerie manner. Every now and then a dark green liquid dripped down, corroding the ground. White bones, skeletons, and corpses of unknown ferocious beasts were everywhere. A huge blood moon hung above the sky, illuminating the entire blood demon land in blood red. The blood demon's earth, which should have been filled with blood demons, exuded an extremely eerie and quiet atmosphere. And at this moment, the blood demon Earth's Emperor Realm Elder Ancestor, who was also Blood Ruwan's master, who had received the news, had awakened 2 more sleeping quasi-emperors. Old Ancestor, what is the purpose of awakening the 2 of us? The 2 sleeping quasi-emperor realm powers were a bit puzzled. The outside world has lost its reverence for our forbidden land. You 2 go with me to exterminate a clan. After saying this, that great Emperor Realm Old Ancestor directly opened up a spatial tunnel with a flutter of his sleeve. With that, he brought the 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses with him as he prepared to head towards the War God Ring. Oh, what a coincidence to come. Junling Tian, who had just arrived at the Blood Demon's land, happened to feel this faint spatial fluctuation, so he directly grabbed at that void. The spatial passageway constructed by that Blood Demon Earth's great Emperor Realm Elder was instantly scratched to pieces. What's going on? Seeing the collapse of the spatial tunnel in front of them, that great Emperor Realm and the 2 quasi-emperor realms frowned. With that, he fell from the void and appeared in the sky above the Blood Demon Earth. It's you? Looking at Junling Tian, whose face was wrapped in 9 colored mists and whose body was wrapped in Dao manifestations before him, that great Emperor Realm Ancestor immediately looked on guard as he unexpectedly could not see through Junling Tian's cultivation. That's right, it's this Emperor. Junling Tian's imperial pupil lifted slightly as he swept a glance at the 3 people across from him. In an instant, the oppressive feeling that belonged to the limit of the great Emperor realm directly descended on the 3 of them. Put! The 2 quasi-emperor realm powerhouses directly spat light golden blood from their mouths, their figures exploding back one after another. The blood of the quasi-emperor realm that weighed as much as 1,000 pounds crashed to the ground at extreme speed, instantly smashing out a pale golden crater. It was a stark contrast to the blood-black land around it. Even that Blood River Emperor, who was in the middle stage of the great Emperor realm, stifled a grunt under this aura of Junling Tian's. Blood spilled from the corners of his mouth, and his heart was appalled. They couldn't even carry the momentum alone, so how could they fight? It seems that I, the Blood Devil's Earth, have not provoked your excellency, so why are you striking out at us without asking? The Blood River Emperor's tone was not condescending. Although he could not defeat Junling Tian, as an old ancestor of the Blood Demon's Earth, one of the 10 forbidden lands, he was also a bit arrogant, and besides, it was still on his doorstep. Didn't mess with this emperor? What a good one. Didn't mess with this emperor. Junling Tian gave a mocking smile and then spoke with an expressionless face. I'll give you a chance to call out. Call out all the great emperors in your forbidden land. Don't make this emperor say it a second time. After saying this, Junling Tian directly closed his extremely oppressive emperor's pupil, and after hearing those words, that Blood River Emperor immediately had a grave expression on his face. The visitor was not good, but it was no longer something he could deal with now. Although there was also an extreme great emperor in their Blood Demon Earth, he didn't dare to disturb the other party's slumber. Hey, let Grandpa Zhu come and take care of it. When the Blood River Emperor thought of this, he could only use his means to awaken his grandfather, who was in the late stage of the great emperor realm. Little brat, didn't you say not to wake me up without something important? The tone of the awakened late-stage great emperor realm ancestor was irritated. At their realm, which one of them wasn't immersed in the spiritual world of the self to enlighten the great Tao? Grandfather, great-grandson doesn't want to. Come and see for yourself. Hearing the displeasure in his ancestral grandfather's words, the Blood River Emperor was also stifled. Originally, he had planned to go to the 9 heavens and 10 lands to act like a pussy, but who would have expected that someone would come and block all the doors of his house? Hearing this, that late Emperor Realm Old Ancestor instantly descended in his true form to where the Blood River Emperor was, and when he saw Junling Tian on the opposite side of the room, his brows instantly furrowed. He hadn't even noticed the other party when his divine sense swept over just now. Your Excellency, Pa! Before that late Emperor Realm Blood Demon's Earth Old Ancestor could speak, a great hand of Tao that was illuminated with the great Tao unexpectedly appeared on his side without any warning. It carried an extremely strong force of the great Tao of destruction, and directly slapped it directly into pieces. Boom! The Tao palm that still had some strength left slashed down diagonally, instantly splitting on the Blood Demon's Earth. Instantly, the entire Blood Demon's land was like an earthquake, gusting like the surface of a sea where a tsunami had occurred. And before that, in a cave deep underground, a bizarre blood demon of the Supreme Realm inquired about its master, the Lord of Blood Demons of the Emperor Realm Cultivation. Lord, why don't we stay on the good ground and head for the dirt? They were all originally cultivating above the ground by absorbing the Blood Moon essence. But just now their lord suddenly ordered everyone to go into the earth, and the faster the better, which made all the blood demons puzzled. Coming. The blood demon lord who heard these words did not fail to answer him, but instead, his figure disappeared once again, burrowing deeper into the ground. What's coming? Before that supreme realm blood demon could understand what it meant, he suddenly felt a deadly threat within his heart. Immediately afterward, he was directly shaken into a bloody mist by the aftermath of that palm that Junling Tian had slapped down. Your Excellency, the late great Emperor Realm ancestor who had been reborn with a drop of blood was just about to open his mouth when Junling Tian once again slapped him into pieces. With that, he rewarded him with a void lotus flower. Ah, how dare you! Ah! That great emperor's imperial soul was burning and dissipating. A moment later the party of giants at the late stage of the great emperor realm directly fell between the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the rain of blood stretched for billions of miles, and the death knell of the great Tao rang out in the sky. What? This? When the Blood River Emperor and the two quasi-emperor realm powerhouses saw this scene, all of their faces showed a look of disbelief. Ancestral grandfather at the late stage of the great emperor realm was just nothing? Slaughtering the great imperial realm was like slaughtering pigs and dogs, and it was still a late stage great imperial realm powerhouse. What kind of existence is this? An incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Scream again. Junling Tian's hypnotic voice once again resounded in the Blood River Emperor's ears. However, this time before the Blood River Emperor could speak, he sensed that another strong person had come out of the realm within realm and the Blood Demon lands. Since a great emperor realm powerhouse has come out, there's no need for you to exist. After saying these words, Junling Tian's pupils that emanated a nine-colored divine light looked directly at the Blood River Emperor. In an instant, a chain of great Tao paths appeared in the surrounding void to wind toward the Blood River Emperor. This was his pupil art aptitude banishment. No, senior. In the end, because of what? Even if I die, let me be an understanding ghost, please. Chapter 112. Luckily, I'm quick at digging up dirt. The Blood River Emperor's heart crumbled a bit. He didn't even know what this mysterious powerhouse was because of. This was going to be suffocated to death? He's not happy. He's not happy. Oh, since you called this emperor a senior, then this emperor will let you die with a clear understanding. Does Blood Ruwan know? Junling Tian spoke indifferently. Recognize. Senior. I know him. I'm still his master. Hearing this, the Blood River Emperor looked like he had grabbed a life preserver. His face overjoyed. It was thought that Blood Ruwan had been rewarded by the senior. After all, people don't think too much when they are about to die. Oh, you're his master? Hearing these words, Junling Tian had indeed stopped the execution of the banishing avatar. Those two quasi-emperor realm powerhouses were also pleasantly surprised when they saw this and hurriedly opened their mouths. Elder, I'm the second ancestor Grand Master of Blood Ruwan. Elder, I'm Blood Ruwan's third granduncle. Hearing the two quasi-emperor realm powerhouses declare themselves, Junling Tian pondered for a moment and also stopped his banishing avatar. Keeping them is more useful than killing them. Since you're all relatives of Blood Ruwan, I'll slash your longevity by 10,000. After saying this, Junling Tian waved his hand and severed the longevity bridge connecting the three of them to the river of life. In the next second, the faces of the three people who were originally quite young and middle-aged instantly aged beyond recognition, like three old men on their way out. With the longevity bridge chopped off, even if one utilized an extremely high-quality life enhancement divine pill, they would not be able to renew their lives again. So their path to longevity is broken. And when the day of longevity comes, there is only one way to fall. It's worse than just killing them. And at this moment they finally understand. This senior were the appreciation of Blood Ruwan. It is estimated that Blood Ruwan offended him. Now comes his blood devil's earth to take revenge. Damned sinners. At this moment, the Blood River Emperor hated Blood Ruwan in his heart. The other two quasi-emperor realm powerhouses were the same, completely not expecting such a powerful enemy to be invited by that kid Blood Ruwan. But since the other party had found their way here, it was assumed that the kid Blood Ruwan had already been killed by this mysterious big brother. It's a pity. If they were to come back they would definitely break that kid into pieces. Ding! The Blood River Emperor hates Blood Ruwan with a passion, plundering 2,000 points of chi value. Ding! Blood as Happiness second ancestor Grand Master hates him with a passion, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. Ding! Blood Ruwan's third uncle, Ancestral Grandmaster, hates him with a passion, and has plundered 800 points of chi luck value. Hearing the system's beep, Junling Tian's heart was a little surprised. It seems that the people of this Blood Devil's Earth were very pampered towards that Blood Ruwan before. These three people then harvested nearly 4,000 chi values. If the people in the back knew that they had come because of that Blood Ruwan, I wonder if they could harvest a little more. Where did this madman come from? How dare he spread his wildness in my Blood Demon's land? With a bellowing cry that carried imperial might, the void cracked open 3 times in turn. It was clearly 3 late-stage Great Emperor Realm existences. It's over. Seeing the appearance of 3 late Great Emperor Realm ancestors, the Blood River Emperor lamented in his heart. After all, an existence at the late stage of the Great Emperor Realm came to be killed in seconds, and 3 existences at the late stage of the Great Emperor Realm would probably not take much effort. As expected by the Blood River Emperor, the late Great Emperor Realm ancestor who had just spoken out of turn was directly slapped into a bloody mist by Junling Tian. The other 2 late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouses beside him suddenly had their pupils shrink slightly after seeing this scene. The words that came to his lips were swallowed again. Senior, I, Blood Demon Earth, really have no intention of making an enemy of you. The Blood River Emperor spoke respectfully and incomparably at this time. And at this time, he only hoped that these words would be able to give his 3 old ancestors a wake-up call. Speak respectfully, refer to your seniors, and keep your posture low. However, his reminder wasn't of much use. Or perhaps the 3 late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouses didn't pay any attention to him. That Great Emperor, after being reborn with a drop of blood, had a gloomy face as he prepared to get on his mouth and have a theory with Junling Tian. Your Excellency, isn't it a bit unreasonable to make a move at the drop of a hat? You're reasoning with this emperor? Then this emperor will teach you what reason is. After saying this, Junling Tian's left hand, the flame of nothingness, and his right hand appeared an imperial sword that emanated this terrifying imperial might, the twilight of the gods. The divine light in his eyes flickered pregnant with great terror, directly causing the hearts and livers of the 3 people on the opposite side to tremble. How? Such a strong person even exists in the world? At this moment, the 3 of them finally realized why Blood River Emperor's posture was placed so low. Misunderstanding us, senior. The 3 people whose livers and guts were cracked immediately opened their mouths to beg for mercy, but Junling Tian had no intention of letting them go. Blame it on your Blood Demon Earth heir, Blood Ruhuan, for offending this emperor. After saying this, Junling Tian's emperor pupil slightly opened with a flicker of divine light. In an instant, time and space were frozen. What? Feeling that his soul was frozen with only the ability to think for a short time, the hearts of the 3 late Emperor Realm powerhouses were horrified beyond measure. To what extent had this comprehended the Tao of time and space? Blood like joy. Damn it! To think that I have invited such a strong person for my Blood Demon's land. Thinking of what Junling Tian had said earlier, the 3 late Great Emperor Realm Blood Demon Earth ancestors all had extremely deep resentments in their hearts. Ding! Blood like Huan's late Great Emperor Realm old ancestor hates him with a passion, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. Ding! Blood like Huan's late Great Emperor Realm old ancestor hates him with a passion, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. Ding! Blood like Huan's late Great Emperor Realm old ancestor hates him with a passion, plundering 800 points of chi luck value. Hearing the pleasing beeps coming from the system, Junling Tian no longer hesitated and directly struck out to kill the 3 great emperors. In the next moment, the vision directly covered billions and billions of miles of blood soil in a radius, and the blood rain swept downward like a downpour. The great Tao wail resounded throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. What's going on? The great Tao wails, blood rains and waves. This is the vision of a great emperor's fall. Some great emperor realm powerhouses wanted to explore, but they withdrew their divine powers again when they realized that the location was the blood demon's earth. After all, it was the blood demon's land. Whether it was someone causing trouble in the blood demon's land or the blood demon's land itself was not something they could pry into. Fortunately, this emperor is quick at digging up dirt. At this moment in a territory 10,000 miles deep under the ground, a dozen or so emperor realm creepy blood demons had a look of celebration on their faces. Luckily, there was a blood demon among them who was good at divination. Or else if they upset that big brother up there today, it was estimated that they would die without even knowing how they would die. Remember, this is a warning from this emperor. Besides, this emperor's surname is June of the June family. After Junling Tian had said this, his figure slowly disappeared into thin air. He still had to go to another forbidden place, the Godslayer Abyss. After all, that slap in the face from his father wasn't a good one. Chapter 113, let him die on his own. Gone? Is that bogeyman gone? Blood River Emperor only wanted to cover his face and cry at this moment. It was too damned bullying. It wasn't him who caused the trouble with Blood Ruhuan, so it's none of his business. Thinking that the 3 of them already had few years of life left, their hearts hated Blood Ruhuan even more. It's all because of that sinner, causing my blood demon Earth to indirectly lose 5 great emperors. At this moment, all 3 of them were gritting their teeth. For late great emperor mighty ones plus him, a mid-great emperor realm mighty one with a short lifespan, could not be 5. And there were also 2 quasi-emperor powerhouses. Contact Blood Refining God, that little guy, and tell him to hurry back. If that kid Blood Ruhuan is still alive, he must bring him back. The blood refining god was the contemporary helmsman of the blood demon Earth. But upon hearing the Blood River Emperor's words, one of the quasi-emperor realm powerhouses suddenly frowned and spoke. It can't be brought back, not even if that kid Blood Ruohuan is alive. Why? I can't wait to skin that sinner now, so why can't I bring him back? The Blood River Emperor's heart hated the thought that his disciple, whom he had loved for many years, had punked himself like this. You think, what cultivation level is that person? Wouldn't it be easy if he wanted to take the life of that kid Blood Ruohuan? Now if that kid Blood Ruohuan is alive and well, it must be that person's intention. If he is brought back, wouldn't that person have a reason to come to the door again? Hearing this quasi-emperor realm powerhouse's analysis, the Blood River Emperor was immediately shocked into a cold sweat. Yes, if he disrupts the one's plans, won't the other side come to his door again? Then let that little pussy of a blood refining god come back quickly, and let that sinner fend for himself out there. Yes, old ancestor. One of the quasi-emperor realms took out a special summoning talisman when he heard this and sent out the message. The June family's June? So that mysterious big man is actually from the June family of the June heavenly domain? When he thought that the three of them had actually tried to go and destroy the June family, the Blood River Emperor could not help but reveal a self-deprecating look on his face. Possessing a peak grade emperor already had the qualifications to call out to their forbidden land. So what were they going to do to destroy it? Old ancestor, should we tell the others several forbidden lands about the news here? At this time, another quasi-emperor realm bigwig opened his mouth, because he felt as if that one wasn't done being angry. Tell me, do you know what it means to share the same burden in times of trouble? I'm doing this so as not to break the friendship bonds of the 10 forbidden lands. The Blood River Emperor was about to curse in his heart. Now that their blood demon Earth had directly lost 4 late-stage great emperor combatants, their vitality was greatly injured. It was very likely that he would be reduced to an existence at the bottom of the top 10 forbidden places. And if he said what he said now, how else could he let that big brother slaughter the other forbidden places? Only if a few other forbidden lands also died a few great emperors. That would be what he wanted to see. That way they would not only be balanced in their hearts, but even their strength would be balanced again. Then look at the god of war's side of the ring. The faces of the people of the 10 forbidden lands all wore a proud expression. You guys, don't look away, it's you guys. If you serve Little Master me comfortably, Little Master might be able to leave a whole body for Junling Tian. At this time, Blood Ruohuan's eyes flashed with lecherous colors, and his face was covered with smiles as he opened his mouth to Jishu Ilua's several women. Extreme. It's simply superb. He, Blood Ruohuan, not only wanted to marry back his 9 fiancées this time out, but he also wanted to marry these extremely beautiful women such as Bai Susu back home. Shameless. Jun Qianling spat lightly at Blood Ruohuan, but the latter revealed a look of enjoyment. However, just as the situation in the arena was at a standstill, the blood-refining god suddenly received a message from his old ancestor. The message is short yet undeniable. Now immediately come back. Blood such as Happy Little if still alive let him outside to self-destruction. Read the message transmitted. The blood-refining god immediately frowned. Originally has been loving disciple loved disciple old ancestor unexpectedly called Blood Ruohuan small? What's going on? Can't figure it out. But since the old ancestor had spoken he could only do as he was told. Return to the blood devil's land. As the blood-refining god opened his mouth with these words, the smile on Blood Ruohuan's face froze, so he turned his head and anxiously opened his mouth to ask, No, what's going on, Grandpa Alchemy God? Didn't you promise to go with me to marry? When he came, he had made a deal with the blood-refining god to accompany him along to go forward and marry his 9 fiancées home. How is it that the June family is not destroyed now? Not to mention the direct order to return to the ship? There's nothing I can do about it. It's an order from the old ancestor. Is it my master? No need to pay any attention. I'll explain to him when I get back. Blood Ruohuan swore an assurance. After all, he had a good relationship with his master. This little thing could really be done, but that may be before. Just now the blood refining god put on the message to see the other party called Blood is happy small. This led him how to believe? Ruohuan, your master's father even told me to tell you to be strong. There's still a long road ahead. You have to learn to take care of yourself. The blood refining god didn't say anything about self-perpetuation. After all, who knew what his own old ancestor was thinking? What does this mean? Could it be that master is planning to train me? Let me marry a wife with my own skills? Blood Ruohuan brainstormed on his own, and then he felt that he had found the truth of the matter. So straight away, he beat his chest. Then grandfather refining god, you guys go. I, Blood Ruohuan, will definitely marry those 9 fiancées with my own skills. Okay, you take care. Just as the blood refining god was preparing to return, the other 9 forbidden land helmsmen stopped. You started this, and now you're walking away? Blood old ghost, are you running away from the battle? Yes, blood old ghost, Don't let my unseen god's tomb look down on your blood demon's earth. Let him go. Without him, the blood demon's earth, we can still destroy the June family. The several helmsmen of the Forbidden Land shared your words and my words, jointly denouncing the blood refining god. It made the good-faced blood refining god look a bit embarrassed. Gentlemen, it's really because the old ancestor has ordered me to return, so I have to obey. The blood refining god opened his mouth to explain, then stopped paying attention to the crowd and boarded the boundary-breaking immortal boat to leave this place. What old ancestor has orders? It's just a pretext. The helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss opened his mouth with a cold snort. He didn't believe in the old ancestor's order, which was a fake excuse at first glance. Everyone, today, I, Godslayer Abyss, will definitely not be the villain who fled from the battlefield like the blood demon's earth. The helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss spoke with conviction. However, the next second the summoning jade talisman in his storage ring suddenly lit up, frowning as he read the information contained therein. The expression of the helmsman of the Godslaying Abyss instantly became brilliant. Sinner, what have you done out there? Now come back here and die for your sins. Right now. Now. The immense and incomparable roar carried with it boundless fury, directly shocking the divine soul of the helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss to the point where it nearly left his body. Chapter 114, The Godslaying Abyss. After hearing these words, cold sweat broke out on the head of the helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss, so he listened again in disbelief. Yet it was the same words, the same tone. It made him feel a bit of trepidation in his heart. Going back to die as a thank you? What a mess that must have been. But he obviously didn't do anything. What's wrong, Uncle? Emperor Kingslayer, who had recovered from his injuries, changed his face again and again at the sight of the Godslayer Abyss helmsman. Eventually his face turned deathly white, and he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in his heart. Too late to say more. Return to the ship. Return to the ship now. Suppressing the panic in his heart, the helmsman of the Godslayer Abyss directly ordered the return. What? Did you old boy just fart? Hearing the Godslaying Abyss helmsman put out the word that he was going back, the other 8 Forbidden Land helmsmen all revealed unspeakable expressions. The old ancestor has ordered me to return immediately. That Godslaying Abyss helmsman casually opened his mouth and then stopped paying attention to the people present, because he's been asked to go back to his death. Where's his mind to think about how to explain? This old boy, what the hell, just said he wouldn't leave, and then changed his mind in the blink of an eye. The person from the unknown god's tomb opened his mouth. But the people present didn't say anything when they saw that the helmsman of that Godslayer Abyss was preoccupied, unlike faking. Anyway, destroying one June family would be enough for their 8 Forbidden Lands. Instead, it was that quasi-emperor realm ancestor of the June clan who looked a little puzzled after seeing this scene. Why are the Blood Demon Earth and the Godslayer Abyss retreating at this time? Could it be related to the fall of the previous emperor realm powerhouses? See, cannot think of him, also no longer think more. After all, the 10 forbidden places gone, 2 of their pressure is still reduced a lot. As for Ning Hongwan and Tantai Ruowei of the Red Dust Dao Palace, after seeing the situation in the field, then they knew that this was Jun Ling Tian striking out. Taking a look at where Jun Ling Tian was, he indeed realized that the current opponent was different from before. After all, she was someone who had had an in-depth exchange with Jun Ling Tian, and subtleties were easy to spot. What's going on? Why did the Blood Demon's Earth and the Godslayer's Abyss suddenly withdraw? Jun Xianye's palms had originally been drenched in cold sweat, but now after seeing that there were 2 major forbidden places that had unexpectedly left without warning, the mind could not help but wonder. Not only him, but even women like Ji Yao and Ji Shuelua who did not know Jun Ling Tian's bottom line were like this. The people of the Heavenly Demon Hall, who were currently on their way back, all had palpitations in their hearts after hearing the death knell of the great Dao and the rain of blood waving in the sky. My son, you're still resourceful. A pleased smile appeared on the face of the Heavenly Demon Hall master as he felt that if it wasn't for Fang Yuan, his Heavenly Demon Hall would probably have been affected. The crisis isn't completely over. Wait until we get back. At this moment, Fang Yuan always felt that things were not that simple because the sense of crisis in his heart still existed. And the other side, into the eye, was a pitch-black, unbelievable abyss. The location was in the middle of the void, and the surroundings were all filled with breaking thunderbolts and destructive Dao rules. I don't know how deep it is, and I don't know how wide it is. Just by gazing at it, the divine soul would be sucked into it and crumble and collapse. Eventually it turns into a walking corpse without a soul. And this is the Godslayer Abyss, one of the 10 forbidden places. Elder, that sinner is on his way back. You wait a little longer. At this moment, in the sky above the Godslaying Abyss, an incomparably pale-faced late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse was nodding his head, without the slightest hint of a great Emperor's majesty. He didn't want to either. But upon seeing several hardened and incomparable great emperors being slapped to death on the spot by the mysterious big man in front of him, he also had no choice but to fawn. Damn it, this group of scum from the Blood Demon's land. There is such a strong person coming towards my Godslayer abyss, but they didn't even warn me. Thinking of the previous 4 imperial stars falling in the direction of the blood devil's earth, the sky was swept with blood rain, and the morning bell of the great Tao wailed. He then knew that this was all the work of the mysterious big man in front of him. This was because just a short while ago he, God-slaying abyss, had also fallen 3 late Emperor Realm powerhouses, 1 mid-Emperor Realm powerhouse and 2 quasi-Emperor Realm powerhouses. If he hadn't been resourceful and said the pleasing words in time, he wouldn't have survived until now. Yet even so he was cut off from the bridge of eternal life, shaving off 10,000 years of his lifespan. This emperor is busy and has to go to other places, so you can dispose of the rest yourself. Junling Tian spoke indifferently. He had avenged that slap, but now he had not given up among the other 8 forbidden lands. This was because a late-stage Great Emperor Realm detachment wasn't enough to completely suppress the entire forbidden land, so he's going to go through them all. Silence, desolation, eerie, unknown. This is synonymous with this part of the world. A temple and tomb mound that emanated an ominous aura were surprisingly all exposed. There were weird runes everywhere, ominous forbidden spells. There were emperor corpses with ominous curses wrapped around their bodies wandering among them. There were also skeletons emanating imperial might that were suddenly crushed out of thin air, annihilating the void and dissipating into the heavens and earth. And this is the tomb of the unknown god, one of the 10 forbidden places. However, the tomb of the unknown god, which was originally supposed to be silent, was exceptionally lively today. Damn it! When did such a strong person appear in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? The 4 late Great Emperor Realm powerhouses were currently surrounding Junling Tian's smudge of a doppelganger. Deep pits emanating divine sunlight were everywhere above the ground, and an incredibly greedy, bizarre emperor corpse emanating an ominous aura was greedily sucking on it, because that was the imperial blood that had been spilled by fallen and injured great emperors. Your Excellency, what exactly did I, unknown god's tomb, provoke you to do? Why do you have to go against us? At this moment, one of the late great emperor powerhouses once again stifled his voice and inquired. Earlier, this rash-like great emperor had come over and decimated a mid-great emperor powerhouse and 2 paragon emperors from their unseen divine tomb. And also the slightest reason is not said. The main thing is that this rash is very strong. Strong can be the same realm to 1 against 4. He was really convinced. However, just when the crowd thought that this time the rash would also ignore them as usual, instead, he opened his mouth. Ask my own body that question. He'll be here soon. Words don't scare me. The 4 late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouses who heard these words immediately had their livers trembling. If what the other party said was true, then what kind of cultivation should a wisp of a bilocation be a powerhouse of the Great Emperor Realm? Perfection of the Great Emperor Realm? Or the limit? Go! It is better to believe it than not to believe it. The 4 late Great Emperor powerhouses glanced at each other and then violently blasted a move at Junling Tian's doppelganger, then turned around and ran. However, at this very moment, they suddenly felt as if they were being stared at by some great terror behind them. It was clearly Junling Tian's own body that had come. With his own eyes, he saw that late-stage Emperor Realm powerhouse turn into a stream of light and merge into the body of the incoming person. The 4 late Great Emperor Realm powerhouses were shocked. Chapter 115. Really? It's true. At this moment, they only wanted to escape. Yet Junling Tian would not do as they wished. With the twilight of the gods in his hand, the river of Sword Tao and the river of ages trembled at the same time. A terrifying and incomparable aura covered heaven and earth. Even the bizarre emperor corpse above the tomb of the unknown god, which was originally licking and dripping blood, experienced a wave of emotions it had never experienced before after sensing this aura. The emotion is called fear. Shoo, shoo, shoo. The bizarre bronze shrine that was originally above the ground of the tomb of the unknown god, the forbidden spell-filled tomb mound of the great emperor. At this moment, they all disappeared with a swoosh. Scanning his eyes, he realized, those weird bronze immortal halls either ran away by themselves with their legs open, or they drove the weird emperor corpses to carry them and escape. Anyway, all those who could run in the square billion miles of territory ran away, and those who couldn't could only die digging pits and burying themselves in the earth. And at this moment, Junling Tian's sword was also brewing. This sword, the name is Years and Years, as Junling Tian muttered softly under his breath. The twilight of the gods in his hand carried the sharp grandeur of the long river of the Sword Tao, with the misty mystery of the long river of the ages. A sword chopped at the 4 late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouses who had fled by hiding in the void. What? It's over. Sins. The 4 late-stage Great Emperor Realm powerhouses felt the deadly threat coming from behind them, and their hearts went cold. The next moment it was annihilated and disappeared under the attack formed by the river of Sword Tao and the river of ages entwined with each other. The Emperor's star falls. Blood rains down. The great Tao wails. It signaled that once again, an Empyrean realm powerhouse had fallen. Next stop, Jun Ling Tian's figure disappeared into thin air with a single slash of his sword, not even bothering to see what the outcome was. If the other party could not die under the sword of his, it would be his skill, and he would not make a second sword. And after decapitating those 4 late-stage Great Emperor realm powerhouses, that age-old sword light went on unabated. A sword chopped at the location of the Unseen God's tomb Forbidden Land. In an instant, the entire tomb of the Unseen God unexpectedly split into 2 from the center, turning into 2 halves. A river of heavenly aging swords formed in the center, glittering, the penetrating sword down to the core, the mysterious power of the ages running through it. In the near future, this place had actually become an absolute pilgrimage site for sword cultivators. Even if one were to traverse the entire tomb of the Unseen Gods, there was a terrifyingly incomparable probability of falling. There were also countless sword cultivation powerhouses that rushed to risk their lives to come and take a look. And this side of the Blood Devil's Earth, after sensing that there were Emperor Realm powerhouses falling in the direction of both the God-slaying abyss and the tomb of the unknown god, at this moment, the Blood River Emperor was much more comfortable in his heart. Aha! When you are miserable yourself, and then you see others who are as miserable as you are, or even more so, there is more or less a lot of relief in your heart. On the other hand, on this side of the War God Ring, the remaining 8 Forbidden Land helmsmen finally realized that something was wrong. It was reasonable to say that the War God Ring was located in the middle of the 9 heavens and 10 lands, and it wasn't very far from the 10 Forbidden Lands. Given the speed of the Great Emperor Realm cultivated ancestors, they should have arrived by now, but now instead of arriving, even the message they had sent not long ago was stone cold. What's going on? Why is this happening? Could it be that the old ancestors went directly to the Jun Tian domain to exterminate the clan? A Forbidden Land helmsman opened his mouth speculatively, but seeing the reaction of the people of the opposite Jun family at the moment was not quite like it. Just as they were wondering in their minds if something had changed, the summoning jade talisman in the storage ring suddenly lit up. Sinner, come back to this emperor, immediately, now. This was a voice transmission from the Emperor Realm ancestor of the ancient divine court. The face of the ancient divine court's Forbidden Land lord who heard these words changed. Then, without hesitation, he ordered to pilot the boundary-breaking flying boat back, and after that, the other 7 Forbidden Lands lords were also subjected to the sound transmission from their clan's Emperor Realm ancestors in turn. With that, they left the War God Ring in turn. The helmsmen of the 8 Forbidden Lands all gave the Jun family a deep look before leaving. He then disappeared into the sky under the puzzled gazes of the Jun family and the Swift God race and the others. Come on, there's nothing to see, and it's time for us to return to the ship. Ning Hongduan waved his hand, then ordered the crowd of the Red Dust Dao Palace to similarly return towards the Red Dust domain. What the hell is going on here? Seeing that the 8 forbidden places had been walked through in turn in a few hours' time, Jun Xianyi and the others were all a little confused, but basically there was a sense of celebration after the robbery. After all, the 10 Forbidden Lands were inherited from eternity. Their origins were untraceable, and the sense of oppression was simply too strong. Come on, it's time for us to go back. After exchanging a glance with the Quasi-Emperor Realm ancestor in mid-air, Jun Xianyi ordered to leave the Battle God's Ring and return to the Jun Heavenly Domain. And right after the Jun family left the War God's Ring, the War God's Ring adhered to the will of heaven and earth. A new round of the 9 heavens and 10 lands power ranking list was released. First place, the Jun family of the Jun Heavenly Domain. Second place, Phantom Fairy Zephyr. Third place, Reincarnation Pure Land. As the list with the will of heaven and earth manifested into the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the gigantic golden dragon of Qi that represented the Qi of the Jun family roared up to the sky. The joyful sound of a dragon's roar resounded throughout the entire Jun Heavenly Domain, and the aura of the entire Jun Heavenly Domain began to skyrocket quite a bit at this moment. And all the living beings in the 9 heavens and 10 lands were shocked the moment they saw the list manifest. What? The Jun family has actually ascended to the number 1 spot in the ranking of forces in the 9 heavens and 10 lands? Don't even stop me. I'm going to make a mount for the Jun family. An incomparably dark-looking boar spirit opened his mouth with a yearning face. After all, that's the number 1 power in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It's a sure thing. As the saying goes, the beasts will never be slaves unless they are fed and housed. With that buried look of yours, you're still giving it to the Jun family as a mount? A woman with fox ears, wagging a fox's tail, and a beautiful appearance opened her mouth to taunt. She looked so good when she first went to the Jun family to seek an errand was rejected, let alone the ugly boar spirit in front of her. What do you know? Some people are just fine with me. The wild boar spirit was fanatically confident and still planned to go forward to the Jun Tian domain to try his luck. And there were few beings who had his thoughts. The Jun family is actually number 1? Damn it! How could this happen? Shouldn't the Jun family be exterminated at this moment? Seeing the 9 heavens and 10 lands power ranking list that was manifested between heaven and earth, Kana, who was currently located in the Jun Tian domain, was furious and gnashing her teeth. She had just returned not long ago, and she had rushed to the Jun Tian domain without stopping. She wanted to see the Jun family extinguished with her own eyes, wanted to see Jun Ling Tian's miserable and remorseful appearance with her own eyes. But now nothing has happened. The entire Jun family, even because the ranking on the first fortune soared by a large margin. The aura of the Jun Tian domain had grown a lot as a result. Not only him, but the scouts of many forces were observing the movements in Jun Tian at the moment, but they were all depressed after seeing such a sight. They were still thinking that they could come over and have a bite of soup when the Jun family fell. But this? The Jun family is probably at peace this time. Chapter 116, I'm also here to marry. At this moment, the patriarchs at the helm of the top powers of the 9 heavens and 10 lands were all gathered together. Apparently, they wanted to see if the Jun family would fall, but now the result seemed to be a disappointment to them. Disperse, Gu Chongqing spoke faintly, and then his figure gradually faded away. The others also shook their heads in disappointment and then left the place. And Jun Ling Tian's fame above the battle god's ring also spread to every corner of the 9 heavens and 10 lands at this moment. Jun Ling Tian, it's you again. Damn it. Mo Fan, who had sold his ass to curry favor with the demons of the burial ground, had his eyes redden with hatred after hearing the news about Jun Ling Tian. However, he had raised a few female spirit beasts in the meantime, and had harvested quite a bit of intimacy value. There has been some escape capital. No, I can't stay here, or they won't let me raise my cultivation level. At this moment, Mo Fan understood that this burial land was planning to utilize his Qi Velvet Tongtian Jufei to improve his cultivation qualifications. If he waited until his count ran out, then there was only one fate awaiting him. Green, will you come with me? Mo Fan murmured softly to a small green snake in front of him. This was the object of his strategy, and the good sense had already come to 90. And after seeing the little green snake's humanized nod, Mo Fan was instantly delighted in his heart. And in addition to this little green snake, he had a female toad and a female mouse. All of them were targets of his raids. After all, he could only keep these little things now that his movement was restricted. On the other hand, Blood Ruwan on the other side had already arrived in the sacred heavenly domain at this moment. After hearing the people around him all praising Jun Ling Tian and singing the praises of the Jun family, it was extremely hard on his heart. When I pay a visit to the Jun family in the future and forcefully marry your sister, let's see you still have your current splendor. After brainstorming about the scene where Jun Shanling and Bai Susu and the others would be forcibly married back by him, Blood Ruwan was thrilled in his heart. However, at the sight of the magnificent and incomparable Sky City in front of him, Blood Ruwan hastily collected his thoughts and organized his instruments. After all, on this trip he was planning to come to the Sacred Feather Clan to marry, so he still had to pay attention. Who was the visitor? The 8 female guards in front of the Sacred Feather Clan's main hall gate immediately chirped out when they saw someone arriving. Because the Sacred Feather Clan utilizes the transmigration pool to reproduce, the entire Sacred Feather Clan is all female, and there are no males. I am the heir to the Blood Demon's Earth, one of the 10 forbidden places, and the honored guest of your young patriarch. How dare you stop me? Blood Ruwan directly pulled the banner and reported himself. Don't tell me, it worked. The contempt on the opposite side of the Sacred Feather Clan's female guards instantly disappeared from their faces after hearing that the other party was from the 10 forbidden lands. An heir from the Blood Demon's Earth? What proof do you have? The head of the guardsmen frowned and spoke. Does this count as a voucher? Blood Ruwan pulled out a token that was inscribed with dense and delicate runes. The ancient divine text of the words Blood Demon was engraved in the center of that token, emitting a ray of scarlet blood light. Surprisingly true. Seeing that Blood Ruwan had taken out the token of the Blood Demon's Earth, the chief guards with eyesight hastily revealed their respect. The heir of the Blood Demon's Earth's great arrival is certainly welcome to my Sacred Feather Clan. Please wait for a moment. Allow me to go and report to the young clan chief. That head guard exuded endless charisma above his heroic face, coupled with the silver-white armor and the white as snow feathers behind it. It made Blood Ruwan's heart swirl. Go on. This young man will wait here. Blood Ruwan put on a gentlemanly demeanor. After all, he had come to marry. His attitude couldn't be too bad. And thinking of the purpose of his trip, he took out the marriage contract belonging to the Sacred Feather Clan from his storage ring. Looking at the several hot gold characters that flew in the air and contained divine energy within, Blood Ruwan's heart settled down a little. He, blood like Huan, was bound to marry Sacred Feather Clan's young matriarch, Kana, back home today by virtue of his ability. And Kana, who had just returned from the Jun Tian domain not long ago among the Sacred Feather Clan, was surprised to hear that trash like Blood Ruwan had even come to her. Her heart was suddenly annoyed, but the other party was a noble heir to the Forbidden Land, so she had to see them. Take him to the side hall. I'll be right there. Kana rubbed her brow, her mind pondering her next gambit. Although this Blood Ruwan is a bit of a waste, but after all, it is a Forbidden Land heir. and his own talent is also good. More or less it should still be of some use. However, just as he was pondering, he didn't expect the head guard to come over and report again. Reporting to the young clan chief, the Jun family's young clan, Jun Ling Tian, has come to pay a visit. Jun Ling Tian? Are you sure the person coming is Jun Ling Tian? Hearing that head guard's report, Kana's brows frowned slightly, and then her silver teeth subconsciously clenched. Yes, young matriarch, that person's face was like a crown of jade, his eyes like cold stars, and his appearance was just like that of the Jun family's young lord. Speaking of this, a trace of admiration unexpectedly appeared on that head guard's face, and it was obvious that she had become Jun Ling Tian's little fangirl. Who else came with him? Kana took a deep breath and opened her mouth to ask. Just young Lord Jun alone, the squire replied. One person? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If, at the moment, Kana's mind actually understood the idea of interception, but thinking that the Jun family was now in the ascendant, and whether Jun Ling Tian still had a latent protector of the Dao by his side, she put down that intention again, because if you can't kill them you'll definitely spook them, in which case wouldn't you be spooking them? Take him likewise to the side hall, and I will come at once. Yes, young matriarch. That head of the guards led the way after hearing this. Kana, on the other hand, stood still in deep thought, not knowing what to think. On the other side, Blood Ruhuan, who was sitting in the side hall drinking tea, suddenly had his pupils shrinking when he saw Jun Ling Tian, who had strutted in. Mud, why is this little a here too? Although he cursed in his heart, Blood Ruhuan's mouth did not dare to snipe in the slightest. After all, the other party really dared to slaughter him. Yo, isn't this the Forbidden Land's heir? Blood Ruhuan? What are you doing here? Jun Ling Tian sat down opposite Blood Ruhuan and looked over with his hand on his cheek. I don't need to tell you what I'm doing here. Blood Ruhuan spoke stiffly, then turned his head away, not meeting Jun Ling Tian's eyes, because he always felt uncomfortable being looked at by the other side. Are you sure you don't want to talk about it? Jun Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and his tone changed a few points. This couldn't help but send a chill down Blood Ruhuan's heart. Threats. That's a naked threat. Damn it. Why is there this little pusher everywhere? Blood Ruhuan cursed in his heart, but his mouth was no longer as hard as it was just now, so with a stifled face, he opened his mouth. I came to the Sacred Feather Clan to marry. Oh, you've also come to the Sacred Feather Clan to marry? Coincidentally no. I'm also here to marry in the Sacred Feather Clan. There was a playfulness in Jun Ling Tian's tone, and his gaze never left Blood Ruhuan. Chapter 117, You're the only one allowed to marry? What? You're here to marry too? Hearing this, Blood Ruhuan's brows tightened as a bad feeling suddenly flooded his heart. I only hoped that this Jun Ling Tian wasn't here for the Sacred Feather Clan's young matriarch. Kana. What? You're only allowed to come to the Sacred Feather Clan to marry, but not me? Jun Ling Tian let out a light laugh, his face filled with mockery. No. A scornful look appeared on Blood Ruhuan's face. With that, he turned his head to the side once again. A few moments later, Kana was dressed in a Ryukyu green silk Luoyun dress, and her delicate jade feet stepped on a dainty green-colored glazed crystal shoe. The light golden wings behind her flowed with light, and her beautiful eyes looked around as she walked into the great hall. Young Lord Jun used to be so powerful in the past. I've heard a lot about you, my young lady. Kana praised Jun Ling Tian as soon as she arrived, instead leaving Blood Ruhuan out to dry. That's right, he was creating a sense of contrast to make Blood Ruhuan feel lost. In that case he would definitely hate Jun Ling Tian even more. Oh, if you admire me, why don't you sleep in the same room with me? Jun Ling Tian's figure instantly appeared in front of Kana's body and directly wrapped it into his arms. Ah! The sudden turn of events caused the unprepared Kana to subconsciously shriek. Then he felt his grandeur against a broad chest, and his heart burst with shame. She hadn't thought at all that this Jun Ling Tian was so demonically gifted, but was a colorful man himself. And seeing this scene, Blood Ruhuan's eyes were even more fiery. His fiancée had been so blatantly cradled in the arms of this Jun Ling Tian? Ding! Blood like happiness with incomparable cynicism, and his heart receives bludgeoning damage, plundering 500 points of chi luck. Young Lord Jun, there are still outsiders here. This is not good. Kana wanted to refuse, but in her heart she hated the man in front of her. What's wrong with that? You're mine sooner or later anyway. Jun Ling Tian did not care at all about what Kana had said, and the movements in his hands were still tightened. She thought that she hadn't seen the earlier ploy in the middle of the War God Ring Immortal Hall, since she wanted to make herself marry by force. Then today he would have this Lu Xiaoya's wish. No, it should be called Kana now. Ding! Blood-like happiness has taken bludgeoning damage in the center of his heart, plundering 800 points of chi. Outsiders? Your people? The Blood Ruhuan on the side heard the conversation between the two dogs and men in front of him, and was simply going crazy inside. This one treats him, his fiancé, as an outsider? Quite an outsider. A woman who claimed his fiancée as her own was anything but foreign. Enough. Junling Tian. Kana is my blood Ru Huan's fiancée, as evidenced by the marriage certificate. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't take a man's love. If you want a woman you can go find someone else. Blood Ru Huan's voice was slightly louder, but his behavior was still more restrained. After all, he was not a match for Junling Tian at all. A marriage contract? Just return it. I'll take this Kana today. It's useless even if the King of Heaven comes. I said so. Junling Tian encircled Kana's slender waist with one hand as he opened his mouth in a domineering and incomparable manner. Withdrawal. You can't say anything about this. It has to be what Sister Kana says. Blood Ruawan's face was red at the moment, and he could only leave the decision to Kana. After all, earlier Kana had expressed her admiration for him in the middle of the immortal temple, and he was also the heir to the forbidden blood demon's earth, so he was sure Kana would choose him. Oh, there's a bit of truth in that. Beauty, who would you choose among us? Junling Tian's large hand rubbed up and down, causing a pang of diarrhea in Kana's heart, but she couldn't help but ponder in the face of this question. If he agreed with Blood Ruawan, there was no telling when it would be the end of the journey to the blood demon's land with him, but if she really married Junling Tian, then in the future, near the water, she could have a lot of chances to play Junling Tian in the palm of her hand, and the biggest price to pay was just her body. Thinking about it, Kana had made up her mind. Everything is at Lord Jun's disposal. After saying this, Kana gave Blood Ruwan another pitiful look. Her eyes seemed to be misting with water, flashing a hint of aggression. Ha ha ha, in that case, this young man will inspect the goods first. Junling Tian laughed out loud and directly disappeared with Kana in tow. Only a confused Blood Ruwan was left behind. What do you mean? Could this be that I'm being withdrawn from the marriage? Thinking about the watery mist in the eyes of Kana who had looked at her earlier, Blood Ruwan reacted instantly. Threats. So this is Kana being threatened. She didn't volunteer. But thinking about what Junling Tian said earlier about inspecting the goods, wouldn't that be mud? Junling Tian, you're bullying people too much. Ding. Blood-like happiness has received a violent attack in the center of his heart, plundering 800 points of chi value. Come on man. Somebody. Blood Ruwan shouted out, with an anxious look on his face, because if he didn't scream, his fiancée would really become someone else's woman. Can I help you? At that moment one of the female guards who had heard the noise walked in. What is it? Your young matriarch has been taken captive. Go find her. Blood Ruwan bellowed out, a look of exasperation on his face. What? The young matriarch has been taken captive? When that female guard heard this, she immediately looked into the middle of the hall, and after realizing that Kana's figure was indeed absent, a trace of anxiety appeared on her face. Young matriarch, are you there? The female guard tries to contact Kana but finds it stone cold, so she decisively summoned out and reported upwards to the elders. And at the moment, the Kana they were looking for was brought to a mysterious space by Junling Tian. This place was filled with birds and flowers, and the aura was liquefied, surprisingly more dense than the aura of her sacred Feather Clan's clanland. Come on, little beauty. Come on, get happy. Junling Tian bullied his way forward and Kana subconsciously dodged when she saw this. But how could her speed be faster than Junling Tian? So before she could move far she was hugged by Junling Tian. Young Lord Jun, we can't do this. We're not married yet. Kana probed her senses to see what this place was, but realized that it wasn't any of the places she'd been to. It seemed to be an independent space that existed in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and the laws and various orders were all intact. And her guess was right. This was Junling Tian's inner world, equivalent to a large world-like existence. Check the goods before you get married. Junling Tian pretended to have a lustful look. Don't worry, I swear that I will definitely marry you home afterward, or else it will make it impossible for me to certify as a saint king. Junling Tian swore, full of words. He was a great emperor. Wasn't it normal for him to be unable to certify as a saint king? And this is his internal world. Whether it is spiritual or not is not up to him. Hearing that Junling Tian had sworn, Kana inwardly hesitated. She knew that sooner or later she would have to give her body to the other party. Otherwise she would never be able to gain their absolute trust. Chapter 118, You're too much of a bully. In that case, how could he play this Junling Tian in the palm of his hand? In that case, then young Master Jun must remember what you said. Kana gritted her teeth, her mind already made up in her mind to consider it a dog bite. That's natural. Hearing Kana's agreement, Junling Tian instantly revealed a look of impatience as he pounced over. The sash fluttered, the tool rose in all directions, and the golden wings emitting streams of light trembled constantly, representing the unrest in Kana's heart at this moment. Ding! Captured the daughter of Qi, Kana Red Pill, and plundered Blood Ruawan's Qi value of 800 points. The next day, Junling Tian reappeared in the Great Hall with Kana, who looked unnatural, and Blood Ruhuan, who was waiting here, swept his eyes over when he realized that someone had appeared. After he saw Kana's aura and demeanor at the moment, he could tell at once that she was different. It's gone. The seal is gone. The young girl has become a young woman. At this moment, Blood Ruhuan's back teeth were all clenched. How could he be cuckolded by the other party so openly and honestly? Junling Tian, you are simply too deceitful. Ding! Blood-like happiness has received a violent attack in the center of his heart, plundering 1,000 points of chi value. What? How did you know I caved with Nana? Junling Tian. You, Blood Ruhuan couldn't help but be speechless when he heard this, and an unspeakable look appeared on his face. Did I ask you that? Exactly. Very moist. Junling Tian spoke again, which caused even Kana on the side to reveal a look of shame. Although she had been thinking about how to take revenge in her mind, it didn't mean that she didn't have a sense of shame in the face of such things. Now that Junling Tian had directly said it through, it was inevitable that she would be a little groundless. Seeing that he could not take advantage at all, Blood Ruhuan decisively chose to leave. So shameless don't be. Today Blood Ruhuan, withdraw from the marriage. Blood Ruhuan directly threw the marriage contract with the Sacred Feather Clan in front of Kana. Although this Kana is suspected of being forced, can't you resist more or less? Like sworn to death. Now not only are the seals gone, but they're all flushed and obviously voluntary. Luckily I still have 8 more marriage certificates, so I'm not panicking. Wait, when the time comes to marry your sister home I will make sure she gives me 100. No, 10,000. Blood Ruhuan thought hatefully, then directly left the Great Hall, intending to head to the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty to marry that talented girl Ling Yurong. He had already inquired about it, and the woman wanted to find a man who was good at both literature and martial arts. So wasn't this a tailor-made offer for him? Thinking of this, the depression in Blood Ruhuan's heart dissipated a bit, and when Junling Tian saw the other party leave, he similarly took a step and prepared to leave. Young Master Jun, don't forget what you promised me. Kana gave a shy look and opened her mouth to remind her. Don't worry, I'll marry you. Junling Tian waved his hand without looking back, and then his figure faded away, and Kana frowned when she saw Junling Tian's cold attitude towards her. However, thinking that the other party's enthusiasm yesterday did not seem to be faked, she reassured herself again in her mind. It must be that I'm overthinking it. This Junling Tian is a lecher. Otherwise why would he be so monkeyish? A few months later, Blood Ruhuan finally stepped into the immortal capital of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. Looking at the magnificent and incomparable immortal hall in front of him as well as the bustling scene of comings and goings, Blood Ruhuan's mood was also much better. Ling Yurong, wait for me. Taking out a marriage certificate from within the storage ring and looking at it, Blood Ruhuan's heart was full of grandeur. Just then, however, a literary figure chanting poetry suddenly appeared beside him. Clouds think of clothes and flowers think of faces. Spring breeze brushes the threshold and dew is thick. If I hadn't met at the top of Chuanyu Mountain, I would have met under the moon at Yao Tai. When this poem came out, it immediately stunned Blood Ruhuan next to him. Good poem. What a poem. This brother, may I ask you who wrote this poem? As an heir of the blood demon's earth, he was educated in the way of the moon. So as soon as the poem in front of him hit his ears he knew it was a song for the ages. Brother, you don't even know this? That literati immediately looked disgusted after hearing Blood Ruhuan's inquiry. With that, he flung out a book of poems and threw it in Blood Ruhuan's arms. This book of poems is gifted to you, memorize them all before you come out. Or don't call yourself a man of letters. Blood Ruhuan took out the book of poems in his arms and took a look at it. Junling Tian's poetry collection, 7 big words had clearly caught his eye. What? That poem just now was composed by Junling Tian? How is that possible? I don't believe it. Blood Ruhuan, who had intended to throw away the poetry collection in his hand, suppressed his inner emotions and slowly opened the poetry compilation in his hand. Sure enough, on the first page were the verses recited by the literati. See, this first poem was composed by the young master of the Jun family for the princess of my Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty. It turned out to be Ling Yurong herself who had put a little thought into placing the verses that Junling Tian had composed for her back then in the first of the poems for the poetry compilation. The name was also changed from the original name to Junling Tian Poetry Collection. Which princess? Blood Ruhuan's heart stuttered. Of course it's Her Highness Princess Arigato. Thinking of young, don't you understand this language-related word? That literati looked at Blood Ruhuan like he was looking at a little cutie. Like, who in the entire immortal capital of the Great Diffusion Immortal Dynasty now doesn't know that Her Highness Yurong and young Lord Jun are a natural couple? I don't believe it. Blood Ruhuan's heart roared once again. His face flushed red, and his temples bulged with veins. With that, He directly and roughly and incomparably tore out the first page, revealing the second verse. If you don't see it, the waters of the yellow river come from the sky and run to the sea without return. Don't you see? The high hall mirror grieves for gray hair, and the morning is like green silk turning into snow. Life must be happy. Don't make the golden bottle empty to the moon. Born to run. $1,000 scattered. A song of General Jinzhou instantly shattered the pride belonging to Wendo within Blood Rule 1. He couldn't beat Jun Ling Tian in the martial Dao, and now he wasn't even a match in the literary Dao? Then what will he do to win Ling Yurong's heart? The collection of poems in Blood Rule 1's hand was pinched tightly in death, and in the next second it directly burned in his hand and turned into flying ash. Ding! Blood Rule 1's Dao heart is unstable. Plundering 1,000 points of chi value. However, in the next second, a smelly shoe was instantly flung towards Blood Rule 1. Blood Rule 1 hastily dodged at the sight. Yet he was greeted by a second, a third, countless one. It turned out that it was because Blood Rule 1's behavior of just tearing apart Jun Ling Tian's poetry compilation had been seen in the eyes of someone. Now the whole poetry compilation has been burned in public, drawing public outrage. Marred. I've put up with you for a long time, even if you just tore up young Lord Jun's poem. Now you dare to burn it. Brothers, fight me. Before Blood Rule 1 could react, thousands of people had already gathered around, and when they struck out together, the power was simply terrifying. And word is spreading and the numbers are growing.